Good news has traversed through dimensions, and even better news. On the very first day of my arrival, I am bestowed with a system that allows me to determine the innate talents and species of my initial Pokemon by rolling dice. Yet, the outcomes are nothing but Rattata and Caterpie. What absurdity is this? No, this will not do. Now that I've crossed over, I must summon every ounce of my strength and avoid making such a hasty decision regarding my initial Pokemon. The most formidable creature of Blue Star, Nidoking. The eternally mega-evolved Steelix. The immortal, blazing-hued Houndoom. The resurrected, dark-hued, shiny Beedrill. Handsome is paramount, shiny Metagross. Chapter 1. Rolling dice for 15 years. Pokemon, Caterpie. Qualification, Gym Qualification. Gender, male. Level, 0. Type, Bug. Ability, Shield Dust. Held item, none. Learn moves, Poison Sting, String Shot. Inherited moves, none. Click to select this initial Pokemon. Gazing at the attribute panel before him, 17-year-old Lun Yin felt a wave of despair wash over him. Each day, he could roll for a random Pokemon, qualification, species value, and inherited moves twice, yet only twice. Once at 8 in the morning and once at 8 in the evening. From the day of his arrival, Lun Yin began rolling. He crossed over at the tender age of 3, and by the end of this summer, he would be 18 and entering his senior year of high school. He had rolled for his initial Pokemon over 10,000 times, yet none had proven suitable. It wasn't that he hadn't encountered powerful Pokemon. A Dragonite, a shiny Beldum, and even a Wylord and a Guzzlord had appeared in his rolls. However, the former was a semi-legendary he could not afford, while the latter two were ultimate anomalies that he could not retain. He had also rolled for moderately acceptable Pokemon, but at that time, Lun Yin believed he had plenty of time left. After all, he could only possess an initial Pokemon during his senior year. Why not roll just once more? Yet here he was, having failed to roll a single initial Pokemon. Should I just settle for this? The thought crept into Lun Yin's mind that a Beedrill with gym qualification wasn't unmanageable. He could utilize the rapid growth advantage of early bug-type Pokemon to establish an economy, and later cultivate more. Formidable companions. Beedrill was also a commendable Pokemon, an exceptional assassin with high attack and speed post-Mega Evolution. Reality, however, was not a game, and battles were not turn-based affairs. Why not emulate Lord Banmu and raise a Beedrill that could rival a divine beast? No. To cultivate such a Beedrill would seemingly require the power of Eternatus to be involved. Having finally arrived in the Pokemon world, how could he so easily decide on his initial Pokemon? He longed to be the protagonist of a thrilling tale. A life of charm, wealth, companionship, and a home. Was that not the ideal? Instead, he was left with only the misfortune of being orphaned. Though Lun Yin's looks ranked second only to the esteemed readers, a Beedrill was clearly insufficient. At the very least, he ought to have a Charmander or something of that caliber, right? Shall I roll again? Roll again. Pokemon, Caterpie. Oh, come on, brother, this is hardly worth clicking. Now I desire a Horn Charmander with gym qualification. Could you return my Horn Charmander, please? Thank you. No. Very well then, if the air conditioning runs 24 hours at home, the body won't decompose as swiftly as previously mentioned. Lun Yin was a traveler from Earth, a commendable youth of the 21st century, who discovered he had a terminal case of laziness, an affliction with no cure, leading him to choose to return home and await his demise. Distracting himself through gaming, he played Fushing without the gear reforged device, nearly achieving a 2-to-1 in the 10 Fushing. Ultimately, this led to the demise of his character, Lao Ba, out of sheer frustration. Upon opening his eyes once more, he found himself in this world of Pokemon. The good news, he was not born in a high school girl's restroom in Beijing. The even better news, his birthplace was rather pleasant. He was born in an orphanage on the outskirts of Donghai City, expelled at the age of 15. Fortunately, the original owner's parents left behind a lovely house, a 3-bedroom apartment, and Lun Yin was exempt from water, electricity, and management fees until he graduated high school. Each month, he received a stipend of 3,000 Alliance coins for living expenses. Yet as a devoted fan of Pokemon since childhood, being able to enter this Pokemon world had already surpassed the aspirations of 99.99% of others. Master, it's time for work. Master. Yet Lun Yin smacked his phone to silence the alarm. It was time ahead to work. Descending the stairs, Lun Yin rode the bicycle he had splurged on from the seafood market, a 2007 U-cycling, a 2006 bicycle to work. Back to work again, poor Lun Yin. Singing to my beloved bicycle, he hummed a peculiar tune. After 10 minutes, he successfully arrived at his workplace. Luo Lin Convenience Store. After securing his bicycle, Lun Yin entered the store, greeting the manager with familiarity. Sister Lin, busy today? Lun Yin inquired. Yes, I'll leave everything to you this morning. Just message me on QQ if you need anything, she replied. Understood. After discussing which shelves needed restocking and which were already completed, Sister Lin opened the door to leave. Lun Yin called out to her, Sister Lin, I'd like to resign. Why the sudden decision? Oh, right. You're starting your senior year soon. Sister Lin retracted her hand from the door and circled around Lun Yin, realizing that he had already worked for her for over 2 years. Having just graduated from middle school, Lun Yin did not choose to remain idle. In the Dongwang Alliance, a 15-year-old could embark on work without needing to be of legal age. Centered around home, Lun Yin found several suitable shops nearby, interviewed at each, and ultimately chose Sister Lin's newly opened Luo Lin convenience store, which was still in need of staff. The work was not exhausting, and the pay was standard. However, Lun Yin's choice of Sister Lin and the convenience store stemmed from the fact that he could utilize fragmented time for work, making use of hours outside of class. Aside from weekends and holidays, he was expected to work regularly. Another reason was that Sister Lin provided free meals. Moreover, the store was comfortably cool in winter and summer, shielded from the sun, requiring little physical labor. The most strenuous task was merely assisting with lifting goods into the store. After a brief attempt to retain him, Sister Lin promptly settled Lun Yin's wages, even adding an extra 10,000 alliance coins as a bonus for his years of service. Hacklin, you sly one. After tidying up in the evening, Lun Yin bid Sister Lin a final farewell. Sister Lin remarked, It's not like you won't see me again. Just come by whenever you feel like it. Okay. After parting ways, Lun Yin intended to ride his bicycle straight home, ready to take a shower and retire early for the night. Before he left, Sister Lin called out to Lun Yin, If you haven't found a suitable Pokemon, just give me a call. I still have some connections in Donghai City, you know? Sure, got it. That night. Upon returning home, Lun Yin took a shower and dried his hair, and it was precisely 8 o'clock. Twice a day, I eagerly refresh for the initial Pokemon, a moment I have long anticipated throughout the year. This exhilarating sensation akin to a gamble in a lottery. I click. Refresh. Wow. A golden legendary. Chapter 2. Behold, the initial winds have risen. The dice are cast. This marks the final roll of the gambler. A flash of golden light refreshes the screen. And the seasoned gamblers are well aware of what has transpired. Pokemon, Nidoran. Potential, champion grade. Gender, male. Level, 0. Type, poison. Ability, vital spirit. Held item, none. Move set, Leer, poison sting. Inherited moves, tackle, supersonic, revenge. Gazing at the attributes of Nidoran displayed on the system's soft blue panel, Lun Yin was momentarily taken aback. His eyes widened in astonishment, his heart soaring with joy. A Nidoran with the vital spirit ability and champion grade potential, accompanied by 3 advantageous inherited moves. The convergence of these 3 exceptional attributes within a single Pokemon was nothing short of miraculous. The more he scrutinized it, the more exhilarated he became. It's you. My starting Pokemon, Nidoran, he declared. Finally, after enduring countless trials, he had rolled out the most suitable initial Pokemon. One boasting formidable strength both in the early and later stages of the game, capable of synergizing with the Sandstorm team. The thought brought a warm glow to Lun Yin's heart. Tonight, he must reward himself with a lavish midnight feast. A grand serving of pig trotter rice, generously accompanied by a large pig knuckle and a selection of savory sausages. Sichuan-style sausages. Click to select this initial Pokemon. With utmost care, Lun Yin clicked on the selection on the system's pale blue panel. Instantly, the entire attributes panel transformed into a swirling vortex, lines of text materializing before Lun Yin's eyes. Game life activated. Initial Pokemon, Nidoran. Lun Yin, an ordinary traveler devoid of wealth, power, or influence, is merely a youth of trifling means. Apart from his unparalleled beauty and charm, which is second only to the esteemed reader, he possesses little else. As of today, during the summer break between sophomore and junior years, your life shall commence from a Nidoran Pokemon egg. Please select the life you desire, striving for minimal regrets. Game life. Commence. Knock, knock, knock. Is Mr. Lun Yin home? Your package has arrived. Please sign for it. After selecting his initial Pokemon, lines of black text appeared before Lun Yin's eyes. He had been lost in thought for an indeterminate period until the knocking at the door jolted him back to reality. Coming. Lun Yin called out towards the door. He hastily donned his shoes and opened the door to receive the package from the delivery man. Minutes later, he completed the signing process. A square box was placed upon the table in Lun Yin's living room. Upon opening it, He found a pristine white Pokemon egg adorned with purple speckles, resting quietly at the center of the box. This was the Nidoran Pokemon egg that the system had mentioned. How swiftly it has arrived, Lu Nian marveled. He picked up the Nidoran Pokemon egg, admiring it for some time before reluctantly placing it back into the incubator. As he set down the Nidoran egg, a question piqued his curiosity, given that the system was already in place. Why was the Nidoran egg not conjured out of thin air, but instead delivered by a courier? The system soon provided Lu Nian with a reasonable explanation. According to Article 13923 of the initial regulations, the creation of life is strictly prohibited. Operations must be conducted through legitimate means within the native world. Upon reading the response on the system's soft blue panel, Lu Nian found it somewhat justifiable. After reclining on his bed, he recalled that what was known as QQ in his previous life was referred to as Pokémon in this world, with functionality remaining unchanged despite the name. In the class group chat, since the summer break commenced, the teacher had announced that students could begin searching for their initial Pokémon. By the first day of school, the group chat had reached a perpetual state of 99 messages, all revolving around Pokémon discussions. After all, in this Pokémon world, the most significant aspect of life is undoubtedly one's initial Pokémon. Zhou Lingjia. Behold my Pidgey, which will ultimately evolve into a Corviknight. Zhou Lingjia. The final evolution, Corviknight, is a noble steel and flying type, both striking and capable of serving as a mount, with formidable strength, truly a perfect initial Pokémon. Yixian, not as good as my Squirtle. Chung Xian, enough of your bickering. I declare that the Turtwig is the true eternal classic. Zhou Lingjia. 6. Yixian. 6. The topic of conversation within the group was predominantly centered around the selection of initial Pokémon. Soon, inquiries arose among Lu Nian's close friends regarding which initial Pokémon he had chosen. Lu Nian, Nidoran Pokemon Egg JPG. Lu Nian, what do you think of Nidoran? Zhou Lingjia. Nidoran seems rather mediocre, my brother, not as good as my Pidgey. Yixian. Nidoran seems rather mediocre, my brother, not as good as my Squirtle. Chung Xian. Nidoran seems rather mediocre, my brother, not as good as my Turtwig. Zhou Lingjia. Brother, while your initial Pokemon is indeed powerful, it requires considerable skill. Do you have any recommendations for a simpler yet potent initial Pokemon? Yixian. I do, my brother. There are indeed more than just 3 formidable initial Pokemon. There are 9, all excellent choices for the current version T05, particularly for playing the side lanes. Lu Nian, disinterested in engaging with this crowd, had his own matters to attend to. Closing his phone, he descended the stairs and mounted his bicycle, heading towards the nearest Runshui Duck Square, home to the largest bookstore in Donghai City. To nurture a Pokemon effectively, knowledge regarding their upbringing is indispensable. It is not merely a matter of battling daily, as in games, where leveling up leads to evolution. Instead, it requires disciplined training, practice of moves, consumption of suitable energy cubes, and equipping held items to gradually enhance a Pokemon's battle prowess. The specifics of training, which moves to practice, and so forth, can only be found in specialized literature. After all, Pokemon are individuals, each with significant differences. As evening fell, Lu Nian returned home, a bag of books in hand, all pertaining to Nidoran, Nidorino, and Nidoking. These volumes were far from inexpensive, costing Lu Nian nearly 1,000 Alliance coins. The titles included On the Living Habits of Nidoran, Cautions and Cultivation of Nidoran's Evolutionary Path, and Nidoran, 3 Years to Champion, 5 Years to Master, among others. In this world, the knowledge of Pokemon cultivation carries a price. In fact, these were merely the most basic texts. The true secrets of Pokemon cultivation are held closely by noble families and remain undisclosed and inaccessible. After a refreshing shower and organizing the books on the shelf, Lu Nian perused them for a while. Time slipped by unnoticed until it was nearly 10 p.m., and the fatigue from a long day weighed heavily upon him. It was time for slumber, to seek the daughter of the Dream Lord in the realm of dreams. Chapter 3. The Hatching Dream. Why does it feel so heavy on my chest? No way. Lu Nian's hand instinctively reached down to check if everything was intact. Exhaling deeply, he murmured, "Phew, thank goodness you're still here. If you had run away, how would I find happiness in my lower half?" Suddenly, a childlike voice emerged, followed by a wet sensation as it licked Lu Nian. Saliva? Could it be? As Lu Nian opened his eyes, he discovered the source of the heaviness upon his chest. Before him lay a petite purple Pokemon, quietly nestled against him, its large, glistening eyes gazing up at him. When their gazes met, a spark of curiosity ignited within its innocent eyes. Gently, Lu Nian lifted Nidoran, observing his initial Pokemon closely. Nidoran, mindful of his poison spikes, retracted them to avoid pricking Lun Yin. Despite Nidoran's efforts to control himself, his stomach betrayed him, emitting a soft rumble. Lun Yin looked at Nidoran and asked, "Are you hungry?" "Just a moment." He carefully placed Nidoran on the bed and rose to retrieve the Moo Moo milk he had purchased the previous day, warming it before offering it to Nidoran. After consuming an entire bottle of Moo Moo milk, Nidoran curled up in Lun Yin's embrace, drifting into a deep slumber. Pokemon, Nidoran, qualities, champion qualities, gender, male, level 1, type, poison ability, vitality held item, none, moves, glare, poison sting, inherited moves, tackle, supersonic. Double edge, gently placing Nidoran back onto the bed, Lun Yin activated the scanning function of his system to examine Nidoran. The only change was in level. Due to hatching, Nidoran's level had risen from 0 to 1, while all other attributes remained unchanged. Pulling out a chair, Lun Yin opened the newly purchased, thick notebook. Moo Moo milk, 300 per bottle. This notebook served as Lun Yin's record of nurturing Nidoran from scratch. It was essential not only to document his thoughts, but also to continuously revise them based on previous entries. The first step was to note down the cost of a bottle of Moo Moo milk, which stood at 300 Alliance coins. This amount could easily purchase a rank match in the competitive scene. Nonetheless, for the sake of Nidoran, Lun Yin had bought 21 bottles of Moo Moo milk to support Nidoran through his early growth period, which lasted until level 5. With 3 bottles a day, after 7 days, Nidoran would learn the tackle move, indicating he had reached level 5. Lun Yin turned to Nidoran, inscribing his champion qualities on the first page. In this world, Pokemon qualities are categorized into 6 distinct levels: champion, elite, gym, excellent, good, and average, ranking Pokemon accordingly. Further distinctions include Pokemon egg traits and inherited moves. The vitality ability is of utmost importance for Nidoran, as it transforms into a force ability upon Nidoran's evolution into Nidoking. Force ability. The additional effects of moves vanish, while power increases by 30. This ability perfectly complements the Life Orb, rendering Nidoking immune to the HP reduction caused by each move hitting the opponent, which would ordinarily decrease HP by 10, with the Force ability enhancing power by 30 and the Life Orb adding another 30. It implies that Nidoking's Flamethrower could reach a staggering power of 901, 691, 5211, compared to the mere 150 of the move Hyper Beam. Thus, a Nidoking adapted to the Life Orb with a Force ability could unleash devastating attacks, and its move pool was impressively deep, comprising moves like Farmer's 3 Punches, Flamethrower, Ice Beam, and Thunderbolt. By such calculations, a Pokemon with elite qualities would fetch a minimum price of 10 million Alliance coins. The combination of the Vitality ability and 3 highly useful inherited moves made this Nidoran extraordinarily valuable. Lun Yin shivered at the thought of such a Nidoran's terrifying price. However, training Nidoran would have to wait until a week after the early growth period concluded. Pushing training during this phase could lead to injuries with lasting repercussions. Typically, Pokemon trainers commence training only after the early growth period ends. For the sake of caution, it would be best for Nidoran to navigate through this phase securely. Nevertheless, Nidoran's inherited moves were remarkably impressive: Tackle, Supersonic, and Double Edge. Each of these moves was applicable in the early stages. Tackle served as a priority move, Supersonic provided control, and Double Edge could serve as a counterattack. Additionally, Poison Sting was also a potent move in the early game. The issue of insufficient attack power could be entirely compensated by the Vitality ability. Vitality ability. Attack power increases to 15 times the original, with a 0.8 accuracy for physical moves. This could be easily resolved by learning the move Scratch. Scratch sharpens claws, boosting attack by 1 level and increasing accuracy by 1 level. Setting down his pen, Lun Yin recorded all his whimsical ideas regarding the nurturing of Nidoran, filling an entire page of his notebook. In the realm of Pokemon games, nurturing a Pokemon merely requires battling to accumulate experience, level up, evolve, and allocate effort values, often devoid of extensive contemplation or requiring one to consult guides directly. However, nurturing a Pokemon in reality demands attention to every aspect of its care. Reclining back onto the bed, Lun Yin gazed at the dilapidated ceiling above, sighing. The road ahead is long and arduous. Chapter 4, Nidoran's First Battle. In the small park downstairs, Lun Yin was training Nidoran. Nidoran, when using Poison Sting, focus on your aim. Concentrate the poison energy at the tip of your stinger. And then, Lun Yin shared the techniques he had learned for the Poison Sting move with Nidoran. After successfully transcending the early growth period, Nidoran eagerly immersed himself in training. demonstrating the prowess of his elite qualities as he effortlessly grasped the nuances of Poison Sting, Tackle, Supersonic, and Double Edge. All those years of rolling the dice had not been in vain. Poochie. 3 Poison Stings struck true against the training post. The power was undeniable. However, one of the 3 Poison Stings had veered slightly off course, missing the target. No matter. The power of the Poison Sting had already been enhanced by the Vitality ability and the Poison-type attribute, boosting its power from 15 to 151, 515, 3375. Now, a supplementary scratch move would perfectly rectify the accuracy issue. You're doing splendidly, Nidoran. Lunyan crouched down, affectionately patting Nidoran's small head while presenting him with a Poison-type energy cube as a reward. I knew you were here. A crisp, melodious voice rang out. Without turning around, Lunyan recognized who it was. He was all too familiar with this voice. It belonged to his upstairs neighbor, Lei Yao. By a twist of fate, Lei Yao had learned that she and Lunyan were neighbors. And with their homeroom teacher frequently sharing Lunyan's academic achievements in the group chat, his perfect scores in mathematics and top ranks, she, being fiercely competitive, could not bear the thought of someone outperforming her. Consequently, her choice was to roll. Yet how could a high school girl possibly outshine Lunyan, who hailed from a prestigious background? Over time, the two had grown familiar. Ah, the esteemed Miss Lei graces us with her presence. What guidance do you bring? Lunyan inquired. Isn't it because you haven't replied to my messages? How many times have you read my texts without responding? Lei Yao retorted, her annoyance palpable. This fellow always seems oblivious to messages. Although Lunyan usually has justifiable reasons, the sight of his lack of response inexplicably irks Lei Yao. With a pout, Lei Yao remarked, my father has invited you to dinner tonight. Do you remember? Yes. When the young lady speaks, how could a junior dare to disobey? Lunyan replied. Uncle Lei has been rather considerate towards Lunyan. He even offered to help him capture a starter Pokemon previously, but Lunyan politely declined. Given the chance to obtain a starter Pokemon, Lunyan preferred to rely on his own abilities. Crouching before Nidoran, Lei Yao gently patted its small head. Your Nidoran has developed quite well. How about a Pokemon battle? You have encountered your first Pokemon battle invitation. Your path as a trainer presents the following choices. 1. The triumph of a fledgling champion. Defeat Lei Yao and her Pokemon to earn the item Poison Needle. 2. Why not try indulging in a soft life? Being defeated by Lei Yao and her Pokemon will trigger a special storyline tonight. Without hesitation, Lunyan chose option 1. The reason was simple. Lunyan's current prowess was commendable, rendering the idea of an easy life unnecessary. Even in indulgence, one should strive for a hard-earned meal. Moreover, Lunyan had no reason to decline. It was an excellent opportunity to observe the results of Nidoran's training during this period. Be gentle with me, young lady, Lunyan remarked. Nidoran, let's give it our all. If we win, we'll feast tonight. Upon hearing the word feast, Nidoran immediately perked up, letting out a couple of soft cries while proudly patting its chest, signifying its confidence in victory. Lei Yao released her Pokeball, declaring, I shall not go easy on you. As the Pokeball opened, a creature resembling a fox emerged, its fur predominantly brown. With a fluffy cream-colored mane around its neck and tail, brown eyes, long ears reminiscent of a rabbit, and a tiny black nose. Pokemon EV. Qualification, Gym Qualification. Gender, female. Level, 7. Type, normal. Ability, adaptability. Held item, none. Moves, tackle, tail whip, growl, helping hand, wish, sand attack, quick attack. Inherited moves, wish yawn. To be frank, Lunyan was taken aback by Lei Yao's starter Pokemon. Eevee's value is quite significant, as it is a partner Pokemon often seen alongside Pikachu. The popularity of Eevee is undeniable. Heh, don't say I lacked valor if you lose, Lei Yao said with her hands on her hips, chuckling. The battle commenced. Eevee, use quick attack. In a flash, Eevee transformed into a white streak, dashing towards Nidoran at an astonishing speed. The essence of quick attack lies in its swiftness, making it a formidable move in the early stages. However, Lunyan had already contemplated how to counter it. Nidoran, use Supersonic. Nidoran opened its mouth, unleashing an inaudible sound wave. While imperceptible to humans and ineffective, it posed a different challenge for Eevee. To prevent Eevee from falling into a state of confusion, Lei Yao swiftly commanded Eevee to cease its assault and evade the incoming sound wave. Nidoran, Poison Needle. Nidoran lifted its head slightly, expelling 3 poison needles towards Eevee. Eevee, jump. The agile Eevee leaped high, effortlessly dodging the poison needle assault. In response, Lei Yao commanded, Eevee, use yawn. A small bubble floated forth from Eevee's yawn, drifting towards Nidoran at a leisurely pace. Continue with Poison Needle. 3 more poison needles were expelled from Nidoran, successfully shattering the yawn bubble. Seizing the opportunity presented by yawn, Eevee swiftly approached Nidoran. Eevee used Tackle, Double Edge. Nidoran, however, did not need to confront Eevee head-on. There were more strategic alternatives. After executing the poison needle move, Nidoran resolutely curled into a ball, closing its eyes in anticipation of Eevee's attack. Thud! Eevee slammed into Nidoran's head with a crisp sound. In the next moment, Nidoran raised its head, a red glow flashing across its body as the effect of Double Edge activated, returning the physical damage taken from Eevee back to it at double the intensity. Thud! Eevee was sent flying, crashing against a nearby tree trunk. By the time Eevee landed on the ground, it had already lost the ability to battle. The battle concluded, and Nidoran emerged victorious. Item acquired. Poison Needle. Eevee. Lei Yao hurried to her Pokemon's side, cradling it tightly. You did wonderfully. Now rest, she said after confirming Eevee's condition. After praising Eevee, Lei Yao stood and remarked, Your Nidoran is impressive. It even inherited Double Edge. A stroke of luck, indeed, Lun Yan replied with a smile and a bow. A poison needle item costs 30,000 Alliance coins. How could Lun Yan not be pleased? Chapter 5. The Onslaught of Spearow. On a park bench, the summer sun blazed, and a gentle breeze brought a hint of coolness. Beside the bench, Nidoran and Eevee munched on the poison-type and normal-type energy cubes that Lun Yan and Lei Yao had prepared in advance. Lei Yao inquired, So, you plan to embark on the path of a trainer? With your exceptional grades and your success in competitions, I thought you might pursue a career in research, she continued. Research, you say? Initially, I participated in competitions out of sheer boredom, having already mastered the knowledge from high school. Later, I continued competing for the substantial monetary rewards that accompanied excellent results. However, now, I wish to see if Nidoran and I can reach the pinnacle together. Lun Yan replied. After chatting for a while, Lei Yao returned home. Lun Yan watched her depart, a fleeting glimmer of blue light flashing in his eyes. Lei Yao's current affection level, for stars. The next day, in Donghai City, at the outskirts of the coastal forest, Lun Yan was engrossed in reading a document while Nidoran vigilantly scanned the surroundings for any lurking dangers. Last night, Lun Yan had enjoyed a delightful dinner at Lei Yao's home, though he couldn't shake the feeling that Aunt Lei's gaze was rather peculiar. However, he had an unexpected gain. Uncle Lei learned of Lun Yan's intent to explore the coastal forest and provided him with a detailed map of the outskirts. This map included precise terrain details and precious finds discovered by trainers in recent years. For instance, someone had found a water stone by the seaside. Rare Pokemon had been spotted in certain locations, and rare berry trees had been discovered. Compiling such a document is no easy feat initially. Lun Yan intended to search the trainer forum in Donghai City, but the results were predictably disappointing. After several days of inquiry, the information he obtained was fragmentary at best or confirmed falsehoods at worst. Yet, Uncle Lei effortlessly arranged a comprehensive document for Lun Yan, revealing that his true identity was no mere clerk. Sitting beneath a tree, Lun Yan marveled at the resource distribution depicted on the map. The coastal forest is far more expansive than one might imagine, brimming with an extraordinary wealth of resources. It is no wonder that so many individuals venture into the coastal forest in search of exploration. I too yearn for the chance to meander leisurely and perhaps stumble upon a shard of water stone. After a brief respite, Lun Yan stowed the map into his backpack, preparing to embark on his adventure. Before long, Lun Yan and Nidoran stepped beyond the safety of the city, entering the coastal forest. The dense foliage obscured the sunlight, allowing only dappled rays to filter through the gaps between the leaves, casting a mosaic of light upon the ground. Caterpillars rested quietly on the tree trunks, nibbling on the leaves, while the grass Pokemon in the underbrush cautiously observed the passing humans. Overhead, a flock of wingulls soared, startling the caterpillars into seeking refuge beneath the leaves. The atmosphere teemed with life, inhabited by Pokemon that posed no threat, as long as one refrained from provocation. They would remain undisturbed. Their curiosity was the only response Nidoran and Lun Yan elicited. Suddenly, Nidoran sensed something amiss. A sharp, resounding bird call pierced the air. Wild Pokemon were upon them. A robust Spearow suddenly dove from above, its keen gaze fixated on Nidoran and Lun Yan, and its sharp talons and beak betrayed its prowess as a formidable hunter. After a brief moment of observation, the Spearow lunged toward Lun Yan with a direct attack. Such audacity! Lun Yan marveled at the Spearow's bravery. Nidoran, use Poison Sting against its wings, he commanded. Without hesitation, Nidoran unleashed 3 poisonous stingers aimed at the Spearow, which pierced the air and struck the bird's wing. The injury caused the Spearow to falter, its flight compromised. Once more, Lu Nian urged. Nidoran opened its mouth and launched another 3 stingers at the opposite wing. Both attacks were executed flawlessly, yielding a substantial boost in vitality, without a single miss. With both wings incapacitated by the poison, the Spearow could no longer maintain its balance and plummeted to the ground, stripped of its will to resist. Finish it, Nidoran. Use your final poison sting, Lu Nian instructed. Yay! Nidoran exclaimed, exhilarated by the seamless flow of battle. The Spearow, trembling, gazed at the poison sting that landed beside it on the ground. Lu Nian and Nidoran exchanged glances. Ignoring the brief interruption, Nidoran executed another poison sting, striking the Spearow once more. The creature let out a pained cry, succumbing to its incapacitation. Lu Nian gently patted Nidoran's head, offering encouragement. Well done. Have a treat. He presented a piece of poison-type energy cube to Nidoran. Nidoran sighed contentedly, swallowing the energy cube whole. As if I would fear such a mere Spearow. While feeding Nidoran, Lu Nian surveyed the surroundings. Logically, Spearows were social creatures, typically nesting in pairs or groups. After a brief rest, Lu Nian and Nidoran ventured further into the coastal forest's periphery. As anticipated, they did not travel far before encountering 2 Spearows seeking retribution. Where are the Pidgeys? Lu Nian pondered. Indeed, certain trainers periodically cleared the outskirts of the coastal forest, ensuring that overly powerful Pokémon would not approach the vicinity of EC City. Having confirmed the number of Spearows, Lu Nian chose not to retreat. Nidoran was eager for a challenge. It would be a 1 vs 2 encounter for Nidoran's first experience. Use Supersonic, Lu Nian commanded. Nidoran quickly inhaled deeply and let out a silent supersonic wave. The right Spearow, unable to evade in time, was struck and fell into a state of confusion, erratically flapping its wings in the air. The other Spearow, having dodged the attack, once again charged toward Lu Nian. With its wings enveloped in a flurry of flying-type energy, it executed a quick attack. Dodge, Lu Nian shouted, responding to the command. He and Nidoran leaped to the left and right, respectively, to evade the Spearow's strike. Poison Sting. Even while dodging, Lu Nian did not forget to counterattack. Nidoran opened its mouth and released 3 poison stings in rapid succession, but the negative effects of its vitality trait triggered once more. The trajectory of the stingers was wildly erratic. Only one grazed the Spearow. 5 misses out of 2 hits. What is going on? The next moment, the Spearow, utilizing quick attack, displayed an expression of torment as a trace of purple blood oozed from the spot where it had been grazed by the poison sting. Lu Nian activated his scanner and noted a new negative status on the Spearow's attribute panel. Poisoned. Now is the time to strike, Nidoran. Use ambush, Lu Nian directed, pointing at the poisoned Spearow. The Spearow struggled, attempting to rise and execute another quick attack. Just as Lu Nian had surmised, the moment Nidoran displayed an offensive posture, the Spearow reacted instinctively, triggering the effect of the ambush move. Attack faster than the opponent. If the opponent has not used an attack move, it will fail. Nidoran charged straight into the Spearow, and combined with the initial damage from the poison, the ambush was sufficient to finish off the creature. Only one remained. This remaining Spearow, having regained its composure from the confusion, recognized that Nidoran was a formidable opponent, especially due to the human's commanding presence, making it even more challenging. In a moment of strategic insight, the Spearow chose to ignore Nidoran entirely, locking its gaze on the seemingly weaker human. The sharp beak of the Spearow gleamed with a flash of light as it prepared to execute a basic attack, Peck. Even a mere level 8 Spearow wielded the potential to inflict severe damage on a human, and a critical hit could even be fatal. Use ambush, Lu Nian calmly instructed, simultaneously sprinting toward Nidoran. His regular training was now bearing fruit. The Spearow's attack was linear, despite the added weight and inertia from its dive, making the peck more potent. The trajectory was still predictable. In a moment of crisis, Lu Nian leaped into the air. Thud. He checked himself for injuries. None. If he had evaded, the misfortune would fall upon the Spearow. Nidoran's furious ambush collided with the Spearow's beak. The peck was no match for Nidoran's vitality trait. After dodging the Spearow's deadly strike, Lu Nian rose and commanded, finish it. Yay. Nidoran's small eyes blazed with fury as it executed a peck against the Spearow. Feeling a sense of duty to protect its trainer, Nidoran followed up with a poison sting after the initial attack. The Spearow let out a pained cry, subsequently losing its ability to battle. Thus, the Spearow was vanquished. After defeating the Spearows, Lu Nian retrieved a poison-type energy cube to replenish Nidoran's strength. He also activated the scanner to assess the 2 Spearows' attributes. Regrettably, both were of mediocre quality, possessing the lowest tier of ordinary potential. rendering them unworthy of capture. However, given that there are 3 Spearows here, comprising 1 male and 2 females, and considering the territorial instincts of Spearows, it stands to reason that a nest must be nearby. Moreover, it is unlikely to be far away. After searching the vicinity with Nidoran, I stumbled upon a tree hollow in a grand tree. Below, I could faintly discern a nest constructed from branches within the hollow. Confirming that this was indeed the Spearow's nest, the next step was to venture up and explore the spoils. I glanced at Nidoran, who shook his head vigorously. Nidoran exclaimed, "I can handle battles, but climbing trees is out of the question. Fortunately, I, your humble master, am quite the climbing prodigy." With that, I swiftly ascended the tree, gathering everything recognizable and stuffing it into my backpack. Aside from the nest made of twigs, which was of no use, the rest was collected. Upon descending, I emptied the contents onto the ground for easier selection. However, aside from some peculiar stones, oddly shaped branches, and the shells of unknown Pokémon eggs, there was little of value to be found. Suddenly, Nidoran let out a cry and picked up a purple, soft, ball-like object at the edge. "What is this?" I wondered, instinctively activating the scanning function. Name, Poison Sac. Quality, ordinary. Description, a poison sac from a level 11 Arbok. Edible for poison-type Pokémon. I have unlocked a new function. I brought the poison sac to my nose for a gentle sniff. Indeed, it had a distinct aroma. However, this Arbok's poison sac could prove beneficial for Nidoran, as poison-type Pokémon can enhance their toxicity and increase their poisoning probability by consuming each other's poison sacs. Since the system indicated that Nidoran could eat it, there should be no adverse effects. "Go ahead and eat it," I said, tossing the Arbok's poison sac to Nidoran, who leapt up eagerly. With an enthusiastic "whoa," Nidoran took a bite. The poison sac was surprisingly palatable, albeit with a pungent, fishy odor. Overall, it was quite enjoyable. After resting for half an hour, Nidoran, having consumed the Arbok's poison sac, not only felt no discomfort, but was invigorated. No wonder poison sacs are so expensive in shops. They possessed this additional benefit. This unexpected delight made Nidoran's training journey in the coastal forest remarkably fruitful. Once sufficiently rested, I led Nidoran to continue our exploration as planned. While crossing a small stream and traversing a patch of bushes, I asked, "Nidoran, do you smell that?" Nidoran nodded. A faint fragrance wafted through the air, impossible to miss. Following the scent, I pushed aside the bushes, revealing a clear sandy area with a fruit tree, about human height, growing in the center. The delightful aroma emanated from this tree. What peculiar green shell encased the fruit growing there? The only thing I could think of was the rare sand-scale fruit, which holds significant value. I was fortunate to have stumbled upon such a treasure. However, my jubilation was premature. For beneath the sand-scale tree lay a Pokémon with 2 large horns and a light gray shell. Scyther, Kyrie, a level 28 Scyther, undoubtedly a dominant presence in the outskirts of the coastal forest. While capturing other Pokémon might be challenging, there was a chance I could obtain the sand-scale fruit from Scyther. I cautiously retreated, whispering to Nidoran, "You do this, then do that." Afterward, we would use a smoke ball to retreat and regroup at the marked boulder. Understood? Nidoran nodded, eyes gleaming with thoughts of the sand-scale fruit. Chapter 7. Sand-scale fruit. A small stone unexpectedly struck Scyther's head, causing it to become alert. "Who goes there?" Scyther's beady eyes scanned the surroundings. Another small stone struck Scyther's horn, creating a sharp sound. As the saying goes, 3 strikes and you're out. Scyther decided to give the culprit one more chance, believing itself to be a magnanimous creature. However, just then, WC. 3 poisonous needles embedded themselves into Scyther's back. "You little rascal," Scyther fumed, turning to see Nidoran, who flashed a mischievous grin before fleeing. "How dare you? I shall catch you with my great horns and exact punishment upon your impudent self." 5 minutes later, Scyther returned in a huff, furious that the pesky Nidoran had escaped far too swiftly. Just as Scyther was about to catch Nidoran, it had used a move unfamiliar to Scyther. It had first thrown a peculiar tail, similar to a spur's tail, that ensnared Scyther's eyes. Suddenly, with a loud thud, a thick cloud of smoke erupted, smoke ball, and when Scyther tried to find Nidoran again, it had vanished without a trace. How infuriating! Scyther seethed. "I must feast tonight, and then enjoy a sand-scale fruit as compensation for this vexation." The clever acquisition of the sand-scale fruit was orchestrated by none other than myself and Nidoran. Nidoran had successfully distracted Scyther, leading it away while utilizing the tail to draw Scyther's attention, followed by creating a smoke screen to facilitate our escape. Meanwhile, I took advantage of this moment to pluck the ripe sand-scale fruits. Upon inspecting the tree, I noted that there were 7 sand-scale fruits in total. 2 of them were ripe, exuding an enticing aroma. while the rest were still unripe and thus left untouched. Just as I had gathered the 2 ripe sandscale fruits, an explosion of smoke echoed from a distance. Very well then, let Scyther guard the remaining sandscale fruits, and I shall return for them later. As night fell, Nidoran and I had returned to the city and made our way home. I had not anticipated delving so deep into the coastal forest, reaching the intersection between the outskirts and the depths. It was no wonder that such high-level Pokemon like Scyther and the sandscale fruits resided there. Setting aside my thoughts, I retrieved the 2 sandscale fruits from my backpack and said to Nidoran, Come, let us divide the spoils. Rare fruits cannot be kept for long without special preservation equipment, so they must be consumed quickly. Nidoran, without hesitation, devoured both fruits in 2 bites. Although the sandscale fruits were small, Nidoran felt a noticeable fullness afterwards. I inquired, Can you eat no more? Nidoran nodded, proudly displaying its round little belly. Is that so? I mused, glancing at the other sandscale fruit in my hand. Humans gain little from consuming rare fruits. At best, they merely replenish vitamins without absorbing their inherent powers. I, too, lacked the specialized thermal containers necessary for preserving the sandscale fruits. Left as is or placed in the refrigerator, the energy contained within the sandscale fruit dissipates within a maximum of 48 hours. Moreover, the optimal time for consuming the sandscale fruit is within 12 hours of its harvest. Specialized thermal boxes can prolong this duration. However, with Nidoran unable to consume any more, Loon found himself without a second Pokemon. An idea struck him. Tap, tap, tap. Loon ascended the stairs clutching the sandscale fruit and rapped on the door of Lei Yao's home. It's you. What's the matter? Lei Yao inquired as she opened the door. Loon swiftly thrust the sandscale fruit into Lei Yao's arms. This is for you. Utilizing my uncle's map, I located a sandscale fruit tree on the outskirts of the coastal forest and harvested 2 ripe fruits. Since Nidoran can only consume 1, it would be a shame to waste the other. Thus, I offer it to you. I have matters to attend to. Farewell. With that, Loon descended the stairs, leaving no opportunity for Lei Yao to decline. As the saying goes, courtesy should be reciprocated. Uncle Lei had gifted Loon a rare map, and in return, Loon presented Lei Yao with a sandscale fruit. A mutual exchange fosters enduring connections. Watching Loon depart, Lei Yao could only close the door while holding the sandscale fruit. Who was at the door? Lei father inquired. It was Loon. He just gifted me this sandscale fruit, claiming he found 2 thanks to your map, Lei Yao replied, placing the fruit on the coffee table for her father to see. As an experienced trainer, Lei father immediately recognized it as a freshly harvested sandscale fruit. That kid truly is something. Just as Loon settled down at home, he received a notification from the system. Lei Hai's favorability has increased. Current favorability, 3 stars. Oh, isn't that Lei Yao's father? Unexpectedly, a pleasant surprise within a pleasant surprise. His favorability was only 1 star before. Perhaps he perceives Loon as a pig attempting to court his cabbage. Loon had no romantic inclinations at the moment. Love based solely on appearances seldom endures, akin to grains of sand scattered by the wind. Besides, Loon was a firm believer in pure love, either abstaining from romance entirely or committing to a single partner. That evening, Loon updated his training diary for Nidoran, documenting the consumption of the sandscale fruit. As the adage goes, details determine success or failure. Thus, he approached the nurturing of Nidoran with utmost caution, for Nidoran was his initial Pokemon. However, a significant challenge loomed on the horizon regarding Nidoran's development. Unlike ordinary Pokemon, the Nidoran species requires an evolution stone to evolve into Nidoqueen. Benefit: an excellent evolution stone can further enhance Nidoqueen's potential. Drawback: the most common moonstone costs 400,000 Alliance coins. Given that Loon's Nidoran possessed kingly potential, he would require at least a high-quality moonstone to enhance its qualifications upon evolution. This posed a considerable challenge. Yet Loon had faith in the system. If he pursued the path of a trainer and excelled in the provincial examination, he would be entitled to choose any evolution stone, including a high-quality moonstone. Thus, his goal became clear: to become the provincial champion. However, he needed to accomplish his short-term and intermediate objectives before contemplating long-term ambitions. As he prepared for bed, Loon mused, "What delightful dream shall I indulge in tonight?" He decided it would be of a 148-centimeter tall, golden-haired, proud little loli named Zhou. Chapter 8. Initial Assessment Battles at School. After a month of rigorous training, the 2-month summer vacation had come to an end, and school was set to commence. Last night, a miraculous event unfolded. Before even stepping into the classroom, Loon could hear the cacophony of voices emanating from within. At Donghai No. 1 High School, Class 3-1, Lu Leoi, Hurry and let me copy your chemistry homework. I beg you. Swap math for physics. Quick. Yi Zian, did you take Ching X Science History assignment? Let me copy it first. What of it? No way. The lively chatter among classmates over assignments was truly music to Lun's ears. Upon his arrival in this world, he had previously lamented why he still had to study subjects like mathematics and chemistry after traversing realms. Having crossed over, why am I not off on a journey at the age of 10 instead of attending school? Is it only in the 3rd year that one is allowed to possess Pokemon? But alas, such was the reality. Taking his seat, Lun leaned down to retrieve his phone, preparing to attend an online course. Netizen comment. If you want to block, don't rush to buy FA. Hey, aren't you going to write? Lei Yao suddenly nudged Lun, holding out her assignment. Not necessary, Lun replied dismissively. As the top student in his grade, having never fallen out of the top 3, he enjoyed this privilege. Yet, each time, Lei Yao would inquire, are you really not going to write? Hearing Lun refuse once more, she murmured, I don't know where you get your confidence. Next time you want to copy, I won't let you. Noticing the commotion, Yi Zian and Zhou Lingjie approached. Lei Jia, if he is not copying, can I take a look at your math? Me too. Ding, ding, ding. The urgent bell rang, and the homeroom teacher entered the classroom. Instantly, a miracle occurred. Everyone settled into their seats, quietly reading and reviewing. As for completing assignments, surely, no respectable individual would engage in such activity at school. Clearing his throat, teacher Tang Chongping began, now that summer is over. I trust everyone has successfully captured their initial Pokemon, and I hope they are all Pokemon you truly cherish? Yes, the class responded in unison. Tang Chongping stroked his graying beard, his kind face uttering words devoid of emotion. In that case, please prepare your assignments. Class Monitor, Vice Monitor, Lun, and Lei Yao. You 4 will collect 1 row each. Those who had hoped to catch up on their assignments during the teacher's speech were left in shock. Now, they could only pray that Lun would be the one to collect the assignments. In response, Yi Zian and Zhou Lingjie exchanged knowing glances with Lun. Unfortunately, they were caught red-handed by the teacher. Zhou Lingjie, Yi Zian, what are you two doing? Hand over your assignments for me to check personally. Don't give me excuses like you forgot, or that your dog ate it. Zhou Lingjie and Yi Zian were left dumbfounded, and Lun could only offer his sympathies. With the teacher personally involved, they were doomed. After checking the assignments, the teacher began discussing the changes that accompany the start of the 3rd year. According to the Dongwang Alliance's regulations, there are 2 examination formats, the first being the standard college entrance examination, which requires no elaboration. The second is the provincial examination, which comprises only one aspect, a one-on-one Pokemon battle. This tests the trainer's nurturing abilities and on-site command skills. Ultimately, the final score is determined by these 2 factors. However, the score of the provincial champion will undoubtedly be the highest among all. After explaining this, the teacher opened a PowerPoint presentation on the big screen and stated, Next, we will conduct an initial assessment battle. Each student will participate in a Pokemon battle, with opponents determined by random draw. At that moment, a mischievous student asked, Teacher, is there a reward for winning? What reward could there possibly be for an initial assessment? At the beginning of next month, the city police department will host a grand competition for the entire school. Should you clinch the championship title, I, Tang Chongping, solemnly promise to personally reward the first place, and those who perform exceptionally with an additional prize from my own pocket. The city police department's grand competition. What prizes are bestowed upon the victors? Let us focus on today as preliminary battles first. With a decisive slap on the lesson plan, Tang Chongping promptly restored silence throughout the classroom. He announced, Next, we shall proceed with the drawing of lots. Lei Yao will battle Yang Xingjia. Yao Chuani will face off against Zhou Lingjie. Lun Yin will contend with Yi Zian. Following the announcement of the draw results, Yi Zian and Lun Yin strolled arm in arm toward the training ground. Who would have thought that it would be us brothers engaged in an internal clash? As they chatted, Yi Zian's Squirtle trailed quietly behind them, its smooth head and azure skin glistening, adorned with a petite shell. It's you, bald-headed King Squirtle. Pokemon, Squirtle. Qualification, Gym Qualification. Gender, male. Level, 12. Type, Water. Ability, Torrent. Held item, Mysterious Water Droplet. Move set, Tackle, Tail Whip, Water Gun. Withdraw, Rapid Spin, Water Pulse. Inherited moves, Water Jet, Mist. As Lun Yin and Yi Zian conversed, Squirtle remained steadfastly in tow. Most students began their summer vacation by seeking out their starter Pokemon, or their parents had already made a decision regarding which Pokemon to choose. Therefore, by the time school resumed, it was rare to see a level 5 Pokemon, especially after a lengthy summer break. Soon enough, Lu Nian and Yi Xian arrived at the training grounds, positioning themselves at opposite sides of the battle arena. With a sorrowful expression, Yi Xian lamented, "Once brothers, now we must turn against each other. As the elder brother, I must act as a father and will not show any mercy." "I knew it." Observing Yi Xian's feigned sorrow, Lu Nian could tell he was merely putting on an act. "You are experiencing your first brotherly duel. Although your sibling appears mournful, he has already plotted how to deliver a sound thrashing. You have the following choices. 1. Assertively defeat your dear brother, making it clear who the true master is. Reward, custom skill package I. 2. Be soundly defeated by your brother, receiving a lesson, yet remaining good friends. Reward, destruction beam skill learning machine. It was evident that the second option held no value. Custom skill package I allows the Pokemon to learn any move it is capable of mastering. There is no choice. Yi Xian, a brother requires a claw sharpening move. Go, Nidoran, it's up to you. Upon Nidoran's emergence, it captured the attention of the surrounding students, all curious to see which starter Pokemon the academic prodigy from Donghai No. 1 High School would select. It looks so adorable. Can it possibly defeat Squirtle? Indeed. Let us give it our all, Nidoran. Whispers floated among the classmates as Nidoran stood tall and proud. A level 15 Nidoran against a level 12 Squirtle. What more is there to say? Victory seemed assured. There was no need for haste. Chapter 9, Brotherly Duel. Tang Xingping stood at the referee's table, overseeing the match between Lu Nian and Yi Xian at Arena 1. The remaining arenas were managed by other referees. With a flourish of his small flag, he announced, "Let the battle commence. You may take the first move, brother. I shall defer to you." Lu Nian raised his hand toward Yi Xian. "Very well, then. I shall not hold back." As Squirtle faced off against Nidoran, neither possessed moves that countered the other, opting instead for their respective specialties. "In that case, the advantage lies with me," Yi Xian declared. "Squirtle, use Water Jet." Squirtle. As the battle began, Squirtle, upon receiving the command, exhibited an unwavering determination. Water enveloped Squirtle, propelling it forward as it aimed its head directly at Nidoran. "Is that the tackle move?" Just as Squirtle was about to collide with Nidoran, Lu Nian interjected, "Nidoran, use Double Edge." Yi Xian looked puzzled at Nidoran. "Aren't we friends?" Just then, Squirtle found itself unable to halt its advance, crashing headlong into Nidoran. "Finished? Now it's my turn." Nidoran placed its paws on Squirtle's shoulders, targeting its head for a powerful double-edged strike. Bang! Water Jet is Squirtle's signature move, augmented by the mysterious water droplet. Yet, it was met with Nidoran's double edge. Instantly, Squirtle was struck, leaving a large red mark, causing tears to flow from its eyes. Squirtle quickly used Withdraw, then Rapid Spin. As both Yi Xian and Lu Nian issued their commands simultaneously, Nidoran retreated swiftly, while Squirtle resolutely followed Yi Xian's instructions. Just as Squirtle withdrew into its shell and prepared to unleash Rapid Spin, Nidoran was already primed to use Supersonic. Yep, a unique sound wave erupted from Nidoran, striking Squirtle directly. Squirtle is now confused. Lu Nian was the first to anticipate Yi Xian's subsequent move and countered appropriately. Confused, Squirtle began to lash out randomly, while Nidoran leisurely retreated, seemingly unperturbed by Squirtle's erratic attacks. "Use Poison Sting," Lu Nian commanded. 2 consecutive Poison Sting attacks struck Squirtle's shell. The damage was minimal, yet sufficient to gradually wear down Squirtle. Battle concluded. "I lost." Yi Xian stood in shock, gazing at the fainted Squirtle, utterly unprepared for such a swift defeat. This loss was far too rapid. Moreover, Yi Xian shared the same bewilderment as Lei Yao. How could Nidoran have inherited Double Edge? Such misfortune. Clap, clap, clap. After the battle, Tang Xingping applauded while returning from the referee's table. Excellent. This match clearly illustrated the disparity in information, as Yi Xian was unaware that Nidoran had inherited the Double Edge move. Furthermore, Lu Nian adeptly anticipated Squirtle's actions, using Supersonic to confuse it, followed by Poison Sting to secure victory. Remember, if you are unfamiliar with your opponent's combat style or their preferred moves, do not recklessly employ high-risk attacks. Additionally, offensive moves are not the entirety of battle. Status-altering moves hold equal significance. Nidoran and Lu Nian's performance was commendable, recognizing that a direct confrontation was unwise against Squirtle, and skillfully anticipating its actions by using Supersonic. This is a lesson for all. Hee. Tang Xingping approached and patted Lu Nian's shoulder, showering him with praise. Lu Nian could only smile in response, as he too had not anticipated Yi Xian's initial boldness. After a series of battles across 3 arenas, the morning slipped away. Since today marked the first day of registration, Tang Xingping announced that everyone should return and rest well in the afternoon. Starting from tomorrow, classes will officially commence, and this afternoon marks the final moment of leisure. Thus, for the foreseeable future, Lu Nian will diligently attend classes and study. In addition to theoretical learning, he engages in battles with his classmates, primarily with Yi Xian, Zhou Lingjie, Cheng Xian, and Lei Yao, winning more often than losing. Lu Nian occasionally encounters setbacks due to miscalculations. His Nidoran has reached level 16 and is expected to be the first to evolve, provided external stimuli are present. It is believed that Lu Nian will soon transcend the status of a novice trainer. According to the regulations of the Dongwang Alliance, trainers are categorized into novice trainers, levels 6, 19, elite trainers, levels 20, 39, professional trainers, levels 40, 59, gym trainers, levels 60, 69, champion trainers, levels 70, 84, and finally, the champion, levels 85, 100. To become an elite trainer, one must possess 3 Pokemon above level 20 and participate in an assessment. Most trainers remain at the professional level. Upon reaching gym trainer status, one enters the mid to high tier of the Dongwang Alliance's combat prowess. Although the level difference may seem minor, the disparity in strength among gym trainers is substantial. At this level, trainers are eligible to participate in gym leader ranking matches, thereby gaining the opportunity to establish their own gyms. Champion and king level trainers are elusive figures within the Dongwang Alliance, rarely seen in public. While Lu Nian remains merely a fledgling trainer with only a single level 16 Nidoran under his care. However, given the rapid leveling of Nidoran, it is anticipated that he will surpass level 30 before the provincial examinations. Should Nidoran evolve into Nidoking, equipped with a life orb and a suitable array of moves, the provincial championship may indeed bear the name Lu. Chapter 10, Runshui Duck Department Store. Why are you here so early? Upon disembarking, Lei Yao greeted Lu Nian. Today, she had donned light makeup and a pink short-sleeve top, paired with light blue jeans, radiating youthful vigor. Humph, isn't this captivating? Lei Yao mused inwardly. However, Lu Nian's thoughts diverged. Notice, Lei Hai's affection for you has diminished, now at 1 star. The reason was apparent. Lei Yao had arrived at the Runshui Duck Plaza in Lei Hai's vehicle, who had assumed she was going to the mall with a female classmate, only to be surprised by Lu Nian's presence. You rascal! Lei Hai squinted in warning. Startled, Lu Nian quickly slipped away, deciding to enter the department store instead. The Runshui Duck Department Store, the largest in Donghai City, is a colossal venue specifically designed for Pokemon trading. Here, if one possesses the requisite funds, nearly every resource imaginable can be procured, including but not limited to customized Pokemon energy cubes, held items, training equipment, evolution stones, and enhancement items. However, the most significant feature is the dedicated Pokemon area for trainers, where Pokemon are sourced from breeding facilities, ensuring their quality is reliable. Coincidentally, today being the weekend, Lu Nian and Lei Yao had planned to visit. Moreover, the energy cubes previously purchased for Nidoran were nearly depleted, necessitating a replenishment. Unlike Lu Nian's intentions, Lei Yao was eager to capture her second Pokemon, as a new breeding facility had recently opened. Every year, during this period at the start of senior high school, new breeding facilities open their doors while existing ones host events. What are your thoughts on your second Pokemon? Lu Nian inquired. Perhaps a psychic-type Pokemon. Teleportation is quite practical. Lei Yao nodded in response. That sounds promising. The sooner you capture and cultivate, the better, for those with favorable family circumstances and aspirations of becoming top trainers. Securing 3 Pokemon early on is indeed a wise choice. Pokemon raised from a young age will generally exhibit greater strength than those captured in their matured forms. Thus, Lu Nian wholeheartedly supported Lei Yao's perspective. Had he not been short on funds, Lu Nian would have shared the same ambition. Let us hurry. The doors should be open by now. If we arrive late, the exceptional Pokemon will have been chosen by others, Lei Yao urged. All right, let us depart. At the entrance of Zhonghai Breeding House, Lu Nian and Lei Yao spotted a throng of people from afar. An impressive number of senior students had come to select their desired Pokemon. Inside Zhonghai Breeding House, the Pokemon were showcased in a vast indoor artificial ecosystem, having been sent there after their juvenile phase to receive quality care while awaiting prospective buyers. Gaining entry to Zhonghai Breeding House is straightforward. One simply pays the admission fee. Once inside, individuals can closely observe the artificial ecosystem and decide whether to capture a Pokemon. However, once a decision is made, an additional fee in Alliance currency must be paid before taking the chosen Pokemon home. This novel approach, coupled with Zhonghai Breeding House's comprehensive breeding facilities, has drawn numerous senior students eager to make selections. After settling the entrance fee, Lun Yin and Lei Yao entered Jianghai breeding house together. Although Lun Yin had no immediate plans to capture a second Pokemon, it did not deter Lei Yao from treating him to accompany her as an advisor. After all, who could be more suitable than Lun Yin, equipped with a scanning function? Upon entering, the space was far more expansive than Lun Yin had anticipated. Nevertheless, the crowd remained significant, with most attendees, like Lei Yao, seeking to capture a second or third Pokemon. Hey, over there is the Psychic-type Pokemon area. Let us take a look, Lei Yao urged, tugging Lun Yin along. Sure, he replied, following the directional signs. Lei Yao and Lun Yin advanced while observing the Pokemon along the path. They encountered many impressive specimens, including notable starters such as Charmander and Squirtle. However, none captured Lei Yao's interest, as she was there to select her initial Pokemon. Engaging in conversation, they soon arrived at the section dedicated to Psychic-type Pokemon. The first sight that greeted them was a sleeping Abra, resting atop a tree stump. Renowned for its tendency to sleep for 18 hours a day, this Pokemon naturally excels in Psychic-type techniques, mastering teleportation and boasting the highest ownership rate among Psychic types. Moreover, it can undergo Mega Evolution. Among Psychic Pokemon, Abra enjoys considerable popularity. Nearby, a shiny Flababy also caught their attention, being another exemplary Psychic type. With his scanning capability, Lun Yin was able to ascertain the quality of both Abra and Flababy. These are splendid Psychic-type Pokemon, Lei Yao remarked, stroking her chin. However, they did not align with her ideal vision. Although Alakazam possesses a sufficiently high special attack stat and can Mega Evolve, its appearance did not meet Lei Yao's approval. Flababy's final form, Florges, boasts considerable beauty, yet lacks the ability to Mega Evolve. This is quite a dilemma, she pondered. As she contemplated, her peripheral vision caught sight of a small Pokemon peeking at them from within a nearby tree hollow. What is that? Lei Yao pointed towards the tree hollow, inquiring. Lun Yin followed Lei Yao's finger to gaze into the tree hollow. Although it had hidden swiftly, Lun Yin's scanning capability was even more rapid, successfully detecting its presence. Oh, hurry, let us catch up, Lun Yin said, taking Lei Yao's hand. The two hurried to the tree hollow, where a timid Pokemon with a white body and green hair was cowering, its single eye peeking out from beneath a tiny red horn atop its head. Gazing curiously at Lei Yao, this was indeed the juvenile form of the most sought-after Psychic-type Pokemon, affectionately known among trainers as Ralts. How adorable, exclaimed Lei Yao. However, the most significant detail was that this charming Ralts was, without a doubt, a male. Pokemon, Ralts, qualification, gym qualification, gender, male, level, 9, type, psychic. Fairy, ability, trace, held item, none, learned moves, growl, charm, confusion, hypnosis, inherited moves, misty terrain, dark void. Teleport. The ideal evolution path for a male Ralts is to ascend into Galade via an awakening stone. Fortuitously, this Ralts possessed the ability trace, which meant that upon evolving into Galade, it would inherit the ability sharpness, coupled with the inherited moves teleport and misty terrain, along with its gym qualification. This Galade would undoubtedly surpass elite qualifications, affirming its exceptional value. However, Lun Yin chose to convey this insight through deduction rather than directly stating it. Lei Yao and Lun Yin exchanged a knowing glance, thoroughly aligned in their thoughts. We must seize this opportunity. Such a delightful male Ralts is indeed a rarity. Lun Yin stepped back, playfully enticing Ralts to come forth, allowing Lei Yao to appear more inviting to the timid creature. Initially, Ralts hesitated, merely peering at Lei Yao with one eye. Yet, it soon sensed the kindness emanating from her. Furthermore, Lei Yao's striking beauty was an advantageous trait for capturing young Pokemon. After a brief moment of indecision, Ralts bravely emerged from the tree hollow, inching closer to Lei Yao and ultimately nuzzling into her embrace. This marked the successful first step in Lei Yao's endeavor to capture the male Ralts. Chapter 11. Evolution. Nidorino. As time passed, Ralts gradually relaxed its guard around Lei Yao. With a gentle stroke to Ralts' small head, Lei Yao's spirits soared, and she declared, "Go ahead, choose any Pokemon you desire. Today, in my delight, I shall gift you a Pokemon. Express your gratitude, young man." "Thank you, Miss Lei." Lun Yin clasped his hands together, sincerely appreciative of the esteemed lady's generosity. However, he suggested, "Before we proceed with the gift, let us first register Ralts in your name." Lei Yao pondered for a moment and found merit in Lun Yin's proposal. It was indeed prudent to secure the registration of such a charming male Ralts under her name. "All right," she nodded, cradling Ralts in her arms as she prepared to head to the registration desk. "Please wait a moment." Just as Lun Yin was about to leave, a young man suddenly approached. Lu Nian appraised the newcomer, who appeared to be of similar age to himself and Lei Yao, dressed impeccably in tailored attire. A luxurious watch adorning his wrist, a clear indication of his affluent background. Trailing behind him was a diminutive Tyrannosaurus rex, a Pokémon of considerable size. A baby Tyrantrum? How exceedingly rare. Lu Nian marveled at the sight. The young man pointed at Ralts and introduced himself. I am Zhou Hongi. I noticed this Ralts earlier, but it fled and hid in the tree hollow. You must have drawn its attention. Therefore, would you be willing to part with it? I can offer you a substantial sum as compensation for relinquishing Ralts. Zhou Hongi's tone, though phrased as a request, was laden with an unmistakable air of entitlement. In response, Lu Nian firmly stated, My friend, do you think we would simply relinquish it because you asked? We have already embraced it. Surely, it is a bit too late for such a request. Moreover, capturing Pokémon in a breeding house is a matter of mutual consent. Since Ralts has chosen Lei Yao, it clearly does not favor you, understand? With that, Lu Nian took Lei Yao's hand and proceeded toward the registration desk. Just as they were about to depart, Zhou Hongi called out from behind, Do you know who I am? Should I? Lu Nian retorted, bemused. After all, he was not his father and had no obligation to recognize him. Alert! Zhou Hongi has developed hostility toward you. Current hatred level, 1 star. Alert! Chun Hui has developed hostility toward you. Current hatred level, 3 stars. Ignoring Zhou Hongi's glare, Lu Nian scoffed and continued onward with Lei Yao, deeming such individuals to be utterly nonsensical. After bypassing this minor incident, Lu Nian and Lei Yao successfully registered Ralts. Subsequently, Lei Yao's mood, having been soured by Zhou Hongi, was restored. With a flourish, she decided to purchase 100 sets of little dresses for Ralts. To this, Ralts weakly protested, but alas, the formidable Lei Yao dismissed its objections outright. The male Ralts inadvertently triggered a hidden profession, Ralts, cross-dressing master. After completing the registration of Ralts, Lei Yao and Lu Nian meandered through Zhonghai Breeding House a couple more times, but found no other Pokémon that captured their fancy. Lu Nian, however, had no intention of allowing Lei Yao to spend her own money. He had diligently saved up through part-time work over the years to cultivate and purchase Pokémon. Afterward, Lu Nian procured some energy cubes and delightful snacks for Nidoran, even splurging on a training device to enhance its development. Utilizing this device during training would enable Nidoran to grow even more robustly. A necessity, he mused. After a day filled with fruitful endeavors, Lu Nian and Lei Yao returned with significant gains. Particularly for Lei Yao, capturing her personally chosen second Pokémon, Ralts, was a triumph. It remained to be seen how Ralts would reflect on its past when it evolved into Galade via the Awakening Stone. The following day, in a park adjacent to their community, Lu Nian opened his system backpack and utilized the select skill package Ion Nidoran, instructing it to learn the move Scratch. The pale blue interface displayed Nidoran's attributes before Lu Nian. Upon confirming the use of the select skill package a new move appeared on Nidoran's attribute panel. Alert! Nidoran has learned the move Scratch. Scratch, dark-type status move that sharpens the user's claws, elevating their attack and accuracy by 1 level. Observing the information on the attribute panel, Lu Nian realized that the negative effects of Nidoran's Vital Spirit ability could now be mitigated using the Scratch move, enhancing its attack power, a perfect fit for both Nidoran and Nidorino. Simultaneously, Nidoran felt a surge of energy coursing through its body, radiating in shimmering white light. In an instant, the light of evolution emanating from Nidoran surged forth like a deluge, enveloping the creature. Gradually, this radiant energy coalesced into a cocoon of light, within which Nidoran underwent a remarkable transformation. The horn upon its forehead expanded, its ears grew larger, and its overall physique shifted significantly. As the brilliance faded, a small, purple creature materialized before Lu Nian. At long last, Nidorino had evolved. Lu Nian beamed as he gently patted Nidorino's head, activating the scanning function to examine Nidorino's attribute panel. Pokémon, Nidorino. Potential, King level. Gender, male. Level, 17. Type, Poison. Ability, Vital Spirit. Held item, Poison Barb. Learn moves, Leer, Poison Sting, Peck, Focus Energy, Fury Attack, Scratch, Toxic Spikes. Double Kick, Horn Attack. Inherited moves, Pursuit, Supersonic, Reversal. Nidorino's panel displayed 4 additional moves compared to its pre-evolved form, save for Scratch. The other moves were acquired by Nidorino prior to its evolution. While Nidorino may not yet possess any high-powered attacks, Lu Nian felt a profound satisfaction with its skill set. Each learned move was exceedingly practical, particularly Horn Attack, which compensated for Nidorino's melee shortcomings. Nidoran's evolution into Nidorino instilled Lu Nian with enhanced confidence for the upcoming school-wide competition scheduled for the following week, as the advantages of its second stage were indeed substantial. However, Nidorino's attack coverage remained somewhat limited, a clear shortcoming in the early stages. This situation could only be fully rectified upon evolving into Nidoking. For now, Lu Nian aimed to develop Nidorino's strengths in the most effective direction. Chapter 12, the school-wide competition. Donghai No. 1 High School. Today, Donghai No. 1 High School was abuzz with excitement, as the annual intra-school competition was set to commence. Each year, different organizers hosted the event, and the rewards varied accordingly. Last year, the event was sponsored by the Runshui Duck Department Store, with the champion receiving an entire set of evolution stones valued at over 3 million Alliance coins. This year, however, the Municipal Police Department took the reins, leaving everyone curious about the prizes for the winner and whether there would be consolation prizes. On the school playground, a middle-aged man in a police uniform addressed the crowd. "Good morning, students. I am Sun Zerone from the Donghai Municipal Police Department. You may call me Director Sunday. Allow me to share a few brief words. I know you are all eagerly awaiting the main event, so I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. The champion will have the opportunity to select a Houndour from the Chihua breeding base, while the runner-up will receive rare berries for outstanding performance, along with various feathers, stamina, muscle, resistance, intelligence, spirit, and instantaneous feathers as consolation prizes. Other rewards include berries, evolution stones, and complete sets of Pokeballs, among others. Ultimately, the nature of the rewards depends on your performance." As Director Sun concluded his announcement, the atmosphere of the playground erupted with excitement. Even Yi Zian, embracing Lu Nian's shoulder, remarked, "Have you noticed how the rewards for the competition have improved year after year?" "Indeed, it seems to be getting increasingly competitive," Lu Nian replied. "Each year's competition resembles a contest of financial prowess, with rewards continually escalating. It appears that the prize for the first champion was merely a choice of one evolution stone, a rather dismal offering by comparison. Last year, the prize evolved into an entire set of evolution stones, and this year, it transformed into the chance to capture a Houndour at the breeding base. As a first-time participant in the school-wide competition and a favored contender for the championship, you have the following options. 1. Make your mark. Winning the championship grants you an item, Heart of Steel, S15 version. 2. Conceal your true strength. Achieving a top 3 finish offers you Link Gloves, Gold Shovel Battle. 2025 Fortune Star version. Upon reviewing the attributes of the equipment, Lu Nian arrived at his decision. He had made up his mind. As he checked the task list, the battle rules were released alongside the matchups. The rules were straightforward, a one-on-one elimination format, as it had been every year, aimed at determining a single champion. Following a brief introduction, the school-wide competition officially commenced. Nidorino's first opponent was a tadpole Pokémon, which it effortlessly dispatched. The tadpole stood no chance against Nidorino, as the combination of Poison Sting and Supersonic effectively restricted its evasive maneuvers. After one match concluded, the next contenders stepped forward. Thus, the battles continued until the second day arrived. At that point, Lu Nian had just secured a spot in the top 16, advancing with ease. This was where the competition began to grow increasingly intense. In the quarterfinals, Lu Nian, with a heavy heart, eliminated his good friend Zhou Lingjia, who was skilled in Poison Sting and possessed the Vital Spirit ability, as well as Scratch. This rendered the aerial advantage of Zhou Lingjia's Sparrow moot, ultimately leading to his unfortunate exit at the 16th round. Notably, Lu Nian encountered familiar faces. In the quarterfinals, he once again eliminated Yi Zian and Squirtle, thus concluding the journeys of two close friends and earning the achievement of Brotherhood Terminator. Alas, he missed out on Chung Xian, who was eliminated early in a match against Zhou Lingjia. Otherwise, Lu Nian could have claimed an additional victory. In the semifinals, Lu Nian faced the class president from the neighboring class, who utilized a Mach-Hop. Fighting-type Pokemon exhibited considerable dominance in the early stages. Mach-Hop used Low Kick. Nidorino utilized Scratch. As the battle commenced, both combatants opted not to attack initially, instead selecting moves to enhance their attributes. Mach-Hop raised its attack and defense, while Nidorino increased its attack and accuracy. Mach-Hop employed Karate Chop. Mach-Hop charged toward Nidorino, fully aware that maintaining close proximity was crucial to avoid being outmaneuvered by Nidorino's Poison Sting. Poison Sting. Nidorino unleashed 3 Poison Stings, which Mach-Hop deftly blocked with its arm. 2 successive waves of Poison Sting met the same fate. In that moment, Mach-Hop advanced to confront Nidorino directly. Nidorino utilized Fury Attack. Following Lu Nian's command, Nidorino launched a series of rapid strikes with its horn against Mach-Hop. Unfortunately, Machop's Karate Chop coincided with Nidorino's initial Fury attack, resulting in Machop's arm sustaining a more painful impact than Nidorino's horn. An opening. Nidorino's eyes gleamed as it executed Fury attack, landing a solid blow against Machop's arm. Machop staggered back several paces before regaining its footing. The class president from the neighboring class had not anticipated that Machop's Karate Chop would be intercepted by Nidorino's Fury attack. What a stroke of bad luck. However, luck was indeed a component of skill, leaving little room for complaint. Supersonic. Machop, use Bullet Punch. Lu Nian's command rang out first, and a wave of sound erupted from Nidorino, striking Machop squarely as it attempted to unleash its own attack. Boom. Just before succumbing to confusion, Machop successfully landed its Bullet Punch upon Nidorino, yet Nidorino merely shook its head, indicating that the blow was far from painful. In a state of utter confusion, Hitmonlee stood rooted to the spot, flailing its fists aimlessly, utterly incapable of heeding its trainer's commands. Meanwhile, under the guidance of Lu Nian, Nidoking retreated and executed another sharpen. Nidoking attack 2, accuracy 2. Witnessing this scene, Hitmonlee's trainer realized that the outcome was already determined. A question burgeoned in his mind. Does it truly have such an affinity for supersonic? Hitmonlee, already engulfed in chaos, found its plight exacerbated by Nidoking's sharpened claws. The final poison sting struck Hitmonlee in the abdomen, depleting its last vestige of health. With a soft thud, Hitmonlee collapsed, succumbing to slumber, signifying the end of the battle. Well done. Does your face hurt? I shall treat you to a feast tonight. Nidoking nudged Lu Nian's hand, indicating its readiness to continue the fight. However, the other battle did not unfold as smoothly. Lei Yao narrowly lost to Zhou Hongi. Lu Nian had previously overlooked Zhou Hongi's prowess at Donghai No. 1 High School. That evening, as the day's contests concluded and the final showdown awaited the next day, Lei Yao rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window. What is the matter? Is the young lady unhappy? Lu Nian inquired, placing a cup of bubble tea before her and settling down beside her. Lei Yao shook her head, responding, I am not one to overly concern myself with victories or defeats. Yet, her demeanor betrayed her. Her spirits had evidently plummeted after the loss. If she truly didn't take care, such a reaction would be unfathomable. Without further ado, she took a hearty sip of the bubble tea, discarding her earlier resolution to diet. That fellow. Lei Yao gritted her teeth, her tone shifting from despondency to fury. Lu Nian, you must deliver him a sound thrashing tomorrow. Do you understand? Let me tell you, his baby tyrant is particularly skilled. Chapter 13, Nidoking vs. Baby Tyrant. The grand finals of the school-wide competition unfolded within the gymnasium of Donghai No. 1 High School. The arena was adorned with the finest battle stage, and the bleachers were packed with senior students. On the podium, a row of dignitaries sat, led by Director Sun and Principal Chundi Gao of Donghai No. 1 High School. Ah, Sun, it's hard to believe how swiftly the years have flown. How many promising talents does our school boast this year? Principal Chun inquired. Indeed, there are quite a few promising candidates, Director Sun replied, gesturing towards Tang Qingping's class. That young girl over there possesses remarkable strength, as do the 3 boys beside her. There are several other strong contenders in the adjacent class, their Pokémon equally impressive. However, the most outstanding this year remains Lu Nian and Zhou Hongi from the Zhou Corporation. As the two conversed, discussing the school's promising talents, the battle arena was abuzz. Zhou Hongi toyed with the Pokeball in his hand, asking, Do you recognize who I am now? Before Lu Nian could respond, Zhou continued, I understand your motivation for participating in the school competition. It's all for a single Arcanine, isn't it? Apologize now, and I shall forgive your earlier rudeness. Surrendering would grant you the title of champion without issue. Lu Nian, taken aback by Zhou Hongi's monologue, found himself at a loss for words. Was there really so much idle chatter before the battle even commenced? After all, he bore the weight of expectations. How could he possibly concede? Would he not return home to scorn? Are you going to fight or not? If not, you can concede to the referee, Lu Nian retorted, gesturing towards the referee. Humph, don't regret this, Zhou Hongi replied coldly. Come forth, baby tyrant. Pokemon, baby tyrant. Qualification, king level. Gender, male. Level, 19. Types, rock, dragon. Ability, strong jaw. Held item, evolution stone. Moves, tackle, tail whip, roar, ancient power, charm, bite, dragon tail, rock slide. Dig, dragon claw, thunder fong, ice fong, fire fong. Inherited moves, curse, rock slide, rock polish. An exceptionally capable baby tyrant with a broad skill set. Moreover, baby tyrant resists poison and normal type moves, which are Nidoking's specialties. As long as it remains cautious of Nidoking's supersonic, The odds are in its favor. It's no wonder Zhou Hongyi exuded such confidence. In a similarly advantageous position, Lu Nian would feel equally assured. This was indeed a formidable challenge, yet Lu Nian and Nidoking had prepared extensively for the championship. Lu Nian harbored unwavering confidence in Nidoking. Onward, my warrior, Nidoking. The Pokemon from both sides took their places on the battlefield as the referee announced the commencement of the duel. Nidoking, use Sharpen. Lu Nian called out, seizing the initiative. Rock Slide. Do not give Nidoking a chance. Zhou Hongyi countered. Having engaged in public battles numerous times, Nidoking's hidden ability was no longer a secret. If Nidoking was denied the opportunity to use Sharpen, a single miss in its attacks could spell victory for Baby Tyrant and Zhou Hongyi. A boulder, roughly the size of Baby Tyrant's head, was summoned and held in its mouth. Aiming at Nidoking, Baby Tyrant hurled the stone with great force. The rock slide came crashing down. If it connected, it could surely leave Nidoking dazed. While focusing on using Sharpen, Nidoking simultaneously observed Baby Tyrant's attack trajectory. With a swift sidestep to the left, it narrowly avoided the descending boulder. Thud! The rock slide struck the ground near Nidoking's feet, barely missing it. Nidoking attack 1, accuracy 1. Having completed the Sharpen move, Nidoking negated the adverse effects of its hidden ability, and now the battle was just beginning. Humph! Move in and use Bite, Baby Tyrant. Zhou Hongyi commanded with a disdainful snort. Roar! Baby Tyrant opened its gaping maw, its strong jaw ability enhancing its fearsome appearance. Yet you've opened wide, Lu Nian exclaimed. Nidoking unleashed Poison Sting into Baby Tyrant's mouth. Onlookers murmured, what a dirty trick. The podium remarked, quite interesting. Zhou Hongyi retorted, is this how we play? Baby Tyrant, oblivious to Lu Nian's command, charged forward fearlessly. For it, simply barreling ahead was half the battle. Close your mouth, Zhou Hongyi shouted. At that moment, Baby Tyrant realized as Nidoking executed Poison Sting towards its gaping mouth. In a panic, Baby Tyrant hastily shut its jaws. However, it was too late to evade. The Poison Sting struck Baby Tyrant's mouth without penetrating it. Had it done so, it would have landed a critical hit. Shaking its head, Baby Tyrant felt little discomfort, being a robust rock-type dragon that resists poison-type moves. Of course, Lu Nian had never expected to defeat Baby Tyrant with Poison Sting alone. The likelihood of that was exceedingly slim. Naturally, if it were to succumb to poisoning, the outcome would differ. Yet, as Baby Tyrant attempted to dodge, it turned its head in fear of Nidoking's attack entering its mouth. As the baby Tyrannosaurus turned to face forward, Nidoking charged in with remarkable speed. Quick, Baby Tyrannosaurus! Retaliate with your tail? Zhou Hongyi shouted urgently. Zhou Hongyi had finally grasped the situation, yet the baby Tyrannosaurus was slow to react. Prepare for a double kick, Lu Nian suddenly called out. Nidoking launched itself forward from a distance of 5 meters with a sudden burst of speed. Zhou Hongyi's pupils constricted, and the baby Tyrannosaurus's counterattack was delayed just a fraction. With its hind foot enveloped in fighting energy, Nidoking struck down like a battle axe. Bang! The first kick landed squarely on the baby Tyrannosaurus's head, leaving it dizzy and disoriented. Immediately following was the second kick. Nidoking, using the force of its previous attack, leapt into the air and delivered a powerful second kick right on the vulnerable tip of the baby Tyrannosaurus's nose. The baby Tyrannosaurus yelped in pain, instinctively reaching for its nose to rub it, but alas, its arms were too short. Continue the onslaught. Use Poison Sting, Lu Nian commanded. Nidoking responded eagerly, launching another Poison Sting aimed at the baby Tyrannosaurus's nose. I can only endure, Zhou Hongyi thought grimly, recognizing that the baby Tyrannosaurus was in no condition to evade. The baby Tyrannosaurus attempted to dodge, but only one Poison Sting struck its side. Meanwhile, Zhou Hongyi observed Nidoking's movements, pondering whether Nidoking and Lu Nian were truly willing to gamble on the 30 poisoning chance. Having the evolution stone made it remarkably resilient, Lu Nian mused. Moreover, the baby Tyrannosaurus had been feasting on the finest delicacies, making it exceptionally tough. Thankfully, the goddess of victory seemed to favor Lu Nian. Suddenly, a negative status effect appeared on the baby Tyrannosaurus's status bar. Poisoned. Chapter 14, Champion and Mudbomb. A flash of purple light erupted from the baby Tyrannosaurus the moment it was poisoned, causing Zhou Yihong's pupils to contract in shock. What? The audience and everyone at the judges' table witnessed the moment. The baby Tyrannosaurus had succumbed to a poisoned state. The closest individuals to the baby Tyrannosaurus were Lu Nian, the referee, and Zhou Hongyi. The pain etched on the baby Tyrannosaurus's face was genuine, leaving only one conclusion. Nidoking's Poison Sting had indeed poisoned it. At the judging table, Principal Chun observed the baby Tyrannosaurus with a smile, In that case, the scales have tipped completely. On the arena, Zhou Hongyi knew he could not afford to delay. Every second the baby Tyrannosaurus remained poisoned was detrimental. Use Rock Slide. End this swiftly. The baby Tyrannosaurus gathered energy, summoning massive boulders above its head, which it hurled towards Nidoking. Surprise! Nidoking sprang forward with swift steps, dodging the incoming boulders with remarkable agility. Thud! 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 The rocks crashed around Nidoking, narrowly missing as it evaded. Seizing the opportunity while the baby Tyrannosaurus executed Rock Slide, Nidoking charged fiercely, colliding with the baby Tyrannosaurus and sending it flying. Bang! The baby Tyrannosaurus was struck down, crashing heavily onto the ground. Cursed be! Zhou Hongyi clenched his fists. Baby Tyrannosaurus, rise. Use ancient power against Nidoking. Roar! The baby Tyrannosaurus bellowed defiantly as it struggled to its feet, attempting to unleash ancient power for a final stand. But what a futile effort. Nidoking. Use Poison Sting to attack into the baby Tyrannosaurus's mouth. The baby Tyrannosaurus had no choice but to close its mouth. And this time Zhou Hongyi opted to evade Nidoking's Poison Sting rather than underestimate its damage and endure it. However, this decision granted Nidoking the perfect opportunity to launch a final assault. The last double kick. Nidoking received the command and swiftly approached the baby Tyrannosaurus. The injuries, the drained stamina, and the continuous erosion from the poison hindered the baby Tyrannosaurus's ability to execute ancient power effectively. Nidoking sidestepped the ancient power, evading the baby Tyrannosaurus's desperate last-ditch effort. Bang! Nidoking's foot connected with the baby Tyrannosaurus's face, depleting its remaining health. The baby Tyrannosaurus crashed to the ground, dazed and sensing something had broken in its mouth. Just before losing consciousness, it expelled the foreign object. The object it vomited forth was a sharp tooth. Baby Tyrannosaurus produced item, Dragon Tooth. The battle concluded. The victor, Lun Yin. As the baby Tyrannosaurus collapsed, rendered unable to continue, the stadium erupted with deafening cheers, celebrating Nidoking's victory. In stark contrast to Zhou Hongyi's despondency, Lun Yin and Nidoking reveled in the moment of triumph, basking in victory, applause, and the thrill of accomplishment. Seizing on Zhou Hongyi's prideful nature, Lun Yin had skillfully exploited the Poison Sting attack, testing the waters. Although the probability was low, the minimal wind-up time of the Poison Sting attack allowed Lun Yin to triumph even against a formidable opponent. Following the conclusion of the school-wide competition, the gymnasium transformed into a venue for the awards ceremony. After a series of passionate speeches by Director Sun and Principal Chun, Lun Yin prepared to return to the classroom with his prizes. Acquired item, invitation to the Red Flower Cultivation Base. Not only Lun Yin, but all participants of the school-wide competition who performed admirably were awarded prizes. As the event concluded, many approached Lun Yin, eager to glimpse the champion's rewards. By the time Lun Yin returned to the classroom, half an hour had passed. As Lun Yin approached the classroom door, he overheard Tang Qingping on the phone. Hello? Old Zhang. How did you know my student just won the school-wide championship? You were there? That's great. Hello? Old Li, how did you know? Haha, you were there too? Putting down the phone, Tang Qingping wore a broad grin, reluctant to end the call. Spotting Lun Yin's return, he pulled a disc from his pocket and waved it in front of him. I know what you want to say. This is a skill learning device, Mud Bomb. I prepared it for you. It's a perfect technique for Nidoking to learn. Even after evolving into Nidoqueen, it will still be useful. Lun Yin took the Mud Bomb, his eyes widening in astonishment at Tang Qingping. Mud Bomb. The price of Mud Bomb is a staggering 100,000 alliance coins. It is certainly not cheap. Old Tang. Lun Yin's eyes glistened with gratitude. Tang Qingping raised his hand, not an apology, but rather to say, hey, enough of the sentimental stuff. Just ensure you bring me good grades in the college entrance examination. The school competition is just the beginning, understand? Yes. Lun Yin nodded affirmatively. Tang Qingping stroked his beard, increasingly pleased with Lun Yin as a student. After school, Lun Yin, Yi Zian, Zhou Lingjia, Cheng Xian, and Lei Yao playfully exited the school gates. As friends, they were genuinely delighted for Lun Yin's victory. At the school gate, Lun Yin waved farewell to Lei Yao, Yi Zian, Cheng Xian, and Zhou Lingjia. Just then, a car window rolled down, revealing Lei Hai's perpetually stern face. Suddenly slap. Auntie Lei delivered a resounding smack, leaving no room for dissent. Do you not know what day it is today? Little Lu has claimed the championship in the school-wide competition, while his precious daughter has secured third place. Give your old mother a smile or two. Oh, Lei Hai's serious demeanor crumbled in an instant. That evening, Lun Yin and Lei Yao's family celebrated joyfully together. Initially, Lun Yin intended to decline, but the infectious enthusiasm proved irresistible. Just before departing, Nian caught sight of Zhou Hongyi, who was watching him from the back seat of a nearby car. As a new notification from the system popped up, Zhou Hongyi's affinity for you has increased. Currently at 2 stars. Nian, what on earth is happening here? Following the school-wide competition, the next 3 days were a holiday, providing a much-needed respite. Nian took the opportunity to utilize the skill learning machine to teach Nidalino a new move, Mud Bomb. Now, Nidalino boasts a powerful new technique. Mud Bomb has a base power of 90 points, unlike the limited-use Rush move, and the Horn attack has a considerably restricted range. Pokemon, Nidalino. Qualification, King. Gender, male. Level, 18. Type, Poison. Ability, Vitality. Held item, Poison Needle. Moves, Glare, Poison Needle, Peck, Charge, Fury Swipes, Scratch, Toxic Spikes, Double Kick, Horn Attack, Mud Bomb. Inherited moves, Rush. Sonic Boom, Double Return. Upon returning home that evening, Nian took a towel and dried off Nidalino, who had just finished bathing. Gazing at Nidalino's panel, Nian nodded in satisfaction. The upcoming matter, however, was of paramount importance. Heart of Steel. Chapter 15, New Katy Dog joins the team. Acquired equipment, Heart of Steel. Heart of Steel, additional equipment slot, grants 9 additional health points and 200 base health recovery. Colossal Devour, cooldown time of 30 seconds. If an enemy unit survives for 3 seconds, your next attack will deal an extra 7 maximum health points in additional damage and permanently increase that damage's maximum health by 1. Goliath Giant. For every 30 maximum health points, gain 3 size boosts, maximum of 30. After acquiring Heart of Steel, Nian immediately chose to equip it to Nidalino. Instantly, Nidalino's entire presence transformed dramatically. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Heart of Steel is a piece of equipment that allows for limitless health enhancement, and that is truly significant. Although the current base stats are not high, it won't be long before Nidalino's advantages grow exponentially, akin to a snowball effect. Moreover, the singular obsession of players is about to be realized. It seems the forthcoming itinerary can be adjusted, as Nidalino requires more battle arrangements to activate the effects of Heart of Steel. Stowing away Nidalino's panel, Nian had other matters to attend to today. He hailed a taxi and set off for the Chihua breeding base. The Chihua breeding base is the largest breeding facility in Donghai City, renowned for nurturing Pokemon such as Katy Dog and Windspeed Dog. These Pokemon are specifically provided for police academy students and police departments, boasting both striking appearances and formidable combat abilities. Thus, Nian eagerly anticipated this visit to the Chihua breeding base. Like any standard breeding facility, the Chihua breeding base is situated on the outskirts of the city, a grand standalone structure that appears magnificent from a distance. After presenting his invitation to the gatekeeper, Nian smoothly gained entry into the breeding base. Shortly thereafter, a girl dressed in a white lab coat, adorned with glasses and a pink bow tie, emerged from the facility. Upon seeing Nian, she tentatively inquired, "Are you Nian from Donghai No. 1 High School?" "I am Nian. May I ask who you are?" "My name is Lian Cheating, and I am the designated caretaker for the Katy Dogs. Director Sun has already informed me that you would be visiting this weekend." "All right. Please follow me inside," Lian Cheating instructed. Under her guidance, Nian scanned his card to access the express passage. As he walked through, he observed various ecological environments tailored for Pokemon, including grasslands, forests, sandy dunes, and rocky terrains. However, Nian's destination was not here. The Katy Dogs were the main attraction of the day. Howl! Woof! A sound echoed from a distance, prompting Lian Cheating to point towards a small building nearby, saying, "That is the resting area where this batch of Katy Dogs is temporarily housed." As they approached, a small building came into view, surrounded by a vast expanse of grass. The earlier sound had been the Katy Dogs frolicking and playing. Lian Cheating pushed open the door, instantly capturing the attention of the surrounding Katy Dogs, who eagerly rushed over, surrounding her with jubilant barks. Meanwhile, a few Katy Dogs approached Nian, sniffing curiously at his scent. Lian Cheating remarked, "This batch of Katy Dogs is destined for the International Police Academy, so you're in luck. You may choose any Katy Dog, but it must be voluntary." She waggled her finger in front of Nian, then turned to inform the Katy Dogs that a brave trainer was in need of a courageous companion. The little Katy Dogs understood her cue and gathered around Nian. Some sat quietly, observing him with curious eyes, while others boldly approached, sniffing his scent. A few exuberant Katy Dogs circled around him energetically, clearly fascinated and interested in him. Nian squatted down and affectionately patted the little Katy Dog's head while activating the scanning feature. Wow! Remarkably, they all exhibited gym qualifications. with not a single one displaying outstanding qualifications. Given this, Lu Nian's primary selection criterion would focus on inherited moves. As he examined the Katy Dog's attributes, Lien Cheating quietly observed, patiently waiting for his decision. Soon, Lu Nian settled on the most vibrant Katy Dog, which was energetically circling around him. Pokemon, Katy Dog. Qualification, Gym Qualification. Gender, male. Level, 19. Type, Fire. Ability, Intimidate. Held item, Charcoal. Moves, Glare, Ember, Howl, Bite, Flame Wheel, Assist, Flame Fong. Inherited moves, Double Kick, Flare Blitz. The Katy Dog possesses a total of 9 moves, 4 of which are Fire-type, demonstrating its innate talent for Fire-type techniques. Lu Nian gently stroked the dog's head, and instead of cowering, the Katy Dog affectionately licked his hand. Is this Katy Dog suitable? Lu Nian inquired, petting its head. Absolutely, you've got quite the discerning eye. Lien Cheating approached, glancing at the nameplate around the Katy Dog's neck. Both of this Katy Dog's parents are formidable wind speed dogs, particularly excelling in the Fire-type move Flare Blitz. You've struck gold. With that, Lien Cheating removed the nameplate from the Katy Dog's neck, saying, "Go bid farewell to your companions." After speaking, the Katy Dog dashed out, aware that it was time for farewells. Yet this is a day that every Corgi must inevitably face, and thus the Corgi has long been prepared for it. After bidding farewell to his companions, the diligent Cheating led Lu Nian and the Corgi to complete their registration. Mere moments later, on the official website of the Dongwang Alliance, alongside Nidorino, a Q-version avatar of the Corgi appeared beneath the profile of the novice trainer, Lu Nian. Cheating escorted Lu Nian to the entrance of the Chihua breeding base, offering her congratulations. Congratulations. You are now the proud trainer of a Corgi. Hooray. I am now a dog owner too. A woo. Chapter 16. A return to the coastal forest, Sludge Bomb Avi. Techniques and mastery of Sludge Bomb. 1. Concentrate poison-type energy within your hand. The unique condensation method will allow it to take on a sludge-like form. With mastery, it can be shaped into a spherical form. Lu Nian pondered, how is it that such an antiquated film from the Qing dynasty can be found in the boundless expanse of the internet? Perhaps the only silver lining is that the protagonist in the video is a Tutegu, whose instructions are quite detailed. Indeed, Nidorino appears to be thoroughly engrossed. After watching it once, Nidorino felt a lingering desire for more. Although the video quality was barely superior to a mosaic, the lessons imparted by the Tutegu were undeniably substantial. Lu Nian inquired, "So, how proficient are you now with the sludge bomb, Nidorino?" "Nido, at least I can use it." "Excellent. Keep up the good work." Ding 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 ding. Penguin account notification tone. A message arrived on the phone resting on the table, featuring a selfie of Lei Yao and Lalu Lassie. Lei Yao. So cute. In the image, Lalu Lassie was adorned in an exquisite little dress, wanting to protest but unable to resist, her cheeks flushed in indignation. Truly a moment of embarrassment saved for Laredo. Certainly not due to the black stockings. "Oh well." The Corgi's voice echoed from the restroom, accompanied by the sound of flushing. "The Corgi can use the toilet. How commendable. All right, it is time to challenge the coastal forest once more, this time to explore the opposite side. As for Kairos and the sand scale fruit tree, we shall meet again when the fruit ripens. Hehehe." Upon entering the coastal forest, Lu Nian opted for a completely different direction this time, strolling along the riverbank while observing what Pokemon might dwell in the waters. However, along the way, he encountered no other Pokemon, save for a multitude of Magikarp. During their midday respite, Lu Nian, with nothing to occupy his time, crushed a piece of biscuit and let it float on the water's surface. Gulu gulu. A Magikarp was drawn to the aroma of the biscuit, releasing a stream of bubbles beneath the surface, its gaze fixed intently upon the treat in Lu Nian's hand. "Do you want it? If so, just say so." "I am not a stingy person," Lu Nian chuckled, holding the biscuit. "Gulu?" The Magikarp again blew a series of bubbles, its eyes vacant, yet fixated on the biscuit. Lu Nian placed the biscuit upon the water's surface, jesting, "Don't you want the biscuit? Just say the word, and it's yours." "Gulu?" The Magikarp repeated its bubble blowing. "Not interested, huh?" Corgi caught it. After a sufficient rest, Lu Nian ceased teasing the Magikarp. He casually called to the Corgi, tossing the biscuit in its direction. "A woo." The Corgi leapt, devouring the biscuit in one swift motion. Witnessing this scene, the Magikarp finally realized what the human had just done. Was this a game for fools? "Magikarp, you woman." Buzz buzz buzz. The feeble bubbles from the Magikarp posed no threat to Lu Nian, but soon a buzzing sound of wings flapping emerged from behind. Suddenly, a Pokemon of black and yellow, wielding large stingers, burst forth from the grass. Beedrill? Species, Beedrill. Qualification, ordinary. Gender, male. Level 11. Type Bug. Poison. Ability Swarm. Held item None. Moves: Fury Attack, Bug Bite, Poison Sting, String Shot, Harden, Twin Needle. Inherited moves None. Lunian discerned the attributes of the Beedrill before him with clarity, leaving no secrets. He mused, I thought it was someone formidable. Turns out it's just a pesky little Beedrill. Corgi, your first opponent will be this Beedrill. Use Flame Wheel. The Corgi howled with excitement and charged towards the Beedrill. Accustomed to its tyrannical ways, the Beedrill was incensed by Lunian and the Corgi's audacity, retaliating with a Fury Attack. Swish. The Beedrill's Fury Attack missed, only to be met head-on by the Corgi's Flame Wheel. Boom. The Beedrill was sent flying, crashing violently against a nearby tree trunk. Though it had yet to lose its fighting spirit, the Beedrill was left severely weakened from the Corgi's fiery onslaught. A true stronghold should indeed bully the weak. Moreover, the Beedrill was notorious as a forest bully. Today, Lunian was merely seeking to avenge the Pokémon it had tormented. The Beedrill, propped up by its stingers, regained its flight, furiously flapping its wings. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of its wings intensified, becoming more frenzied. Yikes. Having just toyed with the Magikarp, I had forgotten that if a Beedrill is alone, it indicates that this territory belongs to it. This means, one by one, Beedrills emerged from the bushes, fixating their gaze on Lunian and his Corgi. Wasn't it you who said that the strong should bully the weak? How unfortunate. Our Beedrill clan not only relishes overwhelming the few, but we also delight in overpowering the small. When the Beedrills appeared, they did not immediately attack. Meanwhile, a great splash echoed from behind Lunian as a dazzling white light illuminated the scene, accompanied by the heavy breathing of a Gyarados. I am no longer a Magikarp. I am now a Gyarados, and I never hold grudges. I settle scores on the spot. This was dire. With the Beedrill swarm blocking the path ahead and the Gyarados lurking menacingly in the water behind, what was to be done? Nidorino continually glanced between the Beedrill swarm and the Gyarados, contemplating. At that moment, it was a fight to the death. How could one speak of surrender? Just as Nidorino had donned its new equipment, the heart of steel, it craved ample combat. Come on. Nidorino, fear nothing. A beam of red light shot towards Nidorino as Lunian recalled it into its Pokeball. What was the point of fighting in such a scenario? This was tantamount to courting death. Without hesitation, Lunian leaped onto the back of the Corgi, retracting Nidorino into its Pokeball. Dong! Lunian tossed a smoke ball onto the ground, instantly creating a thick cloud of smoke that enveloped both himself and the Corgi. And then, let us make our escape. The Gyarados and the Beedrills exchanged glances, deciding to cease their internal conflict and pursue Lunian with all their might. Meanwhile, within the East Sea City's Bureau of Anomalous Spatial Energy Monitoring, the monitoring device emitted a thunderous alarm. A mysterious realm had descended upon the coastal forest. An urgent message reverberated throughout the Bureau of Anomalous Spatial Energy Inspection. A strange, small-scale secret realm had manifested in the coastal forest, currently with an energy level classified as unknown. A-grade incident declared. Rescue teams were put on alert, and access to the coastal forest was temporarily prohibited. Chapter 17. The Arrival of the Secret Realm, Eternal Night. As Lunian rolled over and mounted his trusty Houndoom, discarding a smoke ball in the process. He was grateful for Houndoom's robust physique, having previously undergone rigorous training for obstacle courses. In the face of genuine peril, Houndoom surged through the forest, terrified of being pursued by the raging Gyarados and Beedrill that were hot on their heels. Should they be caught, it would not be a trivial matter. Each year, numerous trainers ventured into these woods, only to meet their demise at the hands of frenzied Gyarados or by inadvertently trespassing into Beedrill territory. As Houndoom sprinted with all its might, Lunian sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere around him. The surroundings appeared to blur. Suddenly, a cacophony of shattering sounds filled the air, and spiderweb-like fissures began to materialize out of nowhere. Lunian's vision became obscured, as if the world was spinning, and he felt a heavy blow to the back of his head. His consciousness faded into chaos, and Houndoom, affected by the disturbance, stumbled and fell. In an instant, darkness enveloped him. When Lunian opened his eyes again, he was jolted by the sight before him. It had been midday upon his entry, yet now a full moon hung high in the night sky, unmistakably indicating the late hours. The bright moonlight bathed the forest, illuminating it alongside the bioluminescent plants that thrived here, rendering the environment not entirely dark, allowing visibility. 12:43. He pulled out his phone, and the time displayed left him aghast. This meant that from the moment he had taunted Gyarados, through Houndoom's victory over Beedrill, to the emergence of the Beedrill swarm, and Gyarados' enraged evolution into a rampaging form, Lunyan and Houndoom had managed to escape in a mere 10 minutes. Yet now, it was undoubtedly deep into the night, the moon serving as irrefutable evidence. Thus, he concluded he had been forcibly drawn into a secret realm. Lunyan arrived at this realization, knowing it was the only plausible explanation. Such an occurrence was impossible otherwise, barring a transition into another world. His phone was now rendered useless, akin to a slab of steel, leaving him unable to contact the outside world. To survive, he needed to find a secure location. Recalling lessons from safety education on how to cope with being thrust into a secret realm, he remembered, protect oneself, await rescue. These were the actions Lunyan ought to undertake, but first, he needed to ascertain his present location. His head throbbed painfully. Lunyan pressed his palm against his forehead and stood up. Houndoom, having regained its composure, sensed the anomalous energy surrounding them and surveyed the area with a watchful gaze, entering a state of heightened alertness. To bolster his sense of security, Lunyan summoned Nidoking as well, just as he prepared to venture forth for a brief exploration. The underbrush ahead began to sway ominously. Ding! A Pokemon-esque cry resonated from the thicket, and both Houndoom and Nidoking instantly assumed combat readiness. Houndoom, focus! For their inaugural battle since entering this secret realm, Nidoking was instantly invigorated. Ding! The sound echoed once more, but this time it was accompanied by an impending attack. A massive seed, adorned with bizarre patterns, hurtled towards Lunyan. Is that a leech seed? Lunyan exclaimed. Houndoom, use Ember to knock it away. Nidoking, poison sting. The commands were issued in quick succession. Houndoom positioned itself protectively in front of Lunyan, unleashing a small fireball that collided with the leech seed. Boom! The leech seed was struck down, while Nidoking's poison sting darted towards the trajectory of the falling seed. Ding! A cry of pain resounded, and the Pokemon that had initiated the surprise attack revealed itself before Lunyan. Ding! Before him stood a peculiar assortment of Pokemon, some with cracked shells, and Lunyan quickly identified the creature as Drowsy. An evolution of this psychic-type Pokemon was Hypno, typically found in southern regions like Hainan. Why was it here? As Lunyan pondered, Drowsy turned and fled, swiftly disappearing from view. Houndoom attempted to give chase, but Lunyan restrained it. No need to pursue a retreating foe, and we are uncertain of our current situation. We must not act recklessly, he advised. A woof. You're the master. Your word is law. Houndoom glanced at the direction of Drowsy's escape, then lowered its head, memorizing the scent. Retrieving a flashlight from his backpack, Lunyan noticed Nidoking gazing intently towards the southern path, as if something there piqued its interest. What is it, Nidoking? Lunyan inquired. Nidoking. The creature seemed to imply that something intriguing lay ahead. Lunyan, considering Nidoking's instincts, resolved to investigate further. Despite the perilous nature of being ensnared in a secret realm, he chose to trust Nidoking's intuition. After walking a few steps, a small clearing emerged before him, where a solitary sapling basked in the moonlight, its branches adorned with 2 pink fruits. Is that a citrus berry? Lunyan recognized it immediately. As a seasoned berry cultivator in the Pokemon world, he was familiar with all generations of berries. Citrus berry, when held by a Pokemon, it halves the damage taken from super effective psychic-type moves. Thus, the reason for Drowsy's earlier assault became clear. The citrus berries were its personal treasure. However, since Drowsy had initiated an attack on Lunyan, causing him mental distress, these 2 citrus berries should be considered compensation for his emotional turmoil. Just right. One for Houndoom and one for Nidoking. As Lunyan stepped out of the thicket, poised to collect the citrus berries, Houndoom suddenly barked loudly. Woof! Human danger! Lunyan halted, his senses heightened as he turned towards the direction Houndoom was fixated upon. Houndoom, capable of serving as a guard dog, would not act without reason. Come out! Lunyan called sternly. Activating the scanning function, 2 distinct attribute panels appeared amidst the underbrush. LV-18 Arbok. LV-19 Weezing. It appeared the scanning feature could not only assess a Pokemon's qualifications and level, but also peer through the foliage to reveal hidden Pokemon. Lunyan threatened, if you do not emerge, I shall initiate an attack. The surrounding silence was pierced only by the whisper of the night breeze and the sound of poison stings slicing through the air. Chapter 18. Hostility in the Shadows. Poison Sting was a poison-type move. Nidoking positioned itself protectively in front of Lunyan, braving the assault of Poison Sting. Hey, you dare to strike? Lunyan retorted, mocking the trainers of Arbok and Weezing. Houndoom, use Ember. Nidoking, unleash Mud Bomb. Now was not the time to contemplate the ramifications of their actions. They were ready to fight. The Arbok twisted its body and emerged from the thicket, opening its maw to launch another assault. A noxious green liquid, reeking of a peculiar odor, spewed forth from its mouth. The corrosive substance. The Houndour unleashed a burst of flames, striking directly at the toxic fluid released by the Arbok. Boom! A small explosion erupted as the flames collided with the corrosive liquid, sending sparks flying, while droplets of the liquid sizzled ominously upon hitting the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the Grimer spat forth a small glob of sludge, aiming to attack Lu Nian. Clear Smog. However, just as Grimer executed Clear Smog, Nidoking prepared its sludge bomb. A fist-sized sphere of sludge coalesced in Nidoking's grasp, perfectly timed as Grimer moved forward, becoming the target of the attack. Boom! The sludge bomb struck Grimer squarely on the head, resulting in a minor explosion. Unfortunately, being a poison-type Pokémon, Grimer resisted the sludge attack, minimizing its impact. The Vital Spirit ability enhances physical attacks, but it does not bolster special moves like Sludge Bomb. Otherwise, the combined force would have been formidable. After being struck by the Sludge Bomb, Grimer shook its head and retreated behind the man who emerged from the bushes. Through the system's friend function, Lu Nian recognized the identity of the man before him, Chen Hui. He was the other man who harbored animosity towards Lu Nian during their encounter at the Runshui Duck department store. A smile crept across Chen Hui's face as he toyed with a pokeball in his hand, saying, "That day, I happened to notice how you showed no respect to young Master Zhou. At that moment, I thought this would be an opportune time to ingratiate myself. What a coincidence. Encountering you here. Don't be surprised, the Beedrills are my doing. I initially intended to use them to eliminate you indirectly, but I never anticipated such an unexpected turn of events. Truly, fate is on my side. In this secret realm, it is as if the gods themselves are unaware. And your Houndour, what a delightful bonus." Chen Hui smirked, marveling at how swiftly the opportunity presented itself to draw closer to Zhou Hongyi, along with an unexpected prize. In the outside world, he would not be so audacious, but within the secret realm, that was another story altogether. Every year, individuals mysteriously vanished in these places. Who knows the true reason behind it? Thus, it became an excellent hunting ground, with Lu Nian as Chen Hui's stepping stone. Unbothered by Chen Hui's monologue, Lu Nian discreetly commanded Nidoking to use Scratch. "And your two Pokémon are truly the quintessential representatives of a villain," Chen Hui remarked, having noticed Nidoking's subtle movement. He would not let his guard down. "Maintain your bravado, but do not overreach. Arbok, use Bite. Grimer, employ Pursuit," Chen Hui ordered. In response, Arbok swiftly advanced, preparing to execute its Bite attack, while Grimer coordinated alongside, executing Pursuit. Lu Nian seized the moment, commanding, "Houndour, use Flame Wheel to counter Arbok. Nidoking, Horn Attack." Both commands were issued simultaneously, and with a howl, Houndour charged towards Arbok. Flames erupted from the fur along Houndour's back, and with a leap, it transformed into a fiery orb, intensifying the blaze. Flame Wheel. If Arbok wished to avoid a mouthful of flames, it would have to evade Houndour's onslaught. Nidoking advanced as well, denying Grimer the opportunity to attack Houndour from the side. Given that poison-type moves were ineffective against Arbok, Nidoking would advance alongside Houndour. Observing Houndour's Flame Wheel, Arbok unhesitatingly chose to retreat. Instead, Arbok and Grimer flanked Houndour, launching a dual attack. The sides presented a vulnerability. Nidoking pivoted, charging straight towards Arbok, aiming to strike it with Horn Attack. Arbok retreated. Utilizing Bind, it decisively opted to forego Bite, instead coiling around Nidoking. With the agility characteristic of Serpentine Pokémon, Arbok successfully evaded the Horn Attack. Nidoking. Seizing the opportunity, Arbok entwined itself around Nidoking, tightening its grip and executing Bind, causing Nidoking to cry out in pain. However, Nidoking was not to be trifled with. It retaliated with a flurry of blows, pushing against Arbok. The battle between Nidoking and Arbok reached a stalemate, mirroring the impasse between Houndour and Grimer. Prolonged combat was detrimental to me. The rescue team could arrive at any moment. Moreover, I needed to manage my time at the scene. If permitted, swift resolution was imperative. Assessing the situation, Chen Hui resolved to demonstrate to Lu Nian that even a field-trained Pokémon trainer must participate in the fray. With a swift motion, Chen Hui drew a dagger from his waist, its blade glinting coldly in the moonlight, revealing its sharpness. "In the wild, combat is not solely between Pokémon," Chen Hui remarked, licking the blade of his dagger. How ostentatious! Lu Nian thought with regret that Chen Hui had not poisoned the dagger. Since the adversary wielded a weapon, Lu Nian could not afford to show weakness. Clang. As a swordsman, how could I not possess a suitable weapon? In the blink of an eye, a straight sword appeared in Lu Nian's grasp. Upon seeing Lu Nian's sword, Chunhui nearly burst into laughter. Are you kidding? You mean your weapon is a straight stick? Chunhui chuckled as he approached Lu Nian, unwilling to squander any time. Behold my celestial technique, five-fingered sword of the heart, Lu Nian shouted. With that, he hurled the sword towards Chunhui, initiating a basic attack. Clang! Chunhui swung his dagger, effortlessly parrying the five-fingered sword of the heart, showcasing formidable strength. Yet, Lu Nian was not to be underestimated. Common technique. Sand in the eyes. Lu Nian suddenly threw a handful of sand that he had scooped from the ground directly at Chunhui. Caught off guard, Chunhui found his vision obscured by the sand, unable to evade in time. You scoundrel! Chunhui exclaimed, flailing his dagger wildly to prevent Lu Nian from closing in for an attack. However, Lu Nian did not need to approach. There were ample weapons at his feet. Witness my self-created technique, egg meets stone, Lu Nian declared, picking up a stone from the ground and hurling it towards Chunhui's groin. Ah! A scream echoed through the forest. The sharp stone struck Chunhui squarely, delivering a staggering amount of damage. How staggering, you may ask? The pain registered approximately 9,000 units, equivalent to simultaneously giving birth to 160 children or suffering 3,200 fractured ribs. The blow to Chunhui was catastrophic, and his anguished scream inevitably drew the attention of both Arbok and Grimer. Seizing the opportunity, Houndour escaped from Grimer's grasp and sank its fiery fangs into Arbok. Hiss! Numbed, Arbok, in agony, attempted to retaliate with bite against Houndour's fiery assault. Ambush! Nidoking seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Just as Arbok clamped down on the Corgi, Nidoking drove its horn fiercely into Arbok's body. With a pained cry, Arbok's eyes transformed into spirals, rendering it incapable of further combat. As Arbok collapsed, Weezing was left defenseless. All that remained was Chunhui, clutching his groin in agony. Forcing his eyes open to gaze at Lu Nian. Acknowledging his error, he implored, Brother, I am willing to make amends. You may dictate the terms. Despite enduring excruciating pain, Chunhui attempted to extend an olive branch. He had honed his muscular physique through years of rigorous training in the gym, even employing technological means, with hopes of showcasing his skills today. Yet, he found himself defeated by this opponent. I lost, too. This guy? What kind of underhanded trick is that? Throwing sand to blind me? Just you wait. While Chunhui inwardly raged and cursed Lu Nian's unscrupulous tactics, he refrained from vocalizing such sentiments. Making threats now would be tantamount to courting death. Observing Chunhui's pained plea for mercy, Lu Nian lamented that he still had other techniques yet to employ, all imparted to him by the exalted celestial master through the screen. What a pity. Although Lu Nian heard Chunhui's assurances and his willingness to compensate, he had no intention of sparing him. Warning, Chunhui harbors animosity towards your actions. Current hatred level, 4 stars. Warning, Chunhui has developed severe hostility towards you. Current hatred level, 5 stars. Upgrade, hatred level of 5 stars cannot decrease. Upgrade, Chunhui is determined to seek vengeance against you. The system displayed a series of 4 crimson alerts, the favorability module turning blood red for the first time. The vow of vengeance was clear. Once Chunhui exited the secret realm, the veracity of his words would be put to the test. Promises? Signatures? If he later denied them, they would be no more substantial than a scrap of paper. However, Lu Nian was not inclined to eradicate Chunhui entirely. He could leave him a sliver of hope. Statistically, there was a 98% chance that a passing carnivorous Pokemon would mistake him for a delectable afternoon treat and consume him on the spot. After locating 2 sturdy vines nearby, Lu Nian securely bound Chunhui and hung him from a tree, leaving his fate to chance. As for Arbok and Weezing's Pokeball, he locked it away, casting it far from sight. The outcome of Chunhui's survival was now solely in the hands of fate. With this, Lu Nian departed with Fulu Fruit and the Corgi. While Nidoking's level rose from 18 to 19, and its steel will enhanced its health slightly. Though the increase was modest, every little bit contributed to progress. By the time Nidoking emerged from its Pokeball, it would be ready to confront its opponent with full vigor. On the way, Lu Nian distributed Fulu Fruits to Nidoking and the Corgi. Consuming these rare berries greatly benefits Pokemon growth. After half an hour of travel, Lu Nian decided to take a moment to rest, as Nidoking and the Corgi had repelled 3 waves of wild Pokemon attacks and needed to recuperate. Nidoking gathered firewood while Lu Nian constructed a makeshift camp, and the Corgi ignited the campfire. With their combined efforts, a warm blaze soon flickered to life, dispelling the night's chill. Lu Nian pulled out the previously prepared poison-type and fire-type energy cubes, readying hot water to accompany the compressed biscuits for a makeshift meal. Observing this, Nidoking grabbed a poison-type energy cube and leaped into Lu Nian's embrace. Nido, you should eat too. Noticing Nidoking's actions, the corgis similarly brought over a fire-type energy cube. Owl, eat mine as well. The two Pokémon, brimming with enthusiasm, compelled Lu Nian to reluctantly break off a small piece of the corgi's fire-type energy cube. It melted in his mouth, imparting a subtle spiciness. Lu Nian affectionately patted the heads of Nidoking and the corgi, saying, "Humans cannot consume poison-type energy cubes, so don't be disheartened, Nidoking. And corgi, you need not save any for me. We have plenty of food." Upon receiving Lu Nian's reassurance, Nidoking and the corgi returned to their own meals. Before long, the water was boiling, and just as Lu Nian was about to take a sip, he heard a prompt. Alert! On a mundane weekend, you chose to venture into the outskirts of the coastal forest for training, inadvertently becoming embroiled in a mysterious realm, facing unforeseen calamities. Yet now, you have overcome formidable obstacles and are about to reach a special location. Full Moon Lake. Option 1. Lead Nidoking and the corgi deeper into exploration towards Full Moon Lake, where you may acquire the evolution stone item, Moonstone 0. Option 2. Retrace your steps. You may exit the secret realm in 1 hour and receive the evolution stone item, Moonstone Advanced. The two options presented were to either advance and explore Full Moon Lake or to exit the secret realm. Both rewards were moonstones, albeit with slight distinctions. Evolution stones also vary in quality. The finest would undoubtedly be the epic grade Moonstone, with the advanced grade Moonstone being a close second. However, the first Moonstone was linked to progress. Through inquiries with the system, Lu Nian received an intriguing response. By utilizing certain items, he could enhance the quality of this Moonstone, ultimately elevating it to the finest epic quality. Fascinating, truly captivating. Without hesitation, Lu Nian opted for the first choice. Motivated not only by the uniqueness of the Moonstone, but also by the name of the location, Full Moon Lake. It was said to be the dwelling place of the legendary dream god, Cresselia, a Pokémon of immense renown with a storied history of triumphs. The nightmare god, Darkrai, plunged an entire city into nightmares. The legendary Inti roared, triggering a massive volcanic eruption. Raikou defeated a level 87 Blaziken with a single blow, protecting the Rainbow Hero. Currently, Suicune has been removed from the legendary beast chat. Congratulations, Suicune, on achieving the title, The Shame of the Legendary Beasts. Chapter 20, The Round Moon Trial. As Lu Nian approached Full Moon Lake, the forest beneath the moonlight grew increasingly distinct. Pushing aside the branches before him, he beheld the shimmering expanse of Full Moon Lake. The full moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow that enveloped the trees along the shore in a cool, ethereal light. Before him lay an endless lake, its surface transformed into a shimmering silver by the moonlight. The water sparkled like diamonds, as if a gentle breeze caressed the surface, creating a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. The moonlight illuminated the lake, revealing a small circular island that appeared almost magically. A path emerged, leading directly to the island on the lake's surface. A white stone rested quietly nearby, and as Lu Nian focused on it, a message materialized in his mind. Round Moon Trial. To complete the Round Moon Trial, ascend the island and retrieve the feather. It was a succinct directive. Simply follow the path to the island and collect a feather. Was it truly that simple? Skepticism lurked in Lu Nian's mind. As he stepped onto the path, a refreshing breeze swept across the lake, and a figure suddenly emerged on the island. LV-37 Shinado. Indeed, it is impossible for the moon trial concerning the dream god, Cresselia, to be so simplistic. Katie Dog, Nidorino, prepare for battle, Lu Nian commanded. Awu, Nido, Nidorino, you scratch. He instructed. Katie Dog opened its mouth and expelled a small flame, hurtling towards Shinado. With narrowed eyes, Shinado gently raised a hand, unleashing a burst of psychic energy that dissipated Katie Dog's spark upon contact. Was this a passive defense or an aggressive maneuver? In the next moment, a petite pink paw emerged from beneath the lake's surface, crawling onto the path. Drowsy? Shinado called. Shinado raised its hands and softly beckoned, prompting the Drowsy to attack Katie Dog. Water gun. A jet of water shot from Drowsy's mouth, narrowly missing Katie Dog's ear. Use bite, Lu Nian shouted. Katie Dog dashed forward, sinking its teeth into Drowsy with a dark-type move that doubled its effectiveness, swiftly incapacitating it. However, it was not merely one Drowsy that surfaced from the lake. Whoosh! Another water gun surged towards Katie Dog. This time, Katie Dog, now in combat mode, effortlessly sidestepped the incoming attack. Katie Dog, use Flare Blitz to clear the way. Nidorino, prepare to execute an ambush move. Aim for that Drowsy. Once Drowsy appeared, Shinado remained stationary, offering Lu Nian the opportunity to act. A woo! Katy Dog howled, flames erupting from its body, transforming into a formidable figure beneath the moonlight. The flames enveloped Katy Dog entirely as it charged towards all the Drowsies on the path. Drowsy! The first Drowsy collided with Katy Dog's flare blitz, but did not succumb. Instead, it retreated into the lake, nursing its wounds. Katy Dog activated its fearless mode and continued its charge. Drowsy! A Drowsy ahead began to gather water, gradually forming a massive water sphere, an aqua ring. Now Nidorino. This was Nidorino's target before Drowsy could unleash its aqua ring. Nidorino executed ambush, directly striking Drowsy. Drowsy! It cried in agony, unable to sustain the aqua ring, as Katy Dog followed up with an additional attack, rendering it incapable of battle. Having traversed more than half the distance, the next segment would be crucial. The closer they approached the small island, the more numerous and formidable the Drowsies became. They needed to pass swiftly, otherwise, they would lack the stamina to contend with Shinado. Nidorino, use supersonic. Nido? Nidorino instantly grasped Lu Nian's intention and directed its supersonic towards the island. If the Drowsies did not evade, they would all succumb to confusion, allowing Lu Nian to pass more swiftly. As anticipated, upon witnessing Nidorino's supersonic, the Drowsies scattered. Lu Nian leaped onto Katy Dog's back, entering a harmonious blend of man and Pokémon. Charge! With the path now clear, it was time to rush forward as the Drowsies retreated. Subsequently, Lu Nian rode Katy Dog swiftly towards the island, while Drowsies attempting to emerge were repelled back into the water by Nidorino's poison sting. Shinado was now within sight. With merely 20 meters remaining to the island, no Drowsy dared to ascend. The only remaining obstacle was Shinado. Shinado's eyes glimmered with a pink light as it placed its hands before its chest and thrust them forward, unleashing a dazzling beam of light. Dodge! Lu Nian called as he dismounted Katy Dog. He and Katy Dog barely evaded Shinado's illusion ray. However, Shinado's onslaught had only just begun. Specks of moonlight began to coalesce above Shinado's head. This was magical shimmer. Now's the time for ambush. Katy Dog howled. Nidorino dashed forward, and Katy Dog let out a howl that boosted Nidorino's attack by 1 level. The passive effect of ambush activated, granting Nidorino speed that surpassed the magical shimmer. If Shinado insisted on using magical shimmer, it would surely be struck first by the ambush. Shinado decisively abandoned magical shimmer and opted for teleport. Nidorino struck empty air as Shinado teleported beside it, launching a barrage of starry attacks. The star-shaped assaults continuously struck Nidorino. Suddenly, Shinado felt a sharp pain in its leg. Katy Dog had charged forward, sinking its teeth into Shinado's leg. Delicious, Katy Dog remarked. Shinado winced in pain but managed to maintain composure, unleashing Illusion Ray once more, sending Katy Dog flying. Shinado then turned its gaze to the path, where Lu Nian had already vanished. Could it be that? Shinado glanced back, only to find Lu Nian standing before the crescent feather, grasping it with urgency. Memories faded instantaneously, and Shinado's recollections associated with the secret realm dimmed. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and wash your hands for dinner. Oh, all right. Chapter 21, Crescent Feather. Congratulations, host, for awakening a special ability, telekinesis. Acquired item, Crescent Feather. Upon opening his eyes, it felt as though the beauty of the dream lingered vividly in his memory. Alas, a dream remains just that, a dream. Yet the Crescent Feather was indeed real, emanating a moonlit glow that possessed the power to dispel nightmares. Nidorino and Katy Dog approached Lu Nian, curiously examining the Crescent Feather, especially Nidorino, whose perception was clearer than that of Lu Nian and Katy Dog. However, Shinado had vanished without a trace. Both Katy Dog and Nidorino confirmed they had merely looked at Lu Nian, and in a fleeting moment, Shinado had disappeared. Well then, the moon trial was complete, and the Crescent Feather was in hand. From the outset, Lu Nian had been resolute in his objective. It was never about Shinado. The likelihood of defeating Shinado through commanding Katy Dog and Nidorino was rather low. It was far more efficient to traverse the path swiftly, allowing Katy Dog and Nidorino to distract Shinado while Lu Nian circumnavigated the challenge. Upon touching the Crescent Feather, Lu Nian realized that the moon trial comprised 2 parts. Shinado and the Drowsies represented the first challenge, while Lu Nian's encounter with the Crescent Feather, plunging into the dream, constituted the second. The dream world was enchanting, and one could easily become lost within it. Even someone as resolute as Lu Nian nearly succumbed to the allure of the beautiful dream. The true difficulty lay in the second phase, whether one could extricate oneself from the enchanting dream. Fortunately, Lu Nian's determination prevailed, enabling him to emerge from the dreamscape. He casually placed the crescent feather into the system's storage, when suddenly, the world spun, and not far away. Shinado and a peculiar figure observed Lu Nian as spatial fluctuations manifested, transporting him out of the secret realm. Oh no! Lu Nian tumbled to the ground, followed closely by Nidorino and Katy Dog, who piled onto him. My back! Upon hearing Lu Nian's exclamation, Katy Dog and Nidorino hurriedly dismounted from him. In a chaotic flurry, Lu Nian stood up, clutching his waist. He had not sustained any injuries in the secret realm, but had narrowly escaped being crushed by the weight of his Katy Dog and Nidorino. Upon hearing the commotion, the rescue team swiftly approached Lu Nian's location. A Beedrill descended from the sky, landing beside him, soon followed by several more Beedrills, all alighting in close proximity. 5 trainers dismounted from their Beedrills, each assuming a specific role: vigilance, reconnaissance, and the extraction of portable instruments to detect spatial fluctuations. One young lady, adorned with a medical insignia on her chest, approached Lu Nian and inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Lu Nian replied, shaking his head. Other than a minor fall, he had not sustained any significant harm. "Your assurance isn't sufficient. It must be confirmed by the happiness egg," the medical lady insisted. It turned out she was not merely inquiring about him. The happiness egg emerged from behind her, meticulously circling Lu Nian to ascertain his condition. Arriving at the same conclusion, he was fine. After completing the examination, the happiness egg reported back to the lady. "Good," she acknowledged. "Captain, we should prepare to withdraw. We have located one missing person, and the designated area has been thoroughly searched." "Understood." Leaving the coastal forest, Lu Nian was escorted to a temporary safe zone established by the rescue team. Fortunately, the crescent feather was securely stored in the system's repository. This repository had been unlocked alongside the selected skill package, albeit it could only house items released by the system and special items. The crescent feather qualified as a special item, thus eligible for storage in the repository. Had the crescent feather been exposed, it might have remained in Lu Nian's possession. Tomorrow, it could transform into a banner worth 500 coins, accompanied by a verbal commendation from an expert. Perhaps, he might not even receive the 500 coins. As it was not voluntarily surrendered, the day after, it could become a prized possession of a notable figure. Touted as a family heirloom, those in the know would certainly understand the implications. After conducting another round of checks, Lu Nian boarded the designated vehicle back to the city. Both his backpack and Pokemon were inspected. As soon as Lu Nian arrived home, Lei Yao knocked on the door to check on his well-being. That night, Lu Nian lay in bed, holding the crescent feather, perusing its description in the system. Crescent feather, a feather radiating moonlight, possessing the power to dispel nightmares, ensuring pleasant dreams when kept nearby at night. Its purported magical abilities appeared to fall short of his expectations. It seemed less impressive than anticipated. Nidolino leapt onto the bed, anxiously licking Lu Nian. All right, here you go," Lu Nian reassured, petting Nidolino's head as he handed over the crescent feather. The crescent feather and moonstone. These 2 items surely bore some connection, though Lu Nian remained unaware of it for the time being. Subsequently, an ordinary moonstone materialized in his hand, marking the second significant acquisition of the day. Moonstone 0. The quality of this moonstone could potentially enhance to that of a premium moonstone, but its drawback was that Lu Nian would need to invest resources for its elevation. In other words, substantial investment was required. However, he did not have sufficient funds at the moment. He would contemplate it later. The most intriguing moment was yet to come. Raising his hand, Lu Nian picked up the spoon from his bedside, closed his eyes, and concentrated intently. Buzz! The spoon trembled slightly, but did not bend. Although subtle, Lu Nian could genuinely sense a peculiar force within him, a power he recognized as psychic ability. While he could not yet bend the spoon, merely causing it to quiver was a promising start. One day, he would undoubtedly become a preeminent powerhouse among psychic individuals. Nevertheless, his current focus should remain on Nidolino and Katy Dog. Nidolino's developmental trajectory leaned towards mastering techniques, honing skills like Mud Bomb, Poison Sting accuracy, and the Steel-type move Swords Dance. Tactical arrangements must center on Swords Dance, addressing the challenges posed by decreased accuracy due to its vital spirit ability. Once Nidolino successfully employed Swords Dance, it would benefit from the dual enhancement of physical attacks through both the technique and its vital spirit ability. Katy Dog, equipped with the charcoal item, was naturally inclined towards fire-type moves. However, its coverage was limited. Facing Pokemon resistant to fire-type attacks posed significant challenges for Katy Dog. Additionally, Katy Dog had yet to acquire the Firestone necessary for evolution, which warranted consideration. There was no need for haste. Sometimes, taking things slow was the best approach. Lunyan glanced at the time after putting down his pen. He had been sketching and writing, and it was nearly midnight. He had classes the next day. Time to prepare for bed. He was eager to discover just how effective the crescent feather would be in ensuring sweet dreams. Lying on his bed, Lunyan swiftly drifted into slumber. Before losing consciousness, the profile picture of his friend, Chunhui, faded to gray in the friend function. Chapter 22, The New Trainer Tournament. Monday afternoon. Finally, the trainers and their Pokemon only needed to run 5 kilometers together before they could be dismissed from school. Let us go, Tang Qingping exclaimed with a smile, mandating that everyone complete the 5-kilometer run alongside their Pokemon. Lunyan glanced at the clock. There remained nearly 3 hours until dismissal. If he completed the run promptly, the rest of the time would be free for activities. Moreover, during his usual training sessions with Nidolino and Cutty Dog, he would also engage in physical exercises. 5 kilometers? A mere trifle. However, his classmates did not share Lunyan's ease. The entire class wailed. Please, teacher. It's exhausting. After a chorus of lamentations, Tang Qingping chuckled and shook his head. 5 kilometers isn't that long. You'll definitely finish before school ends. Since enthusiasm was lacking, he added, the last 3 to finish will have to run an extra 3 laps. Upon hearing this, no one dared protest further. 5 minutes later, everyone was lined up on the track, prepared for Tang Qingping's signal. Beep. The whistle blew, and everyone surged forward, each determined not to be among the last 3. Lunyan felt no concern. Cutty Dog was the fastest of all Pokemon, and Nidolino was capable of maintaining a steady pace throughout the 5 kilometers. After starting the run, Tang Qingping observed for a while before departing. No one dared slack off. He had left a caretaker bug Pokemon to supervise, and everyone was acutely aware of the consequences of any cheating. All right, Cutty Dog, Nidolino, let's take a break here, Lunyan said, leading them to the grass beside the playground where he offered them water, while he himself closed his eyes to meditate and hone the psychic abilities that had recently awakened. As other students gradually completed their 5 kilometers, some departed, while others opted to rest. Lunyan. Lei Yao picked up the water beside him. What is up? The new trainer tournament for the High Province is now open for registration. Are you planning to participate? Lei Yao inquired. The new trainer tournament was a provincial Pokemon battle competition aimed at high school seniors across the entire High Province, designed to encourage students in nurturing their Pokemon. Consequently, the rewards were exceptionally enticing, specifically crafted to attract participants. The tournament was held annually from late November to early December, and this year marked 2025, the 25th edition of the event. Of course I will participate, Lunyan replied. He recognized that securing advanced resources for Pokemon nurturing was best achieved through participation in such events, leaving him with no reason to abstain from the tournament. Even if the championship title remains elusive, the rewards for other placements are still quite substantial. Should they emerge victorious, Cutty Dog might well lead the way in evolution. As Lunyan observed the peacefully slumbering Nidolino, the ever-energetic Cutty Dog pondered this notion. Ever since they had utilized the New Moon Feather, both Lunyan and Cutty Dog had experienced a remarkable enhancement in their sleep quality, with Nidolino showing even more pronounced changes. The training sessions at night had proven exceptionally fruitful for Nidolino, perhaps due to the awakening of its innate potential. The most significant transformation was evident in Nidolino's stamina. Following their recent New Moon trial at Full Moon Lake, Nidolino and Cutty Dog had both ascended to levels 20 and 21, respectively. Facing a level 28 Kingler together should pose no challenge. It was likely that by now, the Sandscale fruit tree had yielded a new harvest. Given the exorbitant cost of purchasing Sandscale fruits, why not check on the available bounty? On the weekend, with a backpack slung over his shoulders and gear at the ready, Lunyan set forth once more on his quest for Sandscale fruits. With a side trip to the nearby Miguelda mine in mind, as he traversed the coastal forest, the essence of freedom enveloped him. The weather was splendid, with no rain or wind, just the sun shining brightly above. Lunyan hummed a cheerful tune. A small clearing came into view just ahead. The sun cast its warm rays upon Kingler's face, who had just enjoyed a hearty meal of tree sap at noon and encountered a particularly striking Kingler that he wished to capture as a mate, though he had yet to confront it. After enduring a beating, Kingler internally recited the age-old adage of fortunes shifting over time, vowing not to underestimate youth. Upon returning home, Kingler sprawled beneath the Sandscale fruit tree, succumbing to slumber. Thud! A small pebble struck Kingler's head, shattering its beautiful dream. Carol! It exclaimed, startled. Who dares intrude upon my slumber? Awakened in a fury, Kingler scanned its surroundings for the audacious culprit. Thud! Another pebble hit its head. Carol! Kingler growled. spotting Nidoking and Caterpie, the two mischief makers responsible for its vexation. It was indeed Nidoking who had thrown the stone. Seething with indignation, Kingler charged at Caterpie and Nidoking, its horns poised for retaliation. Carol, you shall both pay for this affront. 10 minutes later. Carol, I'm sorry. I see my error now. Please spare me, Kingler pleaded, crouching with its arms over its head, evidence of the beating it had received from the duo. 2 ripe sand-scale fruits hung serenely from the tree branches, perfectly apportioned for Caterpie and Nidoking, leaving a few energy cubes on the ground for Kingler. Lu Nian instructed, these energy cubes are your compensation. You must keep an eye on these sand-scale fruits, understand? Kingler nodded, unable to refuse. Pokemon under a roof must bow to the whims of their trainers. Having completed this task, Lu Nian, along with Caterpie and Nidoking, ventured toward the Mega mine, on the lookout for potential new Pokemon to capture. Following the map, the scenery transitioned from forest to canyon. Here, the Pokemon encountered shifted from bug, grass, and flying types to rock, ground, and occasionally steel types. With Nidoking as the core of his team, Lu Nian foresaw a future focused on sandstorm strategies, thus preparing to assemble an appropriate team. Not long after exiting the forest, Lu Nian arrived at the foot of the Mega mine, equipped with his mining lamp. He took the lead, with Caterpie forging the path and Nidoking bringing up the rear. Once ready, Lu Nian stepped into the awaiting cave. As they delved deeper, the surrounding light dimmed further, necessitating the lamp to illuminate the way. Generally, wild Pokemon were not expected to appear at the cave's entrance. Suddenly, 3 pairs of gray-brown eyes emerged from the shadows. LV-13 Sandshrew X3. In the dark recesses of the cave, the sound of crunching echoed, startling Lu Nian. As he shone his lamp on the 3 Sandshrews, fury ignited within him. He rushed forward, swatting the stone from the Sandshrew's grasp, exclaiming, still eating, are we? You're coming with me. The Sandshrews stood momentarily dumbfounded by the unexpected human's actions. Hey, buddy, we Sandshrews can get angry too, shouted one of them, enraged at the loss of its stone. Chirp, we can get angry too. The sharp claws of the Sandshrew lunged toward Lu Nian, seeking to teach the intruder a lesson. Caterpie bite. Caterpie, ever prepared, dashed forward, intercepting the claw just in time. Poison sting, Lu Nian commanded, directing Nidoking to unleash its attack. 3 poison needles pierced the Sandshrew's body, swiftly incapacitating one of them. Chirp. The Sandshrew won't be caught off guard again. Seeing their companion fall so easily to Caterpie and Nidoking, the remaining Sandshrews chose flight, burrowing into a nearby hole, escaping Lu Nian's grasp. After dispatching the Sandshrew, Lu Nian adjusted his mining lamp and continued on with Caterpie and Nidoking. The cave walls bore numerous burrows created by the Sandshrews, and Lu Nian gently ran his fingers over them. It was no wonder the mine required regular cleaning of Sandshrews. Too many burrows could lead to collapses. Just as he mused this, a small head poked out from the ground ahead. Confirming its identity, it emerged. LV-25 Sandslash. Upon spotting Lu Nian, the Sandslash immediately lunged toward Caterpie with a claw swipe. Claw slash. Dodge. Lu Nian shouted. Caterpie reacted swiftly, crouching and rolling to evade the attack. Now, Nidoking, use Supersonic. Nidoking nodded and unleashed a supersonic wave at the Sandslash. In the semi-enclosed environment of the cave, the Sandslash had little chance of escaping the attack unless it burrowed underground, which required time. Caterpie Ember. Caterpie exhaled a small flame, striking the Sandslash as it attempted to dig. Boom. The ember interrupted the Sandslash's movement. Following this, Nidolino's supersonic struck true, plunging the Sandslash into a state of confusion. Chirp. The Sandslash, disoriented, stumbled, inadvertently slamming its powerful claw against the cave wall, creating a significant dent. As Lu Nian was about to launch another assault to decisively deal with the obstructive king of the moles, he suddenly sensed something amiss. His gaze caught the king of the moles lifting its right foot, bringing it down heavily upon the ground, causing a tremor. It was a mighty stomp. Lu Nian's pupils constricted in alarm. The ground beneath him rumbled ominously. Suddenly, it began to collapse, thick fissures rapidly spreading across the surface. Lu Nian's expression shifted drastically as he instantly recognized the impending attack from the king of the moles, realizing that the area was on the verge of caving in. The king of the moles, along with its mole minions, had already excavated numerous tunnels in this vicinity, and now this particular king was unleashing its formidable stomp. The reverberations intensified. Rocks began to rain down from above, and the ground beneath him quaked violently. Everything transpired in a heartbeat, leaving no time to flee. His Kadabra and Nidoking clung tightly to his legs. Suddenly, the ground shattered beneath him, and he lost control, plummeting downward. Ah, Nidoking, Arg, Lunyan, along with Kadabra and Nidoking, fell helplessly into the abyss. Ugh, Lunyan rubbed his head and braced himself to stand. Fortune smiled upon him. He had not met his demise. The collapse of the cavern had ceased, and by sheer luck, Lunyan, Kadabra, and Nidoking found themselves unharmed, as several fallen rocks had fortuitously formed a triangular structure, sparing them from injury. Otherwise, their fate could have been dire. The mining lamp remained intact, and after adjusting it, Lunyan confirmed that both Kadabra and Nidoking were unscathed. Good. Lunyan reached into his pocket, only to find no phone, but rather shards of its shattered screen. While he emerged relatively unscathed, his phone was decidedly worse for wear. It appeared he would need to reconstruct it. Zing. Even if he managed to piece it back together, it would be of no use, and climbing back up seemed futile. His situation appeared grim. Lunyan, accompanied by Kadabra and Nidoking, distanced themselves from the ruins, intending to rest for a moment to collect their thoughts before deciding on their next course of action. The mining lamp was still operational, and his backpack remained intact. Excellent. The only casualty was his newly purchased phone. I must create a world where phones do not shatter. My phone. Oh, my phone. He pondered whether the fragments of his phone would still be eligible for warranty. Nevertheless, he had never heard of such an underground cavern in the Migradar Mountains. Moreover, was that crystal? Lunyan crouched in a corner, prying a piece of stone loose, muttering to himself. Quite intriguing, is it not? As the saying goes, those who survive great calamities must have blessings in store. It would be remiss not to explore further. Onward, Kadabra, Nidoking, Lunyan declared enthusiastically. Who knows? He might stumble upon a Mega Evolution Stone along the way. A serendipitous find. Half an hour later, standing before a fork in the path, Lunyan resolved to trust his instincts one last time. Right turn. Half an hour later. Well, it seems the right turn was a mistake. Let's take the left this time. Kadabra, Nidoking. Woof, cried Kadabra. Another half an hour later, Lunyan encountered the third instance of his markings and sensed something was amiss. I seem to be lost. Good news. After wandering around, it appears this is a cavern teeming with crystals. Bad news. I am lost. Leaning against the rocky wall, Lunyan prepared to rest momentarily, contemplating his next move. Wandering aimlessly like a headless chicken was certainly not a viable strategy. Boom. Had the rock wall behind him shifted? Lunyan inquired of Kadabra and Nidoking. Sensing an unusual disturbance from the wall, he slowly turned around. What met his gaze was a pair of dull brown eyes. Ah, woof. Nidoking. Ugh. For distinct screams echoed through the subterranean cavern simultaneously. Strangely enough, the entity before him appeared even more terrified. After emitting a sharp cry, it swiftly burrowed back into the rocky wall. Though the sudden appearance startled Lunyan, it seemed to be a Pokemon, a Onix. The system's scanning panel revealed the fleeing creature's identity. It was indeed a subterranean Onix. But how could an Onix grow to such a size? Lunyan recalled the Onix's formidable stature. It must have exceeded 9 meters, rivaling even Steelix. Was this peculiar growth attributed to the strange minerals in the area? Intrigued, Lunyan exclaimed, "Let us pursue it." Kadabra, Nidoking. Kadabra boldly led the way, charging into the tunnel from which the Onix had escaped, eager to discover its whereabouts. This tunnel was not one excavated by the Onix, but had existed prior. Oh, that explains it, Lunyan mused. This must be the exit, and the Onix was merely blocking the way. Thus, the inside became a large dead end, trapping us. Then we chase. Lunyan commanded. Kadabra, use Spark. Nidoking, unleash Mud Bomb. The two attacks struck the Onix, though their effectiveness was limited. They managed to deplete its remaining health. In this underground environment, the challenges for Nidoking and Kadabra were amplified. Just moments ago, Lunyan had exerted considerable effort to overcome a level 27 Onix, allowing them to proceed. This marked the third Pokemon Lunyan had bested. The creatures encountered along the way were either rock-type or ground-type. In this subterranean realm, which offered scant food or water, only rock-type and ground-type Pokemon thrived. Glancing at his watch, Lunyan noted the hands pointed to 9:21 p.m. Nidoking, leave a mark on the rocky wall, Lunyan instructed. Nidoking, using its horn, punctured a hole in the wall, creating a mark similar in size to its own horn. This was the 6th mark Lunyan had left since pursuing the Onix into the cave. As the entire passage had remained a straight path with no turns or forks, where it ultimately led was still a mystery. After traversing several dozen steps, a glimmer of light appeared at the tunnel's end, revealing an expanse of unknown moss below. Woohoo! Lunyan, along with Nidoking and Kadabra, slid down from the tunnel's mouth. The scenery before them transformed dramatically, resembling a miniature world beneath the earth. Glowing moss and vines adorned the surrounding rock walls, illuminating the cavern, while the sound of water hinted at a nearby stream. Woof! Kadabra barked excitedly, its voice echoing in the vast underground chamber, startling a few clustered Geodudes. Lu Nian furrowed his brow. Ever since awakening his psychic abilities, his instincts had sharpened considerably. All his thoughts coalesced into a single sentiment. I have a bad feeling about this. Heightening his vigilance, Lu Nian quickened his pace to keep up with Kadabra. Splash! A subterranean river appeared before Lu Nian, bringing with it a refreshing breeze. The sound of water he had heard earlier emanated from this very source, luring him to investigate further. Lu Nian inspected his surroundings, and, after utilizing the system's scanning functionality to ascertain there were no threats, felt reassured enough to approach the small river. He cupped a handful of water, intending to wash his face and refresh himself. However, something felt amiss. The moment he scooped up the water, Lu Nian sensed an ominous presence rapidly drawing near. Retreat! He shouted, swiftly pulling aside Nidolino and Cat-Eye Dog. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the water erupted as a bony scythe lunged toward him, aiming to pierce Lu Nian's jaw. But it narrowly missed. After pulling Cat-Eye Dog and Nidolino back, Lu Nian finally discerned the identity of the approaching Pokémon. Pokémon, Scyther, qualification, Gym qualification, gender, female, level, 31, type, rock, water, ability, swift swim, held item, none, moveset, cut, feint, night slash, harden, absorb, grab, mud slap, water gun, glare, mudshot. Inherited moves, bubble beam. Knock off. With a head resembling a trilobite and a shell that could fold and shrink on its back, the glaring bony scythe unmistakably confirmed the Pokémon before him, Scyther. A fossil Pokémon that should have been extinct was now vividly alive before Lu Nian. Regrettably, his first instinct was not to battle, but to flee. Drip. Water splashed onto the ground with a crisp sound. Scyther had emerged from the water, its scarlet eyes fixated intently on Lu Nian, for Scyther's diet consisted primarily of flesh, with fish and crustaceans being fair game. But humans were the most delectable. As the saying goes, humans are the pinnacle of creation, and it was clear that Scyther was currently famished, with a tantalizing prey in sight. Run, brother! Lu Nian shouted, abandoning the notion of confronting Scyther. He turned to flee, realizing that it was not just one Scyther, but a veritable swarm of fossil Scyther in the water, an estimated 20 to 30 of them. Lu Nian's small frame was no match for such a formidable gathering. He swiftly mounted Cat-Eye Dog, reverting to a united front of human and Pokémon, with Nidolino lagging behind. Lu Nian had no choice but to recall Nidolino into its Pokeball. The urgent need to evolve Cat-Eye Dog into a speedy Houndoom was becoming increasingly pressing. Thud! As Scyther sensed Lu Nian's intent to escape, it made its move. Being a rock-type Pokémon, Scyther was not slow on its feet either. Thus, the chase ensued, Lu Nian and Cat-Eye Dog fleeing while Scyther pursued relentlessly. Above, the sound of flapping wings echoed, each beat creating a disturbance in the quiet underground cavern, accompanied by heavy breathing. With Scyther and fossil Pokémon on his mind, Lu Nian could only think of one thing: LV-57 Fossil Pterodactyl. As the miner's light illuminated the face of the fossil pterodactyl, Lu Nian's heart nearly leapt from his chest. With a fossil pterodactyl ahead and Scyther behind, he found himself in a perilous predicament. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a cave entrance not far away, an opportunity to evade the predatory fossil pterodactyl. Though it might lead to a dead end, he had no choice. Cat-Eye Dog, to that cave, Lu Nian urged, pointing towards the entrance. With a determined yelp, Cat-Eye Dog sprang into action, racing toward the indicated cave. In the dim cavern, only Scyther and the fossil pterodactyl remained, two apex predators. The fossil pterodactyl, driven by hunger, immediately redirected its attention and dove towards Scyther. Meanwhile, within the cave, Lu Nian encountered a familiar face, Onyx. They exchanged wide-eyed glances. What a coincidence. Are you here to buy some beans? In the small cave, Lu Nian, Cat-Eye Dog, and Onyx shared a moment of mutual surprise. As Lu Nian shielded Cat-Eye Dog while retreating, Onyx also shrank back into the corner. Was it a timid nature? Lu Nian pondered, observing Onyx as it cautiously backed away into the tunnel it had just excavated, seeking a place devoid of both Pokémon and humans. Pokémon, Onyx, qualification, Gym qualification, gender, male, level, 25, type, rock, ground, ability, sturdy, held item, hard stone, moveset, rock slide, harden, tackle, bind, knockdown, rock polish, dragon breath, curse, rock fall, dig, iron tail. Inherited moves: rock smash, dragon tail. Among its moves, Two stood out starkly: Dragon Breath and Dragon Tail. In reality, Pokemon do not learn corresponding moves simply by leveling up. Without sufficient dragon lineage, one cannot master Dragon Breath or inherit Dragon Tail. However, Lu Nian's desire to capture Onix was thwarted by the circumstances. He felt powerless to act. If he did nothing, Onix's timid nature would surely lead it to flee. Should a capture attempt be initiated, it would likely have already disappeared. A plan was necessary. Lu Nian stroked his chin, contemplating Onix's potential as a valuable asset for his team. Onix could assist him in digging his way out, saving him the trouble of searching for an exit. Boom. Outside, the fossil pterodactyl swooped down, its claws pinning Scyther harshly to the ground. The impact caused vibrations that Lu Nian felt acutely. Crack. The tremor fractured the rock wall, dislodging several stones that tumbled to Lu Nian's feet. His pupils dilated in shock. Steelix Mega Evolution Stone, a spiraling intertwining of mystical energy capable of resonating with a keystone, allowing Steelix to mega-evolve when held. The unrefined Mega Evolution Stone shimmered with intertwining blue and white spirals. Was this the silver lining after a near calamity? Lu Nian glanced at Onix. Finding a Mega Evolution Stone, what extraordinary luck. Surely this would entice Onix. Yet, Onix's response was not what Lu Nian anticipated. It still seemed intent on fleeing. The only bargaining chip Lu Nian possessed was the Steelix Mega Evolution Stone, and he needed to leverage it. Onix, do you want this? However, as soon as he spoke and revealed the stone, Onix bolted. How cowardly. Despite its formidable rock-like physique, it chose to retreat. Yet it was of little concern. Even if he couldn't capture Onix, he could encounter an even better Pokemon in the future. Moreover, even without capturing Onix, the Mega Evolution Stone could be sold for resources to nurture other Pokemon. Having reassured himself, Lu Nian cautiously peeked out of the cave. The ground not far away bore the marks of battle, evidence of multiple Scyther clashing with the fossil pterodactyl. After listening intently for a moment, Lu Nian confirmed that the fossil pterodactyl had flown far away. With that, it was time to seek an exit. Remaining idle was akin to awaiting death. It was common for trainers to be away for 3 to 5 days. At the very least, it would take 3 days for anyone to notice Lu Nian's absence. However, Lu Nian had only packed provisions for 2 days, which would not last long. Should he retrace his steps? That route led to the territory of the Scyther and the fossil pterodactyl, and approaching would surely lead to their detection. Given this predicament, exploring the opposite direction towards the underground cavern seemed the wisest course of action. As they exited the cave, Lu Nian and his partner, Katy Dog, tread lightly, proceeding with caution. Regrettably, they had yet to capture a Rhyhorn. Otherwise, they could have had it excavate an upward passage to facilitate their escape. As Lu Nian pondered this, the rocky ground beneath his feet gradually transformed into a small patch of grass. A rustling sound reached his ears, and not far off, a peculiar plant quietly thrived within a crevice in the rocks. Its undulating tendrils resembled seaweed, 6 symmetrically pink appendages adorned with strange patterns, their base resembling suction cups connecting to its upper body. It was a tentacle, a Pokemon dating back 100 million years, unexpectedly found alongside the likes of Scyther and the fossil pterodactyl. Let us circumvent it, Lu Nian whispered to Katy Dog, who nodded in understanding. Suddenly, a pair of eyes opened quietly. Life in the food-scarce underground cavern had significantly honed the hunting prowess of the tentacle. It was a carnivore. Just as Lu Nian and Katy Dog had made some headway, the tentacle detected their presence. Run. The tentacle extricated its roots from the crevice, pursuing them in a bizarre manner. Thankfully, its speed was sluggish, unable to catch up with Lu Nian and Katy Dog. If only it were a fossil pterodactyl instead. The sound of wings flapping filled the air. Lu Nian was in no mood to hear that sound. The piercing gaze of the fossil pterodactyl locked onto Lu Nian and Katy Dog, letting out a low growl of excitement. It had finally found the delectable morsels that had just fled. Feeling the intense scrutiny from behind, Lu Nian was instantly drenched in sweat. He had to enter a state of unity with Katy Dog once more. They exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, he mounted Katy Dog. How infuriating it was to resort to this ultimate escape tactic so frequently. Yet, there was no alternative. They were on the brink of disaster. Suddenly, a column of fire descended from the heavens, striking the tentacle that was in pursuit of Lu Nian and Katy Dog. The rush of wind was deafening. Even Katy Dog, being a fire-type Pokemon, felt a chill run down its spine, summoning every ounce of strength to flee. Yet, the fossil pterodactyl's speed was evidently superior, closing the distance rapidly. Lu Nian refused to remain idle. He hastily retrieved prepared items from his backpack. Thud. Smoke ball. Meow. Tail of Meowth. Pia, leftover banana peel. Clang. Hammer. He utilized everything in his bag that could potentially slow the fossil pterodactyl down. However, aside from escalating the creature's anger, none of it seemed effective. The distance continued to shrink. Was this the end of his journey as a Pokemon trainer? Lu Nian mused to himself. Thud. Suddenly, several massive rocks plummeted onto the wings of the fossil pterodactyl. This unexpected rock assault unbalanced the creature, significantly reducing its pursuit speed. Onyx. Lu Nian exclaimed with joy. The head of Onyx appeared ahead. It was the one responsible for the rockfall. Chapter 26. A narrow escape. The rockfall successfully struck the fossil pterodactyl's wings, hampering its ability to fly. This was a glorious victory for Onyx. Ultimately, the mega evolution of Steelix had proven too enticing for Onyx to resist. It glanced at Lu Nian, signaling him to hurry, then retreated into the freshly excavated tunnel, allowing Lu Nian to escape. With no other choice, Lu Nian and Katie Dog dashed into the tunnel created by Onyx without hesitation. Just as Lu Nian squeezed through, the fossil pterodactyl reached the tunnel's entrance. Roar! The fossil pterodactyl bellowed, extending its claws to widen the opening, intent on pursuing them further. After much hesitation, it finally entered the tunnel, relying solely on its claws to advance slowly, unable to utilize its wings. As it descended, the fossil pterodactyl soon spotted Lu Nian and Katie Dog. Roar! It roared angrily, ready to continue its pursuit. However, in such an environment, how could the fossil pterodactyl possibly catch up with Lu Nian and Katie Dog? Just as Lu Nian contemplated taunting the fossil pterodactyl, he merely glanced back to see flames seeping from the corners of its mouth. Flamethrower. Lu Nian's expression shifted drastically. Run. He and Katie Dog hastened their escape, just as they approached a corner. The moment Lu Nian turned the corner, a searing pillar of fire erupted from the fossil pterodactyl's mouth, striking the rocks. The heat wave washed over them. If hit by the fossil pterodactyl's flamethrower, their fate would be sealed. Onyx. The head of Onyx appeared ahead, beckoning Lu Nian to follow. A few minutes later, Lu Nian exhaled a sigh of relief. This underground cavern adventure had been quite exhilarating. Raising his head, the miner's lamp illuminated the passage, revealing the marks Lu Nian had previously left with Nidoking's horn. After winding through, they found themselves back where they first encountered Onyx. Lu Nian gazed at Onyx, surprised that a Pokemon had come to his aid. It was a feeling difficult to describe. Onyx, it murmured softly, seeking a reward for its rescue. No good deed should go unrewarded. Fortunately, Lu Nian had adequately prepared for this venture into the Miguelda Mountains. From his backpack, he retrieved a small box, the enticing aroma instantly capturing Onyx's attention. Its eyes widening in interest. Clink clink. Lu Nian opened the box, presenting it before Onyx for a clearer view. Energy cubes for rock-type Pokemon. This small box contained 20 cubes, costing Lu Nian 1,000 league coins. The minimum price for an energy cube was 20 each, specifically tailored for a certain type. The energy cubes currently being consumed by Katie Dog and Nidoking were priced at 50 league coins each, a costly treat indeed. Sensing the delightful scent, Onyx eagerly opened its mouth, urging Lu Nian to pour the energy cubes in. Onyx. Nom nom nom. Onyx. How could this be so delicious? After finishing, Onyx's eyes sparkled with delight, looking to Lu Nian inquiringly for more. Still hungry? Lu Nian asked. Onyx. It nodded. This treat was far superior to rocks. Of course it wanted more. Then first, help me dig an upward passage so I can ascend. Lu Nian pointed upwards. Onyx contemplated briefly before nodding. This would be an easy task for it. Half an hour later, Onyx's massive head emerged first, followed closely by Lu Nian and Katie Dog. After a short rest, Onyx once again sought its reward. Lu Nian shook the box teasingly, saying, Actually, I only brought this one box. Onyx. What? I know you're eager, but please, be patient. Lu Nian reassured Onyx beneath the night sky. Lu Nian extracted the Steelix Mega Evolution Stone, its blue and white spiral radiating a faint glow against the night sky, continuously captivating the attention of the Onyx. Holding the stone delicately, Lu Nian remarked, You desire this, don't you? The Onyx nodded in response. Even if you want it, I cannot simply give it to you for free. However, Lu Nian's tone shifted. If you are willing to become my Pokemon, not only will this Steelix Mega Evolution Stone belong to you, but I can also ensure that you will never go hungry again with those delicious energy cubes you just consumed. Upon hearing Lu Nian's words, the Onyx halted its retreat. The energy cubes were indeed delectable, but being captured would mean losing the freedom it had enjoyed. Had it not just eaten? The Onyx's left and right minds engaged in a fervent debate, ultimately deciding to observe for a couple of days. If things did not go well, It could always take the Steelix Mega Evolution Stone and flee. With this thought, the Onyx nodded at Lun Yin and gently touched the Pokeball in his hand, establishing a tentative trust. Little did it know, this was merely the first step in forging their bond. Decades later, Steelix would reminisce about their initial encounter, pondering, what if I hadn't joined him? I would have been utterly lost. After capturing the Onyx, Lun Yin resolved to return to Donghai City under the cover of night. Although he felt physically exhausted, his spirit brimmed with vitality, allowing him to forego rest. Moreover, he alone possessed the secret concerning the fossil Pokemon beneath Mount Magelda. It is essential to clarify that the technology for reviving fossil Pokemon had yet to emerge. Thus, the underground cavern remained a vast treasure trove, known only to Lun Yin for the time being. The most prudent course of action was to confide in someone trustworthy, empowering them to manage the fossil Pokemon beneath Mount Magelda, allowing Lun Yin to reap a share of the rewards. Otherwise, if others became aware, he might end up with nothing. 2 hours later, Lun Yin successfully returned to the outskirts of Donghai City and borrowed a phone to call Lei Hai. 10 minutes later, Lei Hai arrived, appearing quite disheveled. What you said is absolutely true. Without a doubt. Take me to see it. Let us fly on my Talonflame. Chapter 27. The Rookie Tournament commences. Leaving the Flame Emperor and the Dual Blade Dragon to guard the entrance, Lei Hai led Lun Yin out of the cavern. He had clearly assessed the situation within the underground cavern, discovering indeed that it housed Scyther, Aerodactyl, and the likes of Tentacle and prehistoric Butterfree. Fossil Pokemon had only been discovered in a select few locations around the world, and now Donghai City had revealed a similar site, with an astonishingly large number of fossils. Lei Hai regarded Lun Yin with newfound respect. Let us have Talonflame take you home to rest. The rookie tournament starts the day after tomorrow, and I'd like you to perform well. All right. Lun Yin nodded and boarded Lei Hai's Talonflame, leaving the remaining matters in Lei Hai's capable hands. As for the rewards for reporting the discovery, Lei Hai would ensure that everything was arranged properly. As soon as Lun Yin settled onto Talonflame, he noticed a group of elite trainers in uniforms approaching from a distance, all heading in their direction. They bypassed Lun Yin and respectfully greeted Lei Hai. It was apparent to Lun Yin that a trainer capable of nurturing a level 68 dual blade dragon could not possibly be an ordinary individual. In this world, trainers of considerable strength generally held a high social standing. 2 days later, on November 28th, the preliminary round of the Rookie Trainer Championship officially commenced, aimed at selecting outstanding newcomers. The tournament would first conduct internal screenings among high school students, followed by matches within the city, ultimately leading to a unified competition. Since the tournament was open to all senior high school newcomers, only the top 128 would advance to the finals. At 8 in the morning, students from various sectors of Donghai City filled the audience seats of the Monsoon Sports Center, eagerly awaiting the opening. Initially, there was the typical, somewhat tedious speech from the leaders. However, while they droned on, Lun Yin and Lei Yao engaged in their own conversation, each absorbed in their respective discussions. Soon, the rules for the upcoming battles were outlined. The format would consist of one-on-one Pokemon battles, where a Pokemon would be deemed out of the competition once it lost its ability to fight. All participants were allocated to various high school venues for straightforward ranking matches. Ultimately, the top 128 would gather at the Monsoon Sports Center for the grand finale. With the opening ceremony concluded, the grouping notifications swiftly arrived on Lun Yin's phone. Group 54, please proceed promptly. Lun Yin and Lei Yao stood on the playground, checking their match locations. I'm heading to Group 22, Lei Yao announced, phone in hand. Okay. 10 minutes later, Lun Yin arrived at the Group 54 venue, meeting his opponent. The competitors were already in position, and the referee announced, please send forth your Pokemon. Electrike, Trico. Through the scanning process, Lun Yin recognized Zhang Gu's Pokemon as a level 16 Trico and a level 13 Shroomish. There was no doubt, Electrike was destined to claim victory in this match. Brother, go easy on me, Zhang Gu exclaimed upon realizing his opponent was Lun Yin with Electrike. The Trico on the battlefield fixed its gaze on Electrike, nervously clutching the leaf in its mouth, acutely sensing the pressure emanating from its rival. Begin the battle, commanded the referee. Trico, use Leaf Tornado. Trico swiftly darted forward, not approaching Electrike directly, but instead maneuvering around to unleash the leaves. With a whoosh, the grass-imbued leaves sliced through the air, effectively used as throwing knives. Electrike utilized Flame Wheel. A flurry of leaves hurtled toward Electrike. Yet Lun Yin did not call for evasive maneuvers. He ordered an immediate counterattack. Flames erupted from Electrike, who leaped into the air to unleash the Flame Wheel. The leaves were incinerated by the fiery assault as Electrike charged toward Trico. Electrike, pursue. Trico dashed away, attempting to distance itself from Electrike. Just as it came to a halt, Electrike's flame will closed in. Trico use. Zhang Guo's command was cut short as Electrike's flame will collided with Trico, delivering a decisive blow that rendered Trico unable to continue. As the flames dissipated, Electrike stood triumphantly before the defeated Trico. Electrike and Lu Nian win. The referee promptly announced Lu Nian and Electrike's advancement to the next round. Nearby, freshmen and sophomores watched in awe as Electrike executed the flame wheel with such speed, marveling at its prowess. Little did they know the blood, sweat, and tears that lay behind such skill. After a brief 10-minute intermission, Lu Nian faced another opponent, a girl. And once again, Electrike emerged victorious with ease. The first round of preliminary selections was successfully navigated. As soon as Lu Nian concluded his match, a message from Lei Yao pinged on his phone. Lei Yao, how did it go? Lu Nian, I handled it effortlessly. Lu Nian, would you like to join me for lunch? McDonald's or Golden Arches? Lei Yao, sure, let's go with McDonald's then. Given that the venue of Lu Nian's Group 54 was relatively close to the school gate, he inquired about Lei Yao's preference, intending to order first with Katie Dog and Nidalino. While waiting for the meal, a sharply dressed man approached Lu Nian unexpectedly. Hello. I'm not interested in health supplements, thank you. No, and I'm not buying a house either. I have things to attend to. Can we discuss this later? The man in the suit regarded Lu Nian with a look of resignation and finally said, Here is my business card. Perhaps we can find some common ground for conversation. All right. Just then, Lei Yao walked in and asked Lu Nian who that was. I don't know, probably an insurance salesman. He certainly looks the part. After this brief interlude, Lu Nian and Lei Yao resumed their discussion about when Lei Yao's EV was planning to evolve. After some contemplation, Lei Yao remarked, As for EV's evolution, it's best to let nature take its course. The conversation about EV made their lunch hour glide by effortlessly. In the afternoon, Lu Nian was assigned 4 preliminary battle matches, none of which posed a challenge for Katie Dog. The fire spin easily dispatched the opponents. Typically, the adversaries in the preliminary stage are not particularly formidable, considering the vast array of participants. Given Lu Nian's current prowess, it would be at least until the main event before he felt any significant pressure. After finishing the matches, Lu Nian returned home, pushed open the door, and sat down. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Lu Nian prepared to answer the door, Lei Hai barged in. Chapter 28, When the Moonlight Falls. Entering the living room, Lei Hai casually plopped down on the sofa, placing 3 Pokeballs on the table. A glimmer of blue light flashed in Lu Nian's eyes, revealing the detailed data of the 3 Pokeballs. LV-57 Fossil Pterodactyl, LV-15 Fossil Shield, LV-19 Tentacle. Lei Hai stated, Inside these 3 Pokeballs are a Fossil Pterodactyl, a Fossil Shield, and a Tentacle. If you fancy any of them, feel free to choose one as your Pokemon to nurture. However, the detailed information did not impress Lu Nian. He harbored a dislike for Tentacle, perhaps due to having encountered numerous bizarre tentacles before. The Fossil Shield was an excellent Pokemon with the ability Swift Swim, yet Lu Nian envisioned a Sandstorm team rather than a Rain team. Ultimately, the Fossil Pterodactyl, even if offered to him, would be of no use. He could hardly expect it to heed his commands before surpassing its strength. After careful contemplation, Lu Nian inquired, If I am not interested in these, might there be other options available? Lei Hai chuckled, displaying a knowing expression as he regarded Lu Nian. This lad had always been astute and opinionated, even capable of inciting irritation in his own family. Nonetheless, he was growing increasingly handsome, nearly rivaling Lei Hai's youthful appearance. Lei Hai understood the aspirations of young people. After all, this is a world where appearances hold significant weight, and while inner beauty deserves recognition, an attractive visage garners immediate attention. Reaching into his pocket, Lei Hai produced a wooden box and said, Take a look inside. Oh, Lu Nian responded, extending his hand to catch the wooden box tossed his way by Lei Hai. Inside lay a piece of stone, pure white as jade, quietly radiating a gentle luminescence akin to moonlight. Supreme Moonstone, a splendid treasure born from the distant cosmos. This exceptional moonstone can facilitate the evolution of certain specific Pokemon. Observing Lu Nian's astonished expression, Lei Hai nodded in satisfaction and elaborated. With the implementation of the Quanghan project, the Dongwang Alliance has officially commenced lunar exploration. This Supreme Moonstone is one of the findings from the second batch of lunar explorations. Just like the moon and the moonstone, the spiritual realm is rich in corresponding attribute evolution stones. This particular moonstone is the last one in stock, so I took the liberty of requesting it for you. It arrived this morning on an expedited shipment. At these words, Lu Nian could no longer suppress his smile. I truly appreciate it. Nidalino, sensing the presence of the Moonstone, emerged from its Pokeball. The overwhelming force was irresistibly enticing to Nidolino. Lunyan gently patted Nidolino, indicating that the Moonstone would yield its maximal effect when used at night, and that it should not be utilized just yet. After Lunyan and Nidolino finished their exchange, Lehigh continued, this time, for reporting the existence of a rare fossil Pokemon in the underground cave. This Supreme Moonstone is one of your rewards. I have already converted the other rewards into contribution points, which you can easily check yourself. Well then, I must take my leave. Your aunt is waiting for me for dinner. Before departing, Lehigh suddenly recalled, I wish you the best in the new trainer competition. And remember, you must succeed before graduating from university. Understand? As he spoke, the imposing aura of a peak gym trainer bore down on Lunyan. Only after receiving assurance did Lehigh ascend the stairs. Lunyan gazed at the Supreme Moonstone and the new moon feather in hand. An audacious idea taking root in his mind. Could the system's Moonstone, 0, serve as a fusion device to incorporate the new moon feather? Deep into the night, the round moon hung high in the sky, its brilliance outshone by the multitude of stars. As Lunyan was about to head downstairs, he fortuitously encountered Lei Yao, who was also on her way down. What brings you downstairs at this hour? Lei Yao feigned ignorance, asking. Lunyan pointed to Nidolino and replied, Nidolino is preparing to evolve tonight. And what about you? Why are you out so late? I'm hungry, and I'm going out to grab some late-night snacks. What is it to you? Is that not allowed? All right. Lei Yao approached quickly, while Lunyan waved his hands repeatedly, insisting it wasn't permissible. In the community park, the night was quiet, yet 2 uninvited guests had arrived at its most serene corner. Nidolino led the way, with Lunyan and Lei Yao following closely behind, while Eevee brought up the rear. At 11 p.m., the moon reached its zenith, shining especially brightly tonight, casting a silvery layer over the park. This moment marked the perfect opportunity for Nidolino to absorb the moonlight and evolve using the Moonstone, as only at night would the energy within the Moonstone fully activate. Lunyan retrieved the Moonstone from his pocket. The Supreme Moonstone appeared entirely different from earlier in the day. Previously, it had emitted a subdued glow, merely a hint of moonlight. Now, it radiated moonlight as if the celestial orb had descended to Earth, and Lunyan had chanced upon it. As Lunyan brandished the Supreme Moonstone, Nidolino couldn't help but stare. The allure of the Supreme Moonstone was overwhelming, making it impossible for Nidolino to resist the call of evolution. Without dangling the prospect before Nidolino, Lunyan tossed the Supreme Moonstone towards it. Prepare to embrace your new form and metamorphose into a king, Nidolino. Why does that sound a bit strange? Nidolino swallowed the Supreme Moonstone in one gulp, the stone vanishing into its belly. In an instant, it appeared as though moonlight coalesced around Nidolino. The light of evolution surged forth from within, merging with the moonlight cascading over Nidolino, forming a cocoon of illumination. Nidolino let out an exuberant roar, the sound resonating with exhilaration and joy. After consuming the extraordinary Moonstone infused with the exquisite crescent feather, Nidolino began to undergo a transformation under the moonlight. Its once diminutive tail gradually elongated, and Nidolino rose to its feet, steadily growing taller. Bui suddenly, Eevee, nestled in Lei Yao's arms, emitted a sound, bursting forth with a radiance akin to that of Nidolino. Eevee, you are about to evolve. Joy resonated in Lei Yao's voice. Hastily, she released Eevee, allowing the moonlight to cascade upon it, enveloping it in a cocoon of evolutionary light. Eevee's form elongated, its genes continuously rearranging. Roar. Bui almost synchronously. Eevee and Nidolino completed their evolutions. Moonlight Eevee. Nidoking. On the balcony, Lehigh embraced his wife, both quietly observing the evolution taking place in the park. A nostalgic expression graced Lehigh's face, as if she were transported back to many years ago. At that time, she was a fledgling trainer who encountered the mischievous Lehigh, and the memories stirred her emotions. Especially recalling the previous evening when Lehigh abruptly answered a call and dashed off, neglecting to fulfill his obligations, still leaving her somewhat irked. She seized Lehigh's collar and declared, "You must make up for your dues tonight." I feel a bit tired today. No excuses, it must be done. Chapter 29, Advancing to the Top 128. As the light of evolution gradually dissipated, 2 newly transformed Pokemon emerged. Nido, after evolving into Nidoking, it confidently approached Lunyan, bowing its head obediently. Previously, Nidoking would gaze up at Lunyan, but now, having evolved, it stood towering at 19 meters, slightly surpassing Lunyan's height, completing an impressive reversal in stature, making it Lunyan's turn to look up. Pokemon, Nidoking, Qualification, Champion Qualification, Gender, male, level, 23, type, poison, ground, ability, sheer force, held item, none, equipment slot, heart of steel, 12, learn moves, glare, poison sting, tackle, charge beam, fury swipes, scratch, toxic spikes, double kick, horn attack, mud bomb, super horn attack, toxic, poison jab, earth power, inherited moves, pursuit, supersonic, double edge. A flash of blue light revealed Nidoking's attribute panel before Lun Yin, showcasing a dramatic transformation. It had mastered 4 new moves, and its ability had shifted from vital spirit to sheer force. Subsequently, Lun Yin turned his gaze towards Lei Yao and Moonlight EV. With long ears, its entire body was a deep black, sharp red eyes glimmering, adorned with rings of yellow circular patterns that emitted a faint glow at night. However, it was late, and lingering outside for too long was unwise. While Nidoking's evolution was a significant matter, EV's transformation into Moonlight EV was merely coincidental. After returning Nidoking to its Pokeball, they both headed home, as the next day held a competition. 2 days later, the preliminary rounds continued in an orderly fashion, and Lun Yin had already participated in 5 battles. The next match would be the qualifying round for the top 128. Go Cocodora! Lin Mo tossed forth the Pokeball in his hand. Cocodora, a rock and steel-type Pokemon, was encased in metallic armor, boasting exceptional physical resistance. As a steel type, it was not susceptible to fire, making it quite challenging for the incoming Cardadog. It would either be Nidoking or Onix. Lun Yin released his newly captured behemoth, Onix. Upon its emergence, the colossal figure of Onix immediately drew gasps from the observing juniors nearby. The standard size for Onix is 8 meters. But this particular Onix was surely over 9 meters tall. What a massive specimen. Lun Yin reveled in the astonishment of his peers, thinking, my Onix is not just 9 meters tall, it measures an impressive 3 meters. It exceeds the normal Onix size by 0.5 meters, even surpassing the size of Steelix. Just yesterday afternoon, Lun Yin had registered Onix's information, conducting a full health check. Onix wasn't merely healthy, it was exceptionally so. As for its impressive size, Lun Yin speculated it might be due to environmental factors. Living in an underground cavern that preserved Pokemon from 100 million years ago could have led to some ancestral traits surfacing, which seemed plausible enough. However, Lun Yin's opponent, was not as composed or astonished. 0 meters Cocodora against Onix? In Pokemon battles, size is a significant advantage if a fight ensued. Wouldn't Onix simply crush Cocodora with a single tail swipe? Lin Mo immediately raised his hand to signal the referee. Referee, I want to have Lun Yin's Pokemon inspected. I suspect this Onix was assisted in its capture by a relative. The referee nodded and looked to Lun Yin for his consent. Upon receiving it, the referee retrieved his phone to summon specialized staff. Minutes later, the referee informed Lin Mo that Lun Yin had sufficient strength to capture this Onix. This meant Lun Yin possessed Pokemon even stronger than Onix. Faced with this revelation, Lin Mo had no choice but to pit Cocodora against Onix. Fortunately, Lun Yin had also conducted a health check for Nidoking yesterday, and had registered its information, and Nidoking was fully capable of defeating Onix. Do not underestimate the sheer force ability of Nidoking. The battle commenced. The referee announced. Cocodora's eyes were fixed on Onix, prepared for combat. Use Rock Slide, Cocodora. Lin Mo commanded. Cocodora closed its eyes and summoned a massive boulder from the ground, hurling it at Onix. Bang! Onix did not flinch, swaying slightly, seemingly unfazed. Iron Tail. Onix raised its tail, which gleamed with a metallic sheen, crashing down towards Cocodora. Faced with the impending Iron Tail Plus, how could Cocodora possibly evade? Boom. At the moment Onix's Iron Tail struck, the ground trembled, sending Cocodora crashing into the arena floor. How can we fight this? Lin Mo pondered. In his thoughts, either Nidolino or Cardadog could hold their own. But against this massive Onix, how could Cocodora stand a chance? What if it gets crushed? Do not underestimate the bond between me and Cocodora. Use Metal Claw? 10 minutes later. Congratulations, Lun Yin. You have successfully advanced to the top 128. The referee waved a small flag, announcing. Lun Yin's face appeared on the large screen at the sports field, while Lin Mo, exhausted and out of options, could not overcome the might of Onix. After recalling Onix, as Lun Yin approached the school gate, he noticed a throng of people gathered, seemingly a group of reporters conducting interviews by the playground. Zhou Hongyi stood at the center of the reporters, addressing their barrage of questions. Many inquiries were prearranged by Zhou Hongyi's father, aiming to elevate his company's reputation and to construct a narrative around his son as a prodigious trainer. Suddenly, A question from an unfamiliar reporter piqued Zhou Hongyi's interest. Zhou Hongyi, as a frontrunner in this newcomer trainer tournament, is there a participant you consider to be your greatest obstacle on the path to victory? This dilemma led Zhou Hongyi's thoughts to a particular man. Of course, there was confidence in claiming the championship, yet Zhou Hongyi responded with subtlety, acknowledging that he had not yet secured victory and thus could not boast prematurely. Upon hearing this reply, the reporters became intrigued, inquiring about the identity of that contestant. Well, that's a secret, he replied coyly. After observing for a moment, Lu Nian quietly slipped past the crowd and exited the school gate. The subsequent questions revolved around the motivations for becoming a trainer and the significance of such a choice. Why become a trainer? In truth, most individuals lack a definitive answer, yet an underlying impetus propels them forward relentlessly, akin to the pursuit of education, striving for academic excellence to gain admission to a prestigious university. For many, the decision to pursue a career as a trainer stems not only from a profound love for Pokémon, but also from the practical desire to secure a satisfying job in the future. Chapter 30. Contestant Information. As Lu Nian boarded the bus, he glanced at the new message that had just emerged from the system. Through online registration, you have participated in the provincial-level competition in Haixing, the new trainer tournament, and achieved an outstanding rank in the top 128. You have the following options. Step into the limelight and continue competing in the new trainer tournament. Reward item, Life Pearl. Bide your time and choose to halt at the top 128. Concealing your true strength. Reward item, Custom Skill Pack I3. Upon disembarking the bus, a pearl emitting a potent life force appeared in Lu Nian's hand. Life Pearl, a gem imbued with miraculous life energy. When carried by a Pokémon, each attack's power is increased by 30. Though it will reduce HP by 10, note, force traits are unaffected by this reduction. The rewards for both options appeared comparable, yet he opted for the Life Pearl. While techniques could be learned to empower Nidoking, the Life Pearl was certainly a treasure that could only be acquired through purchase. At the entrance of the community, Lu Nian encountered Lei Yao, who had returned early. Coincidentally, with her parents out for the day, the two decided to dine at a nearby restaurant. Nidoking should be at the elite level of Pokémon by now, right? Lei Yao inquired. Indeed, Lu Nian affirmed with a nod. From the moment of its birth, Nidoking had access to the finest resources Lu Nian could provide, living an exceptionally disciplined life, adhering to rigorous training, and had even enjoyed a stint with the Crescent Feather, resulting in a marked improvement in sleep quality. Now, with the use of a special moonstone, a fusion of Crescent Feather and Premium Moonstone, under the moonlight, it was evolving. Coupled with its innate talent, there was no doubt its strength would escalate. Regrettably, the enhancement of its Heart of Steel was progressing too slowly. It would only manifest its full potential in the later stages. I've gathered some contestant data since I knew you wouldn't have time. I'll generously share it with you, Lei Yao remarked as she produced a booklet. Lu Nian accepted the material, which contained information on a total of 17 contenders. All were popular candidates for the championship, including seed Pokémon, basic information, and their preferred techniques. The age-old adage of knowing oneself and one's adversary to ensure victory in 100 battles holds true. Gathering intelligence on opponents pre-competition is crucial. However, Lu Nian's scanning function provided him with all the details at a glance, rendering the information-gathering process unnecessary. As he perused the data, a familiar name caught his eye. Lei Yao pointed to Zhou Hongyi and said, "This guy is currently the most favored contender for the championship. His Sharpedo is exceptionally formidable. Other quasi-gods either evolved too late or lacked combat prowess, whereas Sharpedo could evolve as early as level 24. With an impressive base stat of 410, it was undeniably one of the most outstanding Pokémon in the early stages. Unless faced with a powerful Ice-type Pokémon, Sharpedo would hardly regard other opponents with any seriousness. 4 times weak to ice is a symbol of strength. This statement was no jest. It directly underscored Sharpedo's capabilities. Lu Nian continued to flip through the pages, finding detailed information on other championship favorites and seed competitors, including their favored techniques and counter strategies. The most recommended countermeasure remained leveraging type advantages. Early-stage trainers and Pokémon typically have straightforward offensive strategies and few trump cards. Under such circumstances, having a type advantage equates to securing nearly half the victory. After finishing their meal, Lei Yao suddenly pulled a disc from her bag and handed it to Lu Nian. "Here, the last time you gave me Sandberry. My mom asked me to give you this ice beam. Please don't misunderstand. It's from my mom." With that, Lei Yao placed the Ice Beam TM on the table and hurriedly departed with her Moonlight EV, leaving Lu Nian no opportunity to decline. An Ice Beam TM is not inexpensive. A single wild Sandberry can fetch up to 7,000 Alliance coins. while an Ice Beam TM costs a whopping 90,000 Alliance coins. TMs are never cheap, as being a trainer is indeed a costly endeavor. Given this context, Lu Nian felt no hesitation in accepting it. If he were to encounter a weak Ice-type opponent facing Nidoking, it could prove advantageous. The Ice Beam, with a power rating of 90, was just 6 points shy of matching the destructive power of Hyper Beam. After their meal, Lu Nian promptly took Nidoking to utilize the Ice Beam TM. That night, a resounding crash echoed as an ice-blue beam struck a tree trunk, the impact emanating a chilling aura. Lu Nian observed the result, nodding in satisfaction. With the Life Pearl and Force traits, Nidoking had truly become a dual threat. In close combat, it wielded Farmer's 3 punches. From a distance, it unleashed Ice Beam, Flamethrower, Thunderbolt, and a series of upgraded moves such as Fire Blast, Blizzard, and Thunder, creating a formidable array of offensive capabilities. However, Nidoking could distinctly sense the changes occurring within itself. The training sessions at night yielded far superior results compared to those during the day, which Lu Nian attributed to the positive influence of the Crescent Feather. 2 days later, a vibrant atmosphere filled the arena as the strongest high school students gathered for the New Trainer Tournament's main event. Welcome, everyone, to the New Trainer Tournament. I am your host, Yenxing Tian, and I will serve as both the host and referee for today's battles. You may also call me by my stage name, Captain Dragonfly. First, I will not act rashly. Second, I will not overlook any misconduct. Third, I shall ensure absolute fairness in judging. Standing atop a steel beak, the host, dressed in a suit with a peculiar hairstyle, introduced himself with flair. His unique commentary style and impeccable refereeing skills made Captain Dragonfly the ideal choice for this year's New Trainer Tournament. The audience at the Jifeng Sports Arena, with a capacity of 3,000, was filled to the brim. After the introductions, it was time for Lu Nian and the other 127 competitors to enter the arena. Among the participants, Lu Nian had donned a trainer outfit reminiscent of Chi Ye's, complete with a custom-made red Pokeball-styled cap. Wearing the same crimson attire, I embraced the life of the strongest trainer. Chapter 31. The official competition commences. After all competitors had entered the venue, another lengthy segment of speeches ensued, lasting over half an hour. This was a yearly tradition, predictable and repetitive. Yet, Lu Nian was taken aback to spot Lei Hai seated at the end of the VIP table. You rascal. I knew it. However, the enormous screen above the Monsoon Sports Arena began to randomly assign opponents. Lu Nian was among the first group of competitors advancing from the top 128 to the top 64, thus he had to compete first. On the battlefield, with the referee's command, the first match of the top 64 knockout stage officially commenced. Lu Nian versus Su Rue. Peering through the Pokeball at the information of his 3 Pokemon, Lu Nian smirked. Victory was already within his grasp. Caterpie, Rosalia, as the referee's voice rang out. Both Lu Nian and Su Rue released their Pokemon simultaneously. Pokemon, Rosalia. Qualification, excellent. Gender, female. Level, 18. Type, grass, poison. Ability, poison point. Held item, Big Root. Moves, poison sting, absorb, sleep powder, grassy terrain, growth, mega drain, leech seed, magical leaf, toxic spikes, giga drain. Inherited moves, sleep powder, leaf blade. The data on Rosalia became digitalized, and Lu Nian also recalled information about Su Rue. Su Rue, hailing from the neighboring city of Fanhai, excelled in grass and poison-type Pokemon, particularly adept at moves like Absorb and Giga Drain, making him formidable in prolonged battles. Moreover, the Big Root enhanced his health-draining capabilities, rendering him particularly resilient in drawn-out encounters. Fanhai was renowned for its profusion of flowers. If Golem were to take the field, it could easily fall victim to Rosalia's draining tactics. The only suitable choice to conceal his strength was Caterpie. Oh, Caterpie excitedly gazed at Rosalia, relishing the type advantage of this battle. Rosalia, retreat, and use sleep powder. Upon realizing he was up against Lu Nian, Su Rue felt a sense of foreboding. Encountering Caterpie was nearly a foregone conclusion, presenting a daunting challenge. If the odds were unfavorable, he could only do his utmost. Rosalia gracefully leaped back, simultaneously directing the rose in her hands toward Caterpie. A soft rustling sound echoed as pale yellow sleep powder wafted from the rose, drifting toward Caterpie. Use Flame Wheel. Caterpie sprang into action, spinning its body to launch the flame wheel at Rosalia. With a pop, the flames of the flame wheel ignited the sleep powder, creating an explosive sound akin to tiny particles detonating, clearing the way and preventing Rosalia from approaching Caterpie. Type advantage proved pivotal, manifesting not only within the Pokemon realm, but also through the intricate relationships between moves. Magical Leaf. Su Rue commanded. Now, he could only hope that Magical Leaf would impede Katani's advance. Rosalia. Rosalia closed her eyes as dozens of leaves flew from her rose, miraculously hovering in midair before cascading toward Katani. Whoosh. The Magical Leaf struck Katani, only to be incinerated by the flame wheel in the next moment. How am I supposed to win? Su Rue cursed under his breath. Though the Magical Leaf managed to hit Katani, it failed to halt its advance, thereby causing Katani's flame wheel to conclude. Flame Fong. Giga Drain. The voices of Lu Nian and Su Rue echoed simultaneously. Yet Su Rue was compelled to reveal his trump card. Rosalia. Rosalia shielded herself with her rose, as green luminescence radiated from Katani, being siphoned by Rosalia's Giga Drain and ultimately replenishing her health. Rather than retreating from the pain of the attack, Katani was emboldened. In the next instant, Katani lunged at Rosalia, its fiery fangs sinking deeply into Rosalia's neck. Rosalia. The flames seared Rosalia's body, and the agony inflicted by the fire-type move, Flame Fong, elicited a pained cry from her. Moments later, Rosalia's Giga Drain was abruptly interrupted due to the excruciating pain. Observing this, Su Rue knew defeat was inevitable. If Rosalia could endure the torment, perhaps a chance for reprisal might emerge. Yet now, Su Rue raised his hand and called out to the referee, "I concede." "Are you certain?" the Dragonfly captain inquired, seeking confirmation. "I am certain." Continuing this battle would merely exacerbate Rosalia's suffering. With Rosalia at 50 HP and 45 physical defense, she could scarcely withstand another assault from Katani. "Return, Katani," Lu Nian declared. Upon hearing Lu Nian's command, Katani willingly relinquished its hold on Rosalia and retreated slowly. After the Dragonfly captain acknowledged Su Rue's request, he announced the first successful advancement to the top 64 in the Rookie Trainer Tournament. Congratulations to Lu Nian for successfully advancing. In another part of the contestant area, Su Rue's friends expressed their condolences for his defeat. Had he not faced Katani and Lu Nian, Su Rue would have undoubtedly progressed beyond the top 128. A seed competitor, he regrettably fell victim to type disadvantages. Fire type against grass type, Leaf Blade, Magical Leaf, and Sleep Powder all proved ineffective. The overwhelming advantage belonged to Katani. Before long, the morning's battles concluded, yet the next 2 days held no bearing for Lu Nian. The first round required 64 matches, which would take more than 2 days to complete. The second round demanded 32 matches, while the third round called for 16 battles. Lei Yao had meticulously arranged the matches. After watching the competitions from the contestant's seat, Lu Nian returned with Lei Yao. In the following days, Lu Nian specifically took Nidoking to the Pokemon Club, seeking a dedicated coach to help Nidoking acclimate to its evolved body, practice learned moves, and train particularly in Ice Beam and Earth Power. The tournament proceeded as scheduled, wrapping up the first round within 2 days. Advancing from the top 64 to the top 32, Lu Nian faced Lu Rini and successfully progressed. From the top 32 to the top 16, Lu Nian battled Hu Xiaoxia and emerged victorious. From the top 16 to the top 8, Lu Nian contended against Xiao Chunan and triumphed yet again. Over 5 consecutive days, a total of 120 matches unfolded, with Lu Nian advancing through 4 battles into the top 8, while the Dragonfly captain single-handedly served as the host and referee, narrating the entirety of the 120 matches live. A professional host and referee, the Dragonfly captain was indeed formidable. Throughout these 5 days, Nidoking diligently adapted to its evolved form, mastering the art of bipedal movement. Earth Power and Ice Beam were now executed with proficiency. Regrettably, Nidoking lacked specialized tail and fist-based attacks, relying instead on the horn atop its head for close combat maneuvers. Upon successfully advancing to the top 8, Lu Nian had just exited the contestant passage and entered the resting area when the screen displayed Lei Yao's match, as she advanced from the top 16 to the top 8. Chapter 32, Brutal Suppression. As the Moonlight EV completed its second meditation, the probability of Youngura's victory approached 0. Without hesitation, Lin Zi chose to concede. For if she did not surrender, Youngura's potent poison would soon be unleashed again. While the Moonlight EV's wish was on the verge of descending, with Lin Zi's concession, the top 8 competitors in this Rookie Trainer Tournament were finalized. Aside from Su Rue, the remaining seed competitors all achieved at least a top 16 finish. Su Rue, encountering Lu Nian in the top 128, saw Rosalia fall short against Katani, regrettably halting his progress at the top 128. In the afternoon, the 5th round of the main event commenced, advancing the top 8 to the top 4. 2 matches were scheduled for today, while the remaining 2 would take place tomorrow morning, though the match list had already been revealed, allowing for early preparations. For instance, you participated in the new trainer competition with the sole aim of acquiring a high-quality evolution stone. The man in the suit produced a box and remarked, "How about this? My client is willing to generously bestow upon you a premium quality moonstone and firestone, free of charge." As he opened the box, he gestured toward the arrogant youth beside him. Noticing Lu Nian's gaze, the youth reluctantly nodded in acknowledgement, his expression akin to that of one bestowing a favor upon Lu Nian, which was quite irksome. Lu Nian retorted, "I'm afraid I must decline your proposal. I have to pick up my grandfather from school. I must excuse myself." With that, he disregarded the suit-clad man's attempts to dissuade him and exited the restaurant. The arrogance of that boy was quite vexing. Otherwise, a high-quality moonstone would typically start at 5 million alliance coins. And coupled with a firestone and an additional 100,000 alliance coins, it would not be out of the question to consider. After Lu Nian departed, faint voices could be heard behind him. "Young Master Dai, your attitude greatly influences the gentleman's perception of my commission. I have stated there is no necessity for such behavior. I will relay your words to Mr. Dai verbatim. Suit yourself." Upon hearing the sounds from within the restaurant, Lu Nian couldn't help but smile. Since awakening his psychic abilities, his intuition and hearing had sharpened, even his thought processes seemed to accelerate. Following this brief interlude after leaving the restaurant, Lu Nian returned home with Nidoking, as there was no need for training that day. The next day, on the official competition grounds of the Monsoon Sports Arena, it was Lu Nian versus David Hay. "Huh. Lu Nian, I'll crush you. You, a commoner with no lineage of even a dismissed 7th-rank official, how dare you flaunt your superiority?" David Hay's brash taunts were swiftly curtailed by Captain Dragonfly. "This is a live broadcast across the entire province. Your arrogance is truly brazen." At the judges' table, an elder remarked, "Young Dai, your son is indeed full of youthful vigor." David Hay was oblivious to his father's embarrassment. All he understood was that he needed to prove himself today. "Go." Fiery Meow. The Pokeball was thrown into the air, and upon its release, a fiery meow landed gracefully on the ground. Pokemon, Fiery Meow. Qualification, Near Champion Qualification. Gender, male. Level, 21. Type, Fire. Ability, Intimidate. Held item, Evolutionary Stone. Moves, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Lick, Roar, Fury Swipes, Bite, Double Kick, Fire Fong, Flamethrower, Taunt, Protect, Bulk Up. Shadow Claw, Swords Dance, Energy Ball. Inherited moves, Meteor Assault, Taunting Threat, Arrogance. Before the referee announced the battle, Lu Nian activated his scanner to inspect the attributes of Fiery Meow. It had acquired quite a repertoire of moves. Swords Dance and Taunt were advanced techniques, with the Swords Dance TM priced at 250,000 alliance coins on the Dongwon Alliance's official website. However, having an extensive move list does not guarantee proficiency. One must not falter in execution. Mew. As the battle commenced, Fiery Meow let out a sharp cry directed at Nidoking. Notice, Nidoking attacks 1. After triggering its Intimidate ability, Fiery Meow dashed toward Nidoking. Fiery Meow, use Flamethrower. The creature unleashed a torrent of flames from its throat the moment it opened its mouth. Earth Power. Nidoking clenched its fists, raising its right foot and bringing it down heavily, channeling ground-type energy that surged forth to confront the Flamethrower. Boom. The Earth Power exploded in front of the Flamethrower, the violent clash of energies resulting in a fierce explosion. In the next moment, Nidoking charged through the smoke, swinging its tail to disperse the haze. Fire Fong. David Hay's voice rang out as the smoke was suddenly cleared by the advancing Fiery Meow. The searing flames enveloped Fiery Meow's sharp fangs. "Catch it," Lu Nian commanded, just as he worried that Nidoking would struggle to catch the agile feline Pokemon. Fiery Meow leapt directly in front of Nidoking, leaving Lu Nian no choice but to act decisively. Uft! Fiery Meow's Fire Fong sank into Nidoking's outstretched arm, the flames piercing through its skin. In the next instant, Fiery Meow felt a sudden weightlessness. Despite enduring the searing pain, Nidoking seized it with its right hand and slammed it to the ground. Earth Power. Nidoking stomped down, and the reacting Fiery Meow had no time to think as it rolled to evade, only to be struck directly by the Earth Power. Boom. The ground-based energy surged upward, hitting Fiery Meow squarely in its soft underbelly, sending it crashing to the ground. The Earth Power dealt a staggering 901,6144 points of damage. And given that ground-type moves were Nidoking's specialty, it was particularly effective against Fiery Meow. Gritting its teeth, Fiery Meow struggled to rise. True to its nature, a Fire-type Pokemon is remarkably resilient, Lu Nian mused. While he appreciated its tenacity, victory was paramount. Nidoking double kick. Nidoking. With swift strides, Nidoking delivered a powerful kick to Fiery Meow's soft abdomen, propelling it into the air. Nidoking then quickly twisted its hips, using the momentum to lash its tail against Fiery Meow. Smack! The sharp sound echoed, followed by Fiery Meow crashing heavily to the ground. This time, no amount of resilience would allow it to rise again. The arena fell silent, and after a few seconds, the crowd erupted into raucous cheers for Nidoking. What a display of sheer power. A complete domination. The entire battle lasted no more than 5 minutes, marking it as one of the swiftest conclusions in the history of the tournament, from the top 128 to this moment. On the other side of the arena, David Hayes stared blankly at his defeated Fiery Meow. It took him a full minute to murmur to himself, "Did I really just lose?" Only after Lu Nian's figure had vanished down the competitor's tunnel, and the staff urged him to leave as the next match was about to commence, did he come to his senses. Fiery Meow had lost. Chapter 33, The Finals. The list of the top 4 competitors emerged as Lu Nian entered the competitor's tunnel. Lu Nian, Lei Yao, Lu Renwang, and Zhou Hongyi, who was resting in the lounge after the penultimate match. Before departing, Lu Nian curiously inquired, "Do you know Chen Hui?" "Who is that?" Zhou Hongyi replied, his tone revealing unfamiliarity with the name. "Never mind." Upon exiting the lounge, Lu Nian found Lei Yao already waiting at the players' exclusive exit of the sports arena, holding the battle roster for the semifinals scheduled for the next day. Lu Nian versus Lei Yao. Zhou Hongyi versus Lu Renwang. The promotion for the Monsoon Sports Arena had transformed into a clash of the strongest high school students from Donghai Yizhong. It was confirmed that the matchups were indeed randomly assigned. Lu Nian was indifferent, even willing to concede his position, but Lei Yao asserted, "Tomorrow, I want to go easy on you." She fixed her gaze on Lu Nian's eyes. "Last time, my EV couldn't best your Nidolang. This time, I intend to reclaim my honor with Nidoking. Do you understand?" "All right." Lu Nian smiled. This was the expected demeanor of the esteemed Lady Lei. "We are first and foremost ourselves, individuals imbued with thoughts, ideals, and vitality. We are independent entities, not mere appendages of any other identity. It is our own brilliance that illuminates the path of our lives. We must not settle for being mere accessories." Sensing the fervor of their trainer, both the moonlit EV and Nidoking brimmed with combat spirit. "Nidoking, I shall not yield to you." "EV, humph. The truth will be revealed in tomorrow's battle." The following day, beneath the radiant sun at the Monsoon Sports Arena, a vibrant assembly of youthful competitors stood ready. Nidoking faced off against Moonlit EV in their highly anticipated rematch, which promised to be even more intense than their first encounter, as they prepared to unleash their full potential. "EV, bring it on." "Nidoking." "All right." Moonlit EV raised its paw to invoke Wish, followed by a Shadow Ball assault. Nidoking closed in to defend, utilizing Substitute, while seizing the moment to employ Calm Mind and Toxic, replenishing its strength as the Wish concluded, favoring a war of attrition. Minutes later, an announcement resonated through the arena. "Congratulations to Lu Nian and Nidoking for advancing to the finals," declared Captain Dragonfly, gripping the microphone. On the battlefield, Moonlit EV lay defeated, unable to overcome Nidoking's might. The Poison-type Pokemon's immunity to Poison and Toxic proved decisive. The relentless pressure of the battle left Moonlit EV no time to utilize Calm Mind or Wish. A single misstep cost them the match against Nidoking. As Lu Nian exited the Monsoon Sports Arena through the competitor's passage, he crossed paths with Lei Yao, who bore a countenance tinged with regret and unyielding spirit, yet devoid of sorrow. A loss is a loss, and even a minor error signifies being outclassed. Lei Yao, with a grin, playfully punched Lu Nian, saying, "You're still as formidable as ever. You must bring home the championship tomorrow. That way, I'll have lost to a champion, not a mere runner-up, understand?" Lei Yao stepped closer to Lu Nian's face, to which he could only hastily assure her that he would indeed secure the championship title the following day. "With all my strength, I promise." While Lu Nian conversed with Lei Yao, they happened to spot Zhou Hongyi entering the Monsoon Sports Arena. The data of 2 Pokeballs was unmistakable. There was a high probability of victory in this battle. The next day, Lu Nian and Zhou Hongyi entered the arena from opposite sides of the competitor's passage. The audience showered the 2 finalists with enthusiastic applause and cheers. "Please prepare your battling Pokemon," announced Captain Dragonfly, perched atop Steelwing Crow, hovering over the battlefield. "Roar." Nidoking. As anticipated, Zhou Hongyi did not summon his baby tyrant, but instead chose his true initial Pokemon, the quasi-legendary Sharpedo. The moment Sharpedo emerged, the crowd's cheers crescendoed, transforming into a chant for Zhou Hongyi and Sharpedo. After all, he had a well-connected father to bolster his reputation. and Sharpedo's own status as a quasi-legendary Pokemon only augmented his allure. If one were to note a single shortcoming of both Sharpedo and its evolved forms, it would be their inability to learn Dragon-type moves, such as Dragon Dance. Pokemon, Sharpedo. Talent, Champion qualities. Gender, male. Level, 23. Types, Dragon, Ground. Ability, Sandveil. Held item, Evolution Stone. Known moves, Mud Shot, Tackle, Sand Tomb, Heavy Slam, Bite, Cut, Dragon Claw, Dig, Sandstorm, Takedown, Dragon Dive, Fire Fong, Thunder Fong, Quick Attack, Dragon Tail. Flamethrower, Dragon Pulse. Inherited moves, Mud Shot, Outrage, Dragon Breath. On the opposing side, the imposing Nidoking also elicited gasps of admiration. With a physique surpassing its kin and a robust build, Nidoking radiated an undeniable strength. As both Pokemon took their positions, Lun Yin and Zhou Hongyi exchanged a glance. The moment their Pokemon ascended the battlefield, the cheers and roars reached a fever pitch, yet such glory ultimately belongs solely to the victor. In their mutual gaze, an unmistakable battle fervor simmered beneath the surface. Competitors, please take your positions and prepare for battle. With Captain Dragonfly's command echoing through the arena, Steel Wing Crow fluttered away from the battlefield, marking the official commencement of the finals of the new trainer tournament. Dragon Pulse, Sharpedo. Poison Jab, Nidoking. The instant the battle commenced, both Nidoking and Sharpedo entered a state of fierce confrontation. Clang. Sharpedo raised its arm, unleashing 9 deep blue dragon scales, all of which were intercepted by Nidoking's Poison Jab mid-flight. A few stray Poison Jabs even veered toward Sharpedo. Indeed, it was a manifestation of Nidoking's forced ability. Zhou Hongyi's eyes narrowed. Only a Nidoking with a forced ability could exhibit such formidable offensive prowess, potentially even wielding a life orb. However, this only added to the excitement. His previous opponents had been disappointingly weak, leaving him craving a true challenge. Sharpedo, use Mud Shot. Zhou Hongyi commanded, raising his hand. Sharpedo concentrated energy, conjuring several clumps of earth before launching them at Nidoking while advancing closer. Close combat was Sharpedo's forte, and its formidable physique was a point of pride for Dragon-type Pokemon. In a clash of physical prowess, Sharpedo was more than a match for Nidoking. Dragon Claw. Zhou Hongyi's voice rang out as dragon energy surged around Sharpedo's claws. A classic move among Dragon-type Pokemon, Sharpedo crossed its claws before its chest and charged directly at Nidoking. Double Kick. Lun Yin shouted. Nidoking stepped forward, delivering a powerful sidekick aimed at the oncoming Sharpedo. Boom. The double kick met the Dragon Claw in a clash of raw might, resulting in a stalemate where neither could advance. In the next moment, Nidoking, leveraging its core as a pivot, swung its body to whip its tail toward Sharpedo. This unexpected maneuver nearly caught Sharpedo off guard. Sharpedo crossed its arms in front, employing Dragon Claw to mitigate the damage. Unfortunately, Nidoking had not yet learned tail-based moves. It was still relying on the combination of double kick and poison tail, an excellent synergy. Moreover, the sudden change in tactics could catch an opponent completely unawares. Lun Yin had even crafted an elegant name for the combination of Nidoking's double kick and its subsequent moves: Spiral Hip Double Kick Explosive Flash Combo. The match continued, and Sharpedo was forced back half a step by the force of the blow. Crunch. Ambush. Two commands echoed simultaneously. The same Dark-type move yielded markedly different results. Just before Sharpedo's assault, Nidoking had already unleashed its ambush move, landing a solid punch on Sharpedo's face. Bang! Sharpedo, despite its lesser power compared to Nidoking, was sent flying by the impact. As it crashed heavily to the ground, Sharpedo quickly regained its footing, fixating its gaze intently on Nidoking's face. At the same time, Sharpedo sensed something unusual in its mouth. It cautiously probed with its tongue and spat. Congratulations to Sharpedo. You have obtained an item. Dragon Fong. In that moment, Sharpedo's eyes locked onto Nidoking's, filled with fury. I am angry. Sharpedo dig. Zhou Hongyi's voice resonated at the opportune moment, guiding the sharp-toothed land shark to take the appropriate action rather than engaging in a blind assault. Dig, dig, dig. The sharp-toothed land shark swiftly burrowed underground, vanishing from the Nidoking's line of sight. Such a scenario could only be countered by seismic tremors or heavy footfalls. Otherwise, even the might of the earth would find it difficult to reach the elusive creature. However, with the scanning function activated, the faint blue attribute panel of the sharp-toothed land shark materialized before Lun Yin's eyes. How clear it is. What intentions lie behind that panel, flitting about underground? A smirk curled at the corner of Lun Yin's mouth as he instructed, Nidoking, use Scratch. Captain Dragonfly. Spectators. Zhou Hongyi, Isn't that a bit too relaxed, my friend? He had initially aimed for the sharp-toothed landshark to pressure the Nidoking with its digging maneuver. Knowing that Lu Nian was unlikely to possess a seismic move, Zhou Hongyi was certain of this. The intention was to allow the sharp-toothed landshark a moment to recuperate and better prepare for the battle. But Lu Nian? He directly commanded Nidoking to use Scratch. Now, it might be too late for the sharp-toothed landshark to launch an attack on Nidoking, yet they could only attempt it with all their might. The sound of scratching filled the air as Lu Nian observed the sharp-toothed landshark drawing closer to the Nidoking underground, poised to strike. Now, use Ice Beam on the left. Lu Nian's voice rang out, and without hesitation, Nidoking complied. Ice energy coalesced within Nidoking's mouth, forming a chilling sphere of light. In the next moment, the sharp-toothed landshark erupted from the left side of Nidoking. Just as anticipated, the moment Nidoking laid eyes on the sharp-toothed landshark, the Ice Beam was unleashed in an instant. Whoosh! The icy blue beam collided with the sharp-toothed landshark, sending a tremendous shockwave that propelled the unprepared creature backward, inflicting severe damage. In the VIP section, the crowd marveled at Lu Nian's command and Nidoking's performance, astonished at his composure in the face of the sharp-toothed landshark's digging maneuver. He had accurately predicted the creature's location, a feat that left them utterly bewildered. Yet, it was indeed a reality. Under the watchful gaze of the audience, Lu Nian had discerned precisely from which direction the sharp-toothed landshark would emerge and dealt a critical blow. Zhou Hongyi, witnessing the sharp-toothed landshark crash heavily before him, could only stand there in stunned silence. Zhou Hongyi, is it just an opening? The arena fell silent, all eyes fixed on the sharp-toothed landshark, gritting its teeth, struggling to rise. At that moment, a young girl in the audience could no longer contain herself, cheering, "Go, go, sharp-toothed landshark's big brother. You can do it." Listening to the encouraging voices from the audience, Lu Nian couldn't help but reflect. The crowd cheers for victors, but they also rally behind the indomitable spirit of trainers who fight to the bitter end, even in the face of grievous injuries. Even after just enduring a life-draining blow from Nidoking, amplified 16-fold by its ability and struck with a 4 times effective Ice Beam, the sharp-toothed landshark gritted its teeth and stood once more under its trainer's gaze. Humanity's song is a hymn to courage, and in this moment, courage sang for the sharp-toothed landshark. At this juncture, the bond between Zhou Hongyi and the sharp-toothed landshark reached its zenith at 255. A profound connection of mutual understanding. They had yet to unleash their full potential. They still had trump cards to play, and neither Zhou Hongyi nor the sharp-toothed landshark would accept defeat here. In the next instant, the sharp-toothed landshark rose again. Observing the bond between the sharp-toothed landshark and Zhou Hongyi, Lu Nian could not resist commanding, "Nidoking, use Mud Bomb." Nido. A large mass of mud gathered above Nidoking's head, forming a spherical bomb that plummeted toward the sharp-toothed landshark. Boom. The mud bomb struck the ground beside the sharp-toothed landshark, depleting its remaining health. Now, even with a rejuvenating roar, it could no longer rise. In the face of numerical bonds, all was rendered trivial. It appeared that the victor had been determined. The arena fell silent as a voice quietly echoed among the spectators. "The outcome is clear," Captain Dragonfly shouted into the microphone, igniting the crowd's fervor and setting the atmosphere ablaze. The protagonists of the applause were Nidoking and Lu Nian. Defeated, Zhou Hongyi gazed at the sharp-toothed landshark, equally lost in thought. He could not fathom how Lu Nian had so accurately predicted the sharp-toothed landshark's position and prompted Nidoking to decisively unveil the Ice Beam. Did he not fear that the sharp-toothed landshark might approach from another direction? Did he not fear that the sharp-toothed landshark had no intention of attacking at that moment? Such decisive action? Zhou Hongyi's questions echoed unanswered, as Lu Nian was oblivious to them. Zhou Hongyi's affinity for you has increased, currently at 3 stars. Huh, what just happened? Chapter 35, Ascension to Elite Trainer. As Captain Dragonfly's distinctive voice reverberated through the arena, once again igniting the crowd's excitement, the time was not for celebration but for tidying the venue. Within less than half an hour, under the gaze of thousands, the finals of the new trainer competition transformed into an awards ceremony, where Lu Nian, Zhou Hongyi, and Lei Yao took turns on stage. While Lu Nian and Lei Yao beamed with joy, Zhou Hongyi wore a sullen expression. The champion and third place were earned through victory, while only the runner-up was a result of defeat. The third place had not anticipated their standing, while the runner-up had come perilously close to claiming the championship. Standing on the podium, Lu Nian greeted the dignitaries, and the provincial education minister, Li San, personally presented awards to Lu Nian, Lei Yao, and Zhou Hongyi. Congratulations, Lu Nian, on securing the championship title. I hope you continue to strive for excellence and achieve commendable results in your upcoming exams. After shaking hands with Lu Nian and offering a few words of encouragement, he handed over several certificates of prizes. As the champion of the new trainer competition, Lu Nian's rewards included 100,000 Alliance coins, a choice of a high-quality evolution stone, 5 rare berries per Pokemon, and a selection of technical machines. Having nurtured 3 Pokemon, Lu Nian was entitled to 15 rare berries and 3 technical machines. Additionally, he received a gold trophy, albeit plated. Yet, when Lu Nian raised the trophy, thunderous applause erupted throughout the arena. As the champion, it was only fitting. The champion Pokemon, Nidoking, Houndour, and Onix, were equally entitled to take the stage, joining Lei Yao and Zhou Hongyi for a commemorative photograph. Click. The moment was immortalized as the spotlight illuminated the scene, capturing the pinnacle of their achievement. Following the conclusion of the award ceremony, Lu Nian and Lei Yao exited through the athlete's passage alongside the staff. They were now headed to the government warehouse to claim the rewards for the champion and 3rd place, while Zhou Hongyi opted to leave directly, uninterested in the prizes. Lei Yao quickly made her selections, and the staff turned to Lu Nian, inquiring, "Lu Nian, which evolution stone and technical machines would you like?" After some contemplation, Lu Nian responded, "I would like a high-quality fire stone, as well as the technical machines for flamethrower, thunderbolt, and earthquake." The staff member nodded, jotting down Lu Nian's requests in a small notebook. Subsequently, he turned and entered the warehouse, soon emerging with the notebook in hand. The staff announced, "Your evolution stones and skill learning machines have been confirmed. The rare fruits include lychee fruit, dragon clear fruit, sand scale fruit, dragonfire fruit, and apricot fruit, totaling 5 varieties of rare tree fruits. They are placed on the small cart behind me for your inspection." Lu Nian glanced at the 5 rare fruits, each corresponding to distinct effects: attack, defense, speed, special attack, and special defense. After receiving his championship rewards, the staff presented Lu Nian with an unexpected surprise. The champion of the new trainer competition is granted exemption from the elite trainer assessment. Once the cultivated Pokemon meet the standards, they can directly register at the trainer level assessment center to become an elite trainer. In this world, a trainer's level must be elevated through assessment, which includes both written examinations and practical battles. However, the exemption from testing significantly alleviates the preparation required. After collecting his rewards, Lu Nian and Lei Yao stepped out of the monsoon gym. Just before they could board their vehicle, Lu Nian's phone chimed with a notification. Alipay received 100,000 yuan. Oh wow, that was quick. At that moment, Lu Nian noticed that the class group chat had already reached 999 messages. "Yi Zian, you must treat us." "Cheng Xian, indeed, our champion must treat us to celebrate." "Zhou Lingjia, I suggest we go directly to the Shaxian Hotel. We can have Lu Nian settle the bill later." Yi Zian, agreed. Cheng Xian, agreed. Zhou Lingjia, "Lu Nian, do you have any objections?" "Lu Nian, I'm scared." Scared JPG. The group chat was filled with playful banter, yet the prevailing theme remained a celebration of Lu Nian's victory. As friends, they genuinely felt joy for him, though a treat was inevitable. That afternoon, Lu Nian and Lei Yao went to the Shaxian Hotel to celebrate with Yi Zian, Zhou Lingjia, and Cheng Xian. And later that evening, Lu Nian celebrated again with Lei Yao, Lei Hai, and Aunt Lei. After sleeping until the following afternoon, Lu Nian lazily rose from his bed. After freshening up, Lu Nian first took Nidoking to use the skill learning machines for Thunderbolt, Flamethrower, and Earthquake, all selected for Nidoking. As for Houndour, it was soon to evolve into Houndoom using a Fire Stone. With a plethora of new skills to practice and the need to acclimate to its evolved form, there was no necessity for new skill acquisition. Regarding Onix, it still required some adjustment. East Sea City Trainer Level Assessment Center. After the conclusion of the new trainer competition, Lu Nian had initially planned to elevate his trainer level. Approaching the counter, Lu Nian addressed the staff member. "Hello, I would like to apply for an upgrade in trainer level. I have just received my certification." "Very well, let me take a look." The staff member accepted Lu Nian's certification, reviewed it, and confirmed there were no issues. She then stated, "Please present 3 Pokemon that have been raised to level 20. Certainly. Lu Nian placed the Pokeballs for Nidoking, Houndour, and Onix on the tray at the counter. Soon, the machine assessing Pokemon attribute energy levels displayed the results. LV24 Nidoking, LV21 Houndour, LV25 Onix. To advance to Elite Trainer, 2 requirements must be met: passing a written exam and raising 3 Pokemon above level 20. The practical battle assessment is reserved for subsequent professional level trainers. Returning the Pokeballs to Lu Nian, The staff member swiftly registered his information on the computer and handed the Pokeballs back to him, saying, "Congratulations, Lun Yin, you are now an elite trainer." "Thank you." Accepting the Pokeballs with a smile, Lun Yin exited the trainer-level assessment center. He was now an elite trainer. Simultaneously, a notification popped up on Lun Yin's phone regarding his promotion to elite trainer, a special privilege granted only to trainers who advance before graduating high school. Alipay received 3,000 Alliance coins. If a high school student becomes an elite trainer before graduation, they can receive a monthly cultivation subsidy of 3,000 Alliance coins. Considering a pig's trotter meal costs 30 Alliance coins, that equates to enough subsidies for 100 meals. Chapter 36, The Psychic Association. "What are you doing sitting at my doorstep?" Lun Yin asked, perplexed by Zhou Hongyi, who was seated at his entrance with a small backpack. What was his intention? However, out of politeness and courtesy, given Zhou Hongyi's 3-star affinity as a system friend, Lun Yin invited him into the living room to discern his purpose. To Lun Yin's surprise, as he returned with 2 bottles of chilled soda, Zhou Hongyi made an astonishing declaration. "I want to live with you," Zhou Hongyi stated earnestly. Just then, Lei Yao happened to drop by. Hearing such bold words, Lei Yao was instantly reminded of the fanfiction she often read, where she had already imagined Lun Yin's face in similar situations, and now it felt even more surreal. A few minutes later, Lun Yin, rubbing his forehead, said, "Could you please clarify next time?" "It was my mistake," Zhou Hongyi readily admitted, pulling out a bundle from his small backpack. 100,000 Alliance coins. "This is my rent," Zhou Hongyi stated. "I want to observe how you cultivate Pokemon and learn from you. Of course, I want to learn for free. I'll pay 100,000 Alliance coins in rent each month. Is that agreeable?" Zhou Hongyi pushed the Alliance coins towards Lun Yin. After pondering momentarily, Lun Yin replied, "All right, I'll tidy up the master bedroom for you to stay." With a handshake of cash exchanged, he promptly called a moving company. The 100,000 Alliance coins came effortlessly into Lun Yin's possession, far surpassing the 10,000 he earned from winning the new trainer competition. No wonder so many people sought to curry favor with wealthy young heirs. However, if it were Lun Yin, he thought, he could never be a mere sycophant. Thus, Zhou Hongyi successfully moved into the side room of Lun Yin's house. In the afternoon, as Lun Yin was packing clothes to head out, Zhou Hongyi, noticing his preparations, expressed his intent to follow. "Are you coming to the Psychic Association with me?" Lun Yin asked. "Yes." "All right then." Lun Yin grabbed his ID card, and Zhou Hongyi accompanied him downstairs. Just as they reached the corner, ready to hail a taxi, a Rolls-Royce glided to a stop in front of them. The window rolled down, and a middle-aged man in a suit addressed Zhou Hongyi, "Young master." Zhou Hongyi nodded, then turned to Lun Yin to explain. "This is my driver, Uncle Wang." This was the legendary personal driver of the wealthy. Lun Yin silently retracted his hand that had been reaching for a ride-hailing app and climbed into Zhou Hongyi's family car. How delightful it was to enjoy a free ride. The money saved could be used for greater endeavors. "Young master, where are we headed?" Zhou Hongyi asked Lun Yin, inquiring about their destination. "The Psychic Association." "All right." The journey spanned 97 kilometers, with the destination being the East Sea City Psychic Association. "Please fasten your seatbelt. We are ready to depart," came the voice. Reminiscent of a Shinado, Lun Yin was taken aback by how the driver's navigation voice was so distinctive. The ride continued in silence. After alighting from the vehicle, the driver vanished from sight, patiently awaiting the young master's call. Upon entering the Superpower Association, a melodic chime resonated, although no one had touched anything. The clear sound of bells rang out, illuminating the entire hall with a sudden burst of light, revealing a young girl who had appeared beside him unbeknownst to anyone. She was tall, radiant as a flower, with lustrous black hair cascading down her shoulders, a quintessential embodiment of the sleek, straight black hair style. Observing Lun Yin's slightly astonished expression, the girl couldn't help but feel a swell of pride within her. What a handsome young man. Surely, he must be astounded by my display. After practicing the art of teleportation for over a decade, I orchestrated this very moment, and now. Yushio's memories surged back through the years. Yet she abruptly pulled herself from her reverie and inquired of Lun Yin and Zhou Hongyi. "Are you here to seek someone, or is there another purpose?" "I wish to register as a superpowered individual." Yushio exclaimed, her surprise evident as she circled around Lun Yin. "Come this way." With that, she took his hand and led him to a nearby counter, retrieving 5 black orbs. Thought block orbs, dark orbs that impede the flow of telekinetic energy, commonly utilized tools of superpowered individuals. Once mastered, they can enhance the precision of mental energy. Yushio grasped a thought block orb with her telekinesis and effortlessly tossed it to Lun Yin. Familiar with the examination methods from the Superpower Association's official website, Lun Yin received the orb and dexterously spun it between his fingers. Such agility. Your mental acuity must exceed 10 points. Yushio remarked, observing the orb's fluid motion. Thought block orbs cannot be manipulated merely through familiarity. Rather, they require a certain level of mental strength to wield effectively, she continued. Now, let us proceed with your registration. After confirming his identity, Yushio swiftly completed the process, merely clicking a few times on the computer and scanning Lun Yin's identification card. As she returned the card, Yushio casually asked, Lun Yin, when did you awaken your powers? How long has it been since then? Don't mind my curiosity. It's necessary for registration. Reflecting briefly, Lun Yin replied, it has been just 2 days shy of the new trainer tournament since I awakened my powers. Yushio, suppressing her astonishment at the thought of Lun Yin potentially concealing his identity as a superpowered individual for years, was shocked into silence. By her estimation, it had only been a fortnight since his awakening. Even she, regarded as a genius, had taken 2 months to master the manipulation of 5 thought block orbs. Half a month to achieve such proficiency. This young man is extraordinarily formidable. He must not be underestimated. I suggest we bring him to my room tonight for further evaluation. How many thought block orbs can you manipulate at present? Yushio inquired. Lun Yin pondered momentarily before responding, 19. Beyond that, the speed of rotation between my fingers becomes insufficiently fluid, leading to collisions. Yushio gasped. Is this truly human? Where's the justice? Where's the morality? And what about the contact information? After bidding farewell to Lun Yin, Yushio hurriedly called her father, the president of the Donghai City Superpower Association. Hello, Dad. What's the matter? Xiuxiu? Came the calm response on the other end of the line. Yuhui, savoring a sip of tea, inquired with a warm smile. I've discovered a wild prodigy. A superpowered individual who, within less than half a month of awakening, can skillfully manipulate 19 thought block orbs. What? Chapter 37. The Magnificent Arrival of the Speed Dog. The Superpower Association, officially known as the Global Superpowered Individuals Mutual Aid and Familial Bonding Association, bears a name bestowed by some genius. Yet it has garnered widespread acclaim among superpowered individuals, ultimately being adopted. The Superpower Association is a remarkable establishment, not only aiding veteran superpowered individuals in adapting to the fast-paced modern world, but also serving as a gathering place for those of high intelligence and considerable wealth who are eager to share. It offers various support to wild superpowered individuals like Lun Yin, including financial assistance in times of need. However, the most vital asset Lun Yin received was a book dedicated to meditation, Yushio's meditation method. Originally, Lun Yin's meditation efficiency was rated at 1. Yet through the study of Yushio's method, he anticipated an increase to at least 3, or so Yushio claimed. Moreover, Lun Yin found himself particularly intrigued by the monthly allowances provided to members of the Superpower Association. Alipay transfer, 10,000 Alliance coins. This monthly grant, combined with the Elite Trainer's allowance, ensured Lun Yin would receive a total of 130,000 Alliance coins each month. What a delight! Lun Yin reveled in his fortune. Though Zhou Hongyi remained perplexed, questioning the significance of merely 10,000 Alliance coins, albeit respecting Lun Yin's enthusiasm. How does it taste? Lun Yin asked. Chew. It's quite good. In the Longjiang Pig's Trotter restaurant, Zhou Hongyi savored the pig's trotter platter and luxurious meat combo Lun Yin had recommended. After their meal, the time for training finally arrived, and Zhou Hongyi accompanied Lun Yin to a small park adjacent to their residential area, which served as a training ground for aspiring trainers. Why not practice at a dedicated club? Zhou Hongyi queried. Because I can't afford it, Lun Yin explained. The most basic club charges 100 Alliance coins for just 1 hour of training, not to mention the additional costs for coaching and guidance. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hongyi quickly grasped the situation. Money poses the greatest obstacle on a trainer's path to advancement. Lun Yin then organized a training regimen for Nidoking and Onyx. Nidoking. Begin by mastering Ice Beam, then practice Flamethrower and Thunderbolt for a while. I'll find you some old films from the Qing dynasty to watch later. As for Onyx, just follow my instructions as directed. After arranging Nidoking's viewing material and Onyx's training, Lun Yin turned his attention to Arcanine. Come with me, Arcanine, he beckoned, retrieving the advanced Firestone from the new trainer tournament. Ready, Arcanine? Lun Yin asked. Aru? Absolutely. Arcanine's tail wagged like a windmill, brimming with anticipation for its evolution. Now is the perfect time, right at noon under the blazing sun, for Arcanine to utilize the advanced Firestone to evolve. With that, Lu Nian tossed the fire stone towards Arcanine. Aru. Arcanine leaped into the air, catching the advanced fire stone mid-flight. A dazzling white light enveloped Arcanine, gradually forming a cocoon of radiance around it. The energy from the fire stone was absorbed, stimulating the evolution process. As Arcanine's form began to transform within the light of evolution, it transitioned into that of a magnificent Rapidash. No matter how many times one witnesses such a transformation, it always feels miraculous. Lu Nian gazed at Arcanine's evolution, unable to suppress his admiration. Before long, the light of evolution began to fade. Arcanine had completed its transformation, now appearing before Lu Nian as a majestic canine Pokémon, vastly larger than before. Pokémon, Rapidash. Qualities, champion qualities. Gender, male. Level, 22. Type, fire. Ability, intimidate. Held item, charcoal. Moves, glare, ember, howl, bite, flame wheel, helping hand, flame fong, quick attack, play rough, agility, revenge, endure, crunch, morning sun, tackle, flamethrower. Inherited moves, double kick, flare blitz. With its fluffy flaxen coat, its eyes transformed into a deep brown, and its fur adorned with tiger stripes and black markings. The long hair billowed in the wind like a blaze of fire, exuding an air of majesty. Awoo. Upon evolving, Rapidash enthusiastically wagged its tail and leaped onto Lu Nian, showering him with affectionate licks. All right, I understand your excitement, but please, no more licking, you affectionate creature. Lu Nian acknowledged Rapidash's closeness, yet it felt excessively intimate, leaving him with a face covered in slobber. Sharp. The Sharpedo observed the tender interaction between Rapidash and Lu Nian, unable to suppress a tinge of envy. As a Pokemon, it yearned for the same closeness with its trainer as Rapidash enjoyed. Zhou Hongyi noticed Sharpedo's change in demeanor and glanced over. However, the etiquette ingrained in him from a young age prevented him from emulating the affectionate gestures shared by Lu Nian and Rapidash. After a brief interlude marking Rapidash's evolution, training commenced in earnest, and Zhou Hongyi was privy to the entirety of Lu Nian's training regimen. Together with Rapidash, they honed their physical abilities. Indeed, they ran side by side. Though Zhou Hongyi soon found himself unable to keep pace. Following that, he and Nidoking engaged in watching classic films, discussing how to utilize their moves more effectively and strike harder, which, to be honest, felt rather mischievous. Zhou Hongyi overheard mentions of techniques like blinding dust and found them less than favorable. Ultimately, they coaxed the Onix into training. Yes, you heard that right, coaxing. It was Zhou Hongyi's first encounter with such a large Onix, and its timid nature was a curious contradiction. From 1 o'clock in the afternoon, apart from a 1-hour break for dinner and rest in the evening, they trained intensively until 11:30 p.m. Nidoking was still doing push-ups nearby, while Lu Nian practiced the Use meditation technique. Onix had retreated into its Pokeball to sleep, while Rapidash lay atop Lu Nian, utilizing the warmth characteristic of fire-type Pokemon to keep him cozy. This winter, they saved on heating expenses. Throughout this period, both Nidoking and Lu Nian were immersed in rigorous training. 2 questions lingered in Zhou Hongyi's mind. Was Nidoking not concerned about sustaining hidden injuries that might affect its potential with such high-intensity training? Could a person maintain enthusiasm while engaging in strenuous training? The answer was an unequivocal yes. Thanks to the enhancement of the lunar feather, Nidoking's recovery speed at night had accelerated, and its training efficiency at night surpassed that of the day. With the addition of the Heart of Steel equipment, Nidoking's stamina received another boost. And Lu Nian? Training was inherently an intriguing endeavor, was it not? A mere lift of his hand allowed him to manipulate objects through psychokinesis. Every second spent in training offered tangible sensations of transformation within his body, a feeling only comprehensible to those who have lived in the ordinary world, fantasizing about possessing superpowers before transcending into this realm. Chapter 38, International Friendly Exchange. The holidays swiftly came to an end, and students inevitably returned to school. Inside the classroom of Donghai No. 1 High School, Tang Chongping entered with a lesson plan in hand, followed closely by Zhou Hongyi. Classmates, today we welcome Zhou Hongyi from Class 3 to our class. Let us give him a round of applause. Clap, clap, clap. As they were all from the same school and grade, most of the students recognized Zhou Hongyi, though their familiarity was limited. He was too aloof for casual interaction. After a brief introduction, Tang Qingping prepared to assign a seat for Zhou Hongyi. May I choose my own seat? Zhou Hongyi inquired. Of course, but only with the consent of your classmates, Tang Qingping replied. Zhou Hongyi then walked directly to Lu Nian's back row and asked, Classmate, may I take this seat? Before Chuan Lurin could refuse, a card was tossed before him. Are you trying to bribe me? Within this card lies 50,000 alliance coins as compensation. Would that suffice? Zhou Hongyi proposed. Certainly. You have an eye for talent. Chuan Luren agreed as he took the card and left. After the seating exchange, Tang Qingping cleared his throat and continued. I understand the recent rookie trainer competition has just concluded, and with Wind Festival approaching, you all must be thrilled. However, I need you to focus, as we have an important event coming up. After allowing some space for imagination, Tang Qingping elaborated. Sakura Academy from the Sakura Alliance will be visiting us for a friendly exchange match. They will arrive at our Donghai No. 1 high school tomorrow, and those interested should come to me after class to sign up. Lu Nian, Lei Yao, and Zhou Hongyi, you three must perform well. After school, Lu Nian bid farewell to Lei Yao and prepared to visit the Runshui Duck department store. Zhou Hongyi followed suit, enjoying a free ride. Ding! 11th floor arrived. As the elevator doors opened, a grand hall featuring a mineral-themed centerpiece greeted them. Peculiar-looking contract stones, dazzling light stones, ice stones adorned with snowflake patterns, and various attribute gems filled the space. Lu Nian approached the front desk and provided the last digits of his phone number. Hello, my number ends with 0996. However, the receptionist did not respond to Lu Nian first, instead turning her gaze toward Zhou Hongyi. Young master, Zhou Hongyi maintained an indifferent demeanor, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Lu Nian thought to himself, I know you're wealthy, but I never claimed that the Runshui Duck department store belonged to your family. The Runshui Duck department store spanned 33 floors, encompassing nearly all Pokemon-related products, boasting its own breeding base and mining facilities, with branches in every major city. If that were the case, Zhou Hongyi was indeed a super-rich second-generation heir. Damn those wealthy individuals. Excuse me, do you have spatial backpacks? We can also deliver to designated locations. The receptionist's voice jolted Lu Nian back to reality. He certainly did not possess a spatial backpack. Spatial backpacks, akin to Pokeballs, were revolutionary products of this world. Unlike the red and white Pokeballs priced at merely 300 alliance coins each, even the smallest spatial backpack cost a staggering 100,000 alliance coins. Now was not the time for frivolous spending. A spatial backpack was not a necessity. Let us store it in the 007 spatial backpack. Just swipe my card. Zhou Hongyi instructed. Is this what it means to be a domineering CEO? The audacity of covering someone else's expenses was truly overwhelming. How could I possibly accept this? Lu Nian protested politely. Not needed? Very well then. Wait. I was merely being polite. Soon, a staff member emerged with a red and white spatial backpack. Lu Nian opened it to reveal crystal minerals specifically reserved for Onyx. The emergence of mystical realms had made crystal minerals abundantly available, rendering them nearly worthless. With a 6-month supply costing 50,000 alliance coins. Onyx expressed, I've lived in that cave since childhood, consuming these crystal minerals daily. If I eat anything else, I cough. It must be this crystal mineral. Within the confines of the spatial backpack, an array of crystalline ores shimmered in a kaleidoscope of colors. On their journey back, Lu Nian, filled with curiosity, inquired, So, is this the narrative of a wealthy heir concealing his identity while attending Donghai No. 1 high school? Not at all. It's merely the tale of an ordinary school life, came the reply. Lu Nian pressed further. Then why do they say you are aloof and prefer solitude? I simply enjoy my own company, he answered. Accepting this, Lu Nian disembarked from the vehicle and, on a whim, sought out a local eatery serving pork chop rice to satisfy his hunger before heading to the nearby park. Come forth, Onyx. With a flick of his wrist, the Pokeball burst open, revealing the colossal form of Onyx amidst the park. Lu Nian opened his spatial backpack and poured out the crystalline ores within. Instantly, Onyx's eyes sparkled with delight. This was the essence he yearned for. Moments later, Onyx, satisfied, closed his eyes, preparing to enter hibernation mode. But we haven't trained yet. Don't sleep, Lu Nian admonished, giving Onyx a gentle kick. Oh, I just remembered. Onyx, what about the Mega Evolution Stone you promised me? But you still lack a keystone. And you haven't evolved into Steelix yet, Lu Nian retorted playfully. Onyx, ding. Onyx, please, I beg you, you promised me back then. It was hard to fathom that a creature over 9 meters long and weighing over 250 kilograms would roll around in despair from the absence of a Mega Evolution Stone. To prevent the small forest in the park from being ravaged by Onyx, Lu Nian quickly soothed him. All right, stop rolling. Hearing Lu Nian's voice, Onyx ceased his antics and gazed at him. Onyx, ding. He forced out 2 drops of tears, yet they wouldn't fall. I truly cannot deal with you, Lu Nian sighed. Then produced the Mega Evolution Stone for Steelix. Detection indicates the host's Pokemon harbors an intense desire for Onix's Mega Evolution Stone. Would you like to initiate a full-dimensional scan? A line of text appeared before Lu Nian, prompting him to conduct the scan. Deep underground, Onix emerges from its shell. Having consumed the crystalline ores found in the caverns once inhabited by fossil Pokemon from 100 million years ago, inadvertently simulating a life from that era. The minerals, rich in unique trace elements, have facilitated a beneficial mutation in Onix. Beneficial mutation? While others might find this perplexing, several key points in Lu Nian's mind swiftly connected. The fleeting appearance of the crystalline Onix in the original narrative, and the traces of crystal encircling the Mega Steelix, combined with the initial descriptions of Mega Evolution, led him to a revelation. Could it be confirmed that Onix now merely required a slight external stimulus to continue its beneficial mutation? This piqued his interest. Why not give it a try? Under the astonished gaze of Zhou Hongyi, Lu Nian undertook an action beyond comprehension. Chapter 39. The Friendship Exchange Tournament on a Friday morning. Beneath the solemn stone archway of Donghai No. 1 High School, Lu Nian and his companions stood yawning. A red carpet had been laid out at the entrance, with only the absence of flowers and flashing lights remaining before they could stride down it. Should I give it a go first? Lu Nian mused idly, leaning against a pillar, his thoughts adrift, as mobile phones were strictly forbidden, while labeled as a friendly exchange. The true intention was simply to engage in a fierce bout with one another. It was as straightforward as that. Soon, two large buses came into view. They halted at the school gate, and as the doors swung open, students from Sakura High School began to disembark. Wow, white hair. Wow, blonde hair. Hey, black stockings. White stockings. Is that blonde and black and pink stripes serious? Not to mention, most of the individuals from the Dongwang Alliance sported black hair and black eyes, while the Sakura Alliance boasted an astonishing variety of hair and eye colors. Lu Nian lingered at the back of the group, activating his scanning function to gather intelligence. Lei Yao squinted her eyes, suddenly launching into a Hell's Deliverance hand chop, followed by a thunderous dance. Hey, what is happening? Lu Nian exclaimed, caught off guard and unable to retaliate. He could only plead for mercy. How dare you ask me? Lei fumed. Go, Moonlit EV, bite him. EV, here I come. Observing the playful scuffle between Lu Nian and Lei Yao, the teacher from Sakura High, Teacher Chiyu, chuckled, remarking on the vitality of the students from their esteemed institution. Haha. Tang Qingping. The stone has evolved. The fist stone has evolved. As Lu Nian and Lei Yao continued their playful antics at the back of the line, they soon arrived at the gymnasium. The competition format was a recent arena battle. Each side would select one student to ascend the stage, with the losers stepping down while the victor remained until defeated. Tang Qingping glanced at Zhou Lingjie. You'll take the lead. All right, old classmate. Zhou Lingjie smirked. Having already prepared for a commanding performance to win the hearts of Sakura High's admirers and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Ahem. The fantasy ends here. Dressed in a professional referee uniform, the judge waved a small flag while blowing the whistle, signaling both trainers to send forth their Pokemon. Go, Blue Crow. Go, Hercross. Almost simultaneously, Zhou Lingjie and his opponent, Sakata Tangshu, unleashed their Pokemon. Zhou Lingjie chose his initial Pokemon, Blue Crow, while it was likely his opponent made a similar choice. Hercross, a bug-fighting type, was exceptionally talented among bug Pokemon and boasted a life-altering evolution, highly recommended by bug enthusiasts. Unfortunately, it faced off against Blue Crow, a flying-type Pokemon that had a fourfold advantage over Heracross. For times weak to flying, think you can win? Quite the challenge. Trainers, please take your positions, the referee instructed. The battle commenced. Blue Crow flapped its wings, soaring into the sky, establishing aerial dominance as its greatest asset. After a mere 10 minutes, Zhou Lingjie did not disappoint, effortlessly securing victory in the first battle, thanks to Blue Crow's fourfold advantage over Heracross. However, this overwhelming success left the Sakura team feeling discontented. Such a significant advantage could allow even the Fire King to secure a win. Before long, Sakura High dispatched another trainer who successfully defeated Zhou Lingjie. Thus began a back-and-forth exchange of victories, with Yi Xian, Chung Xian, Lei Yao, and Zhou Hongyi taking turns to battle. The standout performances came from Lei Yao and Zhou Hongyi, each achieving a remarkable 4 consecutive victories, while Sakura High struggled to attain even a 3-win streak. Once Lei Yao and Zhou Hongyi stepped down, Sakura High finally revealed their true trump card, Sato Mashing from the Sato family. With the fighting rooster incapacitated, the flying mantis emerged victorious. As the referee announced the results, someone couldn't help but whisper, that makes it 5 consecutive wins, right? Indeed, 5 consecutive wins. Sato Mashing from Sakura High triumphs with 5 victories in a row. Observing the triumphant Sato Mashing, the fiery-tempered Yixian couldn't help but rise, declaring, "Don't get too smug. Our strongest hasn't even taken the stage yet." In response, Sato Mashing chuckled and asked, "Then why hasn't he stepped up yet?" Lun Yin turned to Tang Qingping, who nodded in affirmation. Rising from his seat, Lun Yin leaped down from the audience, directly approaching the arena as Sato Mashing's next opponent. Sato Mashing regarded Lun Yin, recognizing his extraordinary demeanor and beauty, second only to that of the readers themselves. Even he found himself impressed. To be candid, he felt quite fatigued after 5 consecutive battles. The state of the flying mantis was relatively stable, yet his mental fortitude had been severely depleted. Little did he know that Lun Yin would remark, "Are you afraid? Do you intend to surrender voluntarily?" Sato Masashi swallowed the words he was about to utter. With a slight smile, he replied, "The rules do not stipulate that one cannot voluntarily leave the arena. It is merely that you have not done so before. After 5 battles, I require a moment of respite to face the strongest contender in peak condition. Such a request is entirely reasonable." The regulations of the exchange match indeed allowed the defender a 10-minute break after each victory, amounting to 50 minutes for a 5-win streak. However, he was merely being boastful. Lun Yin promptly acquiesced, saying, "Feel free to rest. I'll grant you 2 or 3 days. If that isn't sufficient, how about 2 or 3 years? Would that suffice? You scoundrel." Sato Masashi gritted his teeth, momentarily forgetting his own arrogance after achieving 3 victories and boasting about a potential 4th. Yet, he was not foolish. He understood the formidable strength of his opponent and chose to engage in verbal sparring nonetheless. After a 20-minute intermission, once he felt sufficiently rested, Sato Masashi sprang into action the moment the referee announced the commencement of the match. The flying mantis executed the move Quick Attack, while Wind Speed Dog unleashed a dazzling trail of light, crashing forcefully into the flying mantis. The speed was so astounding that the flying mantis could not react in time. And even though Sato Masashi anticipated Wind Speed Dog's intent to use Quick Attack, he was unable to defend adequately. "Flamethrower," Lun Yin commanded. The flying mantis, barely managing to rise, looked up only to be engulfed by a torrent of flames. As Wind Speed Dog concluded its flamethrower attack, the eyes of the flying mantis transformed into swirling spirals. The flying mantis was rendered incapable of continuing the battle. The match had barely begun before it was over, leaving Sato Masashi in a state of shock. Chapter 40. Wind Speed Dog vs. Long-Tailed Fire Fox. Quit dawdling. It's time for the next contender. Lun Yin's voice roused Sato Masashi from his stupor. He glared at Lun Yin, about to speak when a voice rang out from the highest seats of the Sakura High School audience. "Come down." It was none other than Lady Kaguya. Sato Masashi, with a respectful tone, replied, "Yes, Lady Kaguya," and obediently returned to the spectator area. As Sato Masashi exited the arena, the teacher from Sakura High, Chiyu, swiftly arranged for the next student to take the stage. 10 minutes later, Lun Yin's second opponent ascended the arena. "My name is Kuroda Ichigo. Go forth, Zubat," announced the short-haired young man. "I am Uzumaki Naruto. Come forth, Six Tails," declared the youth, radiating a sunny smile. "I apologize for not providing Lord Lun Yin with a more thrilling experience," Naruto said, glancing at the incapacitated Six Tails with a hint of regret. As the morning light descended, it rejuvenated Wind Speed Dog's health once more. Lady Kaguya observed with keen interest as Wind Speed Dog emerged victorious, promptly leaping into Lun Yin's embrace, licking him excitedly to express her exhilaration. "Hey, Hui, would you like to give it a try?" Kaguya inquired of the girl beside her. "Humph, I shan't lose in a battle of fire-type Pokemon," declared the girl known as Hui, her long-tailed fire fox equally spirited as they both ascended the arena. "Allow me to be your opponent," Hui proclaimed, raising her hand to shield her face, revealing her right eye through an eye patch. "Firefox." The trainers took their positions as the referee raised the flag, declaring, "The battle begins." Hui gestured toward Wind Speed Dog, commanding, "Long-tailed Fire Fox, use Spark." The long-tailed Fire Fox brandished a black branch, launching a trio of fiery projectiles towards Wind Speed Dog on the opposite side of the battlefield. "Close in." Wind Speed Dog refrained from activating its Intimidate ability before swiftly approaching the long-tailed Fire Fox. The considerable distance posed a disadvantage to Wind Speed Dog. Boom, boom, boom. All 3 fireballs struck the ground, easily evaded by Wind Speed Dog. "Did it dodge all of them?" Hui exclaimed in surprise, then smirked. "Then let us see how you fare against this." Long-tailed Fire Fox, unleash Magical Flame. The long-tailed Fire Fox exhaled a particularly intense blaze, as 3 streams of magical flame surged forth, effectively cornering Wind Speed Dog and making evasion nearly impossible. This showcased the long-tailed fire fox's mastery of the magical flame technique. However, it was not mandatory to evade. Morning Sun, Lun Yin calmly instructed. Wind Speed Dog halted abruptly, howling towards the sky just as the magical flames approached. Aru. As Wind Speed Dog howled, the magical flames surged forward, engulfing it completely. Hui gasped for breath. Recognizing the immense mental strain of using magical flame while simultaneously guiding its trajectory. Yet the results were undeniably effective, making the magical flames exceedingly difficult to dodge. In the next instant, Aru, Wind Speed Dog burst forth from the magical flames, bearing scorch marks, but as a fire-type Pokemon, it suffered minimal damage from the magical flame. Furthermore, Morning Sun enveloped Wind Speed Dog, restoring its health to optimal levels. Lun Yin commanded, close in on the long-tailed fire fox, and use bite. Hui quickly countered. Vine Whip. Jump. Lun Yin's command coincided with Hui's, as Wind Speed Dog leaped into the air. Suddenly, a few vines sprouted from the ground, but alas, they grasped nothing. The Vine Whip missed its target, and Wind Speed Dog landed directly on the long-tailed fire fox, pinning it down with its forepaws resting on its shoulders. Please, Fire Fox. The long-tailed fire fox pleaded with a pitiful gaze, uttering a whimper. Wind Speed Dog responded, Where did you come from? It sank its teeth into the long-tailed fire fox's shoulder, its sharp fangs applying pressure, causing the long-tailed fire fox to abandon its pleas. The move pout failed to achieve the desired effect, causing the balance to tip drastically. I apologize. Wind Speed Dog was trained as a police dog. It has the people's well-being in mind. Pouting will not work. Long-tailed fire fox quickly used confusion to push Wind Speed Dog away. Hui shouted, Headbutt. The long-tailed fire fox steeled itself, gathering its mental energy to use confusion to repel Wind Speed Dog. In the next moment, Wind Speed Dog charged directly at the long-tailed fire fox's head. Fire Fox. The sudden collision interrupted the long-tailed fire fox's confusion attack, shattering its last hope of a comeback. As Wind Speed Dog forcefully broke through the barrier of magical flame using Morning Sun, it approached the long-tailed fire fox, sealing the latter's fate the moment it executed bite. Soon, the long-tailed fox succumbed to its struggles. Lun Yin once again commanded the Wind Speed Dog to utilize Morning Sun to restore its vitality. In the blink of an eye, the long-tailed fox lost its ability to battle. The next moment, Morning Sun descended. The long-tailed fox was incapacitated, and the Wind Speed Dog emerged victorious, marking a 4-win streak. Lun Yin cast a glance toward Kaguya, who occupied the highest seat in the audience. Their eyes met, and Kaguya set aside her documents to focus on Lun Yin. Was this a challenge directed at herself? Just as Saitama was about to call the next student to the stage, he noticed Kaguya standing up of her own accord. Gently brushing away non-existent dust from her black dress and tucking her hair behind her ear, Kaguya took over Hui's position as Lun Yin's next opponent. With a resounding clap, Hui and Kaguya exchanged words. I leave it to you. Make sure to break his winning streak. Understood, Kaguya nodded. Taking her place at the trainer's command position, her gaze fixed upon Lun Yin. A Pokeball, emblazoned with the emblem of the Shikigami family, appeared in her hand. The Wind Speed Dog isn't your strongest Pokemon, is it? Would you care to switch? It depends, Lun Yin replied. Kaguya released her Pokeball, and a white Pokemon materialized in midair. Is that a Porygon Z? Kaguya inquired. It's rather dull without stakes. Would you be interested in placing a wager? She proposed. If I win, you must accompany me to the Cherry Blossom League. What do you mean? Lei Yao exclaimed, bewildered. Chapter 41. Nidoking vs. Porygon Z. Feeling the intense gaze behind him, which seemed capable of devouring him, Lun Yin hesitated to assert, If I win, you must stay. Instead, he countered, What if I win? You may set the conditions, Kaguya confidently replied, puffing out her chest. However, I have no doubt you cannot win. I am not akin to those mere trifles. In the midst of their banter, Porygon Z's attribute panel appeared before Lun Yin's eyes. Pokemon, Porygon Z. Qualities, Champion Qualities. Gender, Female. Level, 21. Types, Fairy, Flying. Ability, Serene Grace. Held item, King's Rock. Moves, Fairy Wind, Sing, Pound, Sweet Kiss, Life Dew, Charm, Ancient Power, Yawn, Quick Attack, Look at Me, Light Screen, Reflect, Protect, Air Slash, Magical Flame. Shadow Ball, Grass Knot, Dazzling Gleam. Inherited moves, Peck, Reversal, Psyshock, Telekinesis. A Porygon Z with the Serene Grace ability and the King's Rock, capable of utilizing Air Slash to inflict a flinch effect with each attack. This posed a considerable challenge for the Wind Speed Dog, which had already fought 4 consecutive battles and likely lacked the stamina to match Porygon-Z. There was a strong possibility that the scenario would mirror Lu Nian's previous encounter with Satomoshika. If Porygon-Z's air/induced flinching, it could very well lead to the wind speed dog being swiftly overwhelmed. To secure victory, Lu Nian would need to switch to Nidoking. Really, you are quite the challenge. Lu Nian chuckled, tossing out Nidoking's Pokeball. Nidoking glared determinedly at Porygon-Z, itching for an air slash. Once both sides were prepared, the referee waved a small flag and announced, "Both sides, take your positions, the battle begins." Dui. Porygon-Z initiated the attack, channeling flying-type energy to unleash 2 compressed air slashes. Dodge. Knowing the opponent's tactical framework revolved around Serene Grace and air slash, evading was imperative. The 2 air slashes grazed Nidoking's feet, leaving marks on the battlefield. Sludge Bomb. Nidoking inhaled deeply, conjuring 2 spheres of sludge in her hands and hurling them toward Porygon-Z. Boom. The sludge bomb exploded, prompting Porygon-Z to flap its tiny wings and soar, easily evading the blast. Continue with air slash, Kaguya commanded. With a swift motion, Porygon-Z conjured 2 air slashes once more. Dodge. Lu Nian instructed. The fluidity of Porygon-Z's movements suggested it had mastered air slash not long ago, likely having access to a specialized manual. Such manuals are often the treasured secrets of trainers, documenting techniques honed through rigorous research. Nidoking adeptly raised her tail, narrowly avoiding the air slash attack. Though the constant evasion was growing tedious, Nidoking's frustration simmered as her anger mounted. Porygon-Z remained silent, persistently executing air slash. Lu Nian calculated the distance as Nidoking gradually closed in on Porygon-Z. Porygon-Z, retreat, Kaguya instructed, clearly aware of Lu Nian's intent and guarding against Nidoking's potential ambush. A prolonged defense will ultimately lead to a breach. As Nidoking dodged another air slash, she barely managed to evade and was struck in the back by the follow-up attack. Nidoking cried out in pain, her body becoming rigid. Notification: Nidoking is now affected by the flinch status. The system notification confirmed what Lu Nian had feared. The flinch effect from the air slash had been triggered. In the next moment, 2 more air slashes descended upon her. Though the flinch effect could not stack, the timing of these attacks was impeccable. Just as Nidoking's flinch status expired, the air slashes struck. How to break the stalemate? Lu Nian observed the gleeful Porygon-Z floating in midair, silently awaiting the right moment, an opportunity powerful enough to determine the outcome. Nidoking could afford multiple missteps, but Porygon-Z could only afford one. Porygon-Z, continue with air slash, Kaguya urged. Do-ye. Porygon-Z responded playfully, raising its hand to unleash 2 more air slashes. Nidoking's cry of pain echoed once more, but this time she did not succumb to the flinch effect. This was the opportunity Lu Nian had been waiting for. Nidoking, use Ice Beam. Nidoking raised her head, conjuring a sphere of icy blue light in her mouth. She concentrated, compressed, and then unleashed it with a roar. The icy blue beam shot forth, prompting Porygon-Z to hastily flap its wings to evade the ice beam. However, Nidoking's robust physique meant that a single hit would spell disaster for Porygon-Z. In an instant, the tides of battle shifted. Sludge Bomb, Lu Nian commanded, summoning 3 sludge spheres in Nidoking's hands and launching them towards Porygon-Z. The sludge bombs were intended to restrict Porygon-Z's evasive maneuvers, setting the stage for the true assault. Earth Power. Nidoking stomped fiercely, channeling ground-type energy that surged toward Porygon-Z from beneath. Boom. The Earth Power erupted. Although it did not directly strike Porygon-Z, it disrupted its attack. The air slash was interrupted, and Nidoking charged forward with great strides toward Porygon-Z. Quick, take to the skies, Kaguya urged, fully aware that Porygon-Z must not engage at this moment. Distance was crucial. Lu Nian recognized this as well, opting for Poison Sting. Nidoking unleashed a barrage of poison stings, her most familiar technique. The venomous needle pierced the body of Pikachu, marking the first instance of tangible harm inflicted by Nidoking. Pikachu shuddered, retreating from Nidoking with increased speed. Caught in a conflict between hesitation and resolve, Kaguya opted to confront Nidoking in a do-or-die battle. Air Slash, Ice Beam. The commands for both attacks were issued simultaneously, and Pikachu resolutely turned to unleash its Air Slash. Meanwhile, Nidoking remained stationary, gathering energy. Specks of ice-type energy gradually coalesced into a small, ice-blue sphere in its mouth. In the next instant, whoosh, Pikachu's Air Slash sliced through the air, striking Nidoking, who was preparing its Ice Beam. A collective gasp of concern arose for Nidoking. Nidoking let out a low growl, but the intimidation effect failed to manifest. Hold your ground, Kaguya shouted at Pikachu, who had maintained composure throughout the battle. Alas, was it not too late to invoke such a command? Boom. Chapter 42, Observation Diary. Pikachu was nicknamed Airplane, so what could we say about Pikachu? A crash landing. The moment Pikachu was struck by the ice beam, it plummeted towards the ground. That hurts, was the singular thought racing through Pikachu's mind, as its head buzzed, drowning out all other sounds. By the time Pikachu regained its senses, Nidoking loomed before it, casting a grand shadow. So majestic. Pikachu had succumbed to unconsciousness, and the victors were Nidoking and Lunan. The referee, observing the fainted yet oddly expressioned Pikachu, declared the outcome. Kaguya recalled Pikachu into its Pokeball, accepting defeat with grace. Yet, there was something intriguing about this Nidoking, possessing both massive size and remarkable agility. However, even more captivating was its trainer. Think carefully about your reward. The heir of the Shikigami family does not go back on their word. After uttering these words, Kaguya returned directly to the audience. Note, Kaguya has developed a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars. Lunan stood alone, enduring the piercing gazes of those around him, which felt like 1,000 daggers. While many of those gazes were filled with envy, he found them unnecessary. Thus, Nidoking and Lunan celebrated their 5th consecutive victory, subsequently achieving the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th wins. This joyous occasion was further accentuated by Tang Qingping's inability to suppress his grin. The team leader across from him wore a rather dark expression, urging Lunan to take a break. Upon returning to his seat, Lunan immediately spotted his 3 mischievous friends, Chung Xin, Yi Xian, and Zhou Lingjia, who were evidently well prepared. No sooner had Lunan sat down than they encircled him, chiming in unison, "Think carefully about your reward. The heir of the Shikigami family will not renege on their promise." "You 3 are truly insufferable," Lunan retorted, extricating himself from their playful banter with a gesture of international camaraderie. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, at the school gate, the vehicle from Sakura High School arrived. At the entrance, Tang Qingping and Qiyu, both team leaders, engaged in their classic mutual flattery, with Tang Qingping frequently mentioning their 9 consecutive victories. Lunan leaned against a pillar, engrossed in his phone, waiting for their departure so he could finally leave school. "Have you considered joining me at the Sakura Alliance?" Kaguya and Huihui suddenly appeared. "Not interested," Lunan replied, shaking his head. Kaguya gazed at Lunan with her crimson eyes, exhaling a soft sigh. "Is that so? What a pity. If you were willing to transfer, the Shikigami family would cover all expenses related to nurturing Pokemon from high school through university, assist you in gaining admission to the finest university in Tokyo, and even grant you a spot beneath my name." After a pause, Kaguya continued, "Your offer is quite appealing, but I must decline," Lunan stated, mimicking an iconic gesture. Kaguya seemed poised to say more when Lunan pointed at Qiyu, declaring, "Your vehicle is about to depart." "Heh, I won't leave unless they do," Kaguya giggled, covering her mouth. She pulled a business card from her dress and pressed it into Lunan's hand, saying, "This is my personal contact and green bubble number. Don't be too hasty in refusing." Off goes Huihui. Kaguya seized the opportunity before Lunan could object, as Huihui walked away. Lunan cast a glance and heard Lei Yao's voice. "Aren't you coming?" "What are you talking about?" Lunan quickly responded. He promptly tore the business card into shreds, having just signed a multitude of humiliating agreements. He could not afford to let it all go to waste. If that were the case, wouldn't the previous agreements be rendered meaningless? Lunan hurriedly chased after Lei Yao, reluctantly signing yet another humiliating contract. Observation Diary of Lunan. On the other side, Lunan gazed at the smiling Lei Yao, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Internally, he chuckled. "It's merely a couple of digits. I memorized them with just a glance." Zhou Hongyi, following behind, silently took notes. Later that evening, when things settled down, Lunan ventured to the park to observe the changes in Onyx and document his findings. Onyx Observation Diary, Day 1. After thorough consideration, we reached a consensus with Onyx to make the decision to have it swallow the Mega Evolution Stone of Steelix. Onyx gulped down the Mega Evolution Stone, likening the experience to consuming a crystal or, rather mundane. No anomalies were noted on the first day. A 2-week observation period is recommended. Onyx Observation Diary, Day 2. Its appetite appears to have increased, and Onyx seems to be in a better mood. Is this due to finally consuming the long-desired Mega Evolution Stone of Steelix? Quite intriguing. Onyx Observation Diary, Day 14. It seems Onyx has not changed much, only its appetite has grown. It has consumed more crystal, or, with no abnormal behavior. However, a visit to the Pokemon Center revealed no issues, which might be the sole silver lining. Pokemon Center expenses, 20,000 League coins. Onyx Observation Diary, Day 15. Today, it feels as though the sky has fallen. The Mega Evolution Stone of Steelix cannot be expelled. Currently, the Mega Evolution Stone is trapped inside Onyx's belly, unable to be expelled, creating a sensation of impending doom. Perhaps a few more days of observation are warranted. Maybe the duration since ingestion is still too brief. Onyx Observation Diary, Urgent Observation. Lunan slammed his diary onto the ground, feeling as though he had penned 15 days' worth of logs. It's fine, it's fine. Nothing has been lost, Lunan reassured himself. At least Onyx's health remained robust. Moreover, the Mega Evolution Stone of Steelix was safely lodged within Onyx's belly. It couldn't be removed nor lost. Why don't we check on Nidoking and the training of Rapidash? He pondered. Nidoking's Thunderbolt, Ice Beam, and Flamethrower are now mastered. It would be advisable to practice Earthquake in the suburbs. As for Rapidash, its entire tactical framework revolves around the Morning Sun strategy, which has been executed with great proficiency. It is now time to prepare Rapidash for learning additional moves. Lunan sighed deeply. At this juncture, all I can do is take things one step at a time. He could only console himself, for it seemed the Mega Evolution Stone of Steelix would not be extracted anytime soon. One cannot simply sever a giant rock snake in two, can they? On the other side, Zhou Hongyi observed the wildly fluctuating expressions of Lu Nian, who oscillated between laughter and tears, diligently chronicling the spectacle in his journal. Lu Nian's Observation Diary, Day 16, Chapter 43, A Return to Familiar Grounds. With a heavy heart, I shouldered my pack. At that moment of departure from home, I recognized the essence of reality. Humming a tune from CF, Lu Nian meticulously examined the equipment within his spatial backpack. Is there enough water for a month? Yes. Sufficient compressed biscuits for a month? Indeed. Tent, sleeping bag, vitamins, windproof lighter, fully charged electric baton, satellite phone, insect repellent spray, ample medical supplies, and pokeballs, all accounted for. Lu Nian gazed into his backpack, brimming with provisions, feeling a profound sense of security. Should a situation akin to the last underground cavern arise again, he would have nothing to fear. With enough supplies for a month, he could wait for rescue. Zhou Hongyi, with his notebook filled to the brim, inquired curiously, "Are you planning to be away for a month?" "No," Lu Nian shook his head. "I merely intend to explore the coastal forest over the weekend, visiting the giant rock snake's ancestral home, Mount Magelda. Care to join me?" The mention of the giant rock snake's homeland intrigued Zhou Hongyi as he silently repeated the name. With a weekend devoid of plans, he acquiesced. Why not? Besides, with all this gear, you need not fear even temporal turbulence. Better safe than sorry, Lu Nian replied, recalling the last encounter. Zhou Hongyi discreetly tucked away his notebook, wary of Lu Nian discovering his observations. Such documentation of others' actions is best conducted under the veil of secrecy to avoid trouble. I'll make preparations. We can set off shortly, Zhou Hongyi announced. All right, Lu Nian replied. Just as they approached Feng Nian, Lu Nian suddenly recalled a matter that piqued his curiosity. By the way, can you acquire that item? He stepped closer to Zhou Hongyi, who nodded after a brief contemplation. Sure thing, brother. Zhou Hongyi retrieved his phone and made a call, while Lu Nian took a moment to use the restroom and watch a video. In the living room, a Shinado appeared. Shauna. The Shinado glanced at Lu Nian before vanishing in a flash. Zhou Hongyi, now burdened with his backpack, declared, "Shall we depart? Let us go." Upon exiting, Lu Nian settled into Zhou Hongyi's Rolls-Royce, heading toward the outskirts. The streets were adorned with festive decorations. What festival is approaching? Zhou Hongyi queried. Lu Nian, bewildered, regarded him. I just returned from abroad last year. Ah, no wonder. Lu Nian elucidated. The Wind Festival is near. A celebration observed in coastal cities to honor the god of monsoon currents, Lugia. He pointed toward a colossal windmill on a nearby hillside and the Lugia motifs lining the streets. Oh, Zhou Hongyi nodded in understanding. Uncle Wang drove swiftly, reaching the outskirts in less than 20 minutes. Sir, do you not wish to accompany us? Uncle Wang inquired. Zhou Hongyi shook his head. I'm merely exploring the vicinity. I'll return tomorrow night. Understood, Uncle Wang acknowledged, driving out of sight. Lu Nian noted the data displayed on Uncle Wang's Pokeballs. The lowest level Charizard being level 62, a true gym leader caliber. Such prowess in a driver? How formidable. Lu Nian then released his Frosmoth, while Zhou Hongyi summoned his Ponyta. Level 27 Ponyta. The two mounted their respective Pokemon, advancing toward Mount Magelda. The sun shone brightly, the timing impeccable. Kairos embraced his beloved, Kairos, basking luxuriously in the sun. With a full stomach and his wife in his arms, What could be more blissful? Not even Arceus could compare. Just as Kairos relished the moment, he sensed an anomaly. The sunlight had dimmed. Who dared interrupt his tranquility? I've discovered a sandfruit tree, Lu Nian announced, pointing at the tree laden with 3 ripe sandfruits. Beneath it lay the slumbering Kairos. Sensing the threat emanating from Frosmoth and Ponyta, Kairos refrained from moving. This is the first time I've encountered wild sandfruits, Zhou Hongi remarked. Currently, all sandfruits on the market are cultivated artificially in secret realms. Wild ones are quite rare, fetching prices above 7,000 alliance coins. Zhou Hongi accepted the sandfruit offered by Lu Nian, gently peeling it and savoring the taste. The flavor is exquisitely sweet, with a delightful crunch, he opined after tasting the sandfruit. What a waste. Lu Nian mused silently. He could not bear to consume it himself, as it would not enhance his speed. Yet, surprisingly, Kairos did not touch the sandfruit. Lu Nian regarded Kairos with satisfaction and left behind a box of bug-type energy cubes worth 500 alliance coins before departing. Such is the nature of contracts, binding and inviolable. Once Lu Nian had left, Kairos carefully opened the box, and a fragrant aroma wafted forth. The female Kairos turned to her mate, eyeing the box with curiosity. Kairos, what is this? It smells wonderful. Kairos, this is a sacred offering provided by that human. Do you wish to taste it? Kairos, wow, how impressive. I want to eat it. Kairos, you know what I mean for later. Kairos. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Nian and Zhou Hongi arrived at the base of Mount Megelda. Lu Nian, familiar with the terrain, located the cave they had previously explored, only to find the Pokemon that had guarded it had departed, likely indicating no fossil Pokemon remained within. Let us proceed, he urged. Agreed. Activating his headlamp, Lu Nian took the lead, guiding Zhou Hongi into the underground cavern. Squeak. In the darkness, 3 sandshrews unveiled their eyes, obstructing Lu Nian and Zhou Hongi's path. Not you 3 again. Frosmoth. With a howl, Frosmoth unleashed Flame Wheel, effortlessly dispatching the trio of sandshrews. Subsequently, Lu Nian located the previously collapsed area and, riding Frosmoth, leaped down into the passage, once more finding himself in the underground cavern. Gazing around, Lu Nian reflected on the tumultuous whims of fate. It was sheer coincidence that the ground had collapsed, leading him to encounter the giant rock snake and venture into the underground cave. He had stumbled upon a Scyther, narrowly escaping the creature's pursuit, only to be saved by the emergence of a fossilized Aerodactyl. In the chaos of evading both the Aerodactyl and Scyther, he had discovered the Mega Evolution Stone for Steelix, ultimately capturing the giant rock snake. Had his supplies been ample at that time, or had his phone not broken, he might have refrained from risking further exploration, thus missing the opportunity to capture the giant rock snake and discover the Steelix Mega Evolution Stone. As he walked, Lu Nian pondered these thoughts. Nevertheless, the abundance of crystal ore in this cavern was remarkable. He might as well collect some along the way, saving himself the expense of purchasing it. Truly, I am frugal. Chapter 44, A Stroke of Luck. Along the route, crystal ores flourished on the rocky walls, alongside unknown luminescent flora. A subterranean cavern, untouched by the world beyond. Suddenly, a small river appeared before them, where they encountered a Scyther. Lu Nian and Zhou Hongi decided to take a brief respite. Let us rest here for a while. It's the perfect opportunity for lunch, Lu Nian suggested. Indeed, Zhou Hongi nodded in agreement. He retrieved a folding stool and a small stove to boil water, along with a portion of compressed biscuits and a cup of hot water. This constituted Lu Nian's rather mundane lunch in the wilderness. Sipping a mouthful of hot water and taking a bite of the dry, compressed biscuit, he sighed. There seemed to be little hope in these days. Let us shift our gaze to Zhou Hongi's lunch. Lu Nian glanced over at Zhou Hongi, who was seated at a high-tech, collapsible portable table adorned with red wine, cutlery, and a sumptuous Wellington steak. Slightly adjusting his scarf, Zhou Hongi noticed Lu Nian's gaze. Upon seeing the hot water and the orange-flavored compressed biscuit in his hand, Lu Nian felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Although this meal was never particularly appetizing, it suddenly seemed even less appealing. Enraged, Lu Nian took a fierce bite of the compressed biscuit. How hard it was. I have another portion here. Would you like to try it? Zhou Hongi inquired, producing a wooden box. Why not? Lu Nian replied. Seated by the riverbank, Lu Nian used dental floss while commenting on the flavor of the steak. It's quite delicious. Just then, his peripheral vision caught sight of something in the water. It was a fossilized helmet. Quality, excellent. Gender, female. Level, 13th type, rock. Water, ability, battle armor. Held item, hard stone. Moves, absorb, harden, scratch, sand attack, water gun, scary face, mud shot. Inherited move, bubble beam, beneath its grayish-brown shell. A pair of small red eyes blinked at Lu Nian. "Oh wow," he exclaimed, recognizing the creature's attributes. He couldn't believe Uncle Lei had overlooked a fossilized helmet here. "Come quickly and see what this is," Lu Nian called to Zhou Hongyi. "What is it?" Zhou Hongyi initially wondered, but upon seeing the gray-brown shelled Pokemon by the riverbank, he realized it was a fossilized helmet, an extinct Pokemon from 1,000,000,000 years ago. It curiously observed Lu Nian while using its tiny claws to grasp an energy cube. Zhou Hongyi hurried to the river's edge, examining the fossilized helmet closely. Its body was primarily concealed beneath the grayish-brown shell, with its eyes glowing red. It picked at its food with its small paws, quite fascinating. After a moment, Zhou Hongyi found himself confronted with a significant dilemma in his journey as a trainer. While exploring with a companion, they discover a rare Pokemon and invite you to observe. Yet you contemplate capturing it. What should you do? Be honest and express your desire to capture the Pokemon to your companion, or betray them instead. Zhou Hongyi watched as Lu Nian teased the fossilized helmet with the energy cube, lost in thought. Although he could certainly acquire the fossilized helmet himself, he found himself quite taken with it and considered providing Lu Nian with adequate compensation. "Do you wish to capture this fossilized helmet?" Lu Nian asked Zhou Hongyi. "I'm not particularly fond of this Pokemon, but I do wish to capture it," Zhou Hongyi replied hastily. Consensus achieved. Zhou Hongyi grasped a Pokeball and summoned his Sharpedo to approach the fossilized helmet. "Hey there, is that a fossilized helmet?" "Indeed, brother. Who would have thought our luck would be this good?" Lu Nian turned towards the sound to see two men, one with golden hair and the other with silver, greedily fixated on the fossilized helmet. Upon noticing Lu Nian's gaze, the golden-haired man sneered. "What are you staring at, kid? Scram if you know what's good for you." The silver-haired man added, "Oh, I'm so scared." In the brief moment of dialogue, Zhou Hongyi successfully coerced the fossilized helmet into submission using the energy cube and his Sharpedo. Realizing this, the golden-haired and silver-haired men understood that the situation would be resolved through the means of a trainer's battle. "Encountering me, Li Jin, you're in for a rough time. Li Yin will show no mercy." The duo tossed their Pokeballs, releasing their Pokemon. LV 24 Ninetales, LV 24 Alolan Ninetales. The two Ninetales appeared. One a standard fire type and the other an Alolan variant. "Ninetales, use Flamethrower." "Ninetales, use Ice Beam." Li Jin and Li Yin commanded in unison, and the two Ninetales executed their attacks in perfect synchrony. "Swift Houndoom," Lu Nian called, as the Houndoom dashed towards the Ninetales, evading the Flamethrower with ease. "Dig." Sharpedo quickly burrowed underground as the Alolan Ninetales Ice Beam missed, striking the rock wall behind. Now, Sharpedo erupted from beneath the Alolan Ninetales, bringing it down with a fierce tackle. "Roar!" Zhou Hongyi shouted, as Sharpedo raised its claw. "Dragon Claw." The claw landed squarely on the Ninetales' face. Meanwhile, Houndoom charged into the regular Ninetales, forcing it against the rock wall. As the battle commenced, both sides found themselves at a disadvantage, with Houndoom and Sharpedo dominating the engagement. This was not going well for Li Jin and Li Yin, who exchanged glances and decided to summon additional Pokemon. LV 22 Ariados, LV 19 Beedrill, LV 23 Weezing, LV 24 Arbok. 4 Pokemon emerged from their Pokeballs, ready to surround Houndoom and Sharpedo. Their intent was clear. Li Jin and Li Yin were no longer interested in playing fair. Nidoking, Onyx, join in. Zhou Hongyi summoned his Tyrannosaurus Rex and Ponyta to the fray. Boom. Just as the battle escalated, the underground cavern began to tremble violently, the intensity suggesting an imminent collapse. This thought simultaneously struck Lu Nian, Zhou Hongyi, and the duo of Li Jin and Li Yin. Lu Nian and Zhou Hongyi sought an escape, but Li Jin and Li Yin were reluctant to abandon the fossilized helmet. As hunters, how often would they encounter such luck? With gritted teeth, Li Jin and Li Yin resolved to seize the fossilized helmet first, deeming the two youngsters no match for them. Chapter 45, A Free Journey. The underground cavern was indeed shaking. Steadying himself, Lu Nian quickly recognized the undeniable reality. If the cavern wasn't quaking, then what was? Crack. The air before them shattered like glass, engulfing all present in an instant, as the tremors that affected the entire underground cavern ceased. The next moment, the cavern appeared untouched, save for the fallen stool on the ground. Before losing consciousness, Lu Nian mused, "What extraordinary luck I've stumbled upon." An event unseen for 8 centuries had unfolded before him. It felt akin to a stroke of fortune, a collision with a fortuitous vehicle, or perhaps even a transformation into a giant robot. He wondered aloud, is it now your turn to traverse across worlds in a fortunate vehicle? Once again ensnared in a mysterious realm, Lu Nian found himself devoid of any significant discomfort. Aside from a slight dizziness and an all-encompassing ache throughout his body, it felt as though someone had struck him forcefully on the back of the head with a hammer. Beyond that, he experienced no further unease. After cradling his head and rising to his feet, Lu Nian surveyed his surroundings. An endless expanse of primordial forest stretched before him, with ancient trees towering overhead, each requiring at least 6 individuals to encircle them, a testament to their age. Beneath one of these majestic giants lay Zhou. Unconscious and sprawled on the ground, Lu Nian hurried over to assist him. A few minutes later, Zhou awoke, clutching his backside, and immediately spotted Lu Nian adjusting his garments nearby. "Isn't that you, buddy?" Zhou exclaimed, bewildered. "What is going on?" Lu Nian replied, his expression puzzled. "I merely stretched and tidied up a bit. Why do you look like that?" After a brief moment, Zhou began to regain his composure, recalling his recent disoriented actions. A wave of guilt washed over him as he realized he had let down Lu Nian, who regarded him as a brother. Hint: Zhou affection towards you has increased. Current affection level, for stars. What is this about? Lu Nian glanced at the system interface displaying their friendship levels, then back at Zhou, feeling utterly perplexed. However, the present circumstances were far more pressing. "Do you still have any Pokeballs with you? Let me see." Zhou responded, reaching for his Pokeballs, only to find them all empty. Even the recently captured Kabuto had seemingly vanished. Earlier, when they had been in the underground cavern, both had dispatched all their Pokemon to battle, only to be caught in a temporal distortion, leaving them without a single creature now. In this unfamiliar wilderness, devoid of Pokemon, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby underbrush, instantly alerting Lu Nian and Zhou. "Oh, it's you two." What fortuitous timing, came the voice of Li Jin and Li Yin as they emerged, brandishing 2 machetes and clearing the surrounding foliage. Li Jin declared, "Now, you can either hand over the Kabuto willingly or my brother, and I will take it by force." Li Yin chimed in, and with that, Li Jin and Li Yin tore off their shirts, revealing their muscular physiques, resting the machetes on their shoulders. "You two are truly courting death," Lu Nian retorted as he rummaged through his backpack. At that, Li Jin and Li Yin burst into laughter, their mirth boisterous and unrestrained. The little brat who talks too much dies early. The quiet one doesn't last long either. Their words were unmistakably aimed at Lu Nian and Zhou. "Don't blame us for using our size against you. We'll also use our numbers to our advantage." Seeing that Lu Nian and Zhou ignored them, Li Jin's irritation grew. "Do you even know where you are? The magnetic field is in chaos. The compass is malfunctioning, clearly. We've encountered a temporal distortion and have been swept into an unknown realm. In such circumstances, should you be killed, the outside world would have no knowledge of it." Li Yin added. With sinister smiles, Li Jin and Li Yin advanced towards Lu Nian and Zhou. In a one-on-one confrontation, Lu Nian and Zhou might not match up against the 2 brutes, especially since they were armed with machetes. Even with an electric baton, it would be a daunting task. Furthermore, it was evident that Zhou was not skilled in combat, leaving Lu Nian in a precarious position. However, he had a clever trick up his sleeve. "I have a gun." Lu Nian finally located his handgun and aimed it at Li Jin and Li Yin. "Don't be ridiculous. Who doesn't know about the Dongwang Alliance?" he proclaimed, firing a shot into the air. Hey. Li Jin and Li Yin exclaimed, dropping their machetes and raising their hands above their heads. "You have a gun? You're just a muscle-bound brute, aren't you?" So what? Lu Nian commanded. "Now, both of you, hands on your heads, crouch down, okay?" Okay, they complied, dutifully crouching down and surrendering to Lu Nian's authority. This was precisely why Zhou remained unperturbed. Before their expedition, Lu Nian had specifically inquired if Zhou could procure such a weapon, to which he had received an affirmative answer. The Dongwang Alliance prohibited firearms, but it was not entirely impossible to obtain them. For a wealthy family like the Zhou, it was not a daunting challenge. In this extraordinary world, the deterrent power of guns had significantly diminished. Even a level 20 Pokemon could easily withstand a handgun's fire. Yet, in the absence of any Pokemon, the situation changed dramatically. Lu Nian tossed a bundle of rope at them. "Now, tie each other up." Exchanging glances, Li Jin and Li Yin swiftly complied, their movements proficient as they bound one another, clearly accustomed to such antics. Just as Lu Nian resolved the situation with Li Jin and Li Yin, a bark pierced the air. Wong. A speedy Houndoom leaped into Lu Nian's arms, clutching a Pokeball in its mouth, containing none other than Zhou Kabuto. Due to a conflict stemming from greed, you have been unfortunate enough to be swept into a spatial distortion. However, you are lucky to have avoided being torn apart by the violent currents of space. Option 1. Remain in place and wait for rescue. A rescue team will arrive in 48 hours. Reward, safe departure. Option 2. Why not embark on an exploration? Misfortune may conceal fortune, and unexpected gains may await you. Reward, Shiny Charm X1. Chapter 46, Shiny? Shiny Charm. Possessing this will increase the likelihood of encountering shiny Pokemon. Using it on a Pokemon egg guarantees a shiny hatch, consuming one shiny charm upon use. Lu Nian silently chose option 2. Though waiting in place for 48 hours would ensure a safe exit from the realm, he thought, being handsome is a lifelong endeavor. While shiny Pokemon lacked any special abilities, their aesthetic appeal was undeniable. Whether it was the mega-evolved, crimson-winged Charizard X, the black-bodied, red-bladed Tyrantrum, or the blue-haired shiny Gardevoir, their beauty among shiny Pokemon was unparalleled. Combat was one aspect, but one could not overlook the allure of beauty. After a moment of contemplation, Nidoking, Sharpedo, and Baby Tyranitar, alongside Onix, returned to Lu Nian and Zhou Hongyi's side upon hearing the gunfire. Following suit, Li Jin and Li Yin's Pokemon returned, albeit hesitantly, unwilling to approach their masters. Lu Nian maintained his aim at Li Jin and Li Yin. These Pokemon could endure the handgun's assault, yet should Lu Nian pull the trigger, there would be no time to save Li Jin and Li Yin. They would perish. Lu Nian turned to Zhou Hongyi. What do you think? After a moment's thought, Zhou Hongyi decided to give them both a chance. I will toss this coin once, allowing Arceus to determine your fate. Heads, you die. Tails, you also die. If fortune smiles upon you and the coin stands upright, you shall be granted an opportunity. Li Jin and Li Yin replied. If you want us dead, just say so. Nonetheless, their eyes remained fixated on the coin held by Lu Nian. With a clink, the coin soared, spinning in midair a complete 360 degrees. With another clink, it landed, fortuitously wedged between two stones. Observing the coin standing in the crevice, there was truly nothing more to be done. With a snap, Lu Nian remarked, consider yourselves lucky. If my next 5 shots jam, you can forget about seizing the fossil helmet. Li Jin and Li Yin responded, should we thank you then? Ultimately, Lu Nian honored his word and spared them. However, upon exiting the secret realm, the legal department and bodyguards of the Zhou family apprehended Li Jin and Li Yin in a nearby internet cafe and took action against them. Meanwhile, far away in Donghai City, Yushio watched her grandfather shake a turtle shell, feeling dizzy from the motion. Grandpa, what are you doing? She inquired with curiosity. Hee. I'm reading the fortunes of that young man and calculating his birth chart to see if he aligns with yours, her grandfather chuckled. Yushio blushed, but remained serious as she observed her grandfather, shaking the turtle shell in her hands. Yet, her grandfather's expression gradually turned grave. Why does this lad possess both great misfortune and great fortune? He murmured. At that moment, the television broadcasted news. This afternoon, a rare temporal disturbance occurred near Miguelda Mountain, and 2 high school students along with 2 elite trainers are currently in peril. Yushio's grandfather turned to her and asked, where do you think he went this morning? To the direction of Miguelda Mountain, I suppose. What's wrong? Tough luck for him. Having dealt with Li Jin and Li Yin, Lu Nian decided to explore this secret realm further. Zhou Hongyi concurred. As he had grown weary of the Pokemon his family insisted he train. Aside from his beloved Tyrant and Sharpedo, he was inundated with Dratini and Dragonair. He longed for freedom from such interference in his life. What's the point of training divine Pokemon? I, Zhou Hongyi, wish to embark on my own adventures, encountering Pokemon I cherish and forging bonds through trials and tribulations. Zhou Hongyi gazed at Lu Nian ahead, clutching a peculiar star-shaped pendant, feeling envious of such a carefree and unrestrained existence. Meanwhile, Lu Nian, captivated by the shimmering talisman in his hand, began to envision capturing either a Dragonite or a Tyranitar. The thought of capturing a dual-headed dragon also seemed appealing. After walking for another half hour, a faint fragrance wafted through the air, perceptibly captured by Lu Nian and his speedy canine companion. Fengsu dog, can you smell that? A woof. Indeed, it is in this direction. It seems ripe for the picking. A woof. Zhou Hongyi watched the seamless communication between Lu Nian and Fengsu dog, utterly perplexed. He detected nothing amiss. Zhou Hongyi glanced at Sharpedo, who merely shook his head in agreement. Hey, it seems there are some ripe berries ahead. Shall we take a look? Sure. Zhou Hongyi nodded enthusiastically, following the eager Lu Nian, discreetly pulling out a small notebook. Lu Nian's observation journal, day in. Special abilities recorded. 1. Psychic ability. 2. Heightened sense of smell, possibly akin to Fengsu dog. Unbeknownst to Lu Nian, upon traversing the thicket, a tree bearing blue, ripe fruits came into view. The small tree, adorned with black leaves and a dark brown trunk, bore 2 mature blue fruits. Fongli fruit, when carried, it activates an effect that reduces the power of ice-type moves received by half. It is also edible. Lu Nian paused to observe for a moment. When Zhou Hongyi attempted to pass by him to pluck the Fongli fruit. Wait, Lu Nian grasped Zhou Hongyi's arm. What is it? Lu Nian pointed toward the nearby rustling grass, sensing something amiss. The grass shook once more before a Pokemon emerged, a yellow creature with a lewd grin. Its upper body was covered in yellow skin, while its lower half resembled brown trousers, complete with a long nose akin to that of an elephant. It was Hypno, a psychic-type Pokemon. With a mischievous smile, Hypno staggered toward the Fongli fruit tree, reaching out to pluck the fruits. Unable to contain themselves, Lu Nian and Fengsu Dog burst forth from their hiding place, startling Hypno awake. Young one, such fortune is not yours to seize. Chapter 47, An Encounter with Metagross. A woof. At the sound of a dog barking, Hypno felt a sharp bite on its body. Yikes! Hypno yelped in pain as the unexpected attack jolted it awake. And the pain compelled Hypno to retaliate. Yet, how could Hypno compete in close combat against a Fengsu dog in a frenzy? Ultimately, Hypno fled in disarray. The opportunity for the Fongli fruit was rightfully reserved for Lu Nian and Zhou Hongyi, the true contenders. Lu Nian plucked one of the fruits and declared, "One for each of us, is that agreeable?" Of course. As Lu Nian and Zhou Hongyi divided the Fongli fruits, Hypno lurked in the grass, seething with resentment at the sight of them, deeming them despicable humans. When sleeping, one ought to keep vigilant with both eyes. After uttering this vow, Hypno chose to depart, reminding itself that fortunes can change. Lu Nian mused, is Hypno really resorting to threats? After stowing the Fongli fruit, Lu Nian and Zhou Hongyi continued their exploration through the forest. For reasons unknown, Lu Nian's left eyelid twitched uncontrollably. According to the old adage, left eye twitching signifies fortune, while right eye twitching suggests something else. Could there be treasure ahead? With this thought, Lu Nian's steps grew increasingly lively. In response to this excitement, Zhou Hongyi jotted down. It seems that exploring the secret realm induces a sense of exhilaration. As they traversed the forest, Lu Nian and Zhou Hongyi arrived at the foot of a mountain, where a sudden appearance of a cave ignited Lu Nian's adventurous spirit. After all, he intended to pursue the sandstorm system, and the potential rewards of exploring the cave were enticing. We should take a look inside, Lu Nian began, but before he could finish, a shadowy figure emerged from the cave, a Pokemon with a bluish metallic body and a massive silver metallic X emblazoned on its face. Its gaze fixed intently on Lu Nian and Zhou Hongyi. It was Metagross, a pseudo-legendary Pokemon from the Hoenn region. Metagross's eyes bore into Lu Nian, seemingly locking onto him from afar. In an instant, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Lu Nian's forehead. This Metagross could easily eliminate them. LV 67 Metagross. At present, the highest level in the team is that of Nidoking, which has only reached level 26. It is feared that a mere encounter could lead to it being torn apart by the Metagross. Both Lu Nian and Zhou Hongyi, under the gaze of the Metagross, stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. Metagross. Human? Metagross. Harboring no hostility, let it be. Fortunately, after a brief moment of observation, the Metagross retreated into its cave. Once the imposing figure of the Metagross had completely vanished from sight, Lu Nian and Zhou Hongyi exchanged a glance, exhaling a sigh of relief, as if they had narrowly escaped a calamity. Truly terrifying. Encountering a powerful Pokemon in the wild could very well leave them without the chance to flee. Inside the cave, the Metagross cautiously ventured deeper, its gaze fixed upon a stone pedestal at the farthest end, where lay a Pokemon egg adorned in hues of white and azure. This was her offspring. It is a rare occurrence for a pseudo-legendary Pokemon to bear young, and this egg was the fruit of the Metagross's arduous labor. There was no need to mention the other Metagross guarding the egg. A glimmer of ferocity flashed in the Metagross's eyes, but it quickly softened, enveloped in tenderness as it stood sentinel before its egg. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Lu Nian urged Zhou Hongyi to hastily distance themselves from the Metagross's lair. Although the Metagross is not an overtly aggressive wild Pokemon, it is still prudent to maintain a safe distance to avoid any tragic misunderstandings. After departing from the Metagross's nest, the sun gradually dipped below the horizon. The moon ascended slowly from the edge of the sky. A gentle moonlight quietly cascaded upon every corner of the forest, draping it in a delicate veil, bestowing the world with a touch of ethereal beauty. The visibility within the forest diminished sharply as predators emerged from their daytime hiding spots. Rustle. The underbrush ahead suddenly trembled, and as Lu Nian and Zhou Hongyi braced themselves, a large purple rodent sprang forth. Rattata. However, the Rattata appeared flustered, as if something were pursuing it. Thus, Lu Nian remained vigilant, fixating on the direction of the rustling. Rustle, rustle. The sound of something crawling through the foliage echoed, suggesting that a Pokémon was approaching with notable speed. Moments later, a long, serpentine Arbox emerged from the brush. Hiss. The Arbox's narrow eyes scrutinized Lu Nian and Zhou Hongyi, as it flicked its tongue inquisitively. Hiss. The Arbox observed Lu Nian. Flamethrower. Lu Nian suddenly exclaimed. The speedy Houndoom unleashed its flamethrower mercilessly, striking the Arbox directly. The next instant, the Sharpedo lunged forward, delivering a powerful dragon claw to the Arbox, while Nidoking followed up with a swift double kick, swiftly subduing the Arbox. The Arbox collided violently with a tree before crashing to the ground, rendered unable to continue the fight. The Arbox is a perilous wild Pokémon. It must be dealt with upon encounter. Earlier, the Arbox had merely contemplated whether it could swallow Lu Nian, rather than considering whether it could overpower him. After neutralizing the Arbox, Lu Nian instructed, Nidoking, go consume the Arbox's poison sac. Nidoking nodded and approached, using its claws to slice through the Arbox's scales, extracting the poison sac and swallowing it whole. The taste was pungent and far from pleasant. As for the Arbox, its wounds would heal swiftly, and the poison sac would regenerate in a few days. Losing the poison sac did not inflict significant harm on the Arbox. It merely meant a temporary loss of its poison-type attributes, which was certainly preferable to death. Once the Arbox was dealt with, Houndoom suddenly let out a howl in the direction ahead. Lu Nian inquired, what is it? Oh whoa, I smell something ahead that seems to exude a peculiar fragrance. Oh whoa, let us hurry, let us go see what it is. Lu Nian nodded and, accompanied by Zhou Hongyi, moved toward the direction indicated by Houndoom. Before long, Nidoking and Sharpedo also caught wind of the enticing aroma, which deeply captivated them. Meanwhile, at the base of a precipice, a man wearing a cowboy hat gazed toward the mountain's summit. Within the nest atop the peak, a dragon opened its eyes and unfurled its blood-red wings. Soaring into the air, the dragon sensed the unfamiliar presence daring to encroach upon its territory. They were truly courting death. Upon witnessing the dragon emerge, the man and his lackeys quickly sought refuge in a crevice. Peeking out, they gazed greedily at the crimson figures soaring through the sky. Dragonite. A pseudo-legendary Pokémon on par with Metagross, it was unexpected to find it in the same secret realm. Coupling this with previous discoveries, a bold idea instantaneously blossomed in the man's mind, a scheme to reap the benefits while others contend. To drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. When the tiger and wolf clash, the hunter shall profit. Chapter 48, Revival Grass. Following the alluring fragrance, they traversed a small stream, repelling several waves of attacking wild Pokémon. The closer they drew, the more pronounced the scent became. This aroma was not particularly fragrant. Rather, it bore a faint, grassy essence. Yet it possessed an inexplicable allure that captivated both humans and Pokémon alike. As they approached, the urgency of encountering wild Pokémon intensified. When Lu Nian caught a whiff of this scent, it indicated they were quite near. Pushing aside the branches that obscured their view, a clearing suddenly materialized within the dense forest, bathed in the moonlight. Wild Pokémon could be seen congregating around this open space, their gazes fixated with predatory intent. Forest Bully, Pinsir, new killer from the Bug Clan Beedrill, fated rivals temporarily united, Pidgey and Spearow, and Forest S Swordsman Scyther. A multitude of wild Pokémon had gathered in this clearing. Were they here to bathe in the moonlight? To absorb the essence of the moon for cultivation? Hardly. They were currently locked in mutual hostility. Amidst the hostility, their gazes silently converged upon the very center of the clearing. Lu Nian and Zhou Hongyi, utilizing a golden spray to conceal themselves within the underbrush, stealthily observed the verdant plant at the center of the clearing. Its upright leaves had yet to unfurl. Only upon blooming would it reach maturity. This would also signal the commencement of the slaughter. Revival Grass, an extraordinary plant born of nature, possessing miraculous properties. Even if only a breath remains, it can restore life, provided there is still a breath. Otherwise, it merely offers temporary sustenance. Lu Nian squinted at the results scanned by the system. Zhou Hongyi, still unaware of what it was, only realized upon hearing Lu Nian's explanation that the plant in question was an immature form of revival grass. After a brief wait, once the leaves unfurled, its familiar shape would be revealed. Revival grass could not be cultivated artificially. It could only be sought by herbalists venturing into the depths of mountains and secret realms. Although contemporary medical technology has produced many drugs that rival the effects of revival grass, the actual efficacy pales in comparison to the genuine article. Revival grass, Its name alone conveys its extraordinary properties. Alas, it does not possess the true capacity for resurrection as depicted in games. Oh woo! The Houndoom beside Lu Nian gazed at the revival grass, its heart brimming with impatience to seize it. Patience, the adept always strike last, Lu Nian reassured Houndoom. Hearing Lu Nian's words, Houndoom gradually calmed down, settling quietly in the underbrush. Moreover, the sheer number of these wild Pokémon, while not overwhelmingly strong individually, was far beyond what Lu Nian and Zhou Hongyi could contend with. To take action, one must await the moment when the clam and the snipe contend, allowing the fisherman to reap the benefits. Patience is a virtue of a distinguished hunter. Lu Nian gently caressed the head of his speedy hound, reminding himself to exercise restraint. Although the allure of the revival grass was considerable, it was not as profound as it seemed. The hound bore no hidden injuries, having been treated long ago at the Pokemon Center. For wild Pokemon, however, the revival grass's ability to heal numerous hidden wounds equates to the extension of life itself. Death, without question, is the most terrifying of monsters. The prospect of prolonging life is enough to incite a fierce struggle among all beings. Regrettably, the true effect of revival grass is merely restorative. Its remarkable healing properties do not extend life, which is a great pity. As time elapsed, the revival grass gradually unfurled, its leaves blossoming into full radiance. The wild Pokemon surrounding it began to stir restlessly, their cacophony of sounds rising in intensity. Suddenly, under the moonlight, the revival grass burst into bloom, each leaf stretching out, releasing an enchanting fragrance. Yet, the battle for supremacy had only just commenced. Kero, with a fierce roar, the mighty Kabutops surged forward, charging at the revival grass. In a flash, the scyther struck, its blades gleaming as it darted through the air, aiming a cleaving attack at Kabutops. With a fiery temperament, Kabutops chose to retaliate rather than retreat in the face of provocation. Meanwhile, the flock of Pidgeys and the group of Spearows engaged in a fierce skirmish with the Beedrill swarm, the sounds of cries and piercing stings echoing throughout the battlefield. Amidst the chaos, some opportunistic contenders sought to exploit the confusion to pilfer the revival grass. Hee, the Hypno chuckled wickedly, stealthily inching closer to the prize. Unfortunately, it was spotted by a vigilant Beedrill. Preoccupied with its stealthy approach, the Hypno failed to recognize the Beedrill swiftly closing in, readying its stinger for a direct strike. Hypno! It yelped, clutching its rear in pain as it turned to glare at the Beedrill. Almost immediately, a swarm of Beedrills surged forth, their numbers overwhelming. Recognizing the peril, the Hypno wisely chose to retreat, fleeing to avoid a severe beating. The melee erupted fully, and the moment Lu Nian had awaited was drawing near, necessitating further patience. As the fray intensified, wild Pokemon continuously fell from the battle, while new combatants joined the fray, ranging from the common Kabutops and Beedrill to the rarer Scyther and Venusaur, even including psychic Pokemon like the Natural Bird and the Gardevoir caught in the tumult. Prepared for action, Lu Nian lightly tapped the head of his speedy hound, signaling it to ready its quick attack. The swiftness of this move would be crucial for their impending snatch. 3, 2, 1. Lu Nian and Zhou Hongyi suddenly rose, unleashing their own Pokemon, Nidoking and Sharpedo, into the fray. Roar! Sharpedo bellowed, rising to its feet and executing a dragon-type move that Zhou Hongyi had taught it during their observations of the Onyx. A blazing sphere shot into the sky, bursting into a multitude of shooting stars that rained down upon the battlefield. Nido! Simultaneously, Nidoking took a deep breath, unleashing a torrent of flames in a sweeping arc. The wild Pokemon, already weary from battle, found themselves at the mercy of Lu Nian and Zhou Hongyi's overwhelming presence, their combined assault claiming the consciousness of countless wild creatures. In the next moment, the speedy hound executed its quick attack, braving Nidoking's fiery torrent to seize the revival grass, swiftly returning to Lu Nian's side. Without hesitation, Lu Nian stowed the revival grass in a special preservation box and secured it in his backpack, then activated the ultimate form of his bond with the hound. Merging their essences, Zhou Hongyi had already mounted his Rapidash, and Lu Nian, alongside his hound, hurried to follow suit. Everything unfolded so abruptly, an unforeseen ambush that left them scrambling to escape. By the time the wild Pokemon regained their wits, Lu Nian and his speedy hound had already executed their combination move, vanishing into the distance. In an instant, all wild Pokemon vying for the revival grass erupted into a frenzy. Their fury ignited as they pursued the scent left behind by Lu Nian. Meanwhile, Lu Nian rode swiftly through the forest atop his speedy hound. With the aid of quick attack, they quickly closed the distance to Zhou Hongyi and his Rapidash, both racing through the thicket. They traversed the woods, forded streams, and took refuge at the foot of the mountains, following the river's current upstream. Under the cover of night, Lu Nian felt confident they had evaded their pursuers. He patted his speedy hound, signaling it to halt, saying, "This should suffice." The two settled down to rest, with Lu Nian erecting a tent while Zhou Hongyi fetched water and kindled a fire, working in tandem. Soon, the fire crackled to life, and they sat on opposite sides. Taking a moment to recuperate, Lu Nian produced the box containing the revival grass, saying, "This revival grass was discovered together. Let us share it. You take it. I have no need." Zhou Hongyi raised a hand to interrupt, stating, "You found the fossil helmet. I should not partake in this revival grass." Holding the pokeball containing the fossil helmet, he locked eyes with Lu Nian. "How a bit sentimental," Lu Nian remarked, placing the revival grass into his spatial backpack, effectively transferring it to the system warehouse. As they rested, Lu Nian reclined on the ground, gazing up at the rare sight of a rift in the canopy above, pondering the mysteries that lay hidden. However, it was too late to explore. That would have to wait until dawn. Elsewhere, within the lair of the Metagross, an unusual scent permeated the air. Thud! A stone fell upon the slumbering Metagross, rousing it from its deep sleep. "Metagross!" it exclaimed, rising to discover a mischievous Sneasel that had invaded its lair, grinning wickedly. The Sneasel toyed with two stones, and upon catching the Metagross's attention, hurled one with a resounding thud. The stone struck Metagross's face, causing no harm, but brimming with provocation. Metagross glanced at the Pokemon egg behind it, ensuring its safety before lunging at the Sneasel. "Sneasel!" The creature yelped, turning tail and fleeing, its intention to infuriate Metagross and lead it on a chase as far as it could go. The moment Metagross took a single step from its lair, the plan would be deemed a success. Bang! In a swift motion, Metagross unleashed a powerful punch upon the Sneasel, bursting forth from its lair. The Sneasel, struck by the comet punch, was sent soaring like a projectile, crashing through numerous trees before landing heavily on the ground. Thanks to its natural resilience, the level 35 Sneasel barely endured the impact, yet it felt as though its body had come apart at the seams. The Metagross cast a glance at Marshadao, noticing that Marshadao had not succumbed to death. "Metagross, die!" With a swift motion, Metagross unleashed its comet punch, aimed directly at Marshadao. With eyes closed, Marshadao realized that facing a peak quasi-legendary like Metagross was akin to a mere game. The task was far too effortless. In the next moment, Dream Eater materialized before Marshadao. "Protect!" A verdant energy shield ascended from Dream Eater, positioning itself in front of Marshadao. Boom! Metagross's comet punch collided with the protective barrier conjured by Dream Eater. At that instant, Dream Eater comprehended why its master had once remarked that the protect technique was merely a secondary form of invincible shield, capable of withstanding attacks, but not an absolute safeguard. It was merely challenging to breach. Crack! A fissure appeared on Dream Eater's protective shield, rapidly expanding like a spider's web. In merely 2 breaths, Dream Eater's shield was shattered, and Metagross's comet punch struck Dream Eater squarely in the face. With Marshadao caught in the fray, Metagross swiftly executed a double kill. As Metagross retracted its fist, preparing to return to its lair, an unexpected multitude of peculiar silver mists suddenly enveloped the surroundings, releasing an aura that Metagross found exceedingly repugnant. At the same time, a provocative attack surged from Metagross's left flank. By the time Metagross returned to its nest, the Iron Ball Pokemon egg had mysteriously vanished. "Metagross! Who?" In a flurry, Metagross darted from its lair, searching desperately for its offspring. At that moment, the man in the cowboy hat gazed upon the Iron Ball Pokemon egg in his possession, unleashing a sinister laugh, astonished at how effortlessly it had fallen into his grasp. However, what truly intrigued him was the scheme he intended to orchestrate using the Iron Ball Pokemon egg. "Boss, why don't we just run off with the Iron Ball Pokemon egg? Its value is already quite substantial, isn't it?" queried Minion 1. The cowboy hat man scoffed. "Humph. Such a golden opportunity squandered. With this Iron Ball Pokemon egg, how splendid it would be to ensnare the unsuspecting. Soon enough, we shall possess 2 fully formed quasi-legendaries along with the Iron Ball Pokemon egg, and the value will double in an instant. Now you understand why I am the leader, do you not?" He pointed at Minion 1's head, enunciating each word with clarity. With that, the cowboy hat man led his minion, the Iron Ball Pokemon egg in tow, towards the territory of the rampant Dragonite they had previously discovered to set their plans in motion. As for the 2 minions left behind, they were but disposable pawns to him. The following dawn, Metagross, in search of the lingering essence of the Iron Ball Pokemon egg, discovered the territory of Dragonite. The scent grew increasingly potent, and Metagross was nearly certain that its child resided within Dragonite's domain. There could be no mistake. Metagross. The creature's rationality was overwhelmed by waves of fury, ultimately losing its composure as it roared and charged at Dragonite. In Dragonite's territory, no other Pokémon could coexist. Thus, the answer was singular. Both old grievances and new vendettas would be settled. Dragonite, initially in deep slumber, chose to engage in battle upon witnessing Metagross's aggressive advance. Undoubtedly, these two quasi-legendaries were well acquainted and harbored enmity towards one another. Chapter 50. What falls from the sky? Without a standoff or warning, Dragonite unleashed a torrent of flames upon sight, which Metagross narrowly evaded, retaliating with a powerful psychic strike. The clash of their moves reverberated through the air, not because their battle altered the environment, but due to the sheer force of their attacks striking against the surrounding rock faces. Dragonite's health, 30. Metagross's health, 30. Surrounding rock walls' health, 3,000. Amid the chaos, Metagross's gaze fell upon the iron ball Pokémon egg precariously perched at the cliff's edge. Metagross. The creature's pupils constricted in alarm, only to be seized by Dragonite, who took the opportunity to rake its claws across Metagross's face, leaving 3 deep gashes. Roaring with a sinister grin, Dragonite appeared to mock Metagross for its reckless behavior. Metagross, regaining its composure, yet fueled by an inferno of hatred towards Dragonite. Metagross felt its rage escalate from a mere spark to an all-consuming blaze, its very sanity ignited by the desire for vengeance. With gritted teeth, Metagross unleashed an ice punch against Dragonite's abdomen. Seizing the moment of Dragonite's discomfort, Metagross ascended into the skies, where the battle would not jeopardize the Iron Ball Pokémon egg. Any collateral damage could result in irreparable harm to the egg. At the summit's thicket, Cui Jinhao had removed his cowboy hat, eagerly observing the fierce combat between Metagross and Dragonite. He and his minion, Nidoran, awaited the moment when both Dragonite and Metagross would be rendered mutually incapacitated. At that point, 2 peak quasi-legendaries, coupled with the Iron Ball Pokémon egg, would yield immeasurable profit. Reselling both Dragonite and Metagross on the black market would afford them a life of luxury and ease for the remainder of their days, a prospect too enticing to resist. Cui Jinhao covertly glanced at Nidoran, already calculating their future. Of course, Nidoran was aware that the fortune would only suffice for a lavish half-life. What would they do for the remaining half? Hee. In the narrow daylight, Lun Yin lazily stretched and rose from his slumber as the sun reached its zenith. Pushing aside the still-sleeping fast dog, Lun Yin exited the tent to brush his teeth. Meanwhile, Zhou Hongyi had long since risen, nearly finished preparing lunch. The midday meal consisted of tomato beef stew, with the ingredients neatly prepped and simmering, courtesy of Zhou Hongyi, who had begun cooking early in the morning. This allowed Lun Yin to enjoy lunch immediately after washing up. As the aroma of the tomato beef stew wafted through the air, Fast Dog's eyes flew open in an instant. Hunting time. Brush your teeth first, Lun Yin admonished, grasping the nape of Fast Dog's neck. After their meal, Lun Yin and Zhou Hongyi resolved to ascend the river against the current, aware that they had come from downstream, fearing recognition by wild Pokémon. The river was notably wide, home to numerous wild aquatic Pokémon. LV6 Magikarp, LV3 Magikarp, LV11 Magikarp. Indeed, the abundance of Magikarp presented an opportunity to scout for any with exceptional potential. While not an extraordinary Pokémon in itself, Magikarp's evolution, Gyarados, ranks among the top 3 water-type Pokémon, boasting a broad attacking range, the intimidatability, high base stats, and formidable combat prowess, as well as the capacity to serve as a waterborne steed. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that Magikarp could be found in abundance. With a stroke of luck, one might even encounter a kingly Magikarp in the wild, or perhaps even fantasize about a golden Magikarp. Although Lun Yin specialized in a sandstorm strategy, securing a water steed was still essential. After all, Gyarados was not incapable of flight. The Gyarados, a Pokémon of the water and flying types, possesses the remarkable ability to glide at low altitudes. As Lun Yin pondered, he activated his scanner, directing his gaze towards the nearby river, determined not to overlook a potential king-level Magikarp. Suddenly, a piercing sound filled Lun Yin's ears, accompanied by an unsettling tingling sensation on his scalp. In the next instant, a resounding crash echoed as a Metagross plummeted from the sky like a shooting star. Its speed so astonishing that neither Lun Yin nor Zhou Hongyi had time to react, merely feeling fortunate that they had not been struck. Had they taken a couple more steps, the Metagross would have landed squarely upon them. A Metagross fell from the heavens? Lun Yin patted his chest, still trembling from the shock. With a powerful exhale, the Gyarados expelled a breath and flapped its wings, retreating to its lair. "What is this?" Zhou Hongyi inquired, pointing at the Metagross. The creature was clearly in a state of distress, exhaling heavily as it struggled for breath. "This is the same Metagross we encountered earlier," Lu Nian observed. Utilizing the scanning function, he confirmed that its moves, level, and abilities were identical, unmistakably indicating that this was indeed the same Metagross they had previously encountered. Lu Nian and Zhou Hongyi approached the Metagross, scrutinizing its condition. Zhou Hongyi knelt before the creature, meticulously examining it without fear of a sudden outburst. Meanwhile, Lu Nian glanced at the Metagross's health bar, shaking his head in resignation. Zhou Hongyi turned to Lu Nian, asking, "Should we attempt to save this Metagross?" "It's futile," Lu Nian replied, shaking his head. The Metagross's health bar had plummeted to 0, a clear indication that death was imminent, and it was merely awaiting the final countdown. The life of a Pokémon is quantified in its health bar, with a score of 100 representing a state of vitality. The term unable to battle signifies that a Pokémon's health has dropped to 5, triggering its self-preservation mechanism, leading to a state of unconsciousness with a slow recovery effect, enough to prevent death, at least. When health falls to 3, it signifies a grievous, life-threatening injury. And at 0, even consuming a revive would yield no effect. The Pokémon must possess at least 1 health point. The concept of resurrection is ultimately just a figurative expression. Consuming a revive now would merely prolong its life. Its existence has already been extinguished. "Is that so?" Zhou Hongyi replied, merely asking. Lu Nian's refusal to administer a revive was enough for him. Yet, as Lu Nian expressed his interest in the Metagross, a sudden, intense yearning emanated from the creature. The Metagross's gaze fixed on Lu Nian, filled with a desperate plea. "I still have unfinished business," it seemed to implore, hoping that this human before it could bestow upon it the precious revive it so desperately needed. "Your gaze is intriguing," Lu Nian remarked, squatting before the Metagross. "You are in quite a predicament for a quasi-legendary Pokémon. Would you desire an opportunity?" Chapter 51, A Grasp at Fate. The Metagross, initially resigned to carry its hatred into the world, heard Lu Nian's words. "Would you desire an opportunity?" The creature's eyelids, which had grown heavy with despair, suddenly widened as it gazed at the human before it. "Metagross, you would. Metagross, use the revive to grant me life. Then, might you recount what transpired?" Lu Nian inquired while retrieving a box and placing the revive in the Metagross's mouth. The activation of the revive would require time, perfect for storytelling. The Metagross, on the brink of despair, found a flicker of hope for vengeance rekindled within it. With a fervent desire, its spirit ignited anew. "Thank you, human. Last night, I was guarding my offspring when a marauder intruded upon my nest," it recounted. "Is this truly the nature of quasi-legendary Pokémon?" Uran observed, glancing at the still capable Gyarados. Despite having just defeated the Metagross, leaving its own state at a nadir, the Gyarados still possessed the strength to fend off double the threats, including a Weevil, a Houndoom, and a Honchkrow, its power still flickering. "That is Gyarados. Do not underestimate any quasi-legendary Pokémon," Cui Jinhao warned. Yet, within Cui Jinhao's eyes, there was no trace of reverence, only avarice. Sacrificing 2 subordinates to pilfer the Metagross's offspring, a Duskull Pokémon egg, his greed remained unquenched. He still schemed to manipulate the Gyarados into believing it was the Gyarados that had stolen its egg. Oh, this is the cleverness of humanity. Mere Pokémon, even quasi-legendaries, can be played like pawns in human hands. What quasi-legend? What frantic heartache over a stolen child? All are mere chips in Cui Jinhao's game. Despicable? If profit could be gained, he would cast aspersions on anyone, deeming them despicable or vile. Besides, in this world, there were far more ignoble and vile beings than himself. His presence made little difference. Not long ago, there was that one person, what was her name? Something with yin in it. He couldn't recall clearly. Compared to her, Cui Jinhao felt a sense of inferiority. She was truly malevolent. A roar from the Gyarados jolted Cui Jinhao from his reverie. "Marauder, Gyarados, take down the Gyarados," he commanded, pointing at the creature. Upon hearing this, the Gyarados fixed its crimson eyes upon the man before it, recognizing the despicable character who had chosen to attack while it was grievously injured. Gritting its teeth, the Gyarados swatted the marauder away with a powerful strike. In the following moment, it was met with a crushing blow from the Gyarados' tail, landing a heavy impact upon its face. The Gyarados finally succumbed, crashing to the ground. Unable to rise and retaliate as it had done before, panting heavily, it did not forget to glare fiercely at Cui Jinhao and Uran. The Gyarados understood that it was these 2 humans who had orchestrated the attacks from the marauder and Gyarados. Otherwise, these mere creatures would not have dared approach it. A soft sound of shifting stones caught Cui Jinhao's keen attention. He turned to see Lu Nian at the cliff's edge, retrieving the Duskull Pokemon egg and scrutinizing its attributes closely. Pokemon, Duskull. Potential, King level. Gender, genderless. Level, level 0, unhatched. Type, Steel, Psychic. Ability, Pure Body. Held item, none. Known moves, Tackle. Inherited moves, none. The attributes of this quasi-legendary Pokemon appeared before Lu Nian's eyes. With a Pure Body ability and King-level potential, coupled with the name Duskull, its value could easily soar above 100 million Alliance coins. There was no doubt, this was indeed a quasi-legendary Pokemon. No wonder they sought to scheme against the Metagross and the Gyarados. The value of this Iron Ball Pokemon egg has already soared to astronomical heights. Despicable fiends. You imbecile. How dare you pilfer our hard-earned results? Are you courting death? The vitriol of their accusations echoed, yet to Looney's ears, they sounded rather melodious at this moment. Oh, is this what the lamentations of the vanquished sound like? Casually stowing the Iron Ball Pokemon egg into his spatial backpack, Looney sighed, resting his head in resignation. Deceitful strategies may serve as a shortcut to world domination, especially since they were the ones who first plotted against the Metagross and Gyarados. Looney was merely acting for the greater good. He was hardly engaged in a black market transaction. Thus the reproaches from Cui Jinhao and Nidoran were rather delightful to him. Seeing that Looney was unperturbed by their taunts, Cui Jinhao and Nidoran promptly resolved to address the matter through battle. Mismagius, employ Ice Punch. Gyarados, unleash Flamethrower. At the command of their trainer, Mismagius and Gyarados launched an unhesitating assault toward Looney, intent on taking his life. Cui Jinhao and Nidoran were not the slightest bit concerned that Looney might retaliate with equal ferocity. They perceived threats as futile at this juncture, merely an opportunity for manipulation. Thus, they commenced the battle, determined to reclaim their spoils, showing no interest in how Looney had appeared. After all, they too had stumbled into this secret realm by chance. They dared Looney to shatter the Iron Ball Pokemon egg. Should he do so, their returns would be halved. They would undoubtedly make Looney pay dearly, for the Pokemon world is rife with peculiar tactics. How? Nidorino, Arcanine, and Nidoking emerged from their Pokeballs, retaliating against Mismagius and Gyarados. Looney was not alone in this endeavor. Sharpedo surged forth from the other side, charging directly at Cui Jinhao. Damn it! Cui Jinhao gritted his teeth, infuriated by this unexpected interference. Come forth, Arbok and Zubat. He hastily released 2 more Pokeballs, summoning his final Pokemon. Eager to swiftly dispose of Looney and Johani. Boom! A powerful electric current shot forth from Nidoking's horn, instantly incapacitating the 4 times weak Gyarados. Huh. Cui Jinhao glanced at Nidoran, noting that this was indeed his last Pokemon. He slicked back his hair, already daydreaming of a life aboard a yacht, surrounded by beauty, indulging in lavish parties. After all, the 2 youngsters before him appeared to be mere high school students. How could they possibly stand a chance against him? What a joke. Suddenly, Looney smirked and said, "We have a Metagross." Chapter 52, A Farewell Gift. A formidable aura surged forth, as a cerulean figure gradually materialized behind Looney. Metagross, what do you intend to do? Metagross, get lost. Upon hearing the words of Metagross, Zubat and Mismagius trembled and retreated, albeit merely to their trainer's side, showing unwavering loyalty rather than fleeing. Their trainers, Cui Jinhao and Nidoran, stood rooted in place, hesitant to make any reckless moves. The psychic abilities of Metagross locked onto them. Any hint of defiance would spell doom. Metagross possessed the strength to twist their necks like pretzels. Return all your Pokemon to their Pokeballs, lock them, and relinquish any weapons you carry. Understood? Looney commanded. Very well. Cui Jinhao and Nidoran exchanged glances with Metagross, resignedly acquiescing. With their compliance, Gyarados, Mismagius, and Zubat were recalled into their Pokeballs, which were then secured. Once locked, the Pokeballs could only be opened by their trainers or a Pokemon of extraordinary strength capable of breaking free from within. As for their weapons, Cui Jinhao and Nidoran, under the watchful gaze of Looney, Johani, and Metagross, stripped themselves of their armaments and dropped them to the ground. Handguns, grenades, smoke bombs, toxic substances, and specially designed tranquilizer guns for Pokemon lay scattered. Even a level 50 Copperjo would succumb if caught off guard by such weaponry. However, against the Gyarados, the effectiveness was not as anticipated, especially after its fierce battle with Metagross. Naturally, Metagross had also been affected by mind-altering toxins. Otherwise, how could it have fought so fiercely against Gyarados? Cui Jinhao and Nidoran were seasoned Pokemon hunters. armed with an array of weapons specifically designed to deal with wild Pokémon, making them formidable foes. Metagross regarded Cui Jinhao and Nidoran, recognizing their aura as strikingly similar to those of the two individuals it had crushed the previous night. All clues converged, and Metagross comprehended the grim truth. It was these humans before him. Metagross. Unable to restrain itself, Metagross advanced and quite literally hammered Cui Jinhao, and ran into the ground. After venting its fury, the spirit of Metagross waned significantly. Having dealt with the two thieves, Metagross turned its attention to Gyarados, who was now gasping for breath, though in slightly better condition than Metagross. Yet, without external intervention, its fate would be no different. Metagross, please save it. Are you certain? Looney inquired, observing the wounds on Metagross, which were likely a result of its clash with Gyarados. Metagross. It nodded affirmatively. Subsequently, Metagross approached Gyarados, asking the question it was most eager to know. Metagross. What transpired back then? Roar. Metagross gazed at Gyarados with a complex expression, astonished by the turn of events. Metagross nodded at Looney. Looney then tossed a vitality shard into Gyarados' mouth, the energy merging instantly, rapidly permeating Gyarados' limbs and body. Sponsored by Zhouhongi. A surge of warmth enveloped Gyarados, initiating a restorative process. If all went according to plan, Gyarados would likely recover soon, especially since Cui Jinhao and Nidoran had long sought to capture it alive. The value of a level 69 Gyarados could create ripples in the black market. Whether for taming or as a tool for breeding dragon-type Pokémon, it was immensely valuable. Metagross. Farewell. Roar. Metagross cast one last glance at Gyarados, ready to depart with Looney and Zhouhongi, when Gyarados suddenly called out, flapping its wings and soaring back toward its nest. Gyarados flew swiftly, landing before Looney and Zhouhongi and exhaling forcefully. Plop. Two dragon teeth fell to the ground. Dragon teeth. From a peak Quasi-King level Gyarados. Roar. You owe us nothing. With that parting remark, Gyarados strained its body and returned to its lair. Looney and Zhouhongi exchanged glances, each holding a dragon tooth. Dragon tooth, a hard and sharp tooth from Gyarados, infused with special dragon-type energy. Carrying it enhances dragon-type moves by 20. Note, recently broken tooth interrupted by Metagross. Lu Nian gazed at the dragon's tooth in his hand, then cast a glance at the disheveled Beaufilon. It turned out that the retreat to the nest was merely a facade, disguising his true purpose, which had been interrupted by the Metagross. Hack along, you rascal. Yet, Beaufilon was not solely a creature of battle. When Metagross had approached, it had attempted to clarify the situation to the imposing foe. Regrettably, at that moment, Metagross had been impervious to reason, believing only in the evidence before its eyes. Minutes later, Metagross, with Lu Nian and Zhouhongi in tow, wobbled back to its lair. As they arrived at the entrance, Metagross could no longer sustain itself and plummeted to the ground. Should we? Lu Nian began. But Metagross declined their well-meaning offer, choosing instead to enter the nest unaided. Moments later, it struggled to its customary resting place and turned its gaze toward Lu Nian's spatial backpack. Lu Nian understood what Metagross sought. He retrieved the iron dumbbell Pokemon egg from his backpack and placed it before the giant Pokemon. Metagross regarded its offspring with eyes filled with sorrow. Yet it was powerless. Its life was drawing to a close, and it was now in its twilight moments. Suddenly, Metagross rose and shuffled toward the corner of the cave, its claws digging frantically until it unearthed a diamond-shaped stone. What is this? Lu Nian's pupils dilated as he recognized the stone as a keystone, essential for Mega Evolution. The diamond shard, primarily adorned with shades of blue, bore the intricate markings of Mega Evolution within its crystalline structure. Keystone can be held directly by the trainer or forged into keystone equipment. When worn, it allows for Mega Evolution with a Pokemon carrying the corresponding Mega Stone. At the moment of resonance between the keystone and the Mega Stone, the brilliance of their bond will bestow great power. Metagross hurled the keystone toward Lu Nian, uttering, "Take care of my child." A mature female voice resonated within Lu Nian's mind. Was this telepathy? Metagross did not answer his question, instead locking eyes with Lu Nian. "I promise you," Lu Nian replied. Metagross then slowly lowered itself, its eyelids growing heavy as if laden with lead, and finally succumbed to sleep. That is good. Chapter 53. The Metagross plan. As the voice faded, Metagross officially departed from the world. Lu Nian and Zhouhongi completed the necessary arrangements for Metagross's aftermath before preparing to leave. Having spent over 24 hours in the secret realm, Zhouhongi's predicament must have reached his father, who likely dispatched a rescue team. Therefore, Lu Nian and Zhouhongi resolved to return to the location where they first entered the secret realm, the spot most entwined with it, and where the spatial barriers were weakest. If a rescue team were to enter the secret realm, it would most likely appear there. Lethargic from their ordeal, Lun Yin and Zhou Hongyi opted to ride back on their speed dog and fire horse. During their journey, Lun Yin's system began to process his achievements. Congratulations, you have earned the title, Savior. Throughout your life's journey, you will encounter numerous choices. But this marks your first act of compassion, independent of friendship, familial ties, or romantic inclinations, stemming purely from the depths of your heart. Title, Savior, Charm 2. Obtained, Dream Gene Enhancement Potion, Iron Dumbbell Exclusive, X1. The system warehouse materialized a vial reminiscent of the T-Virus, albeit in green, while the Dream Gene Enhancement Potion was a captivating pink hue, exuding charm. Would you like to use the Dream Gene Enhancement Potion on the Iron Dumbbell Pokemon Egg? Yes or confirm? Can I choose her? Lun Yin grumbled at the system's options, yet he dutifully clicked confirm. The newly acquired Dream Gene Enhancement Potion had barely warmed in his hands before he decided to apply it to the Iron Dumbbell Pokemon Egg. Lun Yin pondered. What if I also used the shiny charm on the Iron Dumbbell Pokemon Egg? That seems fitting. A shiny Metagross. Its azure form transformed into shimmering silver, with its iconic X mark turning golden. To be frank, the shiny Metagross from the original work appeared incredibly striking. Without hesitation, Lun Yin selected the shiny charm from his waist and applied it directly to the Pokemon Egg, amplifying its effects. Shiny Metagross. Lun Yin began to fantasize about the day he would ride into battle atop a shiny Metagross, further envisioning the keystones he would soon customize into a keystone bracelet. He retrieved the keystone from his pocket, where the spiraling energies of Mega Evolution intertwined in a stunning display of color, the essence of Mega Evolution. Oh, what a delight! Lun Yin involuntarily sighed, drawing Zhou Hongyi's attention, who discreetly noted down his observations. Lun Yin's observation diary, Dayan, suspected to emit curious sighs. Possibly due to the recent acquisition of the Dragon's Tooth, the keystone gifted by Metagross, and the excitement from the Iron Dumbbell Pokemon Egg. Lun Yin and Zhou Hongyi, each with their own agendas, soon encountered the rescue team sent for Zhou Hongyi. Unlike the previous rescue squad, this one exuded an air of authority. Leading the charge were Pokemon such as Happiny, Metagross, Sizer, Talonflame, Weezing, Galade, and others, instilling a profound sense of security. Except for you, you traitorous ball mushroom. Galade instantly teleported in front of Zhou Hongyi, instantly becoming vigilant of their surroundings. Soon, the other Pokemon arrived, with Happiny checking Zhou Hongyi for injuries, relieved to find none. Subsequently, the rescue team's Pokemon formed a protective detail around Zhou Hongyi. Lun Yin, what about me? Zhou Hongyi approached the team leader, addressing him, Uncle Li. Yes. Uncle Li nodded, then inquired, are you hurt? Zhou Hongyi shook his head, no? Uncle Li scrutinized Lun Yin for a moment before issuing orders to the rescue team, updating the mission status to ensure the young master's safe extraction from the secret realm. Yes, sir. Lun Yin accompanied the rescue team back to the spot where they had initially entered the secret realm. Instruments were already set up, ready to facilitate their departure. Once outside the secret realm, Lun Yin, alongside Zhou Hongyi and the rescue team, underwent a thorough examination before boarding the Zhou family's private jet back to Donghai City. To be honest, it was Lun Yin's first experience aboard a private plane. Hours later, Lun Yin disembarked at the Jifeng Airport in Donghai City. It was then that he realized he and Zhou Hongyi had been ensnared by the so-called temporal rift, which had transported them thousands of miles away to Fuzhou, specifically to a hidden sanctuary within its boundless forests. With the weekend not yet over, Lun Yin had already completed a whirlwind tour of the secret realm, acquired a revival herb to extend Metagross's life, and obtained the Iron Dumbbell Pokemon Egg, among other events. Feeling utterly exhausted, Lun Yin collapsed onto his sumptuous double bed upon returning home. Compared to the sleeping bag in a tent, nothing could rival the comfort of his own bed. What a delightful sensation. After sufficient repose, Lun Yin pushed aside the speed dog beside him and retrieved the Iron Dumbbell Pokemon Egg from his spatial backpack, placing it gently upon the table. At this moment, the Iron Dumbbell Pokemon Egg had already been secured within a specially designed Pokemon Egg incubator. This apparatus boasted its own heating mechanism, simulating the high-temperature environment characteristic of the flame body ability, while also periodically dispensing a nutrient solution. Beneficial for the hatching process, though it necessitated regular replenishment of the nutrient supply. Standing beside the table, Lun Yin gazed with immense satisfaction at the incubating Iron Dumbbell Pokemon Egg. This was indeed his endeavor to recruit a formidable member for the Sandstorm Squad, equipped with a keystone that would facilitate its eventual mega evolution. However, another dilemma soon emerged. The Alliance coins required to nurture the iron dumbbell were exorbitantly high. Should it evolve into a Metagross, it would consume resources akin to a mountain's worth. Alas, it appeared that he must toil even harder to amass wealth. Otherwise, the iron dumbbell might remain in its current form for an uncountable duration. Knock, knock, knock. While Lu Nian was lost in contemplation, the door was suddenly rapped upon, stirring dormant memories. Will you accompany me to purchase items for the Wind Festival this Sunday? Sure. Lu Nian recalled having promised this. Thus, the one knocking at the door was, oh no. Just as he contemplated feigning absence, he heard Lei Yao's voice outside, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of a key turning in the lock. Lu Nian, you can vanish at will, yet you can't even open the door? Choosing silence and refusing to answer, are we? Did you think I lack a key to your home? Just wait and see. Chapter 54, accompanying a shopping excursion. Boom. The door swung open. From the sound alone, it was evident she had likely forced it open with a tremendous amount of force. Lu Nian remarked, what the heck? Lei Yao approached him with an imposing demeanor, her expression brimming with more indignation than a ghostly specter that had roamed for centuries. She thrust her phone in front of him, declaring, look, how many messages and calls I sent you. Left on read, huh? A cold sweat trickled down Lu Nian's forehead as he stealthily glanced at his phone. Due to the absence of network service in the secret realm, he had neglected to check his messages while en route, entirely caught up in the exhilaration of acquiring the Iron Dumbbell Pokemon egg and its corresponding Mega Stone, momentarily forgetting the myriad notifications. On his phone, the familiar avatar displayed a staggering count of 99 unread messages. Lei Yao, where are you? Where have you run off to? Lei Yao, not at home. Lei Yao. Missed call. Lei Yao, what does this mean? Lei Yao, you better not ever come back. Lei Yao M. As Lu Nian merely cast a fleeting glance at his phone, he was about to articulate a defense when, Meteor Fist. The Iron Mountain Strike, Crow flies airborne. Tornado dismantles the parking lot, Thunder's Wrath Axe, Lightning Bomb, Thunder Duck Neck, Black Tiger's Heart Extraction, and finally, the ultimate finishing move arrived. Takeoff. Breathtaking. Lu Nian's health points plummeted to 99.99, never to rise again. Half an hour later, after exhausting all forms of flattery and signing a tyrannical agreement to accompany her shopping 30 times, Lei Yao's fury was finally quelled. Seated on the sofa, Lei Yao crossed her legs and remarked, so, you and Zhou Hongyi are the unfortunate souls caught in the temporal turbulence? Lu Nian responded, covering his face. Oh dear. Lei Yao observed Lu Nian sprawled on the ground, suddenly feeling a twinge of remorse. After all, Lu Nian had indeed demonstrated that he had encountered unforeseen circumstances. I apologize then, Lei Yao said, somewhat bashfully. It hurts, ah? Then allow me to compensate you. How painful, Lu Nian groaned, clutching his face while lying on the floor. Seeing this, a smirk crept upon Lei Yao's lips, and she loosened her windbreaker, rolling up the cuffs of her trousers, inquiring, what if I'm in my tights? It doesn't hurt anymore. Lu Nian sprang up like a Magikarp, declaring, go change your clothes. Lei Yao commanded with a wave of her hand. At your service. Lu Nian stood and prepared to return to his room to change his attire for their outing. You better not wear those tapered pants. Not a problem. By December, the city of Donghai had unmistakably begun to embrace the winter season. Lei Yao had donned a thick black windbreaker paired with loose jeans and wrapped a brown scarf around her neck. However, the most crucial detail remained known only to the two of them, curries. Though their plans had been slightly delayed, she was still elated at the prospect of shopping together. Moreover, the night in Donghai was when the city, renowned as the City of Magic, truly came alive. Accompanying a woman on a shopping spree typically entails indulgences in food and drink, as well as visits to jewelry and clothing stores. But was it merely that? Fortunately, Lu Nian was robust enough to withstand such an outing. Otherwise, it would have been truly exhausting. Lu Nian, look over there. Coordinators are about to perform. Lei Yao exclaimed, holding a mango ice cream, pointing towards a square where two coordinators were preparing to showcase their talents. Beside the fountain in the square, a male and female coordinator were readying themselves for their display. Their Pokemon were an Alolan Ninetales and a Charizard, a classic combination of ice and fire types. With a command from the male trainer, the Alolan Ninetales unleashed an aurora beam that splashed against the water, transforming the ground into a shimmering ice surface. The masterful manipulation of ice-type moves, along with a misty terrain, was breathtaking. Go, Charizard. Release your flames. The male coordinator encouraged, patting Charizard's neck. The Charizard flapped its wings, soaring above the icy surface, unleashing a torrent of flames that licked the edges of the ice, while the Alolan Ninetales complemented the aurora beam. creating an enchanting fog that rendered the ice surface an ethereal wonderland. As music filled the air, the two coordinators gracefully glided across the ice, dancing with their Pokémon. What an impressive performance! Lei Yao exclaimed, covering her mouth in awe. Indeed, Lu Nian nodded in agreement. However, Lu Nian's focus lay upon the levels of the Charizard and Alolan Ninetales. LV 57 Alolan Ninetales. LV 61 Charizard. As the music concluded, the two trainers, alongside their Pokémon, bowed to signify the end of their performance. Applause erupted, resonating throughout the square as the coordinators received unanimous acclaim for their splendid display. Lu Nian and Lei Yao joined in the applause, thoroughly impressed. After the performance, they meandered through a nearby night market, concluding their evening's escapade. Returning home late at night, Lu Nian felt utterly fatigued, as if his very being were disassembling. This was even more exhausting than fleeing atop a speed dog. Yet, Lei Yao remained brimming with enthusiasm. Had it not been so late, she would have continued shopping indefinitely. How terrifying. After a hurried shower, Lu Nian collapsed onto his bed and succumbed to a deep slumber. Regrettably, he missed the chance to the following day. The Wind Festival arrived, marking one of the grandest celebrations in the Dongwang Alliance aside from the Spring Festival. The streets were adorned with vibrant decorations, all in homage to the festival dedicated to the deity of monsoon currents, Lugia. Naturally, there lay an additional layer akin to welcoming the god of wealth. The faces of everyone radiated with joy, eagerly anticipating a year of favorable winds and abundant wealth. Lu Nian strolled along the path, en route to the Monsoon Sports Complex for the opening ceremony. Each year, the Wind Festival's inaugural event is held at this venue, showcasing not only a breathtaking drone performance that astonishes the world, but also an exhibition match featuring Lu Nian, with one contender being Zhou Kuei, a trainer from the Xinghai Dojo in Donghai City. The Dongwang Alliance boasts 8 prestigious dojos, each helmed by a trainer of champion caliber. Additionally, there are 28 advanced dojos and 72 beginner dojos, totaling 108 dojos. The grand tournament in which dojo-level trainers participate is fiercely contested over the slots held by beginner dojo trainers. Oh, how I yearn to establish a dojo of my own. Lu Nian mused. Chapter 55, The Wind Festival Opening. At this pace, the ceremony is about to commence. Lei Yao remarked, chiding Lu Nian. Hee. I helped an elderly lady cross the street against the light. Lu Nian replied with a smile, offering his mango milkshake to Lei Yao. Just as the two shared a light-hearted moment, a sudden hush fell over the Monsoon Sports Complex. From the direction of the coastal forest, a colossal windmill perched atop a hill released a gentle azure current that swept toward the venue. Instantly, a refreshing breeze caressed the faces of everyone present. As the current hovered above the Monsoon Sports Complex, it underwent a remarkable transformation. The drones began to shift and rearrange. Behold, the magnificent silhouette of the wind current god. Lugia materialized above the complex, vividly alive. Lugia circled gracefully overhead twice before vanishing toward the ocean. The applause was thunderous. Lu Nian, equally enthusiastic, clapped fervently. Such a spectacle was astonishing, even upon the third viewing. With the opening ceremony concluded, the moment everyone awaited, the exhibition matches, was upon them. A familiar figure descended from above the Monsoon Sports Complex, riding the steel-winged raven and holding a microphone. The same man as always. Greetings. I am Captain Dragonfly. And I am indeed Captain Dragonfly. I shall be your commentator for this exhibition match. With a flourish, he continued, Now, let us warmly welcome our resident guest, Mr. Zhou Kuei, the trainer from Xinghai Dojo. The mysterious guest this year, take a guess. Captain Dragonfly teased, allowing a moment of suspense as the enigmatic guest took their position. The master of psychic powers, Yu Yan, the venerable Elder Yu. In an instant, Yu Yan, the premier psychic wielder of the Dongwang Alliance, executed a flawless teleportation entrance. However, Lu Nian couldn't shake the feeling that Yu Yan had glanced his way. Just then, someone took the vacant seat beside him. Hi, nice to see you again, Yu Xiao said, sitting to Lu Nian's right, clad in a white trainer's outfit that accentuated her exquisite figure, exuding youthful charm. What else with this guy? Lei Yao squinted at Yu Xiao, sensing something amiss. This is my friend Yu Xiao, who assisted me with my registration at the Psychic Ability Association, Lu Nian introduced. And this is Lei Yao. After the introduction, Lei Yao and Yu Xiao exchanged smiles and shook hands. Very well, Lu Nian thought to himself. On the surface, everything seemed fine, but the true dynamics remained shrouded in mystery. Peach Blossom? Quite intriguing, but alas. Everyone knows that the Peach Blossom cannot rival the sudden arrival of a storm. Trying to sway allegiances, are we? Lu Nian mused. The match is beginning. Lun Yin pointed to the center of the Monsoon Sports Complex, where Zhou Kuei from Xinghai Dojo sent forth one of their representative Pokemon, the Drowsy. The coastal city of dreamy magic metropolis, known for its water and psychic attributes, was the registered domain of Xinghai Dojo. The opponent, a classic psychic-type Pokemon, was the Hypno. Drowsy versus Hypno. Let the battle commence. Captain Dragonfly's voice rang out. As the battle began, Hypno vanished in an instant, appearing behind Drowsy. Boom. Hypno's eyes narrowed as it gripped its spoon, unleashing a psychic attack. Being a fellow psychic-type Pokemon, Drowsy was well acquainted with such an assault. Retaliating with a steaming geyser of water. Water splashed everywhere, and when visibility was restored, Hypno had once again disappeared from Drowsy's sight, leaving only a spoon behind. Hypno. Its voice echoed from behind, accompanied by a psychic blade. Just as Drowsy turned to counter, the spoon behind it quivered inexplicably, and in the next moment, Hypno appeared. Seizing the spoon and launching a Psybeam at Drowsy's back. Two attacks surged forth in quick succession, prompting Zhou Kuei's choice for Drowsy. Surf. Suddenly, a colossal wave enveloped Drowsy, evading the Psybeam and the psychic blade as it surged toward Hypno. But let us momentarily set aside the battle. Hypno's rapid teleportations, combined with its yellow glowing skin, is that you? Lun Yin momentarily lost focus as the fierce battle between Drowsy and Hypno raged on, water swirling amidst concealed psychic threats. Though the damage was minimal, the display was truly mesmerizing. I need to use the restroom, Lun Yin stated. As the exhibition match approached its conclusion, Lun Yin decided to attend to his urgent need before the Pokemon capture tournament commenced. 10 minutes later, Lun Yin exhaled deeply, exasperated by the labyrinthine corridors. Suddenly, someone flouted the rules, standing next to him at the urinal, with the restroom occupied solely by him and this individual. How could he choose to stand right beside Lun Yin? Well, I guess I'll take a look. Hey there. Hey, brother, what do you usually eat? Li Haobai asked, unable to contain his curiosity about Lun Yin's talent. Secret, Lun Yin replied, concealing his hidden gift, one that all men envied, a remarkable endowment, perfectly fitting the criteria of the 5 standards for men. As he washed his hands, Li Haobai inquired, brother, are you interested in learning more about our frozen world? Apologies. I have to take this call, Lun Yin said, pulling out his phone. Hello? Grandma is dating early, is she? I'll head to school to pick up Grandpa shortly. In the midst of their banter, Lun Yin deftly evaded Li Haobai's pitch, seeking an excuse to escape. Such a man in a suit was either selling insurance or peddling something else. He had to slip away. At the entrance of the Monsoon Sports Complex, Lei Yao and Yushio stood out as a striking sight. I'm late, Lun Yin chuckled. Why so slow? The Pokemon capture tournament is about to begin. Lei Yao chided. Well, talent does shine through, Lun Yin replied, before turning to Yushio. Have you signed up for the Pokemon capture tournament? Would you like to join us at the venue? No, I was hoping to team up with you. Yushio shook her head in response. All right then, we should head out. The Pokemon capture tournament is starting soon, Lun Yin sighed with disappointment. With that, Lun Yin took Lei Yao's hand and headed toward the venue for the Pokemon capture tournament. However, upon hearing Yushio's words, Lei Yao's alarm bells went off as she looked at Yushio. Ha, Yushio, you sly one. Chapter 56, The Pokemon Capture Tournament. Indeed, I remain Captain Dragonfly, entrusted with the responsibility of presiding over the 25th Pokemon Capture Competition at the venue adjacent to the Monsoon Sports Arena in Donghai City. I arrived ahead of Lun Yin and the others to commence my duties. Having just completed the commentary for the exhibition match, I was ready to continue my work. A delightful accomplishment indeed. Upon finishing the registration, Lun Yin, Lei Yao, and the others encountered familiar faces among the competitors. Boy, you all came too. Upon hearing the voice, Lun Yin turned to see Yi Zian, Zhou Lingjie, Cheng Xian, and Zhou Hongyi standing together. The pairs were Yi Zian with Zhou Lingjie, and Cheng Xian with Zhou Hongyi. I knew it was you too, exclaimed Yi Zian as she approached, throwing her arms around Lun Yin's neck. Zhou Lingjie immediately chimed in. See? No need to ask. As per tradition, this year's Pokemon capture competition is about to commence. The rules are straightforward. Participants must locate and capture Pokemon marked within Donghai City. However, many Pokemon are not so easily captured. Ordinary methods are bound to fail. Therefore, I urge all contestants to adeptly utilize the specialized Pokeballs provided. The competition requires pairs of participants, with the first round restricted to high school students, and there are no limitations on the Pokemon used. Only those with triangular badges are eligible for capture. The level and rarity of the captured Pokemon correspond to specific point values. As a friendly reminder, this year we have introduced an Easter egg mechanism, with scorecards hidden in every conceivable nook and cranny. Be vigilant for unexpected surprises. The contestant with the highest score at the end will be crowned the ultimate victor. The competition will conclude by 1 p.m. today. So take your Pokeballs and set forth. As I raised the microphone, fireworks erupted beside me. Bang! The fireworks signaled the commencement of the competition. Trainers in the square dispersed in a flurry, hastening to partner with their teammates to capture all nearby Pokemon. Fengsudog. Lunyen called as he released his Pokemon from its Pokeball. In this urban contest, Onixes and Nidokings were not particularly suitable. Fengsudog excelled in long-distance pursuits and could be ridden, all while causing less destruction to the environment than Onixes or Nidokings. Howl Fengsudog emerged from the Pokeball, and Lunyen glanced at Lei Yao, curious about her choice of Pokemon. I'll go with Kyrillian, she replied. As the Pokeball opened, a small girl with green hair appeared. Lunyen's eyes widened. This was Pokemon. Kyrillian. Qualification, King level. Gender, male. Level, 26. Types, Psychic, Fairy. Ability, Copy. Held item, One-Yo Fruit. Moves, Call, Attract, Shadow Clone, Telekinesis, Hypnosis, Drain Kiss, Teleport, Illusion Ray, Life Water Drop, Cuddle, Meditate, Psychic, Magical Leaf, Icy Wind, Psyshock, Shadow Ball, Try Again. Inherited moves, Misty Terrain, Black Glare, Teleport. Lei Yao mentioned. The Moonlight Eevee has been feeling a bit unwell these past few days. But Kyrillian is also well suited for this Pokemon capture competition. Upon hearing Lei Yao's words, Lunyen recalled the Kyrillian before him. It had been a while since it had been called into action. Notably, Kyrillian's gender differences were often indistinguishable, and now, with a hint of shyness on its face. Adorned with a pink hair accessory atop its head and a charming brown scarf similar to Lei Yao's, one could hardly discern its male identity. Had the gender not been indicated, Lunyen might have mistaken it for a female. Lien Kyrillian softly called. All right, that is more like it. Let us set off. Fengsudog. Go, declared Lunyen. Understood, Lei Yao affirmed, walking alongside Lunyen on a narrower path where foot traffic was sparse, leading down a set of stairs. Suddenly, an Arbok leapt from a power pole, lunging at Fengsudog. Fengsudog bite. Fengsudog positioned itself in front of Lunyen, swiftly sinking its teeth into the Arbok. Chomp. With a decisive blow, the Arbok was knocked out. Lunyen tossed a Pokeball, successfully capturing the Arbok. However, instead of proceeding, Lunyen reached into a nearby drainage outlet, beginning to rummage. Hey, what are you doing? Lei Yao inquired, bemused. Though she knew boys sometimes acted oddly, suddenly thrusting one's hand into a drainage outlet was rather peculiar. Just wait, it's urgent, Lunyen replied. To Lei Yao's astonishment, he soon retrieved something. What is that? She gasped, as it became evident that he held a scorecard worth 100 points. How fortunate! Although it was somewhat muddied, its value was unmistakable. No wonder Lei Yao had thought she glimpsed something in the drain. She had assumed it was merely plastic, not a scorecard. She suddenly felt a surge of hope for the top position. Excellent, let us continue, Lei Yao exclaimed, excitedly pumping her fist. Just then, a Beedrill descended from the sky, glimmering as it dangled a scorecard. What a stroke of luck. Kyrillian, use Psychic, Lei Yao commanded, pointing at the Beedrill. From the moment Kyrillian had spotted the Arbok, it had been in battle mode, a stark contrast to its previous bashful demeanor. Bang! The psychic attack struck the unsuspecting Beedrill, causing it to lose balance and crash to the ground. Tweet. Beedrill struggled to rise, bewildered by the sudden gloom. Wait. Arg. Fengsudog stood before the Beedrill, baring its teeth and readying its bite attack. Hey, what is the price for beans? In the span of just 1 hour, Lunyen and Lei Yao's points soared rapidly, propelling them to the top of the leaderboard. While Lei Yao delightedly counted their points, they unexpectedly encountered someone familiar around the corner. What a coincidence! Yushio greeted Lunyen and Lei Yao with a smile. Though her gaze was fixed solely on Lunyen, she was not alone. Given the competition's requirement for pairs, Yushio was accompanied by her partner, Miniyu? Oh, Lei Yao lamented. Indeed. Chapter 57, Rivals. As the saying goes, love may bloom around the corner, and in the Pokemon capture competition, encountering rivals allows for challenges to be issued. In the Pokemon capture competition, participants may issue battle requests upon encountering other contestants. The victor may claim any 3 Pokeballs from the defeated opponent. So, how many Pokemon have you captured? Yushio inquired, drawing closer. Not too many. Just a few, Lunyen replied as he calculated the Pokemon he and Lei Yao had captured along the way. I see, Yushio observed Lunyen's bulging pockets. Before shifting the conversation, how about a Pokemon battle? My sister and I would like to contest for the championship title. Yushio stepped back, standing alongside Yu Qingqing as she issued the challenge. I've heard you are the champion of the newcomer competition. Let us see your prowess. With a cold expression, Yu Qingqing spoke. Lu Nian nodded slightly. All right, wind speed dog, and I shall not hold back. Lu Nian, Lei Yao versus Yu Xiao, Yu Qingqing. The dragonfly captain, riding on a steel-winged crow, inadvertently spotted these two pairs of competitors during his patrol. It was inevitable. Each of the three beautiful girls possessed a unique style and a sense of responsibility for the world, with one being a legally recognized lowly, making it hard not to take notice. Let us witness as the first-ranked team faces off against the second-ranked team. Will the invincible Tyrannosaurus warriors maintain their points? Or will the Super Sisters prove to be superior? Let us await the outcome. With that, the scene shifted to a street battle among Lu Nian's four companions. Pokemon Double Battle. Kyrillian, use Illusion Ray. Yu Xiao initiated the attack. We shall also utilize Illusion Ray. Lei Yao countered, and both Kyrillians unleashed their Illusion Rays simultaneously. Boom. The clash of Illusion Rays produced a violent impact. However, Yu Xiao, coming from a family of psychics, had thoroughly studied the training methods of psychic Pokemon, including Illusion Ray. But Lei Yao was not to be underestimated. She stood firmly on the right. Historically, the left side is often at a disadvantage. Boom. The clash of the two Kyrillians' Illusion Rays resulted in a rare draw. Yet, Lu Nian contemplated that this was to be expected. It appeared that the key to determining the victor lay in his own hands. Wind Speed Dog crunch. Wind Speed Dog lunged toward Yu Qingqing's Gardevoir, needing to divide the battlefield to prevent the two psychics from coordinating. Otherwise, defeat was imminent. Yu Qingqing glanced at Wind Speed Dog and commanded, use teleport. Gardevoir, holding the spoon, instantaneously vanished before Wind Speed Dog could bite down. The Yu family, known for their expertise in teleportation, had mastered this technique. In the next moment, Gardevoir reappeared behind Wind Speed Dog, the spoon glowing in her hand. Psychic. Gardevoir's eyes shone with a pink luminescence as she gripped the spoon tightly, unleashing a psychic wave that transformed into a tangible attack. Crunch. Lu Nian instructed. Upon hearing the command, Wind Speed Dog instinctively opened its mouth and executed the crunch attack into thin air. Buzz. So this was the way to resolve it. The dragonfly captain shouted into the microphone, witnessing Wind Speed Dog successfully intercept the psychic wave with its crunch. Huh. Yu Qingqing's icy facade faltered for a moment, caught off guard by the turn of events. Quick attack. Target Kyrillian. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Nian quickly commanded an assault on Kyrillian. Howl. Wind Speed Dog unleashed a quick attack, a blinding flash of speed, crashing into Yu Xiao's Kyrillian. Lian, taken by surprise. Kyrillian's psychic was interrupted by the force of Wind Speed Dog's quick attack. Kyrillian was knocked down, colliding with Lei Yao's Kyrillian's psychic wave. Lian, Kyrillian cried out in pain. Gardevoir now appeared beside her fallen teammate, attempting to push Wind Speed Dog away with her telekinetic powers. Unfortunately, the Wind Speed Dog, having faced this situation countless times at home, was familiar with the drill and refused to relent unless there was a tasty treat involved. Kyrillian, use Shadow Ball. Quickly, stop them. Yu Xiao urgently instructed, but the response was slightly delayed. The Shadow Ball was already launched, striking both Gardevoir and Wind Speed Dog. Wind Speed Dog absorbed the hit, but Gardevoir, being fragile, could not withstand the doubled effectiveness of the attack. Gardevoir was knocked out, with only Kyrillian remaining. It was soon overwhelmed. Regrettably, the constraints of the street battle environment prevented Gardevoir from utilizing their teleportation to its fullest advantage, allowing Wind Speed Dog to seize the opportunity. The dragonfly captain, shaking his head in disappointment, remarked, the narrow street environment is too confining for Kyrillian and Gardevoir. Otherwise, with a single teleport, they could have escaped far away, and Wind Speed Dog would have to use quick attack to follow. As the battle concluded, Lu Nian approached Yu Xiao enthusiastically, extending his hand. Come on. Yu Xiao chuckled, so eager? Not like I'm denying you. As she spoke, Yu Xiao deliberately turned the small pouch containing the competition's specialized Pokeballs to her waist, suggesting that if Lu Nian wanted them, he should reach in himself. Oh, come on. However, Lu Nian was not the kind of competitor to let an opportunity slip, and before he could respond, Lei Yao stepped forward, retrieving 3 Pokeballs from the small pouch. These 3 will do. Lei Yao waved the Pokeballs teasingly in front of Yu Xiao and Yu Qingqing. Your little scheme has been seen through. With that, she took Lu Nian by the hand and departed, ready to continue their Pokemon capture competition. As for the encounter with a sudden surprise, Lei Yao had seen it all before and initially dismissed it. But when combined with the sisters, one being a legal lowly, the battle capabilities seemed exceedingly formidable. Yu Qingqing's style was entirely different from Yu Xiao's, embracing a cute yet frosty demeanor. The collision of cuteness and chilliness resulted in a wonderfully peculiar reaction. Alas, it was rather unremarkable. With this thought, Lei Yao proudly puffed out her chest, confident in her grand aspirations. After Lu Nian left, Yu Xiu glanced at her sister, and Yu Qingqing returned her gaze. They exchanged a knowing look. This is somewhat interesting. Furthermore, Wind Speed Dog's erratic battle tactics piqued Yu Qingqing's curiosity about Lu Nian. This Wind Speed Dog has a rather peculiar fighting style. Chapter 58, The Walking Third-Class Merit. The world boss, Bangelis, had begun to wander near the Crocodile Plaza. Contestants wishing to make a comeback should take heed. The competition was set to conclude in an hour, so they needed to hasten their pace. The Dragonfly captains switched mounts, trading the steel-winged crow for a desert dragonfly, announcing Bangelis' location from the skies. The Pokemon capture competition will feature high-scoring world bosses, and Bangelis is among them. However, it was improbable for anyone to defeat Bangelis. Thus, they were all specially weakened versions. Let's go capture Bangelis, Lei Yao exclaimed excitedly. Although she and Lu Nian had already amassed a substantial lead in points, there was no telling if someone could capture the world boss Bangelis and turn the tables. Even if they couldn't catch Bangelis, they couldn't allow others to do so. All right, Lu Nian replied, noting that Crocodile Plaza was relatively close to their current location. They would pass through a small path on the left and ascend the stairs to reach Crocodile Plaza. Wait, we should. Lu Nian's sentence abruptly halted. What's the matter? Lei Yao inquired. Lu Nian shook his head, as Li Haobai, who had coincidentally spotted Lu Nian, approached them. Lu Nian distinctly remembered Li Haobai. Hey, good to see you again, Li Haobai greeted as he approached. Hom. Lu Nian nodded. The pocket at her waist heightened Lei Yao's vigilance. Both she and Li Haobai were participants in the Pokemon capture competition. Observing Lei Yao's reaction, Li Haobai clarified, do not be alarmed. I have already submitted the application to conclude the competition and calculate the points on my phone. We cannot engage in battle. He brandished his phone before Lu Nian and Lei Yao, stating, Rule 16 of the Pokemon capture competition, participants are permitted to apply for an early conclusion of the match to rank based on current points. Very well, Lei Yao replied, initially hoping for an unexpected influx of points, but regrettably encountering him instead. Thus, the topic of the Pokemon capture competition came to an end. By the way, I wanted to discuss that matter with you last time. You haven't finished speaking about what you think of Li Haobai, Lu Nian interjected hastily. We must proceed to seize the world boss, Bangelis. We are leaving now. Lu Nian tugged Lei Yao along as he departed. Humph. Li Haobai gazed at Lu Nian's retreating figure, narrowing his eyes behind his glasses. One of his companions from the Pokemon capture competition approached and inquired, Sir, should I go? Hey, what are you doing? Lei Yao asked while following Lu Nian. That person seems off, Lu Nian remarked. What kind of trainer would possess such a ludicrous array of Pokemon, with multiple Skuntank and Venomoth? What do they want? Moreover, 3 Flareon and 3 Electrode. Pokemon known for their explosive capabilities? Buddy, something is definitely amiss with you. Lu Nian recalled Li Haobai, who was accompanied by a swine-up. The amalgamation of various traits led him to muse. I think you should change your name from Li Haobai to Walking Third-Class Merit. How about that? Meanwhile, Lei Hai, the newly appointed head of the Coastal District Police Station, was also responsible for security during the Wind Festival, ensuring that no errors occurred during such a grand celebration. Looking at the message from the contact labeled Stinky Pig on his phone, he noted, location, near Coastal Park, name, Li Haobai. Accompanied by another participant in the Pokemon capture competition, whose Pokemon is a swine-up, Lei Yao senses something amiss and requests a routine check. During large festivals, inspectors were permitted to verify trainers' identities and their accompanying Pokemon, while the standard Pokemon typically included a Manectric and any Pokemon with a damp ability. The unpredictability of events could lead to any number of unforeseen circumstances. There had been instances in the past where a group of fervent followers of Yveltal smuggled into Donghai City disguised as citizens, inciting chaos with their Pokemon, which resulted in the authorization for such inspections. Lu Nian had cleverly leveraged Lei Yao's name to persuade Lei Hai. Who are you messaging? Lei Yao inquired, glancing at Lu Nian, who was busy typing on his phone. Your father. Would you like to see? He replied. Forget it. Your conversations are likely just about long sticks suitable for skipping stones, Lei Yao scoffed. She could not comprehend why such trivial matters captivated Lu Nian so profoundly. Nonetheless, it mattered little. Ascending the stairs, they arrived at the small Crocodile Plaza, where a yawning Bangelis awaited. Level 62 Bangelis. Lu Nian discreetly observed Bangelis' impressive array of skills and exceedingly high level, muttering, who could possibly contend against such an advantage? However, it was not entirely impossible. The Pokemon capture competition had been held numerous times, yielding strategies over the years. Notably, this Bangelis was a seasoned participant in the competition. After accumulating a certain number of attacks, Bangilas will collapse on its own. Thus, defeating Bangilas was unnecessary. They merely needed to amass a sufficient number of attacks. Simultaneously, a considerable number of participant teams had gathered at the small crocodile plaza, their eyes set hungrily on the points offered by the world boss Bangilas. Everyone was waiting, anticipating a brave, beautiful, and charismatic trainer to first capture Bangilas' attention. Hey, allow me to make my entrance, Zhou Lingjie declared as he descended from the sky, clutching the foot of his Honchkrow. As he landed with a dramatic single knee pose, he addressed Bangilas. Honchkrow, use air slash. With a flap of its wings, Honchkrow unleashed 3 blades of compressed air upon Bangilas. Bangilas scratched the spot where it was struck, seemingly unaffected. Yet it stood up to prepare for a counterattack. Bangilas, it shouted, suddenly opening its mouth to gather dark energy. Dark pulse. Oh no. Honchkrow, we need to retreat. Zhou Lingjie observed Bangilas' reaction, realizing the situation was far from what he had anticipated. How had he become the target? Fortunately, Bangilas' attack speed was sluggish, allowing Honchkrow to hastily follow Zhou Lingjie in retreat. Boom. A deep black wave shot into the sky. Though it struck nothing, the sheer intimidation of Bangilas was palpable to all present. If hit even once, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 59, World Boss Bangilas. Phew. Bangilas rose to its feet, exhaling a heavy white breath. Bangilas, no slacking off, this is truly frustrating. Captain Dragonfly, having sensed the situation, rode in on his desert dragonfly, brandishing a camera to broadcast the scene at Small Crocodile Plaza, where contestants prepared to besiege Bangilas. In this world, brave souls were never in short supply. He has arrived. Go forth, Shedinja, Zhou Lingjie exclaimed eagerly. He possessed a significant advantage in the Pokemon capture competition, as his Shedinja, known as the Ghost Cicada, bore a unique ability, Mysterious Guard. Mysterious Guard possesses a miraculous power. Only exceptionally effective moves can take effect. This meant that only flying, rock, ghost, fire, and dark-type moves could inflict damage on Shedinja. Otherwise, it was entirely immune. Zhou Lingjie had also equipped Shedinja with the most suitable item, the Focus Band. Focus Band sometimes allows a Pokemon to endure attacks that would otherwise render it faint with just 1 HP. Shedinja had only 1 HP. Although Bangilas was a dark rock type, the numerous Pokemon capture competitions had revealed the preferred moves of Bangilas, primarily focused on close-range assaults: Thunder Fang, Earthquake, Thunder Punch, Dragon Claw, Dragon Dance, Dragon Pulse, Aura Sphere, and Volt Tackle, moves against which Shedinja was immune. With that knowledge, they decided to take the gamble. Bangilas narrowed its eyes, sensing something unusual about the Shedinja before it. Shedinja, use Shadow Claw, Zhou Lingjie commanded. World Boss Bangilas Intelligence 11. If there is a Pokemon nearby, Bangilas will not employ ranged attacks. Shedinja remained silent, executing Zhou Lingjie's command as it advanced toward Bangilas. In one swift motion, Shedinja struck Bangilas with a Shadow Claw to its chest. Bangilas? It questioned, scratching its head. Bangilas. Without further ado, Bangilas unleashed a Thunder Punch. Boom. Shedinja was sent flying several meters before landing on the ground, yet it rose unscathed, ready to resume its flight. Damage from Thunder Punch, 0, X Scissor. The Shelmet cautiously approached the Bangiras, delivering a cross chop to its chest, inflicting damage that merely elicited a slight tickle. Even with a double advantage, the impact was merely average. Bangiras squinted, suddenly recollecting the Pokemon before it. Bangiras, isn't this the Pokemon my master instructed me to remember? Bangiras? What was it supposed to use? Flame Punch. With a hint of confusion, Bangiras swiftly grasped the Shelmet. Bangiras, no matter, let's give it a try. A flicker of flame appeared atop Bangiras' fist, causing Zhou Lingjie's pupils to constrict in disbelief as he murmured, no way. Flame Punch. The attack unleashed by Bangiras was indeed the Flame Punch, instantly depleting Shelmet's health. Shelmet was KO'd. Bangiras tossed Shelmet aside, feeling rather indifferent. It was then that Zhou Lingjie realized that Bangiras wasn't limited to a mere few moves. Rather, it was just that only these moves had been documented. Those trainers who attempted to shortcut using Shelmet had not mentioned this fact. Having already tasted defeat, how could they allow the newcomers to escape this lesson? After all, misfortune can often be a blessing. Suddenly, a Scyther swooped in, striking Bangiras from behind, capturing its attention. Before Bangiras could react, it was sent flying by a Flame Punch. Scyther was KO'd. With a leading participant taking charge, the next moment saw a throng of competitors converging upon Bangiras. Kingler, use Bubble Beam. Incineroar, unleash Flamethrower. Cacturne, deploy Seed Bomb. The cacophony of attacks heralded a torrent of oncoming assaults. Bangiris. Bangiris raised its right hand defensively, charging toward Kingler while executing a flame punch. Braving the onslaught and standing defiantly before Kingler. Bam! Bangiris's flame punch collided with Kingler's claws, erupting in a burst of crimson. A delightful aroma wafted through the air. You smell delightful, Kingler, remarked its trainer. Sensing the enticing fragrance, Bangiris's stomach grumbled. At that moment, Bangiris resolved to finish this swiftly in return for a sumptuous meal. The trainers soon noticed a sudden intensification in Bangiris's offensive, speculating whether it was in a foul mood today. Bangiris, it's all for the sake of food. With a furious roar, Bangiris lunged, only to find that the Scyther had evaded its attack. Bam! A nearby utility pole shattered. The pole lamented, I was careless. I didn't dodge. Observing the fallen pole, Bangiris realized it had gotten itself into trouble. Remember, while damage is commonplace, utility poles and storefronts are not to be trifled with. Bangiris recalled its trainer's admonitions, which echoed in its mind. In a flash of inspiration, Bangiris pondered, why not go with the flow? It was soon struck by the utility pole, inadvertently twisting its ankle, becoming ensnared in the wires. Bangiris cried in distress, struggling to free itself from the bindings. What a perfect opportunity. Swift, go for the KO. Lu Nian urged his Swift as he watched Bangiris's predicament. Oh whoa. Swift dashed forward, even executing quick attack, colliding with Bangiris. Feeling the attack from behind, Bangiris toppled to the ground. Bangiris, I'm done for. Thud. A Pokeball landed squarely atop Bangiris, capturing it. Well done. Lu Nian applauded. The Pokeball had been expertly thrown by Lei Yao, landing perfectly on Bangiris. Swift retrieved the Pokeball, and Lu Nian and Lei Yao hastily followed. Aware that their Pokemon had exhausted considerable stamina during the recent battle against Bangiris, and they were not keen on engaging in an ambush. Let us flee, brothers. Hurry after them. Don't let them escape, shouted one of the participants, realizing what had transpired. The goal was to overwhelm the world boss. And the ultimate victor would not be determined by damage or contributions, but by who ultimately threw the Pokeball to capture Bangiris. After all, when Bangiris would fall depended on its mood. Seizing the Pokeball was tantamount to victory. Chapter 60. The finale, securing the championship. Woohoo! Lu Nian and Lei Yao rode atop Swift, weaving through the city. Standing at 19 meters tall, Swift towered over Lu Nian. Its physical prowess far surpassing that of ordinary animals. Carrying two individuals was a trivial feat for it. Excuse me, coming through. Lu Nian shouted as they barreled through the streets. Look ahead, the sunken plaza. Lei Yao pointed towards the square ahead. Entering the sunken plaza would signify the competitors' relinquishment of their continued participation, and they would be ranked based on their current scores. In the sky above, Dragonfly Captain and Desert Dragonfly remained closely tailing Lu Nian and Lei Yao on Swift's back. Look, the world boss Bangiris has been taken down. We are now entering the most thrilling chase scene. Who will claim the points for the ultimate Bangiris? Let us stay tuned. Dragonfly Captain shifted the tone, suddenly adding, to capture such a clear image, one cannot do without a good camera. I have the equipment right here. Stop right there. Zhou Lingjie and Blue Crow were hot on the heels of Lu Nian, Lei Yao, and Swift. Blue Crow managed to keep pace, but Zhou Lingjie, in his human form, struggled to match the speed at which Swift was dashing. Despite Swift carrying Lu Nian and Lei Yao, Zhou Lingjie keeping up was nothing short of astonishing. Lu Nian mused. How terrifying. Human capabilities have their limits. Thus Lu Nian thought, I shan't attempt such. Oh well. Swift howled in delight, barreling through the streamers at the entrance of the sunken plaza, concluding the competition. Oh no, just a tad too late. Zhou Lingjie dashed into the sunken plaza right behind Lu Nian, but alas, he was a fraction too slow. As Lu Nian approached Zhou Lingjie, he found Zhou Lingjie sprawled on the ground in despair. Cursed luck. If only I had been a moment faster, I would have seized Bangiris's Pokeball. If that had been the case, it would have been a delightful game of chase between them, with him teasing, catch me if you can. Zhou Lingjie lamented. His desire for points paled in comparison to merely wanting to engage in the chase. Lu Nian chuckled. Shall I give you Bangiris's Pokeball then? Humph. Being close is still losing. This time, I was outmatched. Next time, I shall make you chase me all over Donghai City. Zhou Lingjie declared as he dusted himself off. Coming from a wealthy background, he was not lacking in prizes from the Pokemon capture competitions. He merely wished to savor the thrill of the contest. The exhilaration of being pursued, the wind rushing past his ears, that was what truly mattered, and this was merely a recreational competition. Very well, Lu Nian replied, approaching Lei Yao, who was at the score registration desk. Total score, 996. I extend my early congratulations to you both, the champions. The staff calculated Banjira's score, yielding an outstanding result that would secure the top position. The staff continued, next, you may take a moment to rest in the lounge. Complimentary beverages and snacks are available over there. In half an hour, the Pokemon capture competition will officially conclude, and all participants will come to register their final scores. Lun Yin and Lei Yao triumphed with an impressive score exceeding that of the second place by 400 points, securing the championship title, with Banquila's at 300 points. Had Banquila's not been acquired by Lun Yin and Lei Yao, it might have had a chance of turning the tables, as the second place could simply obtain Banquila's and score an additional 100 points. Captain Dragonfly, microphone in hand, stood at the podium as the host. The moment has finally arrived for the awards ceremony. Are you all eagerly anticipating this year's prizes? Hee, I dislike keeping everyone in suspense. The prizes for this Pokemon capture competition are generously provided by the Zhou Group. Let us welcome General Manager Zhou Feng from Runshui Duck Department Store to present the awards to our champion, runner-up, and third place. The champion's prize consists of 2 shopping cards, each with a limit of 5 million Alliance coins. The runner-up and third place will receive shopping cards worth 51 million and 3 million Alliance coins, respectively. These shopping cards can be used as Alliance coins at any store within the Zhou Group. Applause filled the air. After the awards ceremony concluded, Lei Yao leaned in and whispered to Lun Yin, "Isn't that Zhou Hongyi somewhat related to the Zhou Group?" "You could say the entire Zhou Group belongs to his family," Lun Yin replied. "Oh, no wonder he spoke so condescendingly," Lei Yao recalled, understanding why such words had been uttered. "Isn't the young master typically like this? And doesn't he come with a standard issue of a stomach ailment? Hey, shall we go shopping later?" Lei Yao suddenly grasped Lun Yin's hand. Lun Yin's expression instantly morphed into one of dismay. I have something else to do later." Did you forget?" Lei Yao retorted. Lun Yin exclaimed, "The terms are clear. I must accompany you shopping." After returning home to change clothes, Lun Yin prepared to have lunch before heading out. Lei Yao changed out of her convenient trainer's outfit and donned a white knitted sweater, accessorizing with a small crescent-shaped EV bag. Lun Yin thought to himself, "This is hardly a small bag. It resembles an oscilloscope." It perfectly showcased Lei Yao's enviable figure. Lun Yin felt his energy deplete significantly. Before leaving, he glanced at the Iron Dumbbell Pokemon egg in his system backpack. Pokemon, Iron Dumbbell, Potential, Champion, Gender, Genderless, Level, 0, hatching in 7 days, Type, Steel, Psychic, Ability, Clear Body, Held Item, None, Known Moves, Tackle, Inherited Moves, None. To his surprise, the Iron Dumbbell was about to hatch sooner than expected, providing a timely opportunity to replenish the resources needed for its birth. Nidoking required the Awakening Power move, and Windspeed Dog also needed new moves. While there was still no food prepared for the Iron Dumbbell, why did it feel like 5 million wouldn't suffice? Suddenly, Lei Yao leaned closer to Lun Yin's face and remarked, "Hey, have you become a tad more handsome these past few days?" Really?" Lun Yin replied, proudly wearing the title Savior, which granted him an additional charm value of 2. "Let us hurry and eat. I'm starving." Lei Yao swiftly changed the subject, adding mischievously, "By the way, why don't you treat me this time? Here's your chance to shine." "All right then," Lun Yin replied with a smile. However, he suddenly felt a chill run down his back, as if sweat were about to break out. He turned around instinctively, only to meet the watchful gaze of Lei Hai from upstairs. Chapter 61, Shimmering Iron Dumbbell. In Binhai Park. Today marks the second day following the conclusion of the Pokemon capture competition, a rest day before classes resume tomorrow. Thus, Lun Yin brought Nidoking, Windspeed Dog, and Onyx here for training. Last night, he accompanied Lei Yao for 4 hours of shopping, during which he also procured items he needed, such as the Farmer's Triple Punch, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, and Ice Punch, for Nidoking, as well as Poison Tail and Awakening Power, which can be learned using the Grass Gem. He also equipped Windspeed Dog with moves like Volt, Tackle, and Dragon Pulse. As for Onyx, it declared its intention to hibernate. Finally, Lun Yin cast a glance at the Iron Dumbbell Pokemon egg beside him, which was on the verge of hatching. Sitting on a bench to rest, Lun Yin noticed a message and photo from Lei Hai. "Lei Hai, that Li Haobai indeed has issues. We found easily spreadable drugs on him, along with numerous Geodude, Flareon, and Poison-type Pokemon. He has already been apprehended. Your contribution to capturing these potential threats has been immense. Well done. Lun Yin, you truly are among the top 10 outstanding youths of this era. Keep up the excellent work." The photo depicted Li Haobai handcuffed and seated in an interrogation room, with his pokeballs laid out on the table. Lun Yin's casual reporting had garnered him verbal praise. "Haha, Lei Hai, You hold quite the grudge. Lun Yin sighed. Never mind. Nidoking and Wind Speed Dog need to practice their newly learned moves, and the iron dumbbell is about to break free from its shell. With the end of the term approaching, Lun Yin still had theoretical finals to attend back at Donghai No. 1 Middle School. Why, after entering the trainer phase, must there still be theoretical examinations? A few days later, upon arriving home, Wind Speed Dog grew increasingly agitated, scratching at the door. What's the matter, Wind Speed Dog? Lun Yin inquired. A woof. Though Wind Speed Dog could not speak, Lun Yin instantly understood its meaning and hurriedly opened the door to rush into the room. Surely the time had come. Inside, Nidoking was quietly observing as the iron dumbbell Pokemon egg began to wobble. Wobble, 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 or perhaps it 1T wobble. Upon entering the room, Lun Yin noticed the iron dumbbell Pokemon egg on the soft mat gently shaking. Just a bit, but it was indeed a sign of impending hatching. Half an hour later, the egg on the soft mat suddenly shook violently. Crack! The sound of the eggshell fracturing echoed, and cracks rapidly spread across its surface. More and more fissures appeared on the iron dumbbell Pokemon egg. Crack! A small piece of the shell was pushed up, and soon a tiny head emerged, peeking out from the broken shell. Its red eyes met Lun Yin's gaze, conveying a sense of curious inquiry. Once its head was free, the iron dumbbell wobbled out of the shell, floating slowly as it regarded Lun Yin. Naturally able to utilize magnetism to levitate, the iron dumbbell, sensing hunger within, descended next to the eggshell. Crack! Crack, crack, crack. The sound of munching filled the air as the iron dumbbell began to eat its own eggshell. It is customary for Pokemon to consume their eggshells as their first meal after hatching, as scientists have discovered that the shells contain numerous nutrients beneficial for the development of Pokemon during their juvenile stage. While eating, the iron dumbbell looked at Lun Yin, seemingly asking if he would like a bite. No thanks, you go ahead. Lun Yin waved his hand in refusal, for he could not indulge in the delights of food. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, the iron dumbbell floated beside him, seemingly desiring Lun Yin to embrace it before succumbing to a deep slumber. Fortunately, with the assistance of Nidoking, Lun Yin managed to support the hefty iron dumbbell. Otherwise, he would have found it impossible to lift the 952 kilograms weight. Iron dumbbell, woo-woo. Mother has never held me before. After gently placing the iron dumbbell onto a soft mat, Lun Yin turned his attention to its data panel. Species, iron dumbbell, shiny. Qualification, champion qualification. Gender, genderless. Level, 1. Types, steel. Psychic, ability, pure body. Held item, none. Moves, tackle, inherited moves, none. The attributes on the iron dumbbell's panel differed slightly from its previous version, marked by the addition of 2 words, shiny and champion. The Dream Gene Enhancement Potion had significantly elevated the iron dumbbell's qualifications. The designation shiny was a result of Lun Yin choosing to expend 1 shiny charm, allowing the iron dumbbell to achieve its egg transformation and evolve into a shiny iron dumbbell. After all, the probability of encountering a wild shiny Pokemon was exceedingly low, as those in the know would attest. The once azure body of the shiny iron dumbbell transformed into a radiant silver, with its previously white protrusions resembling teeth now gleaming gold. The only feature that remained unchanged was its crimson eyes. While the iron dumbbell has hatched, exclaimed Lei Yao, approaching Lun Yin to gaze at the shiny iron dumbbell. Standing beside him, Lei Yao remarked, a shiny iron dumbbell. You are quite fortunate. Within her words, there lay no envy, only blessings. As they exited the room, Lei Yao suddenly retrieved a gray book from her bag and handed it to Lun Yin. This is something my father asked me to give you. I forgot during the exam today, so here it is. She presented the book to him. Iron Dumbbell to Metagross Breeding Guidelines. As Lun Yin opened the book and flipped through a couple of pages, he discovered the author's name, Yin Tao, a book authored by a master of Steel-type Pokemon. Lun Yin gasped in astonishment. Is it really? Lei Yao leaned closer to inspect the name as well. Yin Tao hailed from the northern region of the Dongwang Alliance and was renowned for his mastery over Steel-type Pokemon, with Metagross being his representative Pokemon. Hakile, I misjudged you. In the world of Pokemon, literature of this nature constituted a vital resource for breeding Pokemon, often fetching the highest prices. The monetary value was not the primary concern. Rather, the challenge lay in finding a reliable source. With this book, Lun Yin could systematically cultivate the iron dumbbell, ensuring it did not merely indulge in gluttony at this stage, but would engage in structured training. Having completed her task, Lei Yao prepared to return home and change out of her school uniform. Before departing, she suddenly remembered that the winter break had begun and the year-end was approaching. Oh, Lun Yin, don't forget to accompany me in a couple of days to purchase some New Year's goods. Chapter 62. Winter break. Pre-New Year leisure. As the year-end drew near, the festive atmosphere intensified. Shops adorned their windows with red lanterns and auspicious decorations, while families busied themselves gathering New Year's supplies. After accompanying Lei Yao in her shopping, Zhou Hongyi also returned home, claiming his elder had summoned him back to the ancestral residence. Consequently, Lu Nian's life gradually returned to a tranquil state. Busy, it's better to be busy, empty nest old Lu, he mused. Lu Nian's routine became a simple cycle, consisting of daily training and studying the knowledge required to nurture the Iron Dumbbell. Unlike other Pokemon, the Iron Dumbbell had but a single move in its initial stage, Tackle. Other versions refer to it as Headbutt. I use Sword and Shield, hence Tackle. It was advisable to focus solely on Psychic-type training at this stage. Learning a move like Confusion around level 12 would suffice. As Lu Nian toyed with two telekinesis orbs in his hand, it appeared as though his fingers were in control. In reality, he was manipulating the orbs with his psychic abilities, creating the illusion of handplay. Strolling through the bustling streets, he practiced his telekinesis while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Each district of Donghai City boasted a free trade zone where vendors peddled a myriad of goods, ranging from antiques, evolution stones, and Pokemon eggs to street food such as crepes and fried dough sticks. The essence of this marketplace lay in the eclectic array of goods on display. Yet, when purchasing antiques or Pokemon-related products, transactions were typically final, with no returns or refunds offered. If one made a poor judgment, it was solely their own fault. However, for Lu Nian, possessing a system scanning function rendered him impervious to loss. For instance, ordinary vase, a product from last week, refurbished and sold at a stall. With a hidden surprise inside, Lu Nian squatted before the vendor, his eyes fixed on a vase. How much for this vase, boss? Upon noticing Lu Nian's interest, the vendor instantly altered his demeanor, anxious not to reveal any hint of deceit. Behold, this treasure is from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, one of a kind. Last week, you say? The vendor hesitated. Lu Nian leaned closer, pointing at a QR code inside the vase. What is this? The vendor's eyes widened in realization, understanding that he had been duped. Oh no, I paid 15 for it, and still overpaid. Yet he still replied, go on, I'm just a vendor here. Can I sell you a vase made of flowers? Young man, if you're short on cash, don't cause trouble. Thus, this market was also known as the Ghost Market. Finding a bargain here was a rare fortune. Nevertheless, with the system at his disposal, Lu Nian was always in a position to seize opportunities. He encountered counterfeit antiques, imitation TMs, fake evolution stones, and spurious energy blocks, none of which were harmful but also rendered ineffective, merely serving as collectibles. How intriguing. However, Lu Nian remained captivated, for protagonists often found themselves in such places. His attention was suddenly drawn to a neighboring stall. The items displayed were exceedingly fascinating. Silver plastic feathers, painted in 7 vibrant colors, peculiar black and white stones, access cards for battle command centers, and red, blue, and green stones inscribed with strange symbols. Hey there. Lu Nian crouched before the stall, scrutinizing the items. The vendor, an elderly man with grizzled hair, remained silent, simply observing Lu Nian. Lu Nian casually picked up a gray feather resembling that of a dove Pokemon and inquired, how much for this feather, boss? 200, 100, 350. Raise it again. And it's 600. Increase it, and I'll give it to you for free. All right, you're quite the generous one, the vendor, taken aback by Lu Nian's audacity, widened his eyes in curiosity. He was eager to see what kind of young person possessed such audacity, for such haggling was rare among the youth. After stroking his beard a few times, the vendor resumed his previously indifferent demeanor, sipping his tea. Final price, 150. It's a bargain. Goodbye. Lu Nian stood up to leave, silently counting down in his mind. 3, 2, 1. Hey, truly. I find myself at a loss with you. If 25 it is, then so be it. How insensitive you are towards the elderly. The stall owner promptly rose to retain Lu Nian, and ultimately, Lu Nian acquired the peculiar gray feather at the considerable price of 25 alliance coins. After tucking the gray feather into his pocket, he still heard the stall owner's muffled glee. Who would have thought I could still earn 20 with 25? Youngster, you are still too naive. The stall owner delightfully stashed the 25 alliance coins into his pouch, reveling in his secret triumph. Lu Nian mused, 666. Still rather high. After moving a distance away, Lu Nian retrieved the gray feather from his pocket. Dim rainbow feather, a feather shed by the Phoenix King, which became dull due to the former rainbow hero's corruption, leading to its gradual fading. Hint. This is a quest item that can trigger special missions under specific circumstances. What a fortunate find indeed. Lun Yin pondered the circumstances that would be deemed special. Should he perhaps take a trip out of the province? As the Lunar New Year approached, Lun Yin's training venue shifted from the complimentary park to a paid private training facility. Nidoking executed a two-hit combo, seamlessly transitioning into its poison tail. After issuing the command, Nidoking swiftly delivered a side kick to the dummy, followed by a graceful rotation, unleashing its poison tail upon the target. Bang! A distinct mark appeared on the dummy, joining the many others that already adorned it. Lun Yin nodded and suggested, "Let us take a break, Nidoking." Nidoking nodded in agreement and settled beside Lun Yin for respite. At this point, Nidoking had become proficient in its initial combo technique, commencing with the side kick of the first segment of the two-hit move, smoothly transitioning into the poison tail for the second phase. Its tail, serving as a counterbalance, greatly enhanced its offensive prowess. The primary advantage of this combination lay in the ability to unleash a powerful side kick in the first phase, which then seamlessly flowed into the poison tail for the second phase attack. Although the combination of the two-hit move and poison tail had been honed to near perfection, it still lacked a fitting name, as Nidoking had previously dismissed all suggestions, deeming them excessively lengthy. What about the Nine Heavens Thunder Dual Kick? Nidoking shook its head, casting a look at Lun Yin that seemed to say, "Your naming skills are as poor as that one." Chapter 63. After the New Year, heading to Bunchy City. Ultimately, after discussions among Lun Yin, Nidoking, Arcanine, Shiny Dumbbell, and Onyx, they decided upon the name Lion's Fang. As for the names Lun Yin proposed for their combination techniques, they faced unanimous opposition from Nidoking, Arcanine, Shiny Dumbbell, and Onyx. They too would develop their own combination techniques and had no desire to engage in such an embarrassing display on the battlefield. If that were to happen after the match, an opponent teasingly remarked, "Is that the name of your move? Spiral Hip Twist Dual Kick Explosive Flash Combo? Ha ha ha. Not me, ha 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 ha." Nidoking could already envision it, but absolutely wished to avoid such an experience, having already been subjected to similar teasing by Umbreon. After training concluded, Lun Yin prepared to return home to tidy up, as it was time to put up the couplets. "Nidoking, hand me the horizontal couplet," he instructed, standing atop a chair as he addressed Nidoking, who was assisting nearby. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps echoed as Lei Yao pushed open the stairwell door and inquired, "Have you finished putting up the couplets? My mom wants you to hurry over." "Coming right up," Lun Yin replied. 2 years ago, when Aunt Lei accidentally discovered Lun Yin purchasing New Year goods alone and preparing ingredients for the festivities, she had eagerly invited him to celebrate the New Year with her family, as more company made for a livelier occasion. Although Lei Hai often wore a stern expression, it was still preferable to spending the New Year alone. Lun Yin recalled that Lei Hai hadn't always been this way. When did he start looking so displeased with him? Too lazy to ponder further, Lun Yin sat at the table laden with exquisite dishes, while the television nearby played a Pokemon-themed spring festival gala, filled with laughter and joyous sounds. Lei Hai, glancing at Lun Yin seated next to Lei Yao across the table, felt a twinge of annoyance. "I ought to find something for this kid to do. He shouldn't be constantly hovering around my cabbage. Best if he scrams far away." Smack. "Why do you always wear that long face during the New Year? Do you have a problem with me?" Aunt Lei suddenly slapped Lei Hai. "I'm just used to being serious here," Lei Hai weakly defended himself. "Do you think I believe that? I'll find you double the tribute next time." Please no. Wishing all esteemed readers a year filled with health, success in their endeavors, wealth from mere repose, and everlasting happiness for their families. After the New Year, Lun Yin received a letter of recommendation from Lei Hai, addressed to Hefei Research Institute. "The director of Hefei Research Institute, Liang, is my dear friend. When we chatted yesterday, he expressed great interest in your Shiny Dumbbell, hoping to invite you to visit his institute. If you are willing to allow the Shiny Dumbbell to participate in a few minor experiments, he is prepared to offer a batch of training resources for Steel-type Pokemon as compensation." Lun Yin expressed considerable interest, as this would provide him with resources to nurture his Shiny Dumbbell, with the only cost being a few small experiments. Lei Hai assured him that participating in the experiments would not inflict any harm on the Shiny Dumbbell. Seeing Lun Yin hesitate, Lei Hai lent him his Pokemon, Talonflame, for added security. LV-67 Talonflame. Thus, Lun Yin boarded the plane to Shiban City, with Lei Hai treating him to a first-class ticket, departing that evening. Located in Liaoning Province, Shiban City is the largest iron ore mining area in the entire Donghuang Alliance, accounting for a quarter of its total reserves. After disembarking, Lun Yin sat in a pre-arranged vehicle, heading directly to the Hefei Research Institute situated at the foot of the Longji mountain range, renowned for its exposed iron ore. 2 hours later, as Lun Yin drew further away from the city, he arrived at the entrance of the Hefei Research Institute. Buzz. Listening to the sound of the vehicle departing, Lun Yin contemplated whether to call it back. To be honest, if it weren't for the logo emblazoned with a red gradient hammer wrapped in chains, striking an iron block alongside the name Hefei Research Institute, he would hardly have imagined it. Before him stood what resembled a colossal steel fortress, its exterior cloaked in rusted steel plates, with vines creeping through the crevices. The name Hefei Research Institute glaringly displayed on the front electronic screen. This incongruous blend of technological allure and desolation was the research haven of Dr. Liang, a prominent figure in the academic realm. The shiny dumbbell hovered behind Lun Yin, curiously surveying its surroundings, feeling a heightened sense of steel-type energy, which brought it a measure of comfort. Let me see where the doorbell is. At the entrance stood a giant Steelix, missing one claw, its base engraved with a blurred inscription, "The will of steel, forever unyielding." That must be it. Lun Yin stepped forward, finding a protrusion on his chest. This should be the giant Steelix doorbell that Lehi mentioned. In a mere 3 minutes, the door slid open with a hum, and Dr. Mu strode out with great vigor. Approximately 50 years of age, he donned a lab coat stained with grease, his hair resembling a tangled mass of steel needles. And in his hand, he clutched a wrench, with 6 steel-type pokeballs affixed to his waist. Lun Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. He could never have imagined that this super-muscular man was a doctor. The muscles practically strained against the fabric of his lab coat. Liang glanced at the shiny iron dumbbell. His interest piqued as he inquired, "You are the trainer who captured the shiny iron dumbbell, as old Lei mentioned?" "Indeed. I am Lun Yin," came the reply. How fortunate. Please, come inside." Liang gestured for Lun Yin to follow him into the research facility. With a resounding boom, the door slammed shut behind them as they entered the institute. The interior resembled a mechanical labyrinth, with cables of varying thickness cascading from the ceiling, occasionally sparking with electricity. Within a colossal incubation chamber floated unknown metallic fragments, and the walls bore labels indicating meteorite sample 71, purity. From the corner labeled steel-type training room. The dull thud of impacts echoed as Bashigadora practiced forceful strikes against specially designed alloy walls. As they walked, Dr. Liang introduced himself. "My name is Liang, but you may refer to me as Dr. Mu, which is derived from the character for wood in my name, and signifies my impressive physique." "An interesting name," Lun Yin remarked, observing Dr. Mu's bulging muscles. "Humph, I think so too," Dr. Mu replied with a chuckle. "I shall continue to call you Dr. Liang," Lun Yin said shyly, contemplating that if the doctor were to dye his hair blonde, he would truly resemble a certain character. Chapter 64, Hefei Research Institute. Navigating through the maze-like corridors, Lun Yin followed Dr. Liang into a laboratory. Before him loomed a massive screen, beneath which sat a device with an indentation perfectly sized for a pokeball. "I would like to conduct a diagnostic on the iron dumbbell first. Is that acceptable?" Dr. Liang asked. "Of course," Lun Yin replied, promptly returning the iron dumbbell to its pokeball and placing it in the device's recess. Dr. Liang stood at the control panel, his robust fingers displaying an unexpected dexterity as he typed rapidly, quickly initiating the diagnostic process. "The quantum entanglement scan has commenced, constructing a 3-dimensional model for you," a mechanical voice announced, and the screen began to render the shiny iron dumbbell's 3D model. A flurry of data flashed across the screen, including terms such as graviton concentration and core gravity analysis, which left Lun Yin utterly bewildered. However, one particular piece of data caught his attention: Dream Energy Activity Level, 34. Although it appeared only momentarily, Lun Yin's murmuring piqued Dr. Liang's curiosity. "Oh, have you read this paper?" Dr. Liang inquired while manipulating the device. "Not exactly read. More like I have a general understanding of it, particularly regarding the dream world and the revival of fossil Pokémon," Lun Yin responded. "And what are your thoughts?" "I lean more towards the revival of fossil Pokémon aspect. While it remains purely theoretical, the dream world also exists only in theory for a short time, whereas the revival of fossil Pokémon has feasible theories. The paper has already provided relevant data, suggesting that the experiment to revive fossil Pokémon may be completed within a few years." Unable to contain his enthusiasm for the topic, Lun Yin expressed his insights. In fact, within the original Pokémon narrative, Professor Hongdou-shan had indeed demonstrated the viability of reviving fossil Pokémon using the Dream Eater method, successfully resurrecting a prehistoric bird. Listening to Lun Yin, Dr. Liang nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing the clarity of his statements as evidence of Lun Yin's thorough reading of the papers. Furthermore, Lun Yin exhibited logical reasoning, articulating his thoughts effectively. Dr. Liang could not resist saying, "Would you be interested in foregoing college? Or perhaps selecting a research-oriented major in university to develop your career here at Hefei Research Institute? I apologize, doctor. But I prefer to pursue the path of a trainer, Lu Nian replied. Very well, Dr. Liang conceded, opting to entice Lu Nian through practical means. The examination has concluded, the mechanical voice announced. Dr. Liang scrutinized the data, commenting, let us see. Level 11. With a graviton's activity level exceeding that of other iron dumbbells at the same stage. As I suspected, Dr. Liang exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table with excitement. The shiny Pokemon indeed exhibit genetic variations, not merely differences in coloration. Dr. Liang gazed at the data on the screen with fervor. This information not only pertained to the shiny iron dumbbell, but also represented the foundation for a new paper that could potentially revolutionize the existing research on shiny Pokemon. While Dr. Liang reveled in his excitement, Lu Nian interjected, could you also examine my Onix? Absolutely. Dr. Liang readily agreed to Lu Nian's request. Lu Nian then placed the Pokeball containing Onix in the recess, and the mechanical voice chimed in once more. Minutes later, Dr. Li Yang's expression grew increasingly grave as he scrutinized the data pertaining to Onix. He had never encountered such a situation before, and he could not ascertain whether the changes were benign or malignant. There were even slight crystalline manifestations, familiar yet elusive. Suddenly, Dr. Liang turned to Lu Nian and asked, has Onix exhibited any peculiar behaviors recently? Does wanting to hibernate count? Lu Nian contemplated before responding. Indeed, Dr. Liang noted, incorporating the factor of lethargy into his analysis, quickly arriving at a conclusion. Your Onix is likely experiencing drowsiness due to an accumulation of unique energy within its body. It is advisable to expedite its evolution. Delaying may lead to unforeseen consequences. Dr. Liang pointed at a series of data that Lu Nian could not comprehend, speaking earnestly. I see. Lu Nian mused briefly, realizing that Onix's desire to hibernate stemmed not from a reluctance to train, but rather from the excess energy causing its drowsiness. As Lu Nian pondered this, Dr. Liang remarked, you are quite fortunate. One of my research areas focuses on creating the evolution item, the metal membrane, for Onix. Dr. Liang then added, however, one of the materials required for the metal membrane, the star core ore, has run out. If you wish to craft a high-quality metal membrane for Onix, you will need to traverse the narrow passage and delve deep into the Dragon Spine Mountains to locate this mineral known as star core Oregon. With that, Dr. Liang produced several pieces of the mineral from nearby. This is star core ore. A complete piece is an irregular oval with a diameter of approximately 10 to 30 centimeters. Its surface is adorned with dark patterns, emitting a ghostly blue light in darkness. It is not particularly difficult to find in the depths of the Dragon Spine Mountains. Do not worry about memorizing it. The iron dumbbell will help you remember the star core ore, he added, feeding a piece of the ore to the shiny iron dumbbell. Crunch, crunch. The shiny iron dumbbell devoured the star core ore with enthusiasm, finishing it off in just a few bites. Dr. Liang continued. This mineral is suitable for the evolution of iron dumbbells into metal-type Pokemon. Now, the iron dumbbell will remember this flavor. If you are uncertain whether it is star core or simply let the iron dumbbell take a bite. Understood, Lu Nian replied. Dr. Liang then asked Lu Nian to wait a moment while he saved the data. However, as Lu Nian pondered, he recalled that his purpose for being there was to assist Liang in conducting experiments. By chance, Lu Nian's gaze fell upon the wrench that Liang had casually placed on the table, alongside the letter that Lei Hai had sent to Liang. This wretched boy keeps pestering my daughter. Let him stay with you for a few more days, preferably until school starts before he returns. Chapter 65. Delving into the underground caverns. The grayish-white limestone pillars towered between 30 meters in height, their surfaces marred by vertical grooves carved by rainwater erosion. Drought-resistant agaves and lichens thrived in the crevices, while small geodudes rolled about in the shadows, foraging for food. By traversing this forest of rock pillars for 2,000 meters to the north of the Hefei Research Institute, one would arrive at the Longji mountain range. Boom. Lu Nian sat atop the head of a Onix, maneuvering through this forest of stone columns. Before their departure, Dr. Liang had specifically instructed Lu Nian to keep the Onix active and moving. Suddenly, a rockfall obstructed their path. The base of a pillar to the 7 o'clock direction cracked ominously, and a 30-meter-high limestone formation began to tilt. Two small geodudes tumbled from the fissures. An ambush. But it was feeble. Dragon Tail, Lu Nian commanded. The Onix halted abruptly, swinging its tail to unleash the Dragon Tail attack. The swiftest geodude had no time to evade, and was struck squarely, being smashed into the ground by the colossal tail of the Onix. From the shadows, a perilous threat loomed. 3 Diglets erupted from the weathered rock crevices, their metallic claws drawn as they attempted to hunt the Onix. In this barren forest of stone pillars, trespassing into the territory of other Pokemon was an exceedingly dangerous endeavor, invariably resulting in an assault. The Pokeball at Lunyen's waist automatically opened, and a Rapidash leaped down from the Onix's back. With a fiery breath, the Rapidash sprinted forward, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed the 3 Diglets in an instant, eliminating them with ease, while the previously obstructive Geodude also met its demise at the hands of the Onix. Nidoking stood behind the Rapidash, surveying the surrounding area, where small Geodudes, Graveler, and Diglets, the native inhabitants, concealed themselves. "I mean no harm. I merely passed through," Lunyen declared, stepping forth after demonstrating his strength. Upon hearing his words, the creatures opted not to confront the Onix, Rapidash, and Nidoking, choosing instead to retreat. Lunyen patted the Onix's head, urging it to advance. After overcoming a few minor disturbances, Lunyen finally emerged from the forest of pillars, arriving at the foot of the Longji mountain range, where visibly exposed or awaited. Renowned for its exposed minerals, the Longji mountain range forbade the collection of these ores, as it would disrupt the habitats of the wild Pokemon residing there. Indeed, prior to his departure, Dr. Liang had bestowed upon Lunyen a temporary mining permit. Exiting the forest of pillars, a pitch-black mine loomed before Lunyen, its exposed minerals resembling jagged teeth, the howling wind echoing its roar. Equipped with a professional mining lamp, Lunyen descended from the Onix. The next step was to delve into the mine, venturing into the depths of the underground caverns in search of Starcore, Oregon. With Nidoking leading the way and Rapidash bringing up the rear, a team comprising Lunyen and his trusty iron dumbbell prepared for an exploratory expedition. The spotlight illuminated the dripping rock walls, casting a strange iridescence upon the chromium, iron, or veins. Not long after entering the mine, Lunyen encountered a hallmark of the locale. The ceiling was adorned with growing stalactites, while an underground river carved serpentine grooves into the rock bed. Cacturne periodically licked the walls to replenish minerals, leaving unique wave-like patterns from their bite marks. From this point, the traces of Starcore could potentially be discovered at any moment. However, finding exposed Starcore was nearly impossible, as the rock and steel-type Pokemon inhabiting this region also relished such minerals, often scavenging for Starcore to consume. Yet, Lunyen didn't solely rely on his eyesight. He could activate his scanner. Iron ore, an unremarkable mineral. Stone, none. Geodude disguised as a rock, sleeping. Click to view detailed attribute panel. A flicker of blue light flashed before Lunyen's eyes, revealing the surrounding environment and Pokemon information in its entirety. Moreover, Dr. Liang had furnished Lunyen with a map highlighting locations where Starcore had been frequently detected. With the map in hand, it was merely a matter of running an errand. Lunyen was also motivated to seek out the Starcore because the Longji mountain range was home to numerous rock, ground, and steel-type Pokemon, and he hoped to capture any suitable candidates he might encounter. After half an hour of penetrating the underground caverns, Lunyen finally discovered a piece of Starcore, Oregon. Starcore, Oregon. The 3 words appeared before Lunyen's eyes, ultimately surfacing from an overhead crevice. Its shape was as Dr. Liang had described. An irregular oval approximately 20 centimeters long, emitting a faint, ethereal blue glow once the mining lamp was extinguished. Iron dumbbell, give it a taste. Lunyen instructed as he activated the lamp. Snap! The iron dumbbell approached and took a bite, the sound crisp and reminiscent of chicken. The iron dumbbell could not suppress its delight upon savoring the delectable morsel, gazing eagerly at Lunyen, or rather, at the Starcore in Lunyen's hand. Lunyen chuckled. Go ahead and indulge. We can continue our search afterward. He certainly wouldn't begrudge his shiny iron dumbbell, allowing it to enjoy a piece of Starcore without hesitation. Thud! A stone ball inadvertently kicked a rock, producing a noise that caught Lunyen's attention. If the Starcore remained undamaged, it would typically resemble an ordinary stone. The stone ball could not detect the hidden Starcore but the shiny iron dumbbell had inadvertently compromised its structure. The unique energy contained within attracted the stone ball and Mantine, leading them to the source. Woof! Nido! The Rapidash and Nidoking positioned themselves protectively before Lunyen, warning the 2 stone balls and Mantine not to come closer. Yet, their desire for the Starcore compelled them to initiate an assault. From the darkness emerged a colossal creature resembling a rock, yet adorned with red crystals. A Bastiodon. Are all 5 of you here? Lunyen remarked, observing the Bastiodon with a hint of sarcasm. LV-34 Bastiodon, thanks to his training from the previous year. Nidoking had quietly leveled up to 31, making the prospect of defeating a Bastiodon a relatively simple task. Nidoking, unleash Earth Power. Rapidash, employ Dragon Pulse. Lu Nian took the initiative, as Nidoking stomped the ground, channeling energy for an attack. The Bastiodon sensed the ominous aura and attempted to evade, but alas, it was too slow. A fleeting moment of hesitation could determine victory or defeat. Boom. Earth Power struck the Bastiodon, the ground beneath erupting in an unforeseen assault. Bastiodon HP, 12. Just a single Earth Power from Nidoking, amplified by the Life Orb and the dual enhancement from its ability, coupled with the ground type's advantage over the Bastiodon, surprisingly failed to eliminate it in one hit. Lu Nian was momentarily taken aback, perhaps due to the Bastiodon's impressive special defense stat of 80. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Hefei Institute, Liang scrutinized the peculiar data pertaining to the Onyx, coupled with the creature's notable changes, leading him to conjecture a singular possibility. However, the truth could only be gleaned from Lu Nian, though this did not hinder him from making preliminary preparations. Opportunity, once lost, may never return. This could be a singular moment of resonance. How intriguing, is it not? After 13 years of confinement, the experiment might once again see the light of day. Chapter 66, The Dripping Hall. Is that all? How scant? Liang exclaimed. What do you mean by saying that several individuals, adorned with similar miners' lamps, snatched them away recently? After enduring a severe thrashing, the Geodude, Mantine, and Onyx were coaxed by Lu Nian to their lair within the cavern, half through threats and half through enticements. Observing the star core or relinquished by the Onyx, Lu Nian sighed in resignation. It appeared that whatever he could conceive, the previous explorers had also surmised. Rather than searching independently, it would be prudent to inquire of the wild Pokémon that had ambushed him along the way. Perhaps there would be unforeseen gains. Even this group of Onyx, Mantine, and Geodude possessed but a single piece of the ore, which they were reluctant to consume, preferring to leave it for the Geodude to savor at leisure. One can only imagine the outcome of seeking information from other wild Pokémon in the vicinity. It would be better to search for it myself, Lu Nian mused. Utilizing the system's scanning capabilities to locate the star core or proved far more efficient than robbing the wild Pokémon inhabiting this area. Thus, he decided to rely on his own efforts. After consuming another piece of star core ore, he returned the iron dumbbell to its pokeball for rest. Drip, drip, drip. The sound of water echoed throughout the cavern, compelling Lu Nian to tighten his garment against the damp air. This was indeed the location known as the Dripping Hall. As indicated on the map provided by Dr. Liang, nestled within the Dragon Ridge Mountains, the ceiling was adorned with growing stalactites, from which droplets fell. However, this was no ordinary water. It was imbued with ground-type energy. Although it held little monetary value, if it were to accumulate into a small pond, after several years it would transform into a milky substance known as Earth's milk. At that time, it could be sold by the drop, with a small vial fetching tens of thousands of Alliance coins. Simultaneously, this area was renowned for its abundance of star core ore, with vibrations from battles causing the or hidden within the rock layers to be dislodged. Star core ore. A name marked with special significance appeared, revealing an oval egg embedded in the rock wall. Nidoking, dislodge it, Lu Nian commanded. Without hesitation, Nidoking stepped forward, effortlessly prying the star core or from the wall. Indeed, Lu Nian muttered, examining the oval piece of ore in his hand. At this rate, Nido. Suddenly, Nidoking cried out, as the ground erupted in a shower of debris, a massive steel claw lunging toward him. Caught off guard, Nidoking could only shield Lu Nian, bracing for the impact. Nido, he cried in distress, feeling the sharp grip of the claw's owner, a Dugtrio. Put down that star core ore. A voice resonated from deeper within the cavern. A trainer clad in gray approached, accompanied by a coughing, his gaze fixed intently on the star core ore in Lu Nian's hand. Hate level. Luo Jian now harbors a hatred value towards you, currently at 2 stars. Impossible. Lu Nian retorted, simultaneously scanning the Dugtrio, coughing, and the pokeballs at Luo Jian's waist. LV-33 Dugtrio. LV-28 Dugtrio. LV-31 coughing. In addition, Luo Jian possessed a Fiero and a Gyarados, which had yet to be released. 5 Pokemon. Lu Nian murmured, contemplating their capabilities. This level of opposition could be easily managed without even involving his talent flame. Luo Jian observed Lu Nian with amusement. It seems you wish to engage in battle? What a fiery temperament the youth possess these days. I presume you are still in high school? Aren't you afraid of being defeated? Ha ha, he mocked. Such idle chatter. Lu Nian thought to himself. They had dared to rob him, yet he was not permitted to resist? Yet, This was indeed the heart of the Dragon Ridge Mountains. Within the Dripping Hall, even if he were to report the robbery, it would be futile, for there was no evidence to support his claims. No surveillance to capture the act, and framing it as an attack by wild Pokémon would make identifying the perpetrator almost impossible. Ah, you've truly stepped into a predicament. He smirked. Arcanine, unleash flamethrower upon the Dugtrio. Nidoking, utilize earth power against the coughing. Lu Nian initiated the assault, instructing the Onix to remain on standby, avoiding combat as much as possible. The Iron Dumbbell, being too low in level, could only participate in a 2-on-3 scenario. As for Talonflame, Lu Nian preferred to train his Pokemon further. With a whoosh, Arcanine expelled a torrent of flames directed at the Dugtrio. Rock Slide, Luojian commanded. Nidoking, switch your target to the Dugtrio. Lu Nian ordered. Nidoking clenched its fist, redirecting the earth power toward the Dugtrio. As the rock slide fell before the Dugtrio, blocking the flamethrower, the earth power struck the unsuspecting Dugtrio directly. Dig! The Dugtrio whimpered, soaring through the air and landing in front of Luojian. Dugtrio HP 9, struggling to rise. The Dugtrio revealed its precarious state to Luojian. A life orb and a forced ability? Quite affluent, Luojian mused. This blow nearly incapacitated the Dugtrio. As the life orb enhanced the steel-type move Heart of Steel, doubling its damage, yet it had not been knocked out in a single strike. Lu Nian eyed the Dugtrio with a hint of confusion. Enough talk. All of you attack. Gyarados, you too. Luojian commanded, releasing the Pokeball at his waist. Assessing Lu Nian's strength, Luojian opted for an all-out assault rather than retreat. Nidoking, continue with Earth Power. Arcanine, use Dragon Pulse. As Lu Nian spoke, an ominous chill coursed through his spine. This was. In the instant he turned, his pupils dilated in shock as a Jengar charged toward him. The shadow punch unleashed by the Jengar could surely snap Lu Nian's neck. Even a glancing blow could render him paralyzed. With no opportunity to evade and his Talonflame's Pokeball secured at his waist, he found himself in a dire predicament. What to do? In that critical moment, the Iron Dumbbell seemed to sense the danger and intervened, blocking the shadow punch to protect Lu Nian. Shiny Iron Dumbbell, Luojian exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the Pokemon's gleaming form. Chapter 67, The Cavern Duel. Shiny Iron Dumbbell, Luojian gasped. It was his first encounter with the juvenile form of a pseudo-legendary Pokemon. In an instant, greed quietly blossomed within him. The Dragon Ridge Mountains were typically devoid of visitors. Especially at this time of year, just after the new year, when even the explorers from the Hufei Institute had yet to arrive. This was precisely why he had chosen to come, aiming to mine some star core or from the subterranean caverns and strike it rich. This was a protected area, where mining was prohibited without a permit. However, that was merely a principle. The reality often diverged. Furthermore, Luojian's gaze shifted toward Lu Nian, who was shielded by Nidoking, and his mindset gradually shifted. Initially, he merely intended to seize the star core or discovered by his rival. Such a trivial matter did not warrant a confrontation. However, the circumstances have dramatically changed. Alert! Luojian's animosity towards you has intensified. Current animosity level, 5 stars. Alert! A second friend has emerged with a full 5-star animosity level. The system's favorability module is set to undergo its first update. Favorability module sampling update in progress. A series of notifications appeared, and Lu Nian was taken aback by the system's unexpected update. Nonetheless, this was not the time for such contemplations. Lu Nian cast a glance at Ghost Stone, suspecting that Ghost Stone had been dispatched from the very beginning, stealthily maneuvering behind him, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Had it not been for the Iron Dumbbell, Lu Nian could hardly fathom what might have transpired. His entire spine could have been shattered. Perhaps Ghost Stone's intent was merely to subdue him, but who could say for certain? You have truly provoked my ire, Lu Nian declared. Oh dear, the high school student is angry. What will you do about it? Luojian taunted, slapping his own face in a provocative manner. Humph, Gyarados, use Hydro Pump. Cordora, employ Heavy Slam. Moonstone, assist Ghost Stone. Luojian commanded in rapid succession, while Lu Nian simply withdrew the Iron Dumbbell into its Pokeball and unleashed Onix. Onix. The colossal form of Onix materialized, instantly positioning itself between Lu Nian and Luojian. Fengsu Dog, unleash Dragon Pulse. Onix, use Dragon Tail. Gyarados reared back, opening its mouth to expel a torrent of water, clashing with Fengsu Dog's Dragon Pulse, while Ghost Stone and Moonstone seized the opportunity to charge forward. Nidoking bellowed as it leapt from behind Onix, delivering a surprise attack that struck Moonstone with ferocity. Seize Moonstone, Lu Nian commanded. The impending moonlight power from Moonstone was abruptly interrupted as Nidoking grasped it firmly, exerting all its strength to hurl it towards Cordora, who was preparing to execute Heavy Slam. Cordora had no time to halt its advance, colliding with Moonstone before crashing into Onix. Onix, the colossal creature, cried out in pain, swinging its tail to execute Dragon Tail. Cordora, witnessing the incoming tail, was momentarily at a loss for how to evade. Boom. Woof. Fengsu Dog unleashed Volt Tackle, charging towards Gyarados to prevent it from obstructing Onix, while simultaneously suppressing Gyarados with the ferocity of its attack. Ghost Stone, support Cordora. Luo Jian urgently instructed Ghost Stone to assist Cordora, preventing it from suffering continued assaults from Onix. At that moment, Cordora, Moonstone, and Ghost Stone stood united. Nidoking remained silent, focusing solely on its relentless assault. With a surge of power, Nidoking demonstrated explosive force beyond the typical. Boom. Ghost Stone's Shadow Ball struck Nidoking, but it merely served to slightly impede Nidoking's fury, failing to save Moonstone. Finish it. Nidoking rammed its horn into Moonstone. Iron Head, prepare for my Lioness Fawn. Lu Nian shouted the name of his combination technique. Nidoking sidestepped Cordora's Iron Head with a swift kick to Cordora's side, simultaneously turning to evade Cordora's attack, delivering a toxic tail strike to Moonstone. Boom. Moonstone was sent crashing against the rock wall, landing heavily on the ground without rising again. Moonstone has lost its ability to battle. Meanwhile, Gyarados was also faring poorly. As Fengsu Dog, employing Volt Tackle in conjunction with its Morning Sun strategy, completely overwhelmed Gyarados. The excruciating Volt Tackle consistently thwarted Gyarados' offensive maneuvers. As soon as a slight advantage was gained, Fengsu Dog seized the opportunity to utilize Morning Sunday. Luo Jian gritted his teeth, incredulous that his ambush, which relied on numerical superiority, had devolved into such a predicament. Dragon Breath. Lu Nian's voice rang out, and Onix unleashed Dragon Breath upon Ghost Stone, severely injuring it just as Luo Jian had issued a support command. Drillbur, you too. Use Drill Run. After consuming a potent healing potion, Drillbur's vitality was restored to full health. Once Nidoking falls, the battle will end, Luo Jian mused inwardly, recognizing that Lu Nian's strongest Pokemon was indeed Nidoking. Once this formidable creature was vanquished, defeating Fengsu Dog and Onix would merely be a matter of time. Nido. Drillbur's Drill Run struck Nidoking's lower back with formidable force, eliciting a cry of pain. At that moment, Nidoking freed itself from Cordora's grasp and turned its fierce gaze upon the ambushing Drillbur. Flame Punch. Nidoking raised its right fist. Initially, a flicker of flame appeared, which rapidly engulfed its entire fist, culminating in the formation of a fiery punch. Drillbur, momentarily entranced by Nidoking's piercing gaze, realized too late that evasion was no longer an option. Bang! The flame punch collided with Drillbur's face, and just as Drillbur began to fly backward, Nidoking seized it with its other hand, relentlessly pummeling Drillbur with successive flame punches. Quick, support Drillbur. Luo Jian shouted desperately to Cordora, but regardless of Cordora's attacks, Nidoking remained steadfast, unwilling to relinquish its grip on Drillbur. Mouse. Mouse. With a cry of agony, Drillbur became the second Pokemon to lose its ability to battle. Nidoking turned its gaze towards the still attacking Cordora. Nido, you're inflicting quite a bit of pain on me. With that, Nidoking continued to unleash flame punches upon Cordora, leaving a distinct mark on its metallic body, a testament to Nidoking's strength. Whether in withstanding the assaults from Drillbur's Drill Run or Cordora's strikes, Nidoking's resilience was bolstered by the Heart of Steel, which had amassed an impressive 79 layers. This meant that the Heart of Steel had augmented Nidoking's health by 79 points, while also facilitating 2 stages of growth in its physique. Unlike the mere size increase seen in the Alliance, this enhancement entailed comprehensive improvements across the board. Muscle mass and bone density were both elevated. Thus, Nidoking seized Cordora, hurling it directly towards Gyarados. Thunderbolt. Nidoking's horn crackled with electricity, generating a powerful electric discharge. Chapter 68, The First Encounter. Thunderbolt barely grazed Cordora's eyes. But Gyarados was not so fortunate. Boom. The unsuspecting Gyarados was struck by Nidoking's Thunderbolt, instantly rendered immobile, its body intermittently convulsing with electricity. Moments later, Gyarados exhaled a plume of black smoke before slowly collapsing. Gyarados has fallen. Now, Luo Jian was left with only a battered Cordora, while Drillbur and Ghost Stone were also in a state of disarray. As for the Spearow, it could only serve as a flying mount, and in this underground cavern environment, it had been reduced to nothing more than a terrestrial fowl, awaiting its fate at the hands of Nidoking. In a moment of panic, Luo Jian's mind raced. What if this plundering escapade had gone awry? Urgent. Very urgent. In a moment of clarity, Fengsu Dog executed Morning Sun once more, rejuvenating itself completely. Brother, I believe there has been some misunderstanding, Luo Jian stammered. Oh, use earth power, Nidoking. Lu Nian suddenly shifted his focus, commanding Nidoking to resume its assault. Boom. The quadruple effective earth power struck Cordora, nearly obliterating its health, resulting in its inability to battle right before Luo Jian's eyes. Cordora was hurled into the air by the force of the earth, crashing heavily onto the ground. Cordora had fallen. Luo Jian gritted his teeth as he glared at Lu Nian, only to inexplicably curl the corners of his mouth into a grin. He heard the sinister cackle of Gingue behind Lu Nian, and this time, there was no glimmering iron dumbbell to intervene. Luo Jian was keen to see how Lu Nian would respond. The youth was still too inexperienced. Even a year older would have made him a senior. Luo Jian suppressed the urge to smirk, biding his time to mock Lu Nian once Gingue had subdued him. In response, Lu Nian could only muster a helpless smile. Truly, there was nothing he could do. Did he really think he could play the same trick on him again, treating Lu Nian as a fool? Initially, he had merely wished to interact with him as an ordinary person to hone his skills with Nidoking. Yet what he received in return was Gingue attempting a second sneak attack. Alas, he had no choice but to reveal his hand. He actually possessed a fire arrow hawk. With a swift motion, Lu Nian pressed the button on the pokeball containing the fire arrow hawk, which had been tucked away in his left pocket. With a flash of red light, the fire arrow hawk leaped from its ball, seizing Gingue with its claws and slamming it down to the ground. Flame burst. A searing column of fire erupted from the bird's beak, the intense heat palpable against Lu Nian's face, far surpassing the temperatures produced by his wind speed dog's flame burst. When the flames subsided, Gingue, originally a dark purple, was now reduced to a charred black. It seemed Gingue might have met its end. The moment Luo Jian laid eyes on the fire arrow hawk, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. One could describe his state as drenched in perspiration. Such a formidable fire arrow hawk was a sight he had only witnessed during the director's exhibition matches. If the fire arrow hawk chose to engage, it could effortlessly dispatch him in a single encounter. In the face of the fire arrow hawk, Luo Jian's dragon-headed mongoose, Cordora, and Gingue were nothing more than mere ants, easily crushed underfoot. Why had he not revealed such a powerful Pokemon from the outset? Luo Jian glared at Lu Nian, inwardly cursing. Had he known that Lu Nian carried a senior's Pokemon, he would never have dared to make a move. With the situation unfolding as it had, he could only concede for now. I can apologize. This is a clever misunderstanding, Luo Jian said. Oh, first, put away your Pokemon, lock them on the ground. And then we can discuss this misunderstanding, Lu Nian replied. Luo Jian gritted his teeth, but ultimately acquiesced to Lu Nian's demands, having effectively surrendered. Soon, Luo Jian's dragon-headed mongoose, Cordora, Moonstone, Gyarados, and Gingue, along with his Spearow still at his waist, were summoned forth. After locking the Pokeballs, he tossed them aside. To Luo Jian's astonishment, 6 Pokeballs floated into the air, drifting towards Lu Nian. Telekinesis. You're a psychic, Luo Jian exclaimed in shock. Correct. But there's no reward for guessing, Lu Nian replied, placing the acquired Pokeballs into his spatial backpack, effectively sealing them away for eternity without his permission. Having dealt with Luo Jian, he would contemplate how to handle these Pokemon at his leisure. Now, place your backpack on the ground, Lu Nian continued. Fine. Luo Jian spat the word through clenched teeth, casting his backpack onto the ground. Originally intending to rob others, he had instead found himself robbed. After obtaining Luo Jian's backpack, Lu Nian discovered it was a spatial backpack. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find a considerable amount of star core ore, confirming the adage about the riches that come from crime. Just as Lu Nian was about to speak, the system update completed. Favorability module updated. System information detailed, allowing for clearer understanding of others' favorability and animosity towards you. Notice, Luo Jian has developed animosity towards you. Current animosity level, 5 stars, to the death. Red text materialized before Lu Nian's eyes, revealing that despite Luo Jian's outward compliance, his inner thoughts were quite different. Fortunately, Lu Nian had never intended to let him go. Could you tell me your name? Luo Jian suddenly inquired. Li Fei Yu, Lu Nian responded, leading Nidoking, Wind Speed Dog, and Onix away. Just as Luo Jian thought Lu Nian would let him go and began to plot his escape and revenge, he heard Lu Nian's voice instructing Onix from a distance. Onix, use Rock Slide. At those words, Luo Jian's pupils constricted, and he attempted to flee. Yet for some reason, his legs would not move. He looked up to see a massive rock plummeting towards him. Boom. Luo Jian squeezed his eyes shut, but the anticipated pain never came. The rock merely crashed down before him, missing entirely. Phew. Luo Jian exhaled deeply, muttering to himself, I scared myself. Yet, he resolved that upon returning, he would ensure there were repercussions. Above him, stalactites fell like rain, accompanied by a massive rock that plummeted down alongside them. It was over. Boom. From a distance, Lun Yin could tell that Onyx's rock slide had fully taken effect. If there was any chance to escape, Lun Yin would accept defeat. Notice, your friend Luo Jian has logged off. The system chimed, and at the same time, Luo Jian's avatar turned black and white. Unfortunately, he and team managed to escape. Chapter 69, A Bountiful Harvest. After confirming Luo Jian's departure, Lun Yin sought a quiet place to rest. Nidoking, having exerted the most energy, needed to recuperate. Downing a potent healing potion before retreating into its Pokeball, Onyx followed suit. As for Wind Speed Dog, it was brimming with excitement, eagerly shadowing the Fire Arrow Hawk to glean the secrets of Fire-type techniques. The Fire Arrow Hawk had no pressing tasks and decided to mentor the younger Pokemon, as they might become allies in the future. As for its master's opinions, the Fire Arrow Hawk recalled its master's fear of the term public grain, suspecting that the female master might have the upper hand in that regard. On Lun Yin's side, after a brief rest, he prepared to investigate the treasures hidden within Luo Jian's spatial backpack. Wow, a golden legend! Lun Yin exclaimed as he rummaged through the backpack, ready to experience the thrill of a Pokemon-themed blind box. Lun Yin's hand dove into the backpack, soon pulling out a half-eaten apple. Trash, no thanks. He set the apple aside, intending to dispose of it properly later rather than littering. Oh, what is this? Lun Yin felt something and extracted it. A transparent thin water pipe? What use could this possibly have? He placed the pipe aside and continued his immersive exploration of the backpack. A strangely shaped stone? A purple microphone? What on earth were these items? After 10 minutes of sifting through Luo Jian's spatial backpack, Lun Yin couldn't help but comment on the peculiar tastes of the youth. Nevertheless, the haul was quite impressive. A pile of star core ore and a solid rock. The star core ore weighed approximately 30 kilograms, more than sufficient for his needs. As for the other items, Lun Yin glanced at the small collection beside him. Wind Speed Dog, incinerate everything with flame burst. Lun Yin instructed the Wind Speed Dog. Woof. The Wind Speed Dog responded enthusiastically, then demonstrated the flame burst technique it had learned from the Fire Arrow Hawk. Whoosh. The blazing pillar of fire engulfed the pile of items, incinerating them entirely and reducing them to ash. Woof. The Swift Hound stood proudly before Lun Yin, raising its head in a solicitous request for a pat. Well done. Our Swift Hound is indeed the mightiest, Lun Yin chuckled, praising the dog and giving its head a hearty rub. After a brief respite, Lun Yin retrieved the map, pondering whether to delve deeper into exploration. Although the map indicated a red danger zone, curiosity gnawed at him. With the absence of a bodyguard previously, but now accompanied by the formidable Arrow Hawk, he contemplated the possibility of exploring the depths of the Dragon Spine Mountains. Swift Hound, prepare to set forth, Lun Yin declared as he stood up to address the dog. Woof. Subsequently, Lun Yin and the Swift Hound, armed with the map, continued their descent into the subterranean realms of the Dragon Spine Mountains, traversing the dripping halls of the cavernous grotto. Suddenly, Lun Yin sensed an unusual energy, as if a potent force of supernatural ability had coalesced nearby. Extracting the Thought Block Pearl, he confirmed that its operational speed was slightly accelerated compared to usual. Just as excitement surged within him, he was alerted. Warning, you have entered a high-risk area. Recommended exploration level, 65 to 80. System notice, it is advisable to revisit this area later. I must clarify, Lun Yin interjected, I am not afraid. Rather, I am concerned that the prolonged accumulation of energy within the Onyx snake may adversely affect its health. So I intend to turn back now. 2 hours later, Lun Yin dismounted from the Arrow Hawk, once again standing before the Hefe Institute. Just as he was about to ring the doorbell, a mechanical voice announced, Iris scan successful. Welcome to the Hefe Institute, Mr. Lun Yin. With a resounding thud, the doors of the Institute swung open automatically. How remarkably intelligent, Lun Yin mused as he stepped inside. Meanwhile, Dr. Liang, upon viewing the surveillance footage, discerned that the bond between Lun Yin and Lei Hai was anything but ordinary, especially as the Arrow Hawk, the strongest Pokemon in Lei Hai's initial elite team, accompanied Lun Yin. To lend a first-tier Pokemon so freely indicated a relationship that transcended mere mentorship. A wry smile crossed Li Yang's face as he prepared another batch of materials for crafting metallic membranes. Following the directional signs, Lun Yin promptly arrived at Dr. Liang's laboratory. The same familiar room greeted him, where Dr. Liang was diligently hammering away at a workbench, seemingly engrossed in the creation of some contraption. Upon noticing Lun Yin's return, he set down the iron piece and inquired, "Back so soon? Did you, Doctor?" Liang was about to speculate whether Lun Yin had decided to abandon his quest for Star Core or due to difficulties, reassuring him that there were still supplies available in the Institute. He merely intended to find Lun Yin some work per Lei Hai's request. However, he was taken aback when Lun Yin began to empty his spatial backpack, dumping its contents onto the table. With a resounding clatter, the last piece of Star Core hit the ground, totaling an impressive 342 kilograms. Lun Yin had even discovered 2 additional smaller pieces during his return journey. "Ah, Doctor," Liang gasped, astonished that Lun Yin had managed to procure such a substantial quantity of Star Core ore. It is worth noting that a seasoned explorer familiar with the Dragon Spine Mountains and Star Core typically required about a week to gather a mere fraction of what Lun Yin had amassed in less than 2 days. This individual is indeed formidable. Dr. Liang pondered. "Well, I suppose I shall request a payment from Lei Hai for this bounty," he mused, beckoning several magnemites to transport the Star Core to the storage facility. "Come here." Dr. Liang gestured for Lun Yin to approach the workbench. "What is it, Doctor?" "Liang?" Lun Yin inquired as he approached, noting the array of materials spread across the table. Various rare metals and ores cluttered the surface, among which lay an iron disc. The very object Dr. Liang had been manipulating. Dr. Liang began, "I have processed the data regarding your onyx snake. Upon comparison, I can only draw one conclusion. Your onyx snake has undergone a mutation." "Mutation?" Lun Yin echoed the term that Dr. Liang had just uttered. Chapter 70, The Dilemma. The onyx snake stands out among all Pokemon as a unique specimen. The crystal onyx snake, the steel titan, and the super steel titan, which can mega evolve through the use of a mega stone in the trainer's possession, all bear an enigmatic connection. The onyx snake has the potential to alter its constitution and even its type by consuming crystal or shedding its rocky exterior to become the crystal onyx snake, which fears flames instead of water. The protrusions on the super steel titan are, coincidentally, made of crystal material. Does this not seem strikingly similar? Dr. Liang had procured crystals from both the crystal onyx snake and the super steel titan. Through material analysis and comparison, he discovered an alarming resemblance between the two. Thus, a clandestine plan emerged: research on the stable maintenance of mega evolution forms and the divine construction of the steel titan based on the exploration of evolutionary paths fueled by energy fields. In his studies on the items necessary for the onyx snake's evolution into the steel titan, particularly the metallic membrane, Dr. Liang had reached a dead end. His techniques for fabricating metallic membranes had plateaued. Handing Lun Yin a document, he declared, "Take a look. This paper represents my research findings, which have nearly resolved the technology to its fullest potential. All that remains is one onyx snake to complete this experiment." As Lun Yin perused the document, Dr. Liang elaborated on the experiment's safety. Even in the event of failure, the onyx snake would incur no harm. Although the technology was on the cusp of maturity, he required the consent of the onyx snake's trainer and its willingness before he could provide the specialized metallic membrane. Dr. Liang produced one ordinary metallic membrane and one special metallic membrane. By a stroke of fortune, you found yourself at the Hefi Institute through Lei Hai's recommendation. Feeling a deep connection, you retrieved the onyx snake's pokeball for Dr. Liang to examine, only to discover that the onyx snake's drowsiness stemmed from an excessive buildup of energy within its body, necessitating slumber for digestion. Option 1. Utilize the ordinary metallic membrane to resolve the onyx snake's issue. Reward: self-selected skill pack 2-1. Option 2. Employ the special metallic membrane for evolution, embarking on an unprecedented path that also addresses the onyx snake's problem. Reward: self-selected skill pack 2-1. As Lun Yin hesitated, he heard Dr. Liang continue. "We must act swiftly. The onyx snake's condition has reached a critical juncture. Let us proceed to the testing grounds, where the onyx snake can evolve." "Would you care to recount the tale of how you captured the onyx snake?" "Certainly," Lun Yin replied. On the journey to the testing grounds, Lun Yin recounted the adventure of capturing the onyx snake, the cave-in, the crystal mine, and the colossal onyx snake dwelling in a cavern populated by fossil Pokemon. Dr. Liang listened intently, unable to suppress his admiration for the audacity of today's youth. However, upon hearing that Onyx had devoured the Mega Steelix evolution stone, he could not help but exclaim, "What utter nonsense!" Dr. Liang quickly regained his composure and inquired of Lun Yin whether there were still any of those crystalline ores available. A few minutes later, Dr. Liang articulated. I believe I have grasped the sequence of events. The unique energy within Onyx is being altered by the crystalline or already present in its body, initiating an evolution towards that of a crystal Onyx. Yet, Onyx's instinctual desire to consume the Mega Steelix evolution stone has merely activated these energies without fully absorbing them. A catalyst is required, and that catalyst is evolution. Dr. Liang fixed his gaze upon Lu Nian, enunciating each word with precision. Evolution? Yes, indeed, evolution. He continued. Let us consult Onyx and ascertain its opinion. Very well. Lu Nian released Onyx from its pokeball, revealing the half-asleep creature. Upon exiting its confinement, Onyx quickly roused itself, sensing something alluring emanating from Dr. Liang. Now, the moment of decision had arrived. Onyx, to resolve the issues you are facing, there are two potential solutions. The first involves evolving into Steelix through the use of a metallic membrane, which would rectify your predicament. The second option entails utilizing a special metallic membrane that not only addresses the accumulation of energy within you, but may also induce other transformations, perhaps even beneficial mutations. Before Lu Nian could finish, Onyx interjected with a fervent cry. Onyx, I choose the second option. Onyx, I am stronger, having faced the pursuit of other Pokémon without flinching. Onyx, come on, I trust you. Lowering its head, Onyx made a heartfelt choice. The crystalline ore was the cause, and the Mega Steelix evolution stone had sparked the seed that was now ready to bear fruit. Lu Nian turned to Dr. Liang and said, Onyx wishes to try the method you proposed. Is that so, Doctor? Li Yang's excitement surged as he retrieved the completed special metallic membrane from his pocket and handed it to Lu Nian. Hold on to this special metallic membrane for now. I will make the final preparations. With that, Dr. Liang dashed toward the adjacent control room. Minutes later, Dr. Liang returned, holding a pokeball, and asked, Are you certain? Once the evolution commences, there is no turning back. Lu Nian nodded resolutely, stating, I am certain about using the special metallic membrane. I am wholly prepared to accept the consequences of my choice, and I will never abandon Onyx, regardless of the circumstances. I will not regret any decision I have made. Furthermore, I believe Onyx will successfully complete its evolution and overcome this challenge. Upon those words, a system prompt appeared before Lu Nian, pertaining to Dr. Liang. Affection level. Dr. Liang's fondness for you has increased. Current affection level. For stars, close friends. Excellent. Dr. Liang nodded emphatically. After equipping Onyx with the special metallic membrane, Lu Nian returned it to its pokeball. Inside the control room, the exchange of Onyx's communication commenced. Lu Nian released Onyx, and the special metallic membrane seemed to transform into a liquid, adhering to Onyx's body and imparting a silvery sheen. Simultaneously, Dr. Liang activated the special magnetic field to assist Onyx's evolution. Magnetic field fission LV5 is ready. A mechanical female voice announced. As the lights in the testing area shifted to blue, the evolution of Onyx had begun. Chapter 71. The norm is Mega Evolution. In the trial arena, Onyx closed its eyes tightly. The magnetic field within the arena had but one effect. Utilizing technological means, it simulated an environment brimming with Steel-type energy to facilitate the evolution of Steel-type Pokémon. Immersed in this rich Steel-type energy, Onyx fervently absorbed it. As it approached the precipice of evolution, Onyx became an insatiable void, with Steel and Ground-type energy surging into its being. The energies intertwined within Onyx, merging and awakening its latent potential, while reacting wondrously with the metallic membrane. Evolution is indeed the most extraordinary moment in a Pokémon's life, Dr. Liang could not help but exclaim. Lu Nian wholeheartedly agreed, his gaze fixed upon Onyx. As time passed, the energy absorbed by Onyx gradually saturated its body. Onyx. With a triumphant roar, Onyx's aura peaked, and a brilliant white light of evolution erupted from its form. The evolution had commenced. The intertwining energies fused with Onyx, resonating with the metallic membrane enveloping it. Most importantly, the Mega Steelix evolution stone, serving as the core and conduit, subtly yet profoundly transformed Onyx's body. Onyx. Once more, Onyx cried out in exhilaration as its form began to shift within the radiant light of evolution. Its body elongated further, its head enlarged in the glow, and two sharp steel fangs sprouted from its lower jaw, silver light igniting in its eye sockets, shimmering brilliantly. Additionally, 3 square protrusions emerged on either side of its jaw. Boom. Steelix. A wave of energy surged forth as the light of evolution dissipated, scattering like stars in the night sky. The silver form of Steelix materialized before Lu Nian and Dr. Liang. Some features could only be discerned after the light of evolution had faded. The 6 protrusions flanking Steelix's body, originally expected to be composed entirely of steel, including Steelix's tail, now exhibited a hint of a translucent, crystalline material, much like the crystals adorning Mega Steelix. I knew it, Dr. Liang exclaimed, his excitement akin to that of a child, embracing Lun Yin. He then rushed toward Steelix, circling around it while excitedly voicing terms that Lun Yin could not comprehend. Lun Yin stood before Steelix and inquired, "How do you feel, Steelix?" "Steelix, couldn't he be better?" "That's splendid." Lun Yin's anxieties eased. At long last, the issues surrounding Steelix's body seemed to have found resolution. Pokemon, Steelix. Qualification, champion level. Gender, male. Level, 33. Types, steel ground. Ability, sand force. Held item, none. Moves, rock slide, harden, tackle, bind, feint attack, rock polish, dragon breath. Curse, rock wrecker, thunder fong, fire fong. Ice fong, bite, screech, sand tomb, sandstorm, dig, iron tail. Inherited moves, rock smash, dragon tail. In metamorphosis, 52. Lun Yin truly comprehended that Steelix's success was attributed to its ability, sand force. That was the ability possessed by Mega Steelix. However, as Lun Yin glanced at the bottom of Steelix's attributes panel, he noticed the line indicating that it was still in metamorphosis. So, Steelix has not yet fully completed its transformation, Lun Yin murmured. As Lun Yin observed the Steel Titan, Dr. Liang transitioned from a state of exhilaration back to calmness. Dr. Li remarked, "Although the Steel Titan has completed its evolution, it is imperative to conduct a thorough examination to ensure its physical integrity." "All right, I'll follow your lead." Lun Yin nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, Lun Yin sat quietly on a bench, watching Dr. Li busily typing away at the computer. Suddenly, Dr. Li leaped to his feet, knocking over the chair behind him. He exclaimed, "I knew it. I knew it. Everyone said I couldn't do it, yet here I am. At the pinnacle. It is I who has truly realized the concept I initially proposed. Normalizing the hyper-evolutionary form is indeed achievable. Arceus is no longer the sole, true deity. Humanity has taken its first step toward God-making, a monumental milestone in our history." The fervor of Dr. Li's excitement was as fleeting as it was intense. He sighed deeply, continuing to mutter to himself, "Alas, replicating such a Steel Titan is an exceedingly daunting task." However, Dr. Li soon regained his enthusiasm, chuckling, "I may be obstinate and foolish, yet I am the only one who has accomplished this feat. The hardest part is always the beginning, and I have taken that first step. The remainder is merely a journey along this path." Lun Yin observed Dr. Li's oscillation between tears and laughter, remaining a silent spectator. Before long, Dr. Li resumed his usual demeanor as a muscular and composed scientist. He stated, "Lun Yin, during this academic term, I would like you to reside at the Hefei Research Institute. I intend for the Steel Titan to assist me with several minor experiments. Rest assured, you will not come empty-handed. All the resources you require during this time will be provided by the Hefei Research Institute." He patted his robust chest, assuring Lun Yin. Lun Yin, having come primarily for these resources, readily agreed. Moreover, the discovery of the Steel Titan was an unexpected boon. It might very well be the only creature in existence capable of shedding its keystone, existing in a state of perpetual hyper-evolution. Of course, it was likely that many would covet Lun Yin's Steel Titan. Upon sharing this concern with Dr. Li, he reassured him, "No need to worry. Your Steel Titan has already been registered with the Hefei Research Institute. It involves state secrets and is under the protection of the Eastern Huang Alliance. No one is permitted to seize or trade it." Dr. Li clapped Lun Yin on the shoulder and continued, "I have also arranged for a disguise. It is officially listed as the pseudo-shiny form of the Steel Titan, a recent breakthrough from the Hefei Research Institute. So rest easy, you need not fret." With that, Lun Yin felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. Suddenly, Dr. Li inquired, "By the way, how old are you this year?" "I'm from 2007. So I'll turn 18 this year in 2025. Why do you ask?" Lun Yin replied. Dr. Li chuckled. "Ah, so you are 18. 18 is splendid. A woman 3 years older holds the golden brick." At that moment, far away in Donghai City, Lei Yao suddenly sneezed. "Achoo, what is happening? Why do I feel as though someone is plotting to invade my home?" she mused, rubbing her nose. Chapter 72. The winter break slips away unnoticed. Nidoking, Lioness Fawn. Bang. Nidoking delivered a powerful kick to the training dummy before spinning around and striking with its tail. Whack. The dummy's head was sent flying. "Let's call it a day for training, Nidoking," Lun Yin remarked, glancing at the time. Nidoking nodded in acknowledgement, halting its training and accepting a generous gulp of water from Lun Yin. In comparison to Nidoking's monstrous stamina, the speedy hound lay sprawled on the ground, tongue lolling and panting heavily. If the Steel Titan were not to engage in fishing, it would hardly still be the Steel Titan. Lun Yin checked the time. It was already 11:30 p.m., and they had been training all day. Working hard, I see, Dr. Lee stated, pushing open the training room door. What can I say? With my parents unable to assist, I must strive on my own, Lun Yin replied. He glanced at the levels of Nidoking, the Steel Titan, and the Speedy Hound before returning them to their Pokeballs, preparing to head back to the dormitory. After a winter of rigorous training, each of his Pokemon had seen considerable improvement. Nidoking had worked the hardest, now at level 34, while the Steel Titan had surprisingly advanced 3 levels to 36. The Speedy Hound and the Iron Dumbbell were at levels 31 and 15, respectively. Given Lun Yin's current strength, participating in the provincial competition posed little challenge. Gaining admission to his desired university seemed equally feasible. The next consideration would be the matter of securing the championship. Should he rely on Nidoking or let the Steel Titan claim the title? Perhaps even the Speedy Hound could rise to the occasion. Chuckling at these possibilities, Lun Yin allowed a smile to escape. What has you so amused? Dr. Lee inquired. Oh, nothing, Lun Yin replied. As they exchanged idle chatter, Lun Yin and Dr. Lee made their way to the Hefei Research Institute's cafeteria. Though the chef had long since retired for the night, Dr. Lee was renowned for his impeccable instant noodles. After having tasted Dr. Lee's noodles once, Lun Yin was astounded by their quality. The noodles were cooked to textbook perfection, and despite the broth consisting solely of a seasoning packet, it possessed a rich, slow-cooked flavor. After finishing, Lun Yin couldn't help but exclaim, "Your name, Dr. Muda, truly befits your culinary prowess." After the meal, Dr. Lee set down his chopsticks and asked, "Lun Yin, which university do you aspire to attend?" After a moment of reflection, Lun Yin responded, "Tsinghua, Peking University, or Magic City University would all be fine. I'm not picky. Any university will do, as long as she is there." The last thought lingered privately in his mind. Upon hearing this, Dr. Lee's eyes twitched involuntarily. "Is that what you call not picky? All top universities of the Eastern Huang Alliance, and you refer to them as any?" Yet, reflecting on Lun Yin's current strength, winning the provincial championship does not seem insurmountable. He simply needs to remain composed and not become reckless. Just days prior, Dr. Lee had witnessed Nidoking triumph over a level 38 Geodude, and Nidoking might not even have exerted its full power. Terrifying indeed. Dr. Lee continued, "How about considering Magic City University? An old friend of mine serves as the dean there and could offer you some guidance. What do you think?" Lun Yin pondered for a moment, not immediately agreeing to Dr. Lee's suggestion. However, the prospect of attending Magic City University was appealing, primarily due to its proximity. Donghai City is colloquially known as Magic City, making the university conveniently located. Furthermore, having connections could facilitate matters. Everyone resents nepotism, yet everyone desires to be part of it. Such is the nature of relationships. Yet, the most crucial aspect wasn't merely this. He would deliberate further. After some time of casual conversation, the clock edged past midnight, and both Lun Yin and Dr. Lee prepared to return to their respective quarters for rest. Just before departing, Dr. Lee suddenly inquired, "With the semester approaching, how are your preparations for packing? Have you purchased your flight ticket?" "What flight ticket?" Lun Yin responded, perplexed. "Oh." Lun Yin opened his calendar and was taken aback to discover that it was already February 20th. Classes would commence on the 22nd. It was evident that purchasing a ticket for the 20th was no longer feasible. "I knew you hadn't bought a ticket," remarked Dr. Liang, producing a card. "The local Chihang airport is my family's. Take this card, and they will arrange for you a flight to Donghai City." After a brief pause, Dr. Liang added, "It won't cost you a thing. Just board the first-class cabin." Lun Yin responded, "All right." He was astonished to learn that Dr. Liang was not only the director of the Hefei Research Institute, but also owned an airport. However, the prospect of flying first class to Donghai City for free was indeed enticing. Though he had considered taking the Rapid Falcon back home, its speed and convenience surpassing that of an airplane, the discomfort during high-altitude flights left much to be desired. Thus, opting for a plane seemed the wiser choice, with little difference in time. At 8 a.m., Lun Yin, armed with local specialties from Dr. Liang, including various minerals suitable for iron dumbbells and great steel snakes, clutched the card, which, upon scanning, revealed a single phrase on the official website, "Let him travel for free." After reading it, Lun Yin could only muse, such audacity is always welcome. That evening, he arrived in Donghai City, where a private car awaited him at the airport, whisking him home. Lying in bed, Lun Yin casually perused his messages. The class group chat buzzed with the usual fervor, no intrigue, only a relentless exchange of memes. Yi Xian, GK Silk QR code. How can I not laugh? Yang Biao, JPG. Zhou Lingjia. If you provoke me, I will judge until we see matching colors. A glance was all it took for Lu Nian to realize that the group was once more engrossed in that three-letter game. To be frank, succumbing to this pastime felt like a lifetime wasted. When would everyone mature a little? Like me. Subsequently, Lu Nian shared an image in the class group. Lu Nian, you should still play Xinyuan JPG. Yi Xian, Tang's got no limits. Cheng Xin, Tang's got no limits. Zhou Lingjia, Tang's got no limits. One image sparked 1,000, and if push came to shove, they would sink the penguin and send the chaos soaring. Ultimately, it was their homeroom teacher, Tang Qingping, who intervened to quell the uproar. Tang Qingping, you lot. The day after tomorrow, I will personally check your homework. Miss a single word, and you shall reap no good consequences. You are most aware of my methods. Chapter 73, The Grand Catastrophe Instance Unleashed. At Donghai No. 1 High School, Class 1 of the senior year. At the podium, Tang Qingping slammed his lesson plan down with fervor and launched into a passionate discourse. Do you realize? Senior year is the most crucial year. How dare you attempt to deceive me? You only filled in the first few pages and the last few, leaving everything else blank, thinking I wouldn't notice? After addressing Yi Xian, he swiftly turned to Zhou Lingjia, who was snickering. Did I not mention you? Care to see what you wrote, Mr. Zhou Lingjia? Why did you write so many letters for the answers to the math problems? Take this question. Given the function fx x3, 3x, find 1. The interval of monotonic increase of the function fx. 2. The maximum and minimum values of the function fx. Zhou Lingjia. Tang Qingping's voice rose in pitch. Look at this question. Why must the answer be AC and BC? Now explain it to me. If you cannot elucidate today, Half an hour later, Lu Nian ambled down from the podium, leaving Zhou Lingjia, Yi Xian, and Cheng Xian dumbfounded. The unfortunate trio. We had an agreement. No writing. Cheng Xian lamented, his final words echoing. Originally, the four of them were the four heavenly kings. Cheng Xian was the most resolute, claiming he wouldn't write a single word, and indeed, he did not. Meanwhile, Lu Nian, armed with a pen, had achieved a miracle in one night. Subsequently, amidst the resentful gazes of Cheng Xian, Yi Xian, and Zhou Lingjia, Lu Nian returned to his seat, exuding a languid air as if he had navigated a homework check unscathed. Alas, their fate had already been sealed. Tang Qingping lifted the lesson plan and declared, the rest of you may leave. You three, follow me to the office. No one departs until the work is completed. As Lu Nian slung his backpack over his shoulder and stood, Lei Yao approached him curiously, asking, What's this transformation? Weren't you adamant about never doing homework? He had just threatened the class in the group chat. This time, they surely could not bluff their way through. Lu Nian replied, I remember well Tang Qingping's threats in the group. Throughout Lu Nian's academic journey, Tang Qingping had been the most genuine homeroom teacher, unwavering in his word. What he said he would do, he did. Thus, Lu Nian resolved to complete the assignment. Upon reaching the school gate, he did not return home with Lei Yao, but instead boarded a car belonging to Zhou Hongyi. Congratulations, player, you have successfully triggered a hidden plot tonight. Not quite. Lu Nian was merely helping Zhou Hongyi move, retrieving some items from his former apartment. The driver sped through the city at remarkable velocity, yet adhered strictly to traffic regulations, quite peculiar. Following Zhou Hongyi, Lu Nian scanned his face to enter the residential complex, utilizing facial recognition to access the designated floor, requiring no human assistance. If one were to remark, a Rotom accompanied them in the elevator for entertainment. Upon reaching the door, Zhou Hongyi entered to gather his belongings. Dismissing Lu Nian's company. With nothing pressing, Lu Nian seized the opportunity to scroll through Douyin. Your followed creator, Teacher Rabbit, has released a new work. Lu Nian, yay I can watch Xiao Chun and being teased again. While engrossed in videos, he heard raised voices from the living room. I don't want to inherit the company now, nor do I wish to study abroad. Don't arrange any Pokemon for me either. I have no interest in such Pokemon as the baby Giratina or the single-headed dragon. I want to capture them on my own, understand? Following this, Zhou Hongyi stormed out, forcefully closing the door, then silently entered the elevator, signaling Lu Nian to follow as they prepared to leave. Upon exiting the complex, Zhou Hongyi surprisingly opted not to take his own car, but requested Lu Nian to accompany him on the bus, eager to experience the life of an ordinary person. During the journey, Zhou Hongyi displayed keen interest in everything related to ordinary living, expressing that this was the freedom he desired. Lu Nian did not comprehend, but respected his choice. While en route, Zhou Hongyi remarked, If my father contacts you suddenly, inquiring about my situation, do not disclose anything. This card contains 100,000 alliance coins. You understand. You really know me well, Lun Yin replied with a grin. Meanwhile, Mr. Yin has requested to add you as a friend. Alipay has credited your account 1 million yuan. Alipay note. Mr. Yin voluntarily bestows this gift. Lun Yin, you people. Truly, how well you all understand me. After adding a friend, the individual known as Mr. Yin left a brief message and subsequently ignored Lun Yin. Mr. Yin, keep an eye on my son and ensure he doesn't wander off. How splendid. A windfall of 1 million alliance coins. The events that followed were rather mundane. Having received the money, Lun Yin dutifully accompanied Zhou Hongyi on leisurely strolls. They indulged in the delectable double-dip ice cream cones crafted by Mishua. Lun Yin savored a 3 yuan starch sausage and 2 5 yuan ones, along with 498 points worth of snacks and a couple of lollipops. Before dining, he even took the time to check out group purchases. After 2 hours, Zhou Hongyi had absorbed a considerable amount of Lun Yin's experience. Upon returning home in the afternoon, Lun Yin took a refreshing shower in his room, preparing for an evening of extra practice. Meanwhile, Zhou Hongyi remained in his room, seemingly at a loss for what to do. On Zhou Hongyi's phone, a message appeared. Shu Shu. Brother, are you going to live outside from now on? I want to come too. The last message was from Zhou Hongyi's younger sister, Zhou Yinshu. Zhou Hongyi contemplated declining her request, but suddenly recalled something intriguing and agreed. Lun Yin's observation diary, Day in. My sister wants to move in, and conveniently. There's an extra room in Lun Yin's house. What my sister enjoys doing is quite interesting. Perhaps it will add a dash of joy to our lives. Meanwhile, Lun Yin received a message from Lei Hai. Lei Hai, come up. Upon receiving the message, Lun Yin noticed the fiery arrow hawk he had previously sent, appearing at the window, signaling him to ascend directly. They climbed out the window together. Once upstairs, Lei Hai was seated in the living room. He beckoned Lun Yin to sit beside him and patted the sofa, saying, take a seat. Lun Yin obediently sat across from Lei Hai. Lei Hai continued, Lun Yin, what are your plans for the future? Well, I aspire to participate in the dojo ranking matches and establish my own dojo, Lun Yin replied. Lei Hai nodded, responding, you wish to open a dojo? That's great. However, creating a dojo requires a trainer to possess formidable strength and endure countless trials to cultivate such prowess. Coincidentally, I have a task for you. You need to investigate the abnormal activities of the Beedrill colony in the coastal forest. The task involves only reconnaissance, with no need for combat, and your abilities are perfectly suited for it. I've already arranged for your leave at school. Chapter 74, Re-entering the coastal forest. When Lun Yin returned home that evening, he questioned whether he had mistakenly entered the wrong house. The entrance had transformed into a state-of-the-art smart door, while the living room was cluttered with various packages, including a massive double-door refrigerator. Excuse me, young man, Lun Yin replied, stepping aside to allow the workers and Howley to bring items into the living room. Just as the workers departed, Zhou Hongyi emerged and spotted Lun Yin. Your door was in disrepair, so I took the liberty of replacing it, Zhou Hongyi informed him. I appreciate it, Lun Yin responded. The old door had indeed seen better days, being several years older than Lun Yin himself. Nevertheless, a complimentary smart door was a triviality. As Zhou Hongyi turned to leave, he suddenly recalled something and continued. By the way, I came looking for you earlier, but you weren't home. I have something to discuss. Isn't there an extra room in your house? My sister wishes to move in. No way, Lun Yin interjected, but Zhou Hongyi continued. Would the rent be the same as mine? By the way, what did you just say? In response to Zhou Hongyi's inquiry, Lun Yin merely shook his head and chuckled. It's nothing. My sister can stay as long as she likes. Oh, I've scheduled a delivery service for tomorrow. And these are new furnishings. Your place looks like it's from another world. It's so empty, Zhou Hongyi remarked coldly. This was indeed true, as Lun Yin had not acquired any furniture since moving in. Well then, I'm off to bed. I'm quite tired today, Lun Yin stated. Oh, he added. Having stayed up late the previous night completing assignments, even a superhuman could feel fatigue. The next day, Lun Yin greeted Zhou Hongyi, who was having breakfast, before stepping out. In Donghai City, it is permissible to release Pokémon, but riding them for running or flying is prohibited. Taking a taxi to the outskirts, Lun Yin mounted his Arcanine and ventured into the coastal forest. He vaguely recalled his last visit to the coastal forest, which had been quite some time ago. Perhaps he could first visit the fixed NPC to catch up. Oh well. Within the coastal forest, Lun Yin rode Arcanine, swiftly weaving through the trees. One of Arcanine's primary training techniques was quick attack, which he had begun to utilize for enhanced running speed. However, this was merely a rudimentary application, merely increasing Arcanine's pace. The true champion of this technique was the Dragonite that had circumnavigated the globe, seamlessly integrating quick attack into its ordinary speed. Soon enough, Arcanine caught the enticing aroma of the ripe Sandshrew fruit. Boom! Just as Lu Nian approached the Sandshrew fruit tree, he heard the sounds of battle, likely indicating that a Pokémon was attempting to seize the precious fruit. Oh no, my Sandshrew fruit, Lu Nian thought, urging Arcanine forward as they leapt from the underbrush. Beside the Sandshrew tree, Heracross was contemplating whether to tactically retreat. The Beedrill before him was peculiar. Typically, a Beedrill's eyes are a light shade of red, resembling gemstones. Yet this one exhibited a dark crimson hue and radiated an overwhelming hostility. Moreover, this Beedrill seemed devoid of awareness. Heracross observed the panting Beedrill, saliva dripping from its mouth. It resembled a wild beast more than a Pokémon. Having lost his resolve, Heracross pondered his options. But what about his beloved wife? Heracross, after a moment of hesitation, he roared and charged at the Beedrill, prepared for a desperate fight, only to suddenly hear a familiar bark. Lu Nian and Arcanine burst forth from the brush, landing squarely between Heracross and the Beedrill. Lu Nian glanced at the Beedrill, which was clearly in a disturbed state. Species, Beedrill. Qualification, excellent. Gender, male. Level, 27. Type, bug, poison. Ability, bug sense. Held item, poison barb. Moves, fury attack, bug bite, poison sting, harden, poison jab, twin needle, hone claws, focus energy, poison gas, pursuit. Pin missile. Inherited moves, none. Status conditions, confused, dazed, extremely exhausted, frightened, life force waning. Lu Nian noted the Beedrill's status. It had just leveled up, now at level 28, and was flapping its wings to attack Arcanine. Was this merely a coincidence? Lu Nian pondered, but he decided to let Arcanine handle the Beedrill first. Arcanine, go! Lu Nian commanded. Arcanine unleashed Flamethrower, engulfing the oncoming Beedrill in a column of fire, effectively depleting its health bar. The Beedrill collapsed, struggling briefly before losing consciousness and becoming unable to fight. Lu Nian turned to Heracross and inquired, "What transpired? Please, tell me everything." Heracross, to make a long story short, the Beedrill arrived here a couple of days ago, urged Lu Nian. He was eager to ascertain when the Beedrill had arrived and from whence it had come, as well as its intended destination. Soon enough, he gleaned the entire narrative from Kairos's lips. The Beedrill hailed from the northern reaches, specifically the depths of the coastal forest. However, Kairos was oblivious to where it was headed. As Lu Nian listened to Kairos's responses, he found himself perplexed by the Beedrill's behavior. Was this the anomaly he was meant to investigate? Observing the unconscious Beedrill, he muttered to himself. After a moment's contemplation, the Beedrill's hind leg twitched. It was dead. What was happening? Lu Nian stared at the Beedrill, dumbfounded. The Beedrill had a short lifespan, yet he immediately recalled the abnormal status displayed in its status bar, life ebbing away. Something was amiss. Crouching before the Beedrill, Lu Nian meticulously examined every detail of its form, searching for anything unusual. The coloration of its eyes was exceedingly dark, its head appeared intact, and its wings were unscathed. Its stingers and legs seemed fine as well. Lu Nian's gaze swept over the Beedrill's body, seeking any potential irregularities. A puncture. He spotted a small hole beneath the Beedrill's neck. What kind of circumstance in the wild could create such a needle-like wound? It couldn't have been inflicted by an Arbok. Lu Nian could not fathom what could have caused such an injury to the Beedrill's body. Chapter 75, A Decade's Pact. How could such a wound possibly appear in the wilderness? Moreover, it was quite conspicuous, given the thickness of the needle. Improper care or injection technique could result in a notably visible puncture mark. Lu Nian regarded the Beedrill's body, rising to his feet as he reached this conclusion. How intriguing. Indeed, he had not anticipated being entrusted with such a task by Lei Hai. Was this a test? Or perhaps a trial? Regardless, he decided to put aside his musings and proceed directly to the next step. After documenting the Beedrill's anomalies, he prepared to lay it to rest. Nevertheless, he still needed to pursue the side quest. Lu Nian glanced at Kairos, who lay beneath the sandfruit tree, its branches swaying gently in the breeze, laden with sandfruits. How does the sandfruit taste? Lu Nian inquired of the speedster hound. Woof, responded the speedster hound, eagerly swallowing a sandfruit, indicating that anything free is delectable. Suddenly, a river materialized before Lu Nian's eyes. It felt familiar, yet he could not quite recall why. Never mind, he decided to follow the riverbank downstream. According to Kairos, it was near this very riverbank that it had encountered the Beedrill, which had inexplicably gone berserk. Following that was a frantic chase. With Kairos fleeing and the Beedrill in pursuit, a frantic game of cat and mouse. Eventually, they had reached a standoff beneath the sandfruit tree, just in time for Lu Nian to intervene. Thank goodness the sandfruit tree had remained unscathed. As Lei Hai had mentioned, it seemed this river's downstream area was where sightings of the anomalous Beedrill had been reported. The task had been classified as D rank, applicable for trainers of levels 15 to 30. It should have been ranked 15 to 25. But considering the Beedrill's nature as a social Pokemon and its dangerous status in the wild, the task level had been elevated. For Lu Nian, this challenge fell well within his capabilities. However, the task's difficulty lay in the investigation rather than in dealing with the Beedrill itself. As Lu Nian pondered the details of the mission, he continued walking along the riverbank. Could the puncture on the Beedrill have resulted from a playful skirmish among its kind, ultimately exhausting it, leading to an unintended encounter with Kairos, who then provoked its wrath? A curious story began to form in Lu Nian's mind, one that, if articulated clearly, could fill an entire chapter. Yet, it seemed unlikely to pass scrutiny. Moreover, it might draw the attention of the mysterious river crab deity, which was rather unnerving. As Lu Nian's thoughts wandered, he kept an eye on the aquatic Pokemon in the river, hoping to encounter a suitable candidate for capture. Ideally, he wished for a champion-quality Pokemon, endowed with innate strength, possessing 4 perfect inherited moves, and eager to be caught by him, preferably a water-leap fish with a dowry. Woof. Master is dreaming again. The speedster hound glanced into Lu Nian's eyes, its left eye fixated downward toward the river, while its right eye drifted upward to the right, seemingly pondering some peculiar thoughts. Suddenly, a great splash erupted from the river as a massive head emerged from the water, its bell-like eyes fixated intently on Lu Nian. Roar! The Gyarados unleashed a foul breath attack upon Lu Nian, as if it had never brushed its teeth. Thankfully, no leafy greens flew out. Lu Nian regarded the Gyarados that had unexpectedly surfaced from the water, unperturbed. Pokemon Gyarados. Qualification, excellent. Gender, male. Level, 31. Type, water, flying. Ability, intimidate. Held item, water stone. Moves, bite, tackle, scary face, hurricane, waterfall, thrash, whirlpool, ice fong, water gun, horrifying face, dive, bite down, water tail, hydro pump. Inherited moves, none. Lu Nian found himself intrigued by Gyarados' attributes. It possessed quite a repertoire of moves. It even had a water stone. According to current market prices, a water stone could fetch a return of 300,000 Alliance coins. In just 3 months, the high school entrance examinations would commence. For third-year students, if their Pokemon required a water stone for evolution, they would typically choose this time frame to evolve. Lu Nian gazed at Gyarados, astonished that a side quest could yield such unexpected rewards. However, Gyarados was quite noisy, babbling incessantly without a clear point. Roar! Revenge is a dish best served cold. Roar! What a stroke of luck to encounter you again today, human. Roar! Do you remember the Magikarp you once mocked? Lu Nian stared at the chattering Gyarados, unsure of what it was trying to convey. Speedster Hound, what is Gyarados saying? Lu Nian asked the Speedster Hound. Woof 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 woof. Lu Nian stroked his chin, realizing the truth of the matter. It was indeed that Magikarp. Back then, Lu Nian had ventured into the coastal forest to train while also searching for sand fruits. Moving upstream against the current until noon, he had decided to take a rest when he encountered a Magikarp in the water. At that moment, Lu Nian had merely intended to tease the Magikarp with some biscuits, only to have it evolve unexpectedly. And then, Gyarados and Beedrill had pursued him relentlessly. Lu Nian squinted at Gyarados, astonished that he would seek revenge, and now Gyarados dared to appear before him? Gyarados, at last. He remembers. The Gyarados was oblivious to what Lu Nian was pondering. All it knew was that it could seek vengeance. Roar! As the ferocious roar of the Gyarados gradually subsided, its volume diminished. Lu Nian gently patted the pocket at his waist that housed his Pokeballs, summoning Nidoking, Steelix, and even the shiny Medong to bolster his ranks. The 2 formidable creatures, Nidoking and Steelix, materialized before Gyarados. Nidoking, what was that just now? Steelix, who did you say you wanted to thrash? Nidoking clenched its fist, producing a crackling sound, with electric currents occasionally flickering from its horn. Steelix's tail thumped against the ground. Lu Nian remarked, I am a person of mercy and willing to offer you 2 choices. Either you challenge us one-on-one, or we all gang up on you. Choose, Gyarados. Lu Nian cast a benevolent gaze at Gyarados, presenting the options with grace. Roar! Is there no option to abstain? Gyarados muttered weakly. No, there isn't, Lu Nian replied. Roar! Then can we avoid hitting the face? That's not an option either. We specialize in striking faces, Lu Nian responded with a smile that appeared terrifying in Gyarados' eyes. Chapter 76. The Beedrill nest, item acquired, waterstone. Inside the deep blue crystal, several bubbles were frozen. This was the waterstone, thanks to Gyarados' selfless contribution. As for Gyarados, roar, roar, roar. Stop the electricity, please. Roar. I truly surrender, sob sob. Nidoking, unfazed, unleashed a weaker version of Thunderbolt, a mere 10 volts. Roar, roar, roar. Although it was only a 10-volt attack, Gyarados still cried out in anguish. There was no way around it. If 10 volts went unnoticed, the next would be a 100-volt attack, followed by 1000 volts, and so forth. If Gyarados refused to comply, Nidoking would unleash the full force of Thunderbolt. Gyarados squinted, knowing that this would only compel Nidoking to intensify its assault. Once it seemed sufficient, Lu Nian instructed Nidoking and the Speedy Hound to cease their playful antics. All right, I have several questions for you, Gyarados, Lu Nian began. If he didn't interrupt the playful exchange between Nidoking and the Speedy Hound, they could entertain themselves for an entire day. Each time Nidoking zapped Gyarados, it would cry out. And each cry would elicit laughter from Nidoking and the others, creating a cycle of mirth that left Gyarados in tears. Enough, enough, I shall refrain from laughing. Lu Nian chuckled, unable to resist the sight of Gyarados' woeful expression. Roar, sob sob. You derive joy from my suffering? Sob, sob. Having played enough, Lu Nian inquired, Gyarados, have you noticed anything unusual regarding the Beedrills lately? Please share whatever you know. Upon hearing this, Gyarados instinctively glanced at Nidoking. Crackle. A spark of electricity flickered from Nidoking's horn, indicating another thunderbolt was imminent. Gyarados recalled recent events concerning the Beedrills and realized it had scarcely seen them. Previously, they would frequently traverse the river, diligently collecting nectar from the opposite bank. This decline in their numbers did not escape Gyarados' notice. Is that so? Lu Nian nodded as the Speedy Hound relayed the information. Clue 1. Punctures on the Beedrills. Clue 2. A noticeable decrease in Beedrill numbers. The two clues appeared disconnected, prompting Lu Nian to furrow his brow in contemplation. He continued, what else do you know? Roar. Gyarados shook its head, indicating it knew little more. Given that Gyarados typically resided at the riverbed, patrolling its territory, noticing the dwindling Beedrill population was no small feat. Lu Nian waved dismissively. You may go now. Your part here is concluded. At these words, Gyarados glanced back multiple times, ensuring that Nidoking truly would not electrocute it, and was indeed allowing it to leave. Upon plunging into the water, Gyarados could no longer contain its emotions and broke into muffled laughter. A gentleman avenges himself after 10 years. I am no gentleman. So for me, 100 years is but a trifle. Having departed, Gyarados resolved to seek out its revenge. Lu Nian intended to venture deeper into the forest, in search of the Beedrill nest. If memory served, this was indeed the territory of the Beedrill clan. With his current prowess, accompanied by Nidoking, Steelix, and the Speedy Hound, they could easily retreat unscathed, even if it meant merging into one. As Lu Nian entered the forest, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Now in late February, the dragon-raising day was just 2 days away. The coastal forest had long since entered its season of revival, and by all accounts, the Beedrills should be bustling with activity. Yet, the forest was eerily quiet, devoid of any Beedrill presence. As he traversed the path, Lu Nian discovered numerous signs of past battles. Following these traces, he soon located a Beedrill nest nearby. It was a seemingly ordinary tree, well concealed within the forest. Yet, it was a robust tree with a thick trunk and branches. Although partially hollowed out, it remained alive and well. This structure could serve as a base for a hive, designated for the storage of collected honey. The sturdier branches beneath the canopy could accommodate the yet-to-evolve metapod. However, as Lu Nian surveyed the area, he found no sign of a single Beedrill, metapod, or even a single egg. The hive had been thoroughly looted. Speedy Hound, scout the surroundings. Steelix, remain vigilant. Lu Nian commanded, leading Nidoking toward the Beedrill hive. Inside the Beedrill hive, there was minimal damage, yet not a single Caterpie egg remained. Their whereabouts were a mystery. However, Lu Nian could smell the sweet aroma of Beedrill honey wafting through the air. Beedrill honey is a prized commodity, consumable directly, usable in the creation of energy cubes, medicinal applications, and even as a facial mask ingredient, a resource both accessible and valuable. Yet now, within the Beedrill hive, many jars of honey sat undisturbed. Were they not taken? Lu Nian pondered. The Beedrills may have vanished, but their honey remained. It was improbable that a wild Pokemon clan had launched an assault. Such an event would have left signs of conflict behind, and the hive would have been utterly ravaged, leaving no honey behind to spare. A series of clues converged in Lu Nian's mind, their implications clashing against one another. Clue 1. Punctures on the Beedrills. Clue 2. The Beedrill hive suffered an attack, resulting in the disappearance of all Beedrills, metapods, and Caterpie eggs, yet a substantial amount of honey remains. Connecting these two vital pieces of information, Lu Nian could only arrive at one conclusion. It was a human intervention. What could possibly motivate him or her to capture such a multitude of Beedrills, metapods, and Caterpies? Is it feasible to sustain them? As the clues intertwine, doubts resurface, and the fog is merely parted at its edges. Upon receiving a side quest, you venture once more into the coastal forest for exploration, discovering anomalous Beedrills, unexpectedly encountering an old friend, Gyarados, and ultimately arriving at the Beedrill's territory, where you uncover the most significant enigma shrouded in mist. Is it a mad scientist? A mere accident? Or could it be the whims of supernatural forces? An unforeseen encounter with a temporal rift? Your choices. Chapter 77. Decisions and Experiments. Choice 1. Investigate thoroughly. Dispel the fog to uncover the truth. Reward. Power of Eternity. Choice 2. Put an end to this, categorizing the incident as a chaotic skirmish among wild Pokémon, collecting the remaining Beedrill honey and departing. Reward. Power of Transcendence. Two distinct choices materialize before Lu Nian, with equal rewards presented. The three extraordinary abilities of the Pokémon world: Power of Eternity, Power of Transcendence, and Aura Power, alongside psychic abilities. In contrast to psychic powers, only an exceedingly small fraction of individuals can awaken and master the Power of Eternity, Power of Transcendence, and Aura Power. Many may possess the potential, yet remain dormant throughout their lives. Make a choice. Lu Nian gazed at the two options on the screen, and without excessive contemplation, he decided. The Power of Eternity. The information regarding the Power of Transcendence was scant, and the ability of mental communication felt somewhat trivial. Psychic abilities could lead to telepathy, while the Power of Eternity possessed similar capabilities, also incorporating healing powers. However, what mattered most was that there were masters skilled in the Power of Eternity domestically, who could provide clarity. As for the Power of Transcendence, it was mostly associated with foreign charlatans, speaking in riddles that left one perplexed. Perhaps Lu Nian simply did not grasp the essence of the Power of Transcendence. Besides, did the Power of Eternity, akin to that wielded by Banmu, not exude a certain charm? After all, with Lu Nian possessing the Power of Eternity and Banmu also wielding it, one could deduce that Lu Nian Power of Eternity Banmu. Perhaps Lu Nian could even cultivate a Beedrill capable of contending with Landorus, which would be quite fascinating. Following the Beedrill's territory, Lu Nian continued deeper into the forest. Subsequently, he discovered several Beedrill nests had been vacated, with Beedrills, metapods, and Caterpies having vanished, leaving only empty nests and some Beedrill honey. Lu Nian seized the opportunity, collecting the honey along the way. Even if he could not consume it all, it could be sold, thus serving a dual purpose. Minutes later, Lu Nian had managed to gather all the Beedrill honey into jars. Given that the Beedrills were no longer present, leaving it behind would be wasteful. If he did not take it, other wild Pokémon would certainly come to consume it, so it was better for Lu Nian to claim the honey for himself. After placing the Beedrill honey into the system's storage, Lu Nian resolved to continue his exploration. After all, he had made his choice, and failure to complete the quest would forfeit the Power of Eternity. Nightfall in the depths of the coastal forest. Lu Nian lit a campfire and sprayed golden mist around the campsite to ward off wild Pokémon. The crackling of the fire echoed as fat dripped from the roasted lamb, producing a delightful sound. Nidoking and Fast Dog fixated on the lamb, irresistibly tempted by the aroma wafting from it, which constantly tantalized their taste buds, particularly for Fast Dog, whose sense of smell was the keenest among the group. Yet, Mega Steelix could not fathom why Nidoking and Fast Dog were so eager to feast. Mega and Steelix had no such cravings. They preferred minerals and energy cubes. Lu Nian briefly recounted the day's events to Lei Hai, expressing his desire to continue exploring, and received encouragement and support in return. Lei Hai also stated that should he require assistance, he could arrive at any location within the coastal forest in half an hour. Lu Nian, tearful joy. Setting aside his phone, Lu Nian noticed that Nidoking and Fast Dog were already salivating with anticipation. Let me check, it should be ready. Lu Nian announced as he approached the roasted lamb, the air filled with a sweet and savory aroma. Crack. Lu Nian sliced through the crispy skin, taking a piece of meat to taste. Chew, chew, chew. He sampled another piece. Chew, chew, chew. Another bite. Woof, woof. Fast Dog tugged at Lu Nian's pant leg, indicating that it knew the lamb was ready. You caught me. All right, let's dig in. Lun Yin patted Fast Dog's head and divided most of the roasted lamb between Fast Dog and Nidoking, keeping only a rib bone for himself. After feasting, Fast Dog transformed into a lazy canine, sprawled beside Lun Yin, eyes squinting in slumber. Nidoking, meanwhile, trained under the moonlight, taking turns to stand guard. The night was serene. Lun Yin reflected on his exploration of the coastal forest, a territory belonging to the Beedrills, having merely skimmed the surface of the entire region. The number of Beedrills had significantly dwindled. Where could they have gone? Lun Yin furrowed his brow, pondering this question. Lost in thought, he soon fell into a deep slumber. Daylight arrived, and after Lun Yin's departure, a few uninvited guests quietly approached the vicinity of the Sandshrew berry tree. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of flapping wings heralded the arrival of 3 Beedrills before Kairos. Unlike typical Beedrills, these 3 had stripes that appeared paler, seemingly shifting from black to a dark purple hue, while their stingers were no longer white, but rather a shade of grayish-white. Upon sighting the Beedrills, Kairos initially took a few steps back before turning to flee. Even a one-on-one battle would yield slim chances of victory. However, he excelled in the art of escape. The Beedrills did not pursue Kairos. Instead, they followed the lingering scent, leading them to the buried Beedrill that Lun Yin had concealed in the ground. The 3 Beedrills exchanged glances, and together they used their stingers to unearth the buried Beedrill. Subsequently, they worked in unison, carrying the Beedrill in the direction from whence they came. In the laboratory, a man clad in a white coat gazed at the data before him. A smug smile plastered across his face. Humph, the strongest Beedrill has finally been created by me, breaking free from the shackles of life, surpassing the limitations of its species. Liang, oh Liang, I shall finally prove that I am stronger than you. Mega evolution, how laughable. I will demonstrate that the choice of my teacher to favor you was a grave error. I am his most prized student. He suddenly erupted into boisterous laughter, while the screen before him displayed several Beedrills engaged in a fierce battle within a confined chamber. Faced with their kin, the Beedrills showed no mercy. After all, only one could survive. They all hoped that the one to endure would be themselves. The remnants within the chamber bore witness that they were not the first to engage in such a deadly struggle, nor would they be the last. Yet, those past occurrences held no significance for them. At this moment, it was a fight to the death. Only the victor would be entitled to survive. Chapter 78, The Beedrill Forest. Snap. A withered tree branch snapped beneath Lun Yin's hiking boots, standing out starkly in the tranquil forest. A low growl emanated from the swift hound, its eyes fixated intently ahead. The sound of rapid wing beats filled the air, and soon 3 yellow and black figures pierced the atmosphere, evidently approaching with hostile intent. LV-21 Beedrill. LV-22 Beedrill. The swift hound, Nidoking, unleashed flamethrower. Lun Yin swiftly released Nidoking, issuing commands to confront the aggressive Beedrills. It appeared that Nidoking, having emerged from the Pokeball, was unfamiliar to the Beedrills, and its flamethrower promptly dispatched one of them. Meanwhile, the swift hound's flamethrower struck between the remaining 2 Beedrills, missing its mark entirely. The 2 Beedrills flanked Nidoking and the swift hound, making a beeline for Lun Yin. Nidoking unleashed Fire Punch, while the swift hound executed Flame Wheel. Lun Yin observed as Nidoking surged forward, its right fist ablaze with searing flames, deftly evading a poison sting from a Beedrill and delivering a powerful blow to its soft abdomen, effectively neutralizing it. On the other side, the swift hound barreled towards the Beedrill, forming a fiery wheel. From a distance of 10 meters, Lun Yin could almost feel the heat radiating from the swift hound's flame wheel. Yet, the Beedrill seemed unfazed, resolutely launching a poison sting. Lun Yin suddenly noticed that the most robust Beedrill bore a strangely unnatural shade of purple on its stinger, a color that should not exist on a Beedrill's appendage. With a resounding impact, the swift hound's flame will crashed the Beedrill against a tree trunk, bringing it down. But before succumbing to unconsciousness, the Beedrill managed to retaliate with a poison sting aimed at the swift hound. Lun Yin sensed something awry with the Beedrill, checking the system for the attributes of the 2 Beedrills, confirming they had been dispatched by Nidoking and the swift hound. Turning his gaze to Nidoking, its attribute panel revealed no issues. However, upon inspecting the swift hound, a troubling status of poisoning was glaringly evident on its panel. Such misfortune? Lun Yin muttered in exasperation, retrieving an antidote to administer to the swift hound. Soon, the affected area on the swift hound returned to normal, and the poison status vanished from the panel. After ensuring the swift hound's recovery, Lun Yin approached the Beedrill to examine its information. Pokemon, Beedrill. Qualification, excellent. Gender, male. Level, 22. Type, bug, poison. Ability, sniper. Held item, poison barbs. Moves, fury attack, bug bite, poison jab, string shot, harden, twin needle, hone claws, harden, focus energy, sludge bomb, pin missile, poison sting. Inherited moves, none. The attribute panel appeared in order, and its qualifications were surprisingly commendable. Furthermore, Lu Nian discovered an unexpected gain. He removed the poison barbs from the Beedrill, a beneficial held item, which typically commands a price of no less than 50,000 Alliance coins. Was it merely bad luck? The probability of poisoning stood at 30. It was hardly surprising that the Swift Hound encountered it. Yet, these Beedrills were not wild. The most significant issue lay in the fact that wild Pokemon generally only attempt to attack trainers when they perceive them as the commanding core. Otherwise, they engage in battle with other Pokemon. Yet, these two Beedrills had aimed directly at Lu Nian from the outset, attempting to circumvent Nidoking and the Swift Hound. Suspected trainer-bred Beedrills. A new lead emerged, and Lu Nian felt as though the fog was slowly lifting. How intriguing. Since his arrival in this world, Lu Nian had predominantly dwelled in cities. Despite having encountered numerous experiences and even having dealt with individuals personally, this investigation, this quest for clues, was a first for him, eliciting a sense of fascination. This sentiment differed from playing a game. It felt like a genuine series of interconnected events. Without any prompts, he had to seek out all clues himself. Lu Nian had never encountered such an experience in his life thus far, and it sparked a sense of curiosity within him. As he explored, he gradually ventured beyond the coastal forest, where the trees transformed into pines, and signs of active Beedrills became apparent. The buzzing of Beedrills flitting through the forest reached his ears intermittently. Lu Nian applied golden spray to himself and the Swift Hound, maneuvering around the Beedrills as they continued their exploration. As evening approached, while Lu Nian sought a place to rest momentarily, a quaint wooden cabin appeared before him. The rickety fence was overrun with dead trumpet vines, and the faded blue wooden door lay ajar, its hinges adorned with remnants of cobwebs spun by long-forgotten spiders. Lu Nian ducked to avoid the dangling strands of spider silk and noticed a 3-finger-thick layer of pine needles accumulated at the threshold. The creaking of the door startled the beetles perched on the beams above, leaving behind long scratches on the dust-laden dining table as they fled. The ashes in the fireplace remained in a state of collapse from the last time it had burned, and the hook from which the iron pot hung had rusted to a dark red hue. This woodland cabin had evidently remained untouched for at least 2 years. Lu Nian concluded. Such dilapidation suggested it had been abandoned. Perhaps it would be best to spend the night here? The thought took root in Lu Nian's mind as he considered it. Without hesitation, he set about tidying the living room, sending Nidoking to gather firewood, and preparing to pitch a tent for the night. Before long, a campfire crackled to life in the fire pit, its sounds breaking the silence of the forest. After a satisfying meal, Lu Nian reclined in the tent, cradling the Swift Hound as he penned his diary. Lu Nian mused aloud. Perhaps I should just return like this? After all, I haven't gained anything. As he spoke, a decayed pinhole camera within the room silently transmitted the scene. Through a wireless connection, it broadcasted in real time. Huh. The little rascal is just a little rascal, utterly oblivious to the fact that the wooden cabin is merely a facade. Deep below, Dr. Pu Guochang watched as Lu Nian searched the cabin fruitlessly, deciding to spend the night before departing the next day, feeling quite pleased with himself. It had taken considerable effort to construct that cabin, specifically designed to mislead and divert attention from his hidden lair below. After all, what he was doing could easily warrant a fate worse than death according to the laws of the Dongwang Alliance. Inside the cabin, Lu Nian felt an inexplicable sensation of being watched, yet he could not discern the source. A ghost? Impossible. The Pokemon world has no ghosts, though there are ghost-type Pokemon in the spirit realm. Lying in bed, Lu Nian tossed and turned, unable to sleep, as thoughts of this unsettling feeling plagued him. Was there something I overlooked? Lying on the bed, Lu Nian couldn't help but reflect on the clues he had uncovered over the past 2 days. Chapter 79, A Sudden Discovery of an Underground Base. What is it that frustrates you when playing a puzzle-solving game? Before you lies a door, you can find tools. Yet you must decipher the puzzle step by step to unlock the door and escape. Wouldn't it be faster to simply break down the door? Lu Nian stood up and circled the interior of the cabin once more. To be honest, he was not particularly skilled at solving puzzles. However, there were alternative means available to confirm that this cabin posed no threat without resorting to deciphering its mysteries. Arise, Steelix. Lu Nian commanded as he released Steelix, giving 2 directives to both Nidoking and Steelix. Steelix, delve underground and assess the situation. Nidoking, utilize 3 focus energy moves and 2 horn attack moves to enhance your capabilities. Following Lu Nian's instructions, Steelix burrowed into the earth to conduct its investigation, while Nidoking began augmenting its strength. The rationale behind 3 focus energy moves and 2 horn attack moves, rather than maximizing its stats, lay in the inherent limitations of a Pokemon's physique. The enhancement of stats would also deplete stamina. Should Nidoking push its body to the brink and continue to battle, it could incur irreparable damage. Before long, Steelix returned. Steelix, there is a passage leading to the depths below the cabin. Very well, I understand, Lu Nian replied to Steelix, then swiftly entered the cabin with Arcanine, hastily stowing the tent and other belongings into the system's storage and his spatial backpack. By the time Lu Nian emerged, Nidoking had completed its enhancement. Alert! Nidoking's critical hit rate increased by 6. Enhancement: Nidoking's attack increased by 3. Enhancement: Nidoking's accuracy increased by 3. Nidoking's muscles bulged, having entered its most formidable battle mode. Upon hearing Steelix's report, Lu Nian's initial thought was to unleash Earthquake, effectively burying those individuals alive. They were likely not of good character. Yet, was this not somewhat hasty? Moreover, there remained a 20 chance of error. Furthermore, could the architects of the underground base have anticipated that one day they would face the threat of an earthquake? The effectiveness of the poison-type move Earthquake would be significantly diminished at great depths, rendering it nearly useless. However, using Earthquake underground would also harm the Pokemon itself. Thus, Lu Nian's optimal course of action was to navigate the passage and investigate the underground base. Yet, a new dilemma arose. How could he locate the entrance to the passage leading to the underground base within the cabin? Lu Nian had previously roamed the cabin for quite some time, finding no mechanisms or devices resembling an entrance. However, it need not be overly complicated, since it was confirmed that the passage lay beneath the cabin. Surely it could be resolved? There were currently no restrictions in place. For safety's sake, Lu Nian first messaged Lei Hai, inquiring if there was indeed an underground base amidst the pine forests to the west of Binhai Forest. Lei Hai, what underground base? Such places do not exist. Lei Hai, current regulations only permit bases to be constructed above ground. Don't message me at this hour, I need to sleep, okay? After replying with an okay, Lu Nian prepared to have Nidoking take action. Since it was an illegal structure, Lu Nian would play the role of a free demolition crew, assisting with their relocation. Nidoking, unleash a mud bomb with all your might. Nidoking forcefully slammed its fists together, then spread its arms wide to gather poison-type energy, forming several irregular orbs of purple sludge the size of basketballs. This was the mud bomb. As Nidoking exerted its strength, the mud bomb hurtled toward the cabin. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions erupted, startling the nearby Pidgeys and Pidgeots, who chirped and fled. The explosions also roused Dr. Park Guchong, who had been slumbering within the underground base. What is happening? Dr. Park jolted awake, hastily donning his thick glasses. Rotom, what transpired? Dr. Park called out, and Rotom quickly arrived from the monitoring room. That young man from this afternoon has discovered our underground base. He has located the passage, Dr. Park, Rotom exclaimed, simultaneously playing the last segment of video footage for Dr. Park to scrutinize. The final scene depicted Lu Nian exiting the cabin, shortly before Nidoking's mud bomb struck. As the perspective shifted, Lu Nian approached the underground passage leading to the base. Just a minute prior, on the surface, a door brimming with technological sophistication had materialized before Lu Nian. Tapping this door would grant access to the underground passage. However, how could one open it? Let us consult the extraordinary Pokemon Nidoking for guidance. Nidoking, swiftly employ Fire Punch. Taking a step forward, Nidoking unleashed a Fire Punch, using sheer force to break open the door. With a powerful exertion, Nidoking tore the entire door from its hinges. Well done. Lu Nian encouraged Nidoking, then led the way into the underground passage, with Arcanine at the forefront. Although the path ahead was fraught with peril, for the sake of the strength of Tokiwa, fear was not an option. As Lu Nian entered the underground passage, a series of clicking sounds emerged behind him. Evidently, someone sought to close the door, leaving Lu Nian with no means of retreat. Alas, they could shut the door, but there was no door remaining. Buzzing echoed in the air as a swarm of Beedrills swiftly approached through the passage. Just as Lu Nian contemplated fleeing, he suddenly recalled that the environment here was a semi-enclosed corridor. There was no option to dodge left or right. One could only advance or retreat. In that case, Nidoking, Arcanine, Lu Nian said with a smile, let us unleash a combined flamethrower on the Beedrills before us. Woof. Nido. Both Arcanine and Nidoking eagerly responded, then launched their flamethrower. A torrent of searing flames erupted from their mouths, roaring forth and engulfing all the Beedrills in their path. In this confined space, No Beedrill stood a chance of evading. As for withstanding the assault, that was a ludicrous notion. How could they possibly endure? Meanwhile, in Donghai City, Lei Hai set down his phone, preparing to return to sleep when Aunt Lei inquired, "Who messaged you at this hour?" "It's Lu Nian," Lei Hai casually replied, but the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Lu Nian had just mentioned something lurking to the west of Binhai Forest, an underground base. Lei Hai hurriedly donned his clothes, lacking time to explain to Aunt Lei, leaving only a brief note that he had an urgent mission to attend to. He then tossed out the Pokeball containing his Talonflame and sped toward the pine forest, roaring internally, "What the heck? This isn't just a simple investigation of Beedrills. Why is the term underground base surfacing now?" Chapter 80, Experiment. Whoosh. The combined flamethrower unleashed by Arcanine and Nidoking instantly consumed all the Beedrills within the passage. "What a splendid opportunity for experience points," Lu Nian remarked as he stepped over the incapacitated Beedrills and continued onward. Not long after, another swarm of Beedrills appeared before him, equally aggressive, intent on tearing Lu Nian apart. Unfortunately for them, Nidoking and Arcanine were ready to unleash another flamethrower. Lu Nian noted nonchalantly that, in this environment, no matter how many Beedrills they sent forth, they were merely walking to their doom. After Lu Nian repelled 2 waves of Beedrills, it was evident that the opposing side had recognized the futility of their efforts, refraining from dispatching any further Beedrills into the passage. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, "Doctor, we currently have no more Beedrills left," Rotom reported. "The remaining Beedrills are outside in the hive and won't be able to return anytime soon," Rotom explained. "Doctor." Park Guchong gazed at the screen, contemplating the necessity of nurturing more Beedrills. The experiment had reached its final stage. After daring excursions to capture Beedrills to replenish the experimental subjects, only one last wave of cultivation stood between him and the emergence of the most formidable Beedrill in this world. Just then, the screen flickered, revealing a breathless Beedrill sprawled on the ground of a secluded chamber, its body marred by numerous injuries. More chilling was the sight of at least a dozen lifeless Beedrills lying nearby, leaving it as the sole survivor, the solitary victor. This marked the final trial prepared by Dr. Park for his creation, to vanquish all the strongest of its kind. The outcome was evident. It had succeeded. "Quick, Rotom, bring it out for treatment," Dr. Park instructed. "Understood, Rotom," responded the assistant. They traversed the corridor and finally entered the deeply concealed base buried underground, characterized by walls imbued with technological sophistication and omnipresent surveillance cameras. Soon, they encountered another electronic door. "Nidoking, open the door," Lu Nian commanded coldly. A foreboding sensation tingled in his gut, hinting at something sinister lurking beyond the door. With a resounding crash, Nidoking obliterated the electronic door with a single fiery punch, effortlessly clearing the way. Beyond the door lay an array of jars and containers filled with formaldehyde, preserving the remnants of failed experiments. The corpses of Beedrills floated grotesquely in the solution, having endured for too long, rendering them particularly unnerving. Lu Nian pressed on, his gaze scrutinizing the cylindrical jars. He soon discerned that, apart from the Beedrills, the jars contained other Pokémon, including Heracross, Scyther, Ariados, Seviper, and Drapion. Most of the Pokémon were insect types at the front, while those of the poison type were at the back. Alarmingly, many of the specimens were not whole. They bore signs of stitching. Lu Nian continued in silence, with Nidoking and Houndoom equally subdued. At the end of the hall, they encountered no further electronic barriers, but instead a laboratory dedicated to the study of these insect-type Pokémon. Emergency lights flickered on, casting a pallid glow that illuminated the densely packed observation logs on the walls. The yellowed pages chronicled horrifying experiments. May 13th. Experiment No. X03. Subject Heracross successfully developed the composite Stinger Beedrill with enhanced attack capabilities. Drawback: the new organism risks tearing its abdominal cavity during a dash. June 25th. Experiment No. X09. Subject Ariados successfully integrated neurotoxic capabilities into Beedrill, significantly enhancing the venomous effects of offspring. Drawback: prone to irritability and confusion. November 3rd. Experiment No. X22. Subject Drapion markedly improved Beedrill's physical attributes, boosting speed and offensive prowess. Conclusion 1. Though defensive capabilities diminished, attack power and toxicity were once again amplified. Conclusion 2. Easier to control, with no recorded instances of loss of control. February 11th. The final experiment is imminent. Indeed, an exhilarating day ahead. The experimental log abruptly ceased, leaving the subsequent events shrouded in mystery. Nonetheless, the specimens Lu Nian had observed, including the insect and poison-type Pokemon submerged in formaldehyde, unequivocally validated the grim assertions on the walls. Surveying the laboratory's workstations, Lun Yin could easily envision the atrocities that had transpired here. The East Huang Alliance's laws explicitly forbade unauthorized genetic manipulation of Pokemon, particularly through such brutal methods involving dismemberment and genetic fusion to grotesquely alter Beedrills. Nidoking, smash it, Lun Yin coldly ordered. With a resounding crash, Nidoking unleashed a fiery punch upon the nearest computer, swiftly followed by a kick that shattered a nearby screen. And with a sweeping tail, overturned the workstation before unleashing a torrent of flames that obliterated everything in sight. Lun Yin's actions were not merely an expression of rage, but a calculated move to compel the mastermind behind these heinous acts to reveal themselves. Suddenly, a section of the wall slid open, affirming Lun Yin's success. Beyond the electronic door lay a spacious chamber, illuminated by stark white lights that revealed a battlefield. With Lun Yin poised as a challenger, not far away stood Dr. Park Guchong, clad in a white lab coat, accompanied by a gleaming Beedrill and a Rotom. Silence enveloped the room until, after several minutes, Dr. Park could no longer contain himself. "Aren't you the least bit curious?" he inquired. "Not in the slightest," Lun Yin replied bluntly, shaking his head. Dr. Park flashed a grin, declaring, "But you are curious. This is my most powerful creation. A culmination of the strongest genes from Ariados, Heracross, Drapion, and more. And you," he pointed an accusatory finger at Lun Yin, his voice rising in fury, "dare to intrude upon my base. Do you have any idea how much these instruments cost? The effort it took to smuggle them in?" Dr. Park's voice strained with indignation, yet Lun Yin remained unfazed, finding amusement in Dr. Park's outrage. "Your displeasure only brings me joy," he thought. "And to think you would dare to smuggle. That is a crime in itself." Chapter 81. The Mutant Warrior? Dr. Park chuckled at Lun Yin's audacity. The young man exhibited a boldness he himself had lacked at that age, when his concerns revolved around university entrance exams and the whims of an admired girl. Yet here stood this audacious youth. As Dr. Park scrutinized Lun Yin, the latter reciprocated the examination towards the Beedrill and Rotom. Rotom, being a butler-type Pokemon, was not particularly adept in battles and warranted little concern. However, the Beedrill was another matter. Species, Beedrill. Potential, champion grade. Gender, female. Level, 32. Type, bug, poison. Ability, sniper. Held item, Beedrill Mega Stone. Moves, Fury Attack, Bug Bite, Poison Sting, String Shot, Harden, Twin Needle, Focus Energy, Poison Jab, Pursuit, Toxic Spikes, Pin Missile, Poison Fong, Agility. Struggle Bug, Toxic, Shadow Clone, X-Scissor, U-Turn. The attributes displayed no anomalies or peculiarities. If one were to pinpoint anything of note, it would be the Beedrill Mega Stone. Lun Yin scrutinized the Beedrill. Its wings and the stingers on its arms were a pallid gray-white, and its eyes were a deep crimson, leaning towards a darker hue. Notably, its skin bore stripes that were not merely black, but rather a shade approaching purplish-black. According to Dr. Park, this Beedrill was the apex of breeding, a synthesis of the finest traits from numerous species, a testament to relentless cultivation. It felt more like a mutated warrior. Lun Yin secretly scoffed to himself. Dr. Park Guchong continued to reminisce, saying, "Those were indeed reckless times, back when we studied together at Magic City University. Our teacher, Senior Liang." Dr. Park shifted his narrative from the arduous journey of cultivating the Beedrill to memories of their university days. Upon hearing the familiar name, Lun Yin inquired, "Are you referring to Liang, the Li from Liang?" "Indeed," Dr. Park replied, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. "How do you know my senior?" Apologizing internally to Dr. Liang, Lun Yin stifled a laugh and replied, "Dr. Liang is my dear friend, akin to a brother, an age-defying companion. How could I not know him? You see, Dr. Liang's research institute has gone under, and his wife has left him for someone else, reportedly due to some trivial matter. Currently, he is drowning in debt due to a broken financial chain. Those creditors have been calling me." At this juncture, Lun Yin could hardly contain his amusement and paused. Dr. Park, eager for more details, pressed, "What did they say to you?" "They said that if he owes a mountain of debt, he must repay it with his backside." Lun Yin's words plunged the underground battlefield into an eerie silence. Hint, Dr. Park Guchang's fondness for you has increased. Current affection level, 3 stars, admiration. After a long moment, Dr. Park burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. I never would have imagined. Liang, you rascal, how did you end up like this? So what if you inherited the Hefei Institute? So what if my junior chose you over me? In the end, you're still impoverished. Huh. Repaying debts with your backside? I shall summon a few more people to take care of your business. Turning his gaze back to Lu Nian, Dr. Park continued, and what of Li Yang's current situation? If you divulge everything, perhaps I may spare you. Otherwise, HM. Is it true that your relationship with Dr. Li Yang is not amicable? Lu Nian inquired cautiously. The recognition of the teacher, the favor of the junior, the Hefei Institute, these might have made him slightly more handsome than Dr. Park. Dr. Park nodded in affirmation. Oh, Lu Nian clapped his hands. I must have misspoken. In fact, Dr. Li Yang's beloved wife is expecting, and the Hefei Institute is flourishing. I hear they recently completed a top-secret national experiment, which has already been reported. Dr. Li Yang is basking in the sunlight, while you, on the other hand, are hiding underground, playing with insects. Lu Nian's smirk ignited a fire of fury within Dr. Park. This was his greatest sore spot. He could endure hardship, but he would never allow Li Yang to thrive better than him. Hint: Dr. Park, Guo Chang's fondness for you has significantly decreased. Current hatred level. For stars, animosity. Dr. Park's eyes bore into Lu Nian, enunciating every word. Today's youth truly loves to lie, lacking in manners. Perhaps you require a lesson to learn how to speak properly? Raising his right hand, he revealed the keystone hidden in his sleeve. Mega Evolution. Upon his command, the keystone radiated a blinding light. The resonance between the keystone and the Beedrill's Mega Evolution stone was palpable. Yet Lu Nian keenly observed that the Beedrill's reaction seemed a beat slow. Nevertheless, the energy of Mega Evolution surged forth as vividly as a televised spectacle. Lu Nian watched with great intrigue as Dr. Park and the Beedrill underwent Mega Evolution, intercepting King Nido's attempt to unleash Flamethrower, demonstrating the consequences of such a glaring vulnerability. Boom! The gust of wind surged forth as Mega Beedrill, also known as Super Beedrill, made its grand entrance. The dissipating energy of Mega Evolution faintly formed an intricate pattern before quickly vanishing. Lu Nian glanced at Beedrill's attributes panel, noting minimal enhancement. LV37, 325, Beedrill. Now, the Beedrill was finally qualified to stand before King Nido. Hiss! Beedrill let out a low growl, its surging power compelling it to lunge at King Nido. As if it were in a confined space, ready to tear apart its kin with its twin stingers. Lu Nian observed the Beedrill closely. Its physique had undergone a distinct transformation. The stingers in its hands had become sharper, its legs morphed into smaller stingers, while its tail transformed into a massive stinger. The Super Beedrill's body was darkened, its four prominent stingers tinged with a grayish-white hue, yet the stripes adorning its body remained the same golden hue as the original Beedrill. However, Dr. Park did not afford Lu Nian much time for contemplation as the Beedrill charged forth. Chapter 82, The Arrival of Super Beedrill. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Super Beedrill swung its twin stingers, racing towards King Nido. Dr. Park, regaining his composure, chuckled, though I seldom venture outside. It does not mean I am oblivious to the affairs of the world. I am aware of part of Dr. Li Yang's situation and fully comprehend the current state of affairs. You needn't resort to such provocations to incite me. Whoosh. King Nido's fire punch missed its target as Super Beedrill swiftly maneuvered, flapping its wings and positioning itself behind King Nido, raising its stinger to strike with ferocity. Thud! The strike landed squarely, and Super Beedrill immediately withdrew from King Nido's vicinity. King Nido touched the spot where Super Beedrill had struck, inhaling sharply. It hurt immensely. Lu Nian turned to King Nido, asking, "How do you feel, King Nido?" Nido nodded, signaling that he was unscathed. Dr. Park remarked with a smile. This Beedrill is the culmination of over a decade of my youth, a product of experimenting with various bug and poison-type Pokémon. I have enhanced its poison-type abilities, as well as its attack and speed capabilities. Moreover, with the Mega Evolution, Super Beedrill's base stats have surpassed their previous limits. With an attack stat of 150 and a speed stat of 145, it stands among the elite of all Pokémon, truly a powerhouse in attack and speed. Although it has sacrificed defense, it is more than sufficient. In conclusion, Dr. Park turned to Lu Nian and King Nido, stating, Super Beedrill has passed the trial of the Goo Chamber, and the next test of practical combat is yours. If you perform well, I might just set you free. Dr. Park chuckled, treating Lu Nian as a whetstone, yet his tone implied he did not believe Super Beedrill would lose. Lu Nian glanced at the progress bar for the power of the Evergreen task, which had reached 99. The remaining one should involve defeating Super Beedrill, Lu Nian mused. As the conversation unfolded, Super Beedrill charged in once more. In the realm of Super Beedrill, there were only two pursuits: battle and obedience to its creator's commands. Indeed, the reason Dr. Park could engage in Mega Evolution with Beedrill was not solely due to their bond. Modern experiments have proven that mega evolution does not necessarily require such bonds, as long as a mutual understanding is achieved. Moreover, some individuals have utilized machines to facilitate the mega evolution of Pokemon. The challenge of mega evolution lies in the exclusive Mega Stones and Key Stones designated for Pokemon. The buzzing sound of the Mega Beedrill's wings resonated ominously in the subterranean battlefield. Lion's Fong. After Nidoqueen narrowly evaded the attack from Mega Beedrill, Lu Nian exclaimed. Nidoqueen raised its leg for a side kick, but alas, its limbs were slightly too short, allowing the Mega Beedrill to dodge effortlessly. Yet the true peril lurked behind. With a swift motion, Nidoqueen pivoted from the momentum of its kick and unleashed its poison tail, striking towards Mega Beedrill. Buzzing. A sudden halt, a retreat. Mega Beedrill reacted with astonishing speed, seemingly predicting Nidoqueen's movement and preemptively dodging the attack. It successfully evaded. Lu Nian was astounded. Realizing the sheer velocity of Mega Beedrill made it challenging to contend with outside the confines of turn-based gameplay. Such an extreme attack speed was formidable. If this were a game, Lu Nian's beloved parent-child love Dragonite would have already sent it home with a well-timed strike, rendering any strategy moot. Sadly, reality offers no what-ifs. Dr. Park Guochang chuckled. Nidoqueen is far too sluggish in the face of Mega Beedrill, my boy. However, your Nidoqueen appears to be significantly stronger than the average one. It warrants my study. Just wait, and I shall dissect Nidoqueen before your very eyes. Use Fury Cutter, Mega Beedrill. Dr. Park continued with a grin. Mega Beedrill surged forward once more. The base power of Fury Cutter, enhanced by the traits conferred through Mega Evolution, had seen a substantial escalation. Base power of Fury Cutter, 160. Even though Nidoqueen boasted high resilience, it could withstand only a limited number of Mega Beedrill's assaults. Flamethrower now? Lu Nian commanded. Nidoqueen unleashed a torrent of flames aimed directly at the oncoming Mega Beedrill. The Mega Beedrill flapped its wings, skillfully maneuvering around the flames with remarkable speed. While Flamethrower was theoretically effective against Mega Beedrill, it proved futile as it failed to connect. Too slow, far too slow. Do you truly believe you can hit Mega Beedrill at this pace? Dr. Park mocked. And indeed, the reality was as he stated. Fire Punch. Nidoqueen launched a fiery fist forward in an earnest attempt to strike Mega Beedrill, yet it too was evaded. Lu Nian thought to himself, even with Nidoqueen's enhanced accuracy, not a single hit had landed on Mega Beedrill since the battle commenced. It was less a matter of evasion and more akin to prediction. Mega Beedrill darted behind Nidoqueen, delivering a ruthless Fury Cutter that pierced into Nidoqueen's back. Nidoqueen cried out in pain, its health bar plummeting dramatically. In a swift response, Mega Beedrill retreated, denying Nidoqueen any chance to retaliate. The scales of victory began to tip. However, this time, Mega Beedrill did not retreat far, but hovered nearby. Observing Nidoqueen intently. Buzzing. Mega Beedrill flapped its wings once more, closing in on Nidoqueen. Its pincers gleamed ominously as it prepared to unleash Fury Cutter again. Flamethrower. Lu Nian shouted. Nidoqueen expelled another stream of flames, but Mega Beedrill expertly dodged once more. The agile Mega Beedrill circumnavigated Nidoqueen, striking with Fury Cutter. Yet it did not withdraw this time. Instead, it maneuvered to Nidoqueen's flank and launched a fresh assault. Poison Jab. With a swift thrust, Mega Beedrill's stinger plunged into Nidoqueen, inflicting massive damage. It was perilously close. Mega Beedrill swiftly withdrew, narrowly escaping Nidoqueen's grasp. Just a hair's breadth away. Having gauged Nidoqueen's condition, Mega Beedrill, well acquainted with its adversary, anticipated the decisive blow to come. As it flapped its wings and propelled itself toward Nidoqueen, it prepared to unleash the lethal Poison Jab. Fire Punch. Lu Nian cried out. In Dr. Park's eyes, this moment encapsulated the final struggle of Lu Nian and Nidoqueen. In an instant, Mega Beedrill reached Nidoqueen's backside and executed Poison Jab. The sound of impact echoed, yet Nidoqueen remained standing. As Mega Beedrill attempted to retreat, the instant it turned to flap away, it felt an immense force from behind. Nidoqueen had weathered the onslaught and seized Mega Beedrill's stinger. In the next moment, Nidoqueen exerted its strength, grasping the Mega Beedrill firmly and slamming it to the ground before it, denying any chance of escape. Now, the tides of battle had shifted. Chapter 83, The Decisive Moment. Mega Beedrill. Dr. Park exclaimed, momentarily flustered at the sight of Mega Beedrill, ensnared by Nidoqueen. In the blink of an eye, he commanded, Rotom. Release the remaining Mega Beedrills. Understood, Rotom. Rotom scuttled to a nearby computer, fingers flying across the keyboard. Boom. The wall beside them opened, revealing a swarm of Mega Beedrills that surged forth, rapidly converging upon Lu Nian and Nidoking. Heh. The extreme aggression and speed of Mega Beedrill indicated that it had almost entirely forsaken defense. With a base HP of 65 and special defense of 80. How long could Mega Beedrill withstand Nidoking's flamethrower before succumbing? Lu Nian smirked. Nidoking, use flamethrower. Woof. The swift Pokemon emerged from its Pokeball, unleashing a barrage of flames that engulfed all the approaching Mega Beedrills. Meanwhile, Nidoking hoisted Mega Beedrill by the neck, lifting it before its gaze. Ignoring Mega Beedrill's futile struggles, Nidoking inhaled deeply. Hoo! A torrent of flames erupted from Nidoking's mouth, instantly consuming Mega Beedrill and catching the other approaching Mega Beedrills in its fiery embrace. Oh! Mega Beedrill cried out, its upper body engulfed in flames. Racked with pain, it began to writhe. Yet Nidoking's grip was as unyielding as iron. Moments later, Mega Beedrill's stingers drooped helplessly, its health bar reduced to nothing. A high attack, high-speed assassin. How could it contend with the heavily armored Nidoking? Nidoking could afford to make countless mistakes, while Mega Beedrill could not afford a single misstep. After enduring so many of Mega Beedrill's assaults, Nidoking finally managed to seize it, narrowly avoiding allowing it to escape moments before. Lu Nian exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that Nidoking was equipped with Steel Will. Otherwise, the outcome might have been different. On the battleground below, 6 Mega Beedrills lay vanquished, having been defeated by the combined flamethrower of Nidoking and the swift canine. The remaining Mega Beedrills bore the marks of having been scorched by the flames unleashed by Nidoking and the canine. Did you truly believe you could rush through the flames and emerge victorious? Lu Nian smirked, releasing Steelix. Steelix. The steel serpent loomed before Lu Nian. Its immense form somewhat constrained by the underground battlefield, yet it simultaneously hindered the Beedrills from advancing. A few Beedrills divided into 3 groups, with 4 charging towards the fast hound, another 4 targeting the Nidoking. The remaining 3 attempted to flank the steel serpent from either side. The steel serpent lashed its tail, effortlessly swatting one Beedrill into the wall, where it became irretrievably lodged. With another sweep of its tail, it dispatched yet another Beedrill. The final Beedrill on the left managed to slip past the Nidoking and fast hound, ultimately darting towards Lu Nian. Hiss! The Beedrill unleashed a poison sting, capable of felling Lu Nian with a single strike. Do you think it would be so simple to slay me? Iron Leg, Smoke Ball. As Lu Nian retreated, he produced a smoke ball and cast it onto the ground. Simultaneously, he threw an object to the left, aiming for the tail of the Meowth, diverting the Beedrill's attention. Hiss! The Beedrill hesitated, and in that fleeting moment, Lu Nian vanished within the smoke. By the time the Beedrill regained its composure, the steel serpent's iron tail was already sweeping in from the side. Hiss! The Beedrill cried out as it was sent crashing into the wall by the steel serpent's powerful strike. Nido! Woof! Lu Nian stood atop the steel serpent, observing the battlefield below, where the Nidoking and fast hound had eliminated the remaining Beedrills belonging to Dr. Park Guachong. Dr. Park, utterly dispirited, stepped back, realizing he had no Pokemon left to fight. Damn it, why haven't those people arrived yet? They took so much from me in successful experiments and protection fees. And now it's infuriating. Dr. Park lamented inwardly. Rotom, what should we do, Doctor? Rotom fretted anxiously nearby, flitting about in distress. After a moment of contemplation, Dr. Park beckoned Rotom closer and said, Rotom, after all these years of nurturing you, the time has come for you to make your contribution. Doctor. Rotom's electronic screen glistened with digital tears, trembling as it spoke. Soon, however, Rotom steeled its resolve. Leave it to me. Doctor, you must escape through the emergency passage. With that, Rotom charged valiantly towards the Nidoking. Rotom, so, you are the most fearless of us all. Dr. Park wiped away non-existent tears, preparing to retreat. Nidoking, use Ice Beam. Boom. In the next instant, a beam of light struck Rotom, obliterating it in an instant. Rotom fell to the ground lifelessly. Before Dr. Park could take 2 steps, he was intercepted by the fast hound. Damn it! Dr. Park cursed silently, deciding to make a desperate stand. Die! Just as Dr. Park drew a pistol from his pocket, the fast hound pounced, knocking the weapon from his grasp and disarming him. With the fast hound pinning Dr. Park to the ground, he lost his final chance to resist. Is it time to play my last card? Dr. Park mused darkly. Lu Nian approached and saw Dr. Park suddenly kneeling before him, pleading, Please, I understand my mistakes. Can you spare me? No. Lu Nian shook his head. Please, I beg you. I have a fortune in my base that I can offer you. Just let me go. No. Dr. Park, observing Lu Nian approach with clenched fists, finally said, Then can we at least avoid slapping my face? Your demands are exceedingly unreasonable. So just a slap. Then meanwhile, above the coastal forest, a group of trainers set out from East Sea City, simultaneously releasing their Fieros, heading towards the coniferous forest. However, half an hour later, on the ground above the underground base, Lehigh nearly lost his way and encountered this group at the remains of a small cabin. Trainer squad. Or before Lehigh could gather his thoughts, the 5 trainers opposite him launched their assault. Seeking death, are we? Lehigh cursed under his breath and retaliated by sending out his Blaziken and dual-headed Axu. Chapter 84. Experience. Lunyan hoisted the bruised Dr. Park and posed a burning question. The Pokemon immersed in those columns were all your experimental subjects? Indeed. Dr. Park replied without hesitation, as it was the undeniable truth. Upon hearing this, Lunyan turned away and declared, "Very well, you have outlived your usefulness." With a flourish, the Nidoking deftly prepared a noose of white ribbon beside them, skillfully tying it with a bow. This was a technique the Nidoking had recently learned from watching ancient drama adaptations. Bestowal of the white ribbon. Though he didn't fully understand why, the Nidoking found it amusing that they would express joy and gratitude upon receiving such a ribbon. Regardless, he prepared a white ribbon for Dr. Park, believing it would bring him joy as well. No. Please, I beg you. I am wealthy, and I can offer you everything. My base has a storeroom filled with treasures. Everything there can be yours if you wish. I possess numerous research findings. Ahem. Before Dr. Park could finish his pleas, the Nidoking hoisted him up with the white ribbon. To Lunyan, it seemed that Dr. Park had brought this fate upon himself. The Donglong Alliance strictly forbids any illegal experimentation on Pokemon, let alone dissection. Lunyan was well aware of the stitched scars on the Pokemon submerged in formaldehyde. I suspect you've indulged too much in red beans and are now lovesick. Lunyan turned away from Dr. Park, intending to explore the storeroom of the base. I'll assist you. Lehigh's voice suddenly emerged, and shortly after, Blaziken soared with Lehigh, charging through the passage Lunyan had previously taken. After jumping off Blaziken, Lehigh rushed towards Lunyan, asking, "Are you alright?" "I'm fine." Lunyan pointed at Dr. Park. "He's the one with the problem. He is the true villain." Following Lunyan's gesture, Lehigh glanced at Dr. Park, who was now suspended in the white ribbon, flailing in a futile struggle. Lehigh opened his mouth and said, "Let us have the Nidoking put him down first." "Very well." Lunyan, though perplexed, instructed the Nidoking to lower the nearly defeated Dr. Park. Dr. Park collapsed to the ground, coughing violently, narrowly escaping a fate worse than death. Lehigh explained, "If you resolve him here, you'll merely be an ordinary investigator of the Beedrill anomaly. Eventually, others will arrive to gather information from this underground base, leading to his conviction. In such a case, while the credit remains yours, a portion will be shared with others. However, if you capture him alive, it will be a different story. Not only will it ensure judicial fairness and procedural justice, but it will also yield crucial intelligence, along with the societal impacts of public handling. All of these will be credited to you." Lehigh patted Lunyan's shoulder, sharing the wisdom of experience. Although Lehigh often found Lunyan insufferable, he could not deny that Lunyan exhibited remarkable talent in training and learning in these matters. Lehigh did not provide much assistance to Lunyan. It was primarily through his own efforts that Lunyan arrived at this point. As for the Hefei Research Institute, Lehigh initially intended merely to occupy Lunyan with tasks, including this investigation into the Beedrill, wishing to keep Lunyan at a distance from his daughter. However, it has become evident that the prowess of a trainer cannot be suppressed. Lehigh mused that perhaps it would be best to let things unfold naturally. Observing Lunyan lost in thought, Lehigh gave him a light tap on the head. "Thud. Does that sound pleasant? If it does, it's a good omen." Lunyan, rubbing his head, inquired, "Why did you suddenly hit me?" "It was just a nudge to encourage you to keep up," Lehigh thought, but refrained from saying. The thought of his cherished daughter being courted by someone made him feel an inexplicable surge of irritation, especially after witnessing Lunyan's gaze darting left and right, as he was actually studying the introduction to the power of eternity. Suppressing his feelings, Lehigh reminded himself that Lunyan was indeed the father of Lei Yao. Following closely behind Lehigh, Lunyan approached the panting Park Guchong. Lehigh seized Park Guchong with a firm grip. He had witnessed the circumstances on the road and bore no goodwill towards a scientist who so recklessly disregarded lives. It is essential to note that a decade ago, the Donglong Alliance had already proclaimed the equality of Pokemon and humans as partners, forbidding the abandonment or maltreatment of Pokemon. The use of Pokemon for live experimentation and dissection was an ultimate taboo. To confine Pokemon in jars post-experimentation, such antics were intolerable. "Let us overlook this for now. But take heed for the next life," Lehigh stated, demanding, "Now tell me, Where is the storage room in this underground base? This way, brother, follow me. Park Guchang replied, keenly aware of his precarious predicament. Lehi turned and said, you will inevitably encounter similar situations in the future. After the battle, one should first explore places akin to storage rooms, as unexpected treasures might await discovery. Lu Nian nodded in understanding, indicating his readiness to learn. Lehi was pleased, thinking to himself, this child is indeed teachable. As they walked, Lehi imparted his wisdom to Lu Nian. Storage rooms often contain self-destruct mechanisms or protective measures for Pokemon. If something seemed amiss, one should act swiftly to eliminate resources. Park Guchang was drenched in cold sweat, fearing that his demise was imminent. The underground base was not extensive, and soon a distinct door appeared before the trio. Open the door, Lehi commanded coldly. Understood, Park Guchang replied, eager to prolong his survival, and quickly opened the door. Behind it stood several rows of shelves, filled with items collected by Park Guchang over the years, along with resources acquired through collaboration and some intriguing collectibles. The Beedrill remained at the entrance, fixated on Park Guchang, while Lu Nian and Lehi ventured into the storage room. Zero-cost acquisition time. Take what you fancy, or else it will all be confiscated, Lehi remarked, picking up a poison needle. All right, Lu Nian replied, beginning to select items. Poison needle? Into the bag it goes. Waterstone. Secured. Miracle seed? Added to the collection. Moreover, he recalled the keystone that Park Guchang had just used in battle, as well as the Mega Evolution Stone from the Beedrill. Aside from the essentials, he gathered everything else, embracing a philosophy of inclusivity. However, while scavenging, Lu Nian intermittently heard faint cries for help. Help me. Is there anyone who can save me? Chapter 85. Voices in the Dark. Help me. Whoever it may be. The voice was faint, resonating more distinctly after Lu Nian accessed the power of eternity. Lehi, noticing Lu Nian's unusual demeanor, inquired, What's wrong? Is something amiss? Lu Nian nodded. Since earlier, I can consistently hear a distant plea for help. It feels like a summons. His description of the voice was delicate. Upon hearing this, Lehi's expression shifted. If this involved imprisoned individuals, he cast a glance at Park Guchang. No, I'm usually the only one in the underground base. There are no others, Park Guchang hastily clarified. You mustn't wrongfully accuse me. The last time, I sent the Beedrill to capture a nearby wild Beedrill colony because the experiment was nearing completion and I urgently needed a large quantity of Beedrill specimens. Lehi scrutinized Park Guchang, suspecting that he was not lying. Besides, he had not heard any so-called cries for help. Nevertheless, he leaned towards believing Lu Nian's judgment, especially since Lu Nian had recently awakened as a rare talent with psychic abilities. It was only natural for psychics to hear things others could not. Following the sound, Lu Nian located the wall from which the cries emanated most clearly. What lies beyond this wall? Lu Nian inquired. Nidoking nudged Park Guchang, who quickly explained. That area is the temporary storage for test subjects. However, only defective specimens and experimental materials are inside. No living Pokemon remain. Show us, Lehi commanded. The trio exited the storage room and approached an adjacent electronic door. Boom. The electronic door swung open at Park Guchang's command, revealing items that corroborated his previous statements. Beedrill's double needle. Female Ariados's horn. Dragon King Scorpion's tail. Indeed, these were all experimental materials. It was no wonder that many Pokemon's bodies appeared incomplete, as the missing parts were likely stored here. Lehi's gaze fixed on Park Guchang, contemplating whether he should hang him back up on the white silk. Lu Nian ventured deeper into the room, the cries growing fainter. Rows of shells came into view. Caterpie Pokemon Egg, damaged. Caterpie Pokemon Egg, broken. Caterpie Pokemon Egg, broken. The shells were predominantly filled with Caterpie Pokemon eggs. Most of the shells bore evident damage or diamond-shaped punctures indicative of human interference, rendering revival impossible. Even the remaining eggs, despite intact shells, were in dire condition. Essentially all were dead eggs. Park Guchang chuckled awkwardly, which only served to underscore his culpability regarding these eggs. Following the increasingly faint cries, Lu Nian discovered an egg nestled in a corner. The shell was relatively intact, with only minor cracks. The egg appeared clean, suggesting it had only recently been placed there. Help me, please, came the faint voice from the Caterpie egg. Extending his hand towards the Caterpie egg, Lu Nian summoned the power of eternity, ability to heal Pokemon injuries. A cascade of verdant energy flowed from Lu Nian's palm, seamlessly merging with the Caterpie egg before him. Thank you, echoed a voice from within the egg, uttering that phrase before falling silent, neither dead nor dormant, but rather on the brink of rebirth. Pokemon, Caterpie. Qualification, champion quality. Gender, male. Level, 0, unhatched. Attributes, bug type, poison type. Ability, run away. Held item, none. Known moves, poison sting, string shot. Inherited moves, none. Unique talent, bug king. Description, a caterpie that failed to hatch due to postnatal deficiencies caused by maternal experiments, destined to encounter its fated trainer. A powerful desire attracts causality. Lunyan took this caterpie egg from the shelf. This egg is quite intriguing. Lunyan cradled the caterpie egg, speaking to himself. Leihai was rendered speechless in astonishment. While awakeners of the power of Tokiwa in the Dongwang Alliance are rare, they are by no means non-existent. Moreover, throughout history, there has never been anyone who awakened both the power of Tokiwa and psychic abilities simultaneously. Leihai glanced at Dr. Pu Guochang, mentally preparing for a potential silencing. This secret should remain known only to him. There is no need for too many to be aware, and Dr. Pu Guochang's presence was becoming somewhat superfluous. After pondering, Leihai inquired, "He can only know that you awaken the power of Tokiwa?" Lunyan nodded, having never showcased his psychic abilities before Dr. Pu Guochang. All right. Before Leihai uttered this word, Dr. Pu Guochang stood frozen, afraid to even breathe, lest he be struck down on the spot. They gathered all their belongings, leaving the dual-headed dragon to guard the entrance of the underground base. Leihai, along with Lunyan and Dr. Pu Guochang, prepared to return to Donghai City. Lunyan and Leihai boarded the Talonflame, while Dr. Pu Guochang was initially considered to be grasped by Talonflame's claws, but was instead allowed to ride on Pidgeot due to considerations for Talonflame. Leihai remarked, "It is best to keep your simultaneous awakening of the power of Tokiwa and psychic abilities under wraps for now. It is sufficient for you to know." "I understand. In the history of the Dongwang Alliance, and even in the annals of the Blue Star Pokemon world, such a phenomenon has never occurred. The four most extraordinary abilities, Aura, Tokiwa power, Overcoming power, and Psychic ability. Awakening 1 is already a prodigious feat. Awakening 2 capabilities would surely attract envy and malice from many, who would not wish to see such a genius rise. If they cannot be won over, they may seek to eliminate you." Lunyan understood the principle of standing out, thus revealing only one psychic ability was sufficient. Lunyan gently caressed the caterpie egg in his hands, contemplating silently. Simultaneously, the iridescent feather nestled within Lunyan's pocket glimmered with a faint red light. Secret Realm, Iridescent Cloud Mirror. Tianqing Mountain. A humanoid Pokémon, seemingly composed of smoky gray shadows, named Marshadao, was slowly descending the mountain. The iridescent trial has commenced. Chapter 86. Newcomer moves in. Today, a mad scientist was arrested. The extent of his genetic experiments is appalling, and the suspect is accused of violating the Pokemon ecological protection law through breeding methods. The arrest was made by an anonymous, enthusiastic youth who refused to disclose his identity. The criminal, Dr. Pu Guochang, will face public execution in 3 days. In a breakfast shop, Lunyan ate his meal while perusing news on his phone about Dr. Pu Guochang's arrest. Regarding the public identity, Lunyan preferred not to be recognized on the streets, followed by exclamations of "Wow! Is he the enthusiastic youth Lunyan? So handsome." The fantasy ended. Lunyan finished his meal, ready to return home and rest on his spacious bed. He hailed a taxi. Now that he was financially comfortable, he decided against taking the bus today. Half an hour later, Lunyan entered the electronic door that Zhou Hongyi had kindly replaced for him. Ding! Lunyan pushed the door open to find a stranger in the living room. "Lunyan," Zhou Yinshu. After sharing a brief gaze with her, Lunyan asked, "Who are you?" "You're back," Zhou Yinshu responded, contradicting Lunyan's earlier question. "Did I come to the wrong place? Or have I traveled through time again?" Lunyan was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts, trying to comprehend the situation. "What's wrong?" Zhou Hongyi hurried over, noticing Lunyan standing at the door, bewildered. A few minutes later, Zhou Hongyi explained, "So this is how it is. So that's it," Lunyan murmured to himself. Zhou Hongyi sat on the couch, resting his head in exasperation at Lunyan's bewilderment. "Didn't I tell you beforehand? I forgot Lunyan scratched the back of his head. Indeed, he had been informed before departing for Binhai Forest, but the busy days had caused him to forget. The schedule had been rather tight, what with the new combination technique for Nidoking and the evolution incident of the iron dumbbell. Not to mention the investigation into the Beedrill incident upon entering the Binhai Forest. After clarifying everything, Lunyan turned his attention to his new tenant. Zhou Yinshu extended her hand, saying, "Hello, my name is Zhou Yinshu." Lunyan shook Zhou Yinshu's hand, and at that moment, it was a serendipitous encounter. Lei Yao happened to be passing by, descended the stairs, and caught sight of Lun Yin and Zhou Yunshu shaking hands, though she paid it no mind. Lei Yao inquired, "Who is she?" A new tenant, just like Zhou Hongyi," Lun Yin explained. Given that there were still 2 vacant rooms in the house, it was beneficial for Lun Yin to generate some income. The 4 of them settled on the couch, and Zhou Hongyi clarified the details of Zhou Yunshu's moving in. Lei Yao broke the silence first, asking, "Are you really that short on money?" "Am I not?" Lun Yin replied. Lei Yao realized her question sounded somewhat odd. She understood her own family situation well enough. Zhou Hongyi and her sister came from affluent families, while Lun Yin relied on public transport and walking, making frugality a way of life. Lei Yao blurted out, "I can support you. You should first take care of yourself." Lun Yin chuckled in response. The discussion regarding Zhou Yunshu's move-in concluded, seemingly bringing little disruption to Lun Yin's life, at least for the time being. After a few casual exchanges, Lun Yin found an excuse to retire to his room for some much-needed rest. He hadn't slept well during his recent days in the Binhai forest, and with the added pressure of treating the Caterpie, he had been awake the entire night. Now he longed to sink into the soft embrace of his bed. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Lun Yin glanced at his phone, realizing he had slept for about 6 hours. Sounds of conversation drifted from the living room. Lei Yao remained quite vigilant towards Zhou Yunshu, particularly in light of recent events that made her wary of her surroundings. With Yu Xiao and Yu Qingqing transferring to Class 3 of Donghai No. 1 High School, and now Zhou Yunshu moving in, it made her uneasy. Lei Yao narrowed her eyes, observing Zhou Yunshu with caution. Although Zhou Yunshu held an innate advantage as a childhood friend, she was all too aware of the tales of unexpected arrivals. Despite being mere romantic comedies, who could deny that inspiration often draws from reality? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Having enjoyed a restful slumber, Lun Yin donned his attire and prepared to venture out in search of sustenance, only to encounter the tempestuous Lady Lei Yao, sulking alone upon the sofa. What has transpired? Lun Yin pondered, uncertain of the circumstances and merely wishing to evade the storm. Have you had enough rest? Lei Yao inquired, casting a glance at Lun Yin as he exited the room. Yes, he replied. Come dine with me for lunch, Lei Yao stated coldly, and Lun Yin, oblivious to the underlying issues, complied and accompanied the young lady for their meal. The tempestuous emotions that surged within Lei Yao dissipated as they stepped outside, and she found herself feeling considerably more at ease, indulging in a few extra bites of their meal. Once they finished dining, Lun Yin sought a suitable location for training. And with Lei Yao having no pressing engagements, she opted to join him, especially with the impending college entrance examinations looming in a few months. At the public training grounds in Binhai Park, Lun Yin instructed, Nidoking, let us attempt once more. Left-hand flamethrower, right-hand thunder punch. Nidoking nodded in affirmation and proceeded to execute both attacks. With a whoosh, the flamethrower ignited, enveloping Nidoking's left fist in blazing flames, while the right-hand thunder punch flickered with mere sparks before fizzling out. Is it still like this? Lun Yin sighed, realizing that multitasking remained a considerable challenge, particularly with the heightened difficulty of executing a circular motion with the left hand while performing a square motion with the right. The collision of fire and electric type moves often resulted in a cataclysmic explosion, a phenomenon we refer to as overload. Nevertheless, Lun Yin concocted a combination technique involving the flamethrower and thunder punch, an unrefined yet straightforward approach. The flamethrower would initiate, followed by the thunder punch, yielding an overloaded effect. This technique, while potent, bore the risk of inflicting significant self-damage alongside substantial harm to the opponent. Observing the resting Nidoking, Lun Yin felt that success in executing this combination technique was tantalizingly close, merely a step away from mastery. Furthermore, this technique belonged to his Nidoking alone. Other Pokemon would struggle to endure such a taxing endeavor. Shouldn't we christen this new combination technique with a fitting name? Lei Yao mused from her perch on the bench, propping her chin in her hands as she watched Lun Yin and Nidoking gradually refine their recently conceived technique. When did this journey begin? It seemed to trace back to before the commencement of their senior year, right after Lun Yin's initial Pokemon, Nidoran, hatched. The first battle, the first victory in the school competition, the first championship in the newcomer tournament, the initial venture into Binhai Forest. He had grown accustomed to navigating life in solitude, forging ahead in his own world. Were their paths destined to diverge? The brightness of youth enveloped him, drawing forth a constellation of extraordinary talents, while she felt herself struggling to keep pace. Chapter 87, The Language of Flowers. Boom. Nidoking unleashed 2 powerful strikes upon the training dummy before him. The flamethrower and thunder punch collided in a spectacular elemental reaction, The ensuing explosion of overload jolting Lei Yao from her reverie. Wow, she exclaimed. Watching Lu Nian's exuberance mirrored her memories of him. Ugh, how annoying, she sighed. Meanwhile, Lu Nian had settled upon an apt name for Nidoking's newly forged combination technique. What do you think of Li Yunlong double Italian cannon? He declared with utmost seriousness. Uffed. Lei Yao, momentarily vexed, couldn't suppress her laughter upon hearing his peculiar title. What a strange name. She chuckled. Nevertheless, Lu Nian remained pleased with his choice, though he mused that it might be a tad lengthy for Nidoking. How about double Italian cannon then? He proposed. Nidoking nodded enthusiastically, clearly satisfied with this succinct moniker, which rolled off the tongue effortlessly and exuded an inexplicable sense of power. Nidoking felt invigorated, imagining that should he unleash the double Italian cannon upon trainers or Pokemon hailing from the Sakura Alliance, he might achieve critical hits with every strike. Nidoking let out an exhilarated roar, feeling capable of taking on 10 foes. However, Lu Nian soon noticed that Lei Yao, seated on the bench, appeared somewhat disheartened. He approached and sat beside her, retrieving a can of rainbow soda from his System S storage. With a crisp pop, he offered her an ice-cold Coca-Cola. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to indulge, having abstained from her favorite icy beverage during her recent dieting efforts. With the college entrance exams approaching, which university do you plan to attend? Lu Nian casually initiated a conversation. Lei Yao pondered before responding, perhaps Magic City University, as I wish to remain closer to home. Yet, with my current grades, I'm uncertain if I can gain admission. At this, her spirits visibly dipped, likely due to a lack of confidence. The uncertainties of the future always prompted her to question her own capabilities. In jest, Lu Nian quipped, I'll take you with me when I claim victory. If an extra slot opens up, I'll enroll at their institution, and I suppose I'll begrudgingly bring you along. Humph, as if I need your assistance. Lei Yao retorted. Yet, Lu Nian's playful jest reignited her competitive spirit, revealing her true self, confident, radiant, and bright. Challenges and thorns would never overcome her. Instead, they merely served as stepping stones on her path to success as she sang her way forward through the storms. Regaining her composure, Lei Yao abruptly declared, Then it is settled. What is going on? Lu Nian asked, perplexed. Tonight, we shall feast. She pointed at him, asserting, You shall treat, and I expect no objections. Humph. You wouldn't dare to disagree. Naturally, he dared not protest. After solidifying their plans, Lu Nian and Lei Yao each returned home to freshen up before embarking on their culinary quest. As Donghai City, a bustling metropolis within the Dongwang Alliance, promised a cornucopia of gastronomic delights, they were eager to explore. Golden Tower, 57th floor. Pokemon Feast. A semicircular window faced the Huangpu River, where the nighttime illumination of Donghai City sparkled, complemented by atmospheric music that lent an air of relaxation and romance. A blue-furred, cat-like Pokemon with a tuft of white fur atop its head and tail approached, the psychic-type Pokemon, Esper. Meow meow, it chirped, serving as a unique feature of the restaurant. The menu boasted an array of distinctive dishes: Charizard grilled tomahawk steak, Starlight Fantasy sushi boat, Mystical Garden Vine Symphony salad, Blue Rose cocktail. Each dish, meticulously crafted, showcased the signature flavors of Pokemon-inspired cuisine. It was important to note that they did not consume Pokemon directly, only a select few, such as the tails of Slowpoke, the leeks of Farfetch'd, and the claws of Kingler, were permissible due to their regenerative properties. Each dish was a culinary masterpiece, and the Charizard grilled tomahawk steak stood as a prime example. The surface of the steak is adorned with a vibrant dragon fruit sauce, meticulously crafted to resemble the wings of a fire-breathing dragon. As a rosemary branch, shaped like a dragon's tail, is ignited, flames gracefully traverse a specially designed culinary path, encircling the steak and triggering a dramatic fiery projection effect. Visually captivating and delectably scrumptious, this establishment boasts remarkably affordable prices, ensuring its consistently high ratings. As for how Lu Nian managed to secure such a splendid table, he once was the little prince of part-time jobs, having been dispatched by Sister Lin to work here briefly as a server, where his striking looks captivated all. Rayo took a sip of her cocktail, playing with the decorative flowers on the table. Do you know the language of the eternal flower? She inquired. No, Lu Nian replied, shaking his head. Humph. Then what do you know? Well, do you know the meaning of sunflowers? Lu Nian pondered for a moment before asking. Sunflowers, Rayo recalled, but couldn't quite remember their significance. Then tell me, what does a sunflower symbolize? She pressed. Hee, isn't it just a face full of smiles? Ha ha. Lu Nian suddenly burst into laughter, disrupting the previously solemn atmosphere of the restaurant. You rascal, Rayo exclaimed, resting her forehead in amusement, unable to contain her laughter. This was indeed a whimsical notion. Reflecting on her memories of sunflowers, she realized it might just be true. No prizes for guessing. If you can't guess, check the comments. Chapter 88, The Flames in the Rain. When faced with troubling matters, one might consider escaping the clamor of the city. To nature, to the grasslands, to behold its splendor. Deep within the coastal forest, a young boy clad in athletic attire converses with a girl by his side. They have ventured far from Donghai City, delving deeper into the vast expanse of the endless forest, where beauty unfolds along the journey. The spring breeze caresses the land, heralding the revival of all living things. On a branch, two peculiar birds nestle together, singing an odd tune. Yuji yaya, bang bang yaya. Rayo pointed at the two peculiar birds, chuckling. Those birds are quite strange. Indeed, they are, he concurred. As they chatted, the birds seemed to notice their laughter, flapping their wings to seek a secluded corner to play. After this small interlude, Lu Yin and Rayo continued their leisurely stroll, engaging in conversation. Why do you always seem so drawn to the depths of the forest? Rayo inquired. Lu Yin pondered, contemplating how to respond to her question. Surely, he couldn't reveal that it was to aid Nidoking in accumulating the necessary battle experience for its passive ability. Perhaps it's because I was once a creature of the earth, always yearning for the embrace of nature and the grasslands, he replied. Uffed. Rayo burst into laughter, finding his answer quite amusing. Boom. At a distant mountain peak, the Fire Emperor let out a low roar towards the sky. Thunder rumbled once more, as the weather shifted from clear to overcast, signaling an impending rainstorm. It seems we ought to seek shelter from the rain, Lu Yin remarked, glancing at the sky. Clearly, rain was imminent. What bad luck, Rayo muttered, accepting the raincoat Lu Yin offered and preparing to find a cave or similar refuge. Just as they had taken a break to unwind, they were now confronted with inclement weather. Boom. Lightning streaked across the sky as torrential rain poured down. Despite the downpour, Lu Yin and Rayo pressed on, determined to forge ahead. Setting up a tent was no longer an option, and it was prudent to scout ahead for any caves that could provide shelter. Even if they attempted to pitch a tent, the winds could easily whisk it away. 15 minutes later, the rain intensified. Just as Lu Yin was about to suggest taking a risk and using Windspeed Dog to scout ahead, Rayo pointed towards a nearby muddy pit. Look, what is that? I'll take a look. Lu Yin wiped the rain from his eyes. Not far ahead in the muddy pit, a faint orange glow flickered ominously, standing out starkly against the rain. Spirit, burning bug, quality, king quality, gender, female, level, 21, type, bug. Fire, ability, flame body, held item, none, moves. Ember, tackle, flame charge, bug resist, flame wheel, screech, inherited moves, ruckus, absorb, morning sun, harden. Is that a dying burning bug? It's a burning bug, Rayo exclaimed, her windbreaker billowing in the rain as she crouched before the creature. The rain quickly soaked her pant legs, but she paid it no mind. The burning bug lay sidewise in the mud, 3 out of its 5 antennae broken. The flickering light emanating from its shell was fainter than that of a firefly. If left unattended, it would succumb to the elements in less than half an hour. Lu Yin crouched beside Rayo, removing his raincoat to shield both of them from the downpour while using a camping lantern to assess the burning bug's condition. The airway is blocked, he declared, then turned to Rayo, asking, shall I do it, or would you like to? You go ahead, I'll hold the raincoat for you. All right. Lu Yin placed the camping lantern on the ground and gently lifted the burning bug. Having studied wilderness first aid, he was more adept than Rayo in this situation. His long fingers delved into the burning bug's searing mouth. The creature reacted, its tail sparking and singeing Lu Yin's hand, causing a blister. Are you all right? Rayo asked with concern as she glanced at Lu Yin's hand. I'm fine, he replied, then plunged his hand deeper into the burning bug's throat, extracting the substance that obstructed its airway, a sticky, decayed fruit. Hack! The burning bug coughed violently, indicating that the airway blockage had been resolved. Rayo quickly retrieved a first aid spray, applying it to the burning bug. Lu Yin then handed the creature to Rayo, using the rainwater to wash away the blister and alleviate the pain. Woof! Windspeed Dog returned, indicating that there was a large cave at the foot of the mountain where they could take shelter from the rain. Lu Yin and Rayo hopped onto Windspeed Dog and soon arrived at the entrance of the cave. However, the cave's inhabitants, Makhok and Macamp, did not seem welcoming to intruders seeking refuge. Nidoking, Lu Yin called, releasing Nidoking's Pokeball. Use double Italian Thunderbolt to deal with them. Nidoking roared, unleashing a combination of Fire Punch and Thunder Punch. The two electric attacks surged towards Makhok and Macamp. Nidoking withstood Mashoki's 2 punches and swiftly dispatched Macamp with a double Italian thunderbolt. Machoke. Machoke bellowed in fury, launching a dynamic punch in an attempt to retaliate against Nidoking. Woof. Seizing the opportunity, Wind Speed Dog executed Flame Wheel against Machoke while a beam of light enveloped Nidoking, providing healing. Espion Wish. Machoke, enraged by Wind Speed Dog's surprise attack, glared at it, intent on retaliating. Bam! A powerful psychic attack from Kirlia struck Machoke, causing it to stagger back. Nido. The roar of Nidoking resonated through the air as dual Italian cannons struck fiercely against the back of the brute, resulting in a violent explosion that obliterated it. After vanquishing both Machoke and Macamp, Lun Yin and Lei Yao swiftly entered the cavern. The interior of the cave was relatively clean. After a brief tidying up, Lei Yao laid out a picnic cloth on the ground and placed the burning bug upon it. As she retrieved a first aid spray, she took the creature's temperature. Its body temperature was below 40. Hypothermic shock, Lei Yao exclaimed, simultaneously opening the first aid kit while collaborating with Lun Yin to administer emergency care to the burning bug. Minutes later, the creature began to feel its temperature gradually returning to normal. In a daze, it opened its eyes and saw a young girl busily attending to it. Her silhouette reflected in its compound eyes. The burning bug let out a faint cry, instantly capturing Lei Yao's attention. It was alive. The flickering flames danced around them. Lun Yin sat nearby, hanging Lei Yao's clothes by the fire to dry. In the shadows, Macamp observed the collaborative efforts of the young duo to save the burning bug. The green part of the rainbow feather shimmered, though it did not fully illuminate. Chapter 89, Rainy Night. A torrential downpour has struck Donghai City. Residents are reminded to return home to collect their laundry. Setting down her phone, Lun Yin gazed out at the increasingly relentless rain. Even the Pokemon in the coastal forest sought refuge from the downpour. By the cave's entrance, Pika huddled in a corner, half of its body drenched, timidly observing. It too wished to escape the rain but feared a sudden attack from Nidoking. Pika. Its companion Pikachu tugged on Piku, preparing to search for another shelter. Come on in, Lun Yin beckoned. Pika, Piku. Pikachu and Pika hesitated, glancing at the human who had emerged from behind Nidoking, uncertain of whether to enter the cave. The rain intensified, and darkness enveloped the sky. The storm, accompanied by fierce winds, rapidly lowered the temperature within the coastal forest. Piku tugged at Pikachu, choosing to trust the human before them, and decided to venture inside first as a scout. Pika. Pikachu watched Piku with misty eyes. A few minutes later, Pikachu, not hearing any sounds of battle from within the cave, couldn't resist peeking inside. To its shock, Piku was nestled in Lei Yao's embrace, enjoying a cleansing foam while relishing warmth and delicacies, utterly at ease. Pika. Seeing no immediate danger, Pikachu entered the cave to escape the rain, followed closely by its kin. Soon, the cave was bustling with numerous Pikachu. There were so many Pikachu they resembled stray dogs on the roadside. Lun Yin observed the influx of Pikachu, reminiscing about Ash's words from the original tale. In no time, other wild Pokemon from the forest arrived, seeking refuge from the rain within the cave. Piku and Pikachu frolicked together, while Spearow and Pidgey groomed their feathers, and Nidoran and Nidorina snuggled together for warmth, casting envious glances at their kin, Nidoking. What had once been a desolate cave transformed into a lively gathering as various wild Pokemon congregated to play and warm themselves. However, unexpected guests were also on the way. A Beware lumbered out of the forest, noticing that the cave was filled with weaker Pokemon. Seeing that Machoke and Macamp were absent, Beware devised a plan to seize the cave as its den. Roar. Beware let out a fierce roar and charged fearlessly towards the cave. Nidoking, Lun Yin called out, prompting Nidoking to rise and confront the advancing Beware. Roar. Beware unleashed a powerful strike, only to have it effortlessly intercepted by Nidoking. Beware was perplexed as to how Nidoking could withstand its attack. Suddenly, Beware felt an overwhelming weightlessness as Nidoking seized its head. Bang! 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 Nidoking slammed Beware's head against the ground thrice, transforming it into a comically docile creature. There is nothing that cannot be resolved by slamming one's head against the ground 3 times. If it remains unresolved, then simply repeat the process. Thus, Beware squatted at the entrance, witnessing Nidoking capture a Gyarados. Nidoking then gripped Gyarados' tail, wielding it like a whip. Bang 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 bang. After an uncountable number of slams, Gyarados had been reduced to a mere Gyarados larva before Nidoking finally ceased. Consequently, Beware believed it had assumed the role of guardian for the cave, earning the right to shelter from the rain. Otherwise, it would be expelled by Nidoking. The following day, the rain ceased, and the Pokemon that had sought refuge in the cave gradually departed. However, they did not leave empty-handed. Instead, They took turns gathering berries to express their gratitude to Lun Yin, for the torrential downpour outside was far from pleasant. Before long, a small pile of berries was arranged nearby. Lun Yin picked up an orange berry, while the remainder served as Nidoking's breakfast. Meanwhile, Lei Yao devotedly cared for the burning bug. Remarkably, after just one night, small flesh buds began to sprout on the bug's broken horn, indicating it would heal soon. Lun Yin sat beside Lei Yao, feeding a shiny iron ball while engaging in conversation. Suddenly, Lei Yao pointed at the burning bug and exclaimed, "It's awake." Upon hearing this, the burning bug sprang up, hastily retreating to the corner of the wall. "Do you not remember who saved you yesterday?" Lei Yao retorted, annoyed. The burning bug pondered for a moment, genuinely unsure. Eek! The burning bug shook its head. It had been starving for several days and was chased and attacked by the Pokémon in the area. Today, it had finally found an orange berry to eat, but had choked on it in its eagerness. Due to the rain and the recent hardships, the burning bug was cold, weary, and famished, its body aching. It had collapsed in a muddy pit, unaware of what transpired afterward. However, upon recalling the events of yesterday, it seemed that the human before it was indeed its savior. Eek! I will remember this kindness and repay it in the future, the burning bug declared, preparing to leave. You're not going anywhere. Thud! The burning bug stumbled and fell. Its body had just recovered from a near-death state and was treated with medicine, making it imperative to rest. Leaving now would render Lun Yin and Lei Yao's efforts yesterday in vain. Seeing this, Lei Yao hurriedly ran forward, scooping up the burning bug and returning to prepare some moo milk. Lun Yin, observing Lei Yao's actions, inquired, "Do you wish to capture this burning bug?" "Well, I suppose so," Lei Yao replied, her uncertainty evident. Previously, she had saved the burning bug out of a sense of duty. Now, she genuinely felt a desire to capture it, especially since the burning bug's evolved form, Volcarona, was comparable to demigod-level Pokémon. However, the burning bug evolved rather late, only reaching its final form at level 59. Lun Yin remarked, "If you like it, then take it with you. Perhaps the burning bug also has a fondness for you." "Yes." Lei Yao nodded vigorously, ready to embark on the journey with the burning bug. Yet, challenges soon followed. Lun Yin, Lei Yao clung to Lun Yin's arm, shaking it playfully and acting coyly. Okay. Despite suffering from malnutrition, the weight of the burning bug still hovers around 25 kilograms, allowing Lei Yao to merely cradle it in her arms. Lun Yin summoned the speed dog, gesturing for it to carry the burning bug. "Woof. I can't do it, boss. It's too exhausting." Lun Yin inquired, "What should we do then?" "Woof. I don't want to. How about 10 pounds of dog biscuits? Would that work?" Lun Yin asked the speed dog. "Woof. A noble Pokémon should alleviate its master's worries." With agility, the speed dog bore the burning bug and trotted steadily behind Lun Yin and Lei Yao. In the shadows, Marshadao continued to observe quietly. Chapter 90. The Solitude of Dreamless Nights. As the fog rolled in, the anticipated sunlight failed to materialize, giving way to a gloomy overcast following the torrential downpour. A delicate mist meandered through the woods, as if draping this ancient forest in a shroud of mystery. Lun Yin reached out, sensing the oddity of the mist. It felt peculiar, yet he couldn't quite articulate the sensation. Everything appeared surreal and elusive. Something is amiss. Lun Yin turned to Lei Yao and noticed her eyes tightly shut, mechanically trailing behind him. What is happening? He quickly supported Lei Yao and sat her down beneath a nearby tree to rest. She still breathes. Lun Yin placed his hand beneath Lei Yao's nose. "A woof. What is going on?" The speed dog, noticing the situation behind them, trotted over to inquire. "I don't know." Lun Yin shook his head, laying down an air mattress and blanket before lifting Lei Yao onto it. Just moments ago, they had been chatting, and now Lei Yao had suddenly succumbed to a state of semi-consciousness. Lun Yin suddenly asked, "Hey speed dog, since the mist rolled in, have you spotted any wild Pokémon nearby?" "A woof. None." The speed dog shook its head. Lun Yin kindled a campfire, draping a blanket over Lei Yao to fend off the chill. Crackle, crackle. Sitting beside the fire, Lun Yin poked at the coals with a stick, pondering the events that had unfolded on their journey. He lifted Lei Yao's eyelid, confirming her state of unconsciousness, neither illness nor fainting. Could it be hypnosis? He rubbed his hands together mischievously. Shouldn't something akin to a peculiar comic scenario occur now? No. Lun Yin is a paragon of virtue. How could he take advantage of someone in such a vulnerable state? The ensuing events shall remain undisclosed. In any case, he did nothing. Feeling that there was nothing urgent to attend to, Lun Yin took out his device, intending to watch a video from Teacher Rabbit to see if there were any new uploads. No network connection. Lun Yin sighed. The sky has fallen. That night, beside the campfire, Lun Yin, Nidoking, Speed Dog, Iron Dumbbell, Moonlight Eevee, Caroline, and the burning bug huddled together for warmth. The mist lingered, becoming even denser as night fell. Lun Yin opted against venturing forth recklessly and chose instead to rest in place, awaiting Lei Yao's awakening. Lei Yao emitted an unconscious sigh, catching Lun Yin's attention in the stillness of the night. He turned to her, offering a cup of water. You're awake? Would you like some warm water? Thank you. Lei Yao accepted the warm water, gently blowing on it before gulping it down eagerly. After a brief respite, Lun Yin finally asked, What happened? This morning, I suddenly noticed you were unresponsive, and when I turned around, you had fallen into a semi-conscious state, following me without awareness. Luckily, I discovered it early, just as you began to slip into that state. Contemplating Lun Yin's question, Lei Yao pondered before articulating her response. I'm not quite sure what transpired. I suddenly felt strange, and before I knew it, I had fallen asleep. I dreamt a most peculiar dream. In it, there were no Pokémon. I had forgotten all about them, and Moonlight, Eevee, and Caroline transformed into Siamese cats and dolls. The college entrance examinations were devoid of Pokémon involvement, focusing purely on a written test to select talent. It felt like a very long dream. As Lei Yao recalled events from her dream, a blush crept onto her cheeks. That sort of thing, oh dear. Lun Yin, oblivious to Lei Yao's blush, delved into contemplation about the strange dream. It felt somewhat familiar, yet he couldn't quite place it. Having traversed into this world for so long, he referred to his past as a previous life, recalling only a few key moments from it. The details eluded him, and he decided to dismiss the thoughts for now. Lun Yin turned to her and asked, Are you hungry? Would you like me to heat up some food for you? Yes, Lei Yao nodded. During her strange slumber, she had consumed neither food nor drink, and now she felt both thirsty and famished. Seated on the air mattress, Lei Yao gazed at the makeshift campsite, nestled within the tent, while Lun Yin stood guard outside. Moonlight Eevee and Speed Dog frolicked together, imparting a sense of warmth. After the meal, Lei Yao glanced at the time, 23:13. Have I slept for so long? She marveled aloud. Do you want to rest a bit more? Lei Yao asked shyly. Lun Yin had kept vigil for an entire day, awaiting her awakening, preparing warm water and food for her. No need. He shook his head. Nidoking and Steelix had been on duty during that time. Lun Yin settled down beside the tent, meditating while keeping an eye on Lei Yao, ready to notice her awakening at the first moment. Lei Yao insisted, You should rest a bit too. I'm full of energy now. Besides, we must continue our exploration tomorrow. Listening to Lei Yao's words, Lun Yin contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Meditation could not replace sleep. The most effective way to rejuvenate was indeed through slumber. Initially intending to pitch another tent, Lun Yin faced vehement opposition from Lei Yao. Oh, you've been working hard all day. If we're to set up a tent, I'll do it. In the end, Lun Yin lay down on the bed within the tent that Lei Yao had occupied for the entire day. It smells delightful. He inhaled deeply. This was certainly not an intentional act by Lun Yin to share a tent. Rather, it was to keep a close watch over the semi-conscious Lei Yao, ensuring her safety. Once lying down, Lun Yin initially felt quite alert, but soon the weight of drowsiness enveloped him. Unconsciously, he drifted into slumber. Hey Lun Yin, why are you so late today? A girl exclaimed, tapping him on the back before leaping to stand before him. Noticing Lun Yin's lack of response, she leaned closer and asked, What's wrong? You look dazed. Lun Yin instinctively took a step back, replying, Nothing. I suppose I didn't sleep well last night. All right. The girl failed to notice the peculiarity in Lun Yin's gaze. Instead, she tugged at him, saying, I feel like I've had enough of Pokémon, coincidentally. Poke Destiny is going to have its public beta today. Would you like to come over to my house and play together? The girl suggested, while Lun Yin casually responded, redirecting his attention to the surrounding structures. Everything here felt astonishingly familiar, yet he couldn't quite recall why. As Lun Yin gazed at the orange-red fur of the Alaskan sled dog beside him, he couldn't help but find it somewhat peculiar. Chapter 91, The Commencement of Trials. Perhaps what lay before him was not a mere figment of imagination. The reality of his surroundings felt profoundly tangible, yet dreams are ultimately just dreams. Among the masses, approximately 10% possess the awareness of dreaming while engaged in slumber, and among this fraction, a mere 1 in 1,000 can perceive and alter their dreams. This phenomenon is collectively known as lucid dreaming. Note, lucid dreaming is merely a playful diversion. Do not indulge excessively. Refrain from using real names. And a brief 5-minute experience suffices. If anything feels amiss, promptly seek assistance from an administrator or consult a psychiatrist. Lun Yin was one of those who had mastered the art of lucid dreaming, and what was more, this was not merely a dream but a dreamscape. Nonetheless, Whether in dreams or dreamscapes, there existed anomalies referred to as bugs. One such bug was the spinning top. Yet, there were simpler methods. One could simply find a room and switch off the lights. Recognizing that he was in a dream made it all the more manageable. Sitting on a bench by the street, Lun Yin pondered how to escape this dream world. Should he follow Tanjiro's example and end his life? Truth be told, only those utterly despondent or possessing immense resolve could ever contemplate such an act. Upon introspection, Lun Yin realized he could not bring himself to commit suicide, not at this moment. At least. However, was there a connection between this dreamscape and the so-called dream world? Worlds of Pokemon, spiritual realms, and inverted dimensions. The dream world could indeed exist. How intriguing. While seated on the bench, Lun Yin suddenly felt no urgency to return to the realm of reality. The prospect of exploring the dream world was captivating. Ah! Lun Yin exclaimed suddenly. Just as he was about to delve into the dream world, he awoke from his slumber. What happened? Lei Yao inquired, hastening over to discover the commotion. Nothing, Lun Yin replied, shaking his head. You've only slept for 2 hours. Do you want to rest a little longer? Lei Yao suggested. No need. You should rest, Lun Yin responded. Having also experienced peculiar dreams, he felt no inclination to continue sleeping. It was better to allow Lei Yao to recuperate her spirits. Moreover, Lun Yin was genuinely fascinated by the concept of the dream world. I've had enough sleep. You can take a nap, he asserted. Is that all right? Certainly. There was no need for formalities in their relationship, and Lei Yao crawled into the tent, preparing to indulge in a beautifying slumber. As the night deepened, Lun Yin felt remarkably alert. Despite the hour being 2 in the morning, the time when one should be most fatigued. In this strange dreamscape, there were no Pokemon present. Only a reliable uncle with purple hair, the Alaskan sled dog named Feng Su, and an iron serpent figurine. The various experiences he had encountered all pointed toward a connection with a Pokemon. Ho-oh! Lun Yin quickly felt around his clothing and found a feather tucked within the inner pocket of his jacket. The radiant rainbow feather. The feather shimmered with a gradient of red, green, and yellow, casting a gentle glow in the night. Yet, despite the feather's illumination, why had the so-called task not been triggered? Lun Yin mused aloud. Could it be that Marshadao was following him? He contemplated silently. Lun Yin activated the system's scanning function, surveying his surroundings, but regrettably, he found no sign of the overseer of the Rainbow Trial, the elusive Pokemon Marshadao. In the shadows, Marshadao watched Lun Yin's actions, startled, realizing he had nearly been discovered. Unfortunately for him, Lun Yin did not glance at his shadow, or else Marshadao would have been revealed. Seated by the campfire, Lun Yin pondered the questions swirling in his mind, particularly whether the dream world truly existed. Goo-goo. The call of a Pidgey awakened Lei Yao from her warm cocoon, and she stretched languidly. Yeah. Just as she finished stretching, Lei Yao sensed something was amiss. This was not her home. She quickly poked her head out, searching for Lun Yin. What is up? Lun Yin emerged from the bushes, holding a small bucket of freshly picked fruits. Nothing, just checking if you were here. Lei Yao replied, her cheeks flushing as she recalled her earlier actions. Thankfully, Lun Yin had gone to gather fruits, sparing her the embarrassment of being seen. Beauty. A lunar Eevee leaped into Lei Yao's embrace, nuzzling its furry little head against its trainer. Lun Yin took a seat and remarked, the washing water is ready. Clean up, and we can have breakfast soon. Following Lun Yin's voice, Lei Yao noticed a table had been set up in the campsite, adorned with all her favorite breakfast items. Steamed custard buns, barbecued pork buns, century egg and lean meat porridge, steamed chicken feet with black bean sauce, shrimp dumplings, and beef siumai. All were her beloved breakfast dishes. Even under the stars, Lun Yin had meticulously arranged everything, ensuring their standard of living remained uncompromised, even in the wilderness. Hey, the fog has cleared, Lei Yao remarked while washing up. It dispersed shortly after the sun came out. She added cheerfully after finishing her morning routine and enjoying breakfast. After tidying up the campsite and collecting their refuse, she ensured that even in the desolate wilderness, littering was not an option. The campfire had rekindled significantly, and in just a couple of days, it would be fully restored. Continuing their journey, Lun Yin, Lei Yao, and Feng Su soon exited the forest. Before them lay a precipice, with the rising sun illuminating the vast expanse of forest, while in the distance, a majestic mountain named Tianqing loomed. Unable to resist, Lun Yin retrieved the radiant rainbow feather from his pocket, and a line of text appeared before him. Exited region, Gray Mist Forest. Arrived at the secret realm, Rainbow Cloud Mirror. By a chance encounter, you discovered a dull radiant rainbow feather in the market. With the heart of Scarlet City concealed within you, you quietly proved your worth, silently passing the preliminary trial, and successfully emerged from the gray mist forest, officially commencing the path of the Rainbow Trial, arriving at the secret realm known as the Rainbow Cloud Mirror. Choice 1. Traverse the forest to reach Tianqing Mountain and undergo Ho-Oh's trial. Reward: immersion in sacred flame. Choice 2. Rest in place for 72 hours and be expelled from the Rainbow Cloud Mirror. Reward: move, Mars Strike. Choice 3. Turn back into the gray mist forest to exit the Rainbow Cloud Mirror. Reward: substitute, taste the earth upon defeat. Chapter 92. The Lava Path. Though 3 choices appeared to be available, in truth, only one could be selected. Lu Nian had chosen to acquire the power of the rainbow as a means to trigger events related to Ho-Oh, hadn't he? Questions began to arise. With a smile, Lei Yao asked, Lu Nian, it seems we don't have any flying-type Pokemon. How do you plan to descend? Kiru. Chikorita stood proudly, though nothing remarkable occurred. Save for the slight flutter of the bough atop its head. It was evident what Lei Yao desired. If Lu Nian would plead with her to say something nice, then Lady Lei would not mind allowing Chikorita to use teleport to bring Lu Nian along. Watch closely and learn, Lu Nian chuckled, recalling Feng Su into its Pokeball and releasing Nidoking. To be honest, Lu Nian had longed to try this out. Nidoking, let us do this first. Then that, and finally this. What do you say? Nidoking squatted down, and Lu Nian whispered into its ear. I'm curious to see how you'll come down. Lei Yao huffed. Kyrillian, please use teleportation to take us down, Lei Yao instructed. Kyrillian promptly complied, initiating the teleportation, with the destination being a clearing at the base of the cliff. Once Lu Nian settled comfortably on Nidoking's shoulder, he slid down the cliff's edge. A 90-degree angle is a right angle. However, 89 or 91 degrees signifies a slope. Ah, Lei Yao exclaimed, just as Kyrillian's teleportation was activated. In an instant, Lei Yao and Kyrillian found themselves at the foot of the cliff. There, Lu Nian was perched steadily on Nidoking's shoulder, while Nidoking embedded one claw into the rock face to decelerate, using the other to steer as they descended at an astonishing speed. In mere moments, they had slid down from the cliff summit. Ah, what a thrill! Upon reaching the ground, Lu Nian exhaled a deep breath, feeling exhilarated. This sensation surpassed all the extreme sports he had ever tried, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. The most exhilarating aspect was that Lu Nian was devoid of any protective gear. Even if an accident were to occur, Nidoking would serve as a shield to absorb any impending damage. Do you not realize how perilous this is? Lei Yao approached, pinching Lu Nian's ear in frustration. Her heart had nearly leaped into her throat. This was indeed recklessly dangerous, sliding down a cliff. Ah, my ear is going to fall off. I understand my mistake. Lu Nian pleaded, desperately attempting to free himself from her grasp. After promising never to engage in such reckless antics again, Lei Yao finally released him. Let us go. She huffed, beckoning Lu Nian to follow her towards Tianshan Mountain. Along the way, the two engaged in a discussion about what the first trial might entail. According to legend, there exist 2 guardian deities in the land of the Eastern Huang Alliance, the Sky Guardian, Lycong Zhua, and the Phoenix King, who wields the power of life. The ozone layer is the realm of Lycong Zhua. Hidden within Tianshan Mountain lies the Rainbow Trial Mirror, where trainers who undergo the Phoenix King's trials will meet the Phoenix King at the mountain's summit. The tales of the Phoenix King and Lycong Zhua are well known throughout the Eastern Huang Alliance. Lycong Zhua serves as the emblem of the alliance, while the Phoenix King is regarded as an omen of good fortune. What do you think the so-called trial will be? Lei Yao inquired with curiosity. Although the Rainbow Warriors undoubtedly exist, no one has ever disclosed what kind of trials one must endure in the Rainbow Cloud Mirror to meet the Phoenix King. I do not know, Lu Nian replied, shaking his head. His knowledge regarding the Phoenix King was limited, and the current events diverged from the original narrative. As Lu Nian and Lei Yao conversed, they encountered a stone tablet inscribed with ancient characters. Courage is a flame like hope that burns through adversity. Only by confronting fear can one illuminate the darkness. Though they could not decipher the archaic script, they comprehended its meaning. Following the direction indicated by the tablet, a small, ruin-like room came into view. Upon reaching the entrance, they found the chamber empty, save for a solitary staircase leading underground into the unknown. Let us descend and take a look, Lu Nian suggested, feeling an inexplicable urge to enter since he first laid eyes on the stone tablet. The further they ventured downward, the more they sensed the rising warmth in the air. With each step, they shed layers of clothing, eventually donning short sleeves and shirts. Minutes later, they found themselves in a plain blanketed in volcanic ash, the air thick with searing heat. Suddenly, a bubble erupted from the ground, bursting forth and splattering molten rock. Were they truly standing upon a volcanic vent? The figure of the examiner, Yendi, flickered in the distance through the flames, awaiting challengers to traverse the molten path and confront him. The rainbow feather in Lu Nian's hand glowed, as if responding to Yendi's summons. Am I to traverse this molten path to challenge Yendi? Lu Nian pondered, observing the rainbow feather, the molten pathway, and the figure of Yendi across from him, boldly deducing that this was the trial of courage. As Lu Nian contemplated, fiery eruptions suddenly surged from the seemingly ordinary fissures along the molten path. In that case, Nidoking would not be suitable. A wind speed dog would be far more appropriate. Lu Nian carefully observed the pattern of the fire and bubbling lava along the path, deciding to ride the wind speed dog to navigate the molten trail. The ground fire erupts every 30 seconds in nearby fissures, making it easier to evade. The lava bubbles are unpredictable. The good news is they have no effect on the wind speed dog. The bad news is that I certainly cannot withstand them. A single drop of lava splattered onto Lu Nian, and his clothes would be instantly incinerated, leaving a scar. But do not underestimate the bond between the wind speed dog and me, Yendi, Lu Nian declared, turning to the wind speed dog. Prepare to enter the human-dog fusion mode. Woof. The wind speed dog crouched down, allowing Lu Nian to mount its back, gripping its mane to steady himself. Wait a moment, Lu Nian suddenly said, dismounting the wind speed dog. There seemed to be an alternative method to navigate this trial rather than charging straight through. Wind speed dog. Use quick attack, Lu Nian instructed. The wind speed dog possessed a technique to enhance its speed, which would also significantly improve its agility.